Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei became the new dragon god. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the dimensional gap, a place that is infinitely silent and full of lights that resemble northern lights, there was an unexpected event in that void in which no creature inhabited. Issei Ouroboros, the dragon god, an infinite being with an unreal power that made him honor his practically infinite title. You can see the dragon goddess of infinity in the dimensional gap. This is shaped like a girl with long black hair to her knees, pointed ears, and empty gray eyes without any emotion. This is the form I take since she can change her shape at will and has no set sex. She is enjoying the silence of this, but sometime later she traveled to the human world for a long time, and what she saw was only evil, lies, death, and bad deeds, so it took a while. She returned to the dimensional gap to find a great surprise. She was no longer alone. An unreal and forbidden existence had arisen since Issei had infinite power. But that existence had power equal to zero but was much more powerful than Issei's. Hard to understand, I know. This being was called Great Red because it was a dragon that easily exceeded 100 meters and was red in color. You can tell they broke their heads thinking about the name. Well, I get sidetracked, but he was known as the dragon god of dreams because he could grant any dream of anyone. Issei, to meet this not-so-pleasant surprise, was furious because they had removed his beloved silence and began to launch powerful attacks to Great Red, so much so that the dimensional gap trembled to hit him. But the red dragon did not flinch, only yawned, and Issei, seeing that he could not win, returned to the human world to look for beings who could defeat him. Thus was born the Chaos Brigade, founded by Issei. This was a terrorist organization that deceived Issei, who were very innocent back then, for their own purposes by helping them with power. But then he noticed that they did not help him abandon it, but they continued to threaten with Issei only to generate fear even though he was no longer with them. One Issei's day, walking through Japan in a city called Kyoto, he felt the pulse of familiar aura and approached the place where he came from, which was in a desolate park where you could see a fallen angel chasing a child. This was a man elegantly dressed in a tuxedo and top hat, like all fallen angels with black wings. The child tried to flee from his pursuer, but the fallen only played with him. Amused by the child's useless efforts to escape, he threw a spear of light into his abdomen, causing the child to spit a lot of blood, and then weakly asked the fallen. The boy was about 6 years old, very thin, wearing a blue sweater. His very worn chore was dirty, and his barefoot Issei had knowledge of the human world, so he knew immediately that the child was an orphan. "Follow, why are you doing this?" To which the fallen responded, "I have no business or problem with you. I have to eliminate you before you become a threat to us. If you want someone to hate you because he hates the god who put that sacred gear in you." "What is sacred gear?" I asked the child, who was still bleeding from the wound in his abdomen. I sentenced the fallen, but when he was about to give his coup de grace, Issei intervened. "Hey, stop it and leave it alone. Who do you think you are to interrupt me?" He said it without seeing Issei. "Someone who is far superior to you." And the fallen turned to see who it was, and he was very surprised, to the point that almost the eyes came out of their orbits and he had his mouth open. And with a fear greater than he had ever felt before, he said, "Oh, Issei disappears." He said he was throwing from his finger a lightning bolt with a stupidly tiny part of his power that disintegrated the fallen angel, and that there was no trace of him or ashes. He then approached the child and, "Are you okay with D-Drag?" The boy, who was still bleeding with the last thing he had left of consciousness, could see a girl with pointed ears, black hair, and gray eyes. To which the boy replied, "Who is D-Drag?" "You are D-Drag. There is a dragon inside you and now you belong to me." "Do I belong to you?" It was the only thing he could say before he fainted from the loss of blood. Well, so far the prologue of Ryujin, a new dragon god awakened. Expected of his like he. Many will think that this is not a fic inspired by Ryujin, the dragon god of infinite sleep. Burn completely the same, but not the changes. I will put them later. Do not worry about the beginning if it will be the same, but I will give you a clue that I plan to do. Rainair will not be in the harem. Another thing I tell you from now on, that this story will not have lemon good unless most ask for it, but I am not as good at it as Seki. And without more to add, let's go to the reviews, but that are criticisms and constructive advice to help improve writing and ask questions. I will answer those that are in my capacity. Trucker-sama bids a cordial farewell. A new dragon god is born. After Issei fainted, Issei opened a doorway to the colorful and infinite place called the Dimensional Gap, where Great Red was dozing. Issei tried to get the attention of the gigantic dragon and called him. "Red, are you awake?" "Yes, if I am, you want Ouroboros. I want us to revive this child who is the current bearer of the boosted gear, the Red Emperor Celestial Dragon, the Welsh dragon D-Drag, and turn him into a third dragon god by giving birth to a trinity of dragon gods and thus making decisions with an arbitrary member." Big Red was very surprised by the sudden proposal that Issei had made. This took the dragon off guard and he meditated some time later. "It is fine here, and now a new dragon god will be born who will have our powers, and when he grows up, he will be equal to or more powerful than us. Although I know that you will try to use it to get me out of the dimensional crack, I will not be able to protest if you both decide that." "It's a possibility," said the dragon goddess, nodding. "Then will you?" "Well, if I don't do it, you won't stop bothering me." Put the guy on my back. Issei nodded and placed the child in the center of the sword of Great Red. As Great Red knew that the child was very injured, his back absorbed him and he came out seconds later. What do you think you're doing to him? I will only copy his appearance to make him a new container of my flesh and blood. But for him to complete correctly, there has to be an intermediary that keeps the soul of the child on this plane, and that is where it comes in. Big Red didn't finish saying the phrase, but Issei understood what he meant and then tried to strike up a conversation with the dragon sealed inside the young man. D-Drag, are you still there? Yes, D-Drag was confused and amazed since he was before the dragon goddess of infinity. And the dragon goddess of dreams was not for less amazed when he was facing the most powerful existences on the planet. But I do not think I have much time, an hour at most. I will keep you on this plane so that you do not pass to another guest. You will have to maintain the soul of the child in which you reside, okay? If I will, haha, I heard what plans they had with the little one, said the heavenly dragon while laughing. These very interesting people did not wait to see the face of the white man when we gave him the beatings of his life. Hukuku, the celestial dragon, did not stop laughing, and as my hostess became immortal, we would finish with all the future carriers of my rival, the vanishing dragon. By the way, D-Drag, the child needs a name. Do you have one in mind or one of your previous carriers? In fact, if I have one, a bear named Issei lived about 30 years ago, said D-Drag, who had already recovered from his unbridled laughter a few moments ago. Being so the name is. The bodies will be in about 3 hours, said Big Red, working on the child's body. As you say, Red is the only thing Issei could say. Wow, creating the body of a living being at that time is a record. Oh, you're amazing, Big Red, said the Welsh dragon with amazement and flattery in his voice. What else can I say? I'm an amazing guy, said the dragon confidently and ego highly after D-Drag's comments, to which Issei could only shake his head in disapproval. And so 3 hours passed in which the three dragons talked about trivial topics about the world, and in those things, Issei looked interested. Although it was the least expressive of the three, nor did they realize that time had passed, and so the 3 hours of waiting ended. And in the center of the net back was what appeared to be a cocoon that was stinging. It was somewhat odd in appearance, and Big Red said, "Well, first, I must tell you before you are surprised that I have changed the boy's appearance a little." "What did you make him red?" I asked Issei with his expressionless face, but in a tone that fucked if it was scary. "See for yourselves," and the cocoon opened, revealing the body of the child, who curiously wore clothes on a white jean and red polo matching shoes looked very elegant. But what surprised the other two spectators was to see the face of the child as the most handsome you had seen seemed carved by a god. The hair was a black color with reddish tips, and the eyes were amber honey, very bright with an orange tone, and had the same eyes as Great Red. Issei saw this and said, "Good job. You did it with qualities similar to ours, which means that you are the father and I am the mother of Issei." D-Drag laughed at the cuteness of what the dragon goddess had just said. "Seriously? Okay, it's not that I care much, but what leaves me surprised is that Issei is a girl, and the one who claims to be his mother has the appearance of a..." "Don't worry about that," said the dragon goddess, shining in particles of light as it took shape and became bigger. When it stopped shining, you could see Issei, but in the body of a woman who was in her 25 seconds with a body that every man would be dumbfounded with, an elegant dress and black to the knees with straight black hair silky and a little wavy. He does not know how he made a big red face to see his back. He was the one who saw a moment and said, "Sometimes you manage to baffle me, Ouroboros." The child woke up little by little, so the three dragons kept silent. What he saw was that he was on a red earth and heard a woman's voice. "I see you wake up, Issei." "Who is Issei?" "It's you, is the name I have given you, and now I give your mother Issei." "I see," he said as he recalled the incident with the fallen angel. "The man with wings, I did not dream that he would kill me. I felt that fear and pain were the same," said the innocent child. "It was not a dream, it was real. I eliminated it, and I brought you here. That man with wings is a fallen angel, who are basically angels who sinned and fell from heaven, but you can still use light powers and attacks." The child was holding his head since he could not assimilate so much information at once. "I see that it is a little difficult for you to understand all that, partner. I will help you, and I will explain everything about the natural world," said the dragon with a funny tone. At this, the boy was exalted since he did not know where that voice came from, but he played, having heard it for a moment, and wondered if he was crazy. "Who was it that said that?" said the boy with audible fear in his voice. "It is D-Drag, the celestial dragon, that is residing in you and your companion from now on. But first of all, stop in the middle of that circle," said the dragon goddess. The child returned to see the direction to which he pointed and saw that, in fact, there was a circle divided in the center. One half was bright black with strange symbols and the emblem of infinity, and the other was an intense red color with runes and the symbol of truth and dreams. It was a magical circle of dragon gods, something never seen before. Issei obeyed and stood in the middle of the circle with one foot in each color. And Issei told him about his responsibilities and training and told him that she was going to be his new mother. To which the happy child told him that if his mother and Issei told him that his new father was here, the little one was surprised since he did not see another person anywhere. "Hey mom, so where is daddy?" "You are on top of him on his back." Before this, the child opened his eyes wide, noticing the strange outline in which he was distinguishing a pair of wings of about 40 meters each. Nothing strange if it is a dragon of 100 meters with a gigantic tail, and in the distance he saw a head of Dradon with a horn in its snout. Issei! The great cry he gave as a sign of his gigantic astonishment and that of his father, who turned out to be a huge dragon. If the readers of this fic had heard him, surely they would have been deaf for 5 minutes and a whole day with a sharp noise in their ears. Good shout, champion, said the Dragon of Dreams, surprising Issei at how quiet the beginning was. Issei becomes our son and is reborn as a third dragon god, thus giving rise to a trinity. Yet our power to overcome everything that puts a mock obstacle in your happiness. Great Red made the song, but from the word reborn. The 2 parts of the circle began to glow brightly, and Issei felt enormous power running through his body. The circle stopped shining, and Issei showed no change other than that he felt stronger. The dragon gods explained that they had transferred a small part of their power to him, but with time and training, these would grow to equal or surpass the dragon gods. Son, you know what you're going to do, said the dragon goddess, who answered him with a look full of determination and said, I will train and fight very hard from now on. I never want to be weak again in order to defend and fight for what is important to me. He said that, remembering the fear he felt when he was pierced by that spear of light. What a good speech, partner, you almost made me cry, said D-Drag. At that, Issei gave Issei a bracelet with dragons on it and told him that it served to hide and restrict his dragon god power until he was old enough to use it. The boy thanked this, and Big Red opened a dimensional crack that showed an extensive forest. He went through the crack and told Issei that his training was here, and now that a dragon god does not have to be weak, D-Drag would help him train and learn everything about nature. Let's fly there, said Red, pointing to a mountain. But how is it possible that I can fly? Partner, you just have to imagine some wings doing it with willpower. At that moment, he opened his eyes and saw that he had a pair of red wings much larger than his body with a white horn on the top of each wing. And I jump with total confidence from your father's back, but in the air he remembered a small detail, he did not know how to fly. Desperate, he asked the Welsh dragon for help. Estel said that he should imagine the wings as others of his. Instead of hitting him, he took off his wings and was already halfway there and invoked them again. So to say, there were a few meters left when the wings opened suddenly and flew a few meters before crashing headlong into a tree, but that pain was nothing compared to what he would have felt if he fell straight to the ground. The child cried, holding his head. The body of this was very resistant, an adult would not have told, and then, honestly, I could have helped you with the flight, but it's more fun to see you fall, said D-Drag, laughing at the joke he played on his bearer because he was immortal and nothing serious could happen to him. The boy only cursed the dragon's joke, but when he fell he managed to see a cave and a stream nearby, so he began to walk in that direction. Well, so far the second chapter of the fic. I hope it is to your liking, and if so, write me what you like the fic or critically constructively. In the third chapter I will leave it to answer questions and stuff. Trucker-sama bids a cordial farewell. After having fallen abruptly to the ground and experiencing excruciating pain, the boy got up angry because his partner was laughing at him. The dragon did not laugh, and the boy only frowned upon hearing D-Drag's taunts and saying that the face he put on when he was about to fall was priceless. After about 10 minutes, the dragon took a lot of air, and inside the boosted gear, you could see that it had reddish emerald eyes from laughing so much. Already, D-Drag, and just mocking you? I asked the boy what the dragon knew and what his intentions were to know why the joke was made, to which the dragon responded, Sorry, partner, that you do not know how many centuries I have of not laughing. Yes, I am happy to know that I finally have a definitive carrier, and come on, it is a little joke. The boy put an angry face on it and said to the dragon, Well, D-Drag, this will not let you pass, and you will see how I come later. Before the threat, the dragon could not help laughing for another while, and when he finished, the child was in doubt, so he decided to ask his wise and troll companion, D-Drag, how can I remove these wings? The boy was a little uncomfortable since he could not balance well since the wings were larger than his body, and this not being trained weighed him and took their toll. The dragon responding told him that he had to do it just as he made them appear. The little one nodded, closed his eyes, and imagined the wings disappearing from his back with great concentration worthy of a good Chinese monk. Not so much in that he opened his eyes and no longer felt the weight that overwhelmed him, thus affirming that the wings had disappeared. Then, looking at himself in the extensive forest, he asked his companion where he would stay. His parents had not left him even a tent that only looked at trees in a thicket so large that it was well confused with the Amazon jungle. D-Drag began to laugh, telling him that there was no such thing, that part of his training was to survive and train physically in the forest, that he would not train with any kind of luxury or anything like that. He explained that if he wanted to warm up, he would have to make his own fire. If he wanted to eat meat, he would have to manufacture his own spears or make his own traps. If he wanted water, he would have to collect it and purify it. Things did not look good for the young man, who just sighed and resigned to know the hell that happened with a different name, training. D-Drag told him that the cave he saw was the one he was going to occupy as a house, or rather, an improvised shelter. When he arrived after a long time of walking to the cave that he had seen while falling, he checked if it was inhabited by a wild animal. To his fortune, there was not even a snake or insects, and it had good shade and shape since it did not have sharp rocks or anything. It was like a cave sculpted by the gods. After settling down and looking for some palm leaves that, by the way, almost split the mother when climbing several palm trees, to give a little comfort and convenience to the cave, since with these he made a very improvised bed, but that would serve for what it is to give him a good night's sleep. He went to collect water, and with the knowledge of Diedrag, he made a container to collect water with leaves and palm trees, and then made a fire. Also, with the help of Diedrag, this rubbing of 2 sticks got it, and with that, Diedrag told him how to make a clay container to heat and purify the water he had brought from that stream, which was ugly to the nose but already fulfilled its function. So I hope it cooled and I drink the water. It tasted to glory until it was sworn that he could see it with tears in his eyes, since he had a thirst and 1,000 demons, and believed that for today it was over. Guap heard how his stomach roared loudly, so he left his cave in search of food and passed through more wood for his fire, and he found some berries that seemed edible. Partner, those berries are poisonous, I know, because an ancient carrier was lost in a forest, ate that thing of the devil, and died. Do not do it. Before this, the boy boded that and continued walking clear, always careful to maintain the orientation so as not to get lost, and found some strawberries that his partner affirmed were edible, so he took the whole bush, and by the way, he collected a wood that, by luck, was dry. With all this, I returned to the cave, satisfied with everything he did. Already being there, he seasoned the fire and gave it heat. He lay on the makeshift bed and said goodbye to his partner and now friend Diedrag, saying good night. With all the sleep in the world, he ate some berries and fell asleep, not before hearing a good night. Issei rests by his telling them tenant without paying and listening, also, tomorrow will be long, and both were deeply asleep. The next morning, they both woke up and then left the cave, stood for a few moments, and then, Diedrag, today starts my training, right? The boy said with great anxiety and determination to start. I don't know what he dreamed of, but he seemed motivated, inspired, and ready for the training. So it is partner first, and we will try to put at a level of madness your physical and mental capacity so that we can continue with the part. Okay, what do we start with? I asked this excited. We will start by stretching to prevent you from tearing a muscle later. I understand you said to put to run in the same place, move your head and your feet, you know that kind of thing, and so it took 10 minutes to say ready and now. Now you will do 400 push-ups, followed by 400 sit-ups, then 400 squats, and then you will run until you fall, and for every time you complain, you will do 10 more. In the case of the first 3 activities, this was said with a firm voice, Caddy Sergeant, do not make a fool of the dragon body that your parents have given you. The sir said this with fear in his voice, no longer with that determination that he had before, and during the warm-up, this was the sign of the greeting of the soldier and standing firm as any good soldier. Before the funny look of Diedrag, this began his physical training. The first 200 push-ups he did without difficulty, but if it was difficult to keep up at 250 to 350, it was that the boy was dying and that I sent a serious error. When reaching 400, the boy was rubbing his arms, and the dragon said, well, you completed them, but you complained 5 times, so give me 50 more push-ups. You complain again, and I double them. It was seen that Diedrag had no mercy at the time of training, but it was because he wanted him to be the bearer who would put his name on high. So he was going to sculpt him and work until he mastered all aspects of all fields of physical strength and combat. And according to what was said by the dragon, the child's face turned a blue color when he heard that he would have to do more push-ups. But now he would not even think about complaining again about his partner's training or if he was learning the hard way. And when he finished them, he rubbed his arms on the ground since they hurt. The dragon saw this and said, well, drink some water. The boy nodded, listened, and went back to bed. Hey, who told you that you could rest? Do not do lazy, and now do 400 sit-ups, to which the child obeyed. I looked for a root a little raised but firm and introduced his feet to support himself like the push-ups. The first 300 did them without problems, but Ray's felt how his abdomen broke and his muscles screamed at him to stop. But he knew that he was worse if he complained and finished them. Barely, and fuck that hurt. After 10 minutes of rest and eating some non-poisonous berries, he continued with the squats, saying that the pain in the abs did not compare with the pain he felt with this since he finished them, but literally did it, crying clearly that he did not complain, only hurt, so Diedrag let it pass. And so he rested another 10 minutes and then made him run. The time or distance established was only to measure the initial resistance of the boy and then compare the future to demonstrate the changes in training. And so he ran and ran. He did not get tired, but over time he began to pant, but he did not stop. He was not counting the time, so he lost track of this, so he did not know how much he had run until his legs trembled, and he was. Diedrag was more than impressed by the initial resistance of Issei since his body, being a dragon, became very resistant. He told him what a companion you were. You ran for about 5 hours without stopping. You did well, and in total, you traveled 180 kilometers, and your average speed was 36 kph, which is very surprising considering your age. It was. He wondered, wow, my new body is very sturdy. He said tired of my previous body, which would have died in push-ups. At the comment, the partner and many readers of this fic broke into laughter. You are the right partner, you are resistant, and every time you do it effortlessly, double the dose of pain said in a voice that would make a fool of the most psychopathic and sadistic. Issei paled at such a comment but was happy that martyrdom disguised as training ended. The next day, Issei woke up with great pain. But the boy did everything without questioning that for his own good, and so he spent a week with the same routine, and Issei already did all that without effort. I let him rest for a day because not only did he have to do a massive brute force, but he also wanted to transmit, if possible, all his knowledge. So he made him sit in a lotus position to talk to him about the sacred gear, the basics, and then they would go to the complicated. Issei, do you know what sacred gear is? The Welsh dragon asked him, which he shook his head at. Well, I'm going to explain to you what he said solemnly, denoting seriousness. The sacred gift gears are sacred tools created by the biblical God many centuries ago were thought so that humans can fight with the supernatural, and only some humans are born with them, and only humans or part humans can possess them. You cannot discard them or leave them aside since they will accompany you until death. If somehow they manage to snatch the sacred gear by force, you will die irremediably. There are many types of sacred gear, some defensive, others offensive, others that do not make sense, but there they are. Most do not pose any risk to the overnatural, but there are some that stand out from the others. They are called longinos and are sacred gear that have extremely powerful beings sealed in them or that have more than one ability. The child listened to each word with great attention. Good. Continuing, in the case of your sacred gear is a longino that has an extremely powerful being sealed in it, which is me, and has two abilities. The main ability is to give twice the power to the bearer every 10 seconds, which can be improved a lot with training, and the second is to transfer all or part of that energy to any object or person you touch. In total, there are 13 longinos that are more and more powerful than the others, but there are 2 longinos in particular that fall into the same category of power, and those are your longino, the boosted gear, and the divine dividing, which is basically the longino of my natural enemy that I am with, and all my bearers are destined to fight for eternity. The boy made a curious face and wanted to know more about his partner and his rival. Seeing this, the dragon told him, many centuries ago, a couple of idiot dragons began to fight. Now they do not even remember the reason. One was red with large, imposing emerald eyes. His roar and appearance demanded respect and fear. This dragon is called D-Drag, and the other was an imposing white dragon with blue eyes with an aura of purity always surrounding it. This dragon is called Albion. His power was the opposite of mine. He could divide half the power of anyone who touched these 2 dragons. At first, they had power of dragon kings, but the more they fought, the stronger they were. I do not know how long we fought, none gave ground. Then one day, the pair of fools went to the wrong place to fight. We fought so hard that we were twice as strong as the dragon kings and thus earned the titles of Emperor Dragon and Heavenly Dragon. The place was in the middle of the war that was taking place at that time between the angels, fallen angels, and demons, and we were so absorbed in our fight that the attacks we dodged came to stop one of the 3 armies. We killed hundreds, not thousands, of the 3 sides, and that is why at a certain moment the troops allied, and so they could eliminate us, only our souls were the ones left, which God collected and sealed them in sacred gear. But there did not end all our carriers when they were fighting to the death, so even after they were dead, we continued fighting non-stop. It was weird but true. I do not know that it drove them to fight, but it is a curse that never ends and maybe never will. But well, so far, the story, and how did you think? Which the star-eyed boy told him it was unbelievable that he hadn't heard a better story. Well, there are still a few hours to get dark, so let's go to those mountains that you saw when you fell to what the child agreed. And there he was jogging, since this time he was not in a hurry and he was more or less close, and when he arrived, he asked Aja, and now what? Extend your arm in front. The child did it. Now close your eyes and imagine the most powerful image that comes to your mind. The child imagined D-Drag fighting against Albion, and then another in which his father and mother came out, and when he opened them, he saw how on his left arm is a red gauntlet with gold details, and in the center an emerald green jewel intense that emanated power, and then the boy shouted Sugui. Seriously, that power has this child in his lungs. I imagine him screaming and leaving me deaf. Go. The writer as well, Menso, hahaha, good, let's continue. Well, now let's see how many you can resist to train it and improve it in the future and thus become stronger. Before this, I remembered his death at the hands of that fallen angel and put on a serious look, but one full of determination. If then let's find out. D-Drag and felt a charge of power that in his opinion felt incredible. Wow, feels good, said, and each with an interval of 10 seconds. Incredible 7-year increase for your age. I believe that for being your first time invoking the boosted gear, you are going to have at most 4 increases. Seriously, your body this week has become very resistant, and with the training, you will be able to go from 10 seconds per boost to the maximum, which is 1 second. That was my ability before being sealed, said the dragon the last with a certain leave of nostalgia. Now concentrate all that energy you feel in your hand. And so he did, to see how in his hand a sphere the size of a basketball was formed and shot towards the mountain. That half of the mountain and a few trees surrounding the area exploded. It was a cry of astonishment on the part of the child to see what, with his own power, he had done. D-Drag was surprised, but less so. After a few minutes of contemplating his work, they went to the cave to rest and continue their training. About 4 months had passed since that incident with the boosted gear, in which the child trained hard and hard every day from dawn to dusk, surviving and training. What better training than that fucking guy with that? And it was enough, but the child was not only towards those simple exercises. D-Drag had already taught him to fly and flew wonderfully, and he saw that he had talent. In some trees about 15 meters high, he tied some lianas as a tightrope and kept his balance while he did about 10,000 squats. The lizards were done with a single finger of one hand, a gigantic rock on the back of about a ton, and towards equal 10,000 repetitions. Drake did not like that. Issei said that it did not cost him the training, so he chose this method to make him cry the muscles, and also in the case of the abdominals he tied lianas on the shoulders in which a large stone, one of half a ton, tied that. Being greater the distance, the weight ends up being the same as that of a ton, since Drake equally knew physics, and the worst thing was that he did it on a cliff in which he dropped the stone and supported the first drag and then approached the edge and lay on his back, in which he did the abs with the stone winking from his back. And not only that, there were days of legs, arms, and torsos all well leveled. He had worked every muscle in his little body. So wow, as you have stated, the body has a resistance and a body that, although it is not muscular, is marked by a small age of just 7 years. What? Are you saying that Issei turned 1 year old during all this time? The answer is yes, but well, let's continue, and I will try to explain this event a little. Rear look forgiveness flashback. There was Issei in the forest with his clothes very worn and tattered after a brutal training. He went to bed tired and everything was normal and routine. He knew it was his birthday and he wanted to be with his parents, and he saw then that as soon as he finished thinking, a dimensional crack opened and she came out. Her mother, Issei Ouroboros, and a guy who had not seen this was a very handsome guy of a few 25 years old who had somewhat long but elegant red hair and honey amber eyes. He was dressed in a leather jacket with black jeans and matching shoes, and inside, a white t-shirt had a good musculature, coveted by many women. But somehow Issei managed to intuit that it was his father who greeted them as a child. He knows how to do it, full of happiness and love since, as he had never had a family, the interest he showed in him made him feel at home and felt loved, accepted, loved, and very comfortable with his new life. And they reciprocated with a hug from Issei and a ruffle of hair from Big Red. "Hello Issei, happy birthday," they told him, and Big Red and Issei asked about the training status of Issei. With the answer, they were surprised, but not so much about how much Issei had advanced in recent months. In that, the three big dragons said that the physical training was more than completed and that it would begin with their magical training, which will also be in the care and responsibility of Drake along with 2 other people that we will begin to explain and develop later. Having already said that the dragons, while Issei remained on the sidelines since he was a very educated child, since Drake did not teach him training and, if not several aspects of the world, history, races, mythologies, and why not manners and etiquette and how to behave when there are older or important people, eat with a fork and knife that he made with rudimentary tools, I didn't want him to be a barbarian without manners. They began to congratulate him and hug him to play with him, and after that, Issei headed out. My mother and father, as they knew that today was my birthday, had never told them that detail. "Son," said Big Red, "although I know that you miss us a lot, we never abandon you. We are always watching you through a crack in the dimensional gap. I know everything is the dreams and desires of each person on the planet. That's why they call me the Dragon of Dreams," he said, leaving him speechless since he did not know that about him and did not know that they knew him that way. And so they chatted another while with him, and at the end they gave him a gift that was a necklace with a pendant with the inscriptions that said high total neutron energy. And surrounding him were 92 points that were precious stones of all kinds, rubies, sapphires, even diamonds, and it was noted that it was made of gold. Basically, the power of the necklace was to neutralize the electrons of anything or be able to keep it static for a long enough time to counterattack or flee in case of an extreme emergency, since it would not be honorific to always use it. But anyway, take care of it and keep it. The child said, "I do not know what to say, thank you very much," and jumped to hug them Big Red without much enthusiasm. But Issei looked at himself, smiling something never seen before. He had taken an affection for the child so big that he loved him more than the silence of a dimensional gap. But love does not take away knowledge and would be the strictest possible during his very future training. But all good things end. "Well, son, we had a good time, but we have to retire." If the goodbye champion said Big Red was jumping into a dimensional gap, you could tell that he did not want to go into that before finishing entering completely into the gap. He was winked again by a fast and furious Issei that then hit him on the head and told him, even if you can try to show something of interest in your only child. To what he said, if, as you say, and Issei, I look at them sad, telling them, but even if it is, they promise me never to leave me alone. He said with a lump in his throat that loneliness terrified him before it became clear that if we promise it from his parents to disappear into the dimensional gap, and Issei then falls asleep. End of flashback. Well, partner, you are at your peak endurance. We can improve even more, but I am satisfied with you, and tomorrow we start the magical formation, so rest. Tomorrow will be a great day. The next morning. Well, partner, in breakfast, everything. Now, close your eyes and concentrate as much as you can, paying attention to what was said by your partner. Close your eyes and concentrate your mind to clear it. When, after a few minutes, I achieved it, I was quite surprised at what I saw. I did not see anything, only a lot of people without any expression on their faces, both children and elderly, both women and men, and could distinguish different types of sacred, demonic, and many other auras. It was in a white place, as far as the eye could see. He began to walk, and after a while, I came across what was a gigantic red dragon about 30 meters long with emerald eyes. He already knew who it was, D-Drag, and in fact, just seeing him directly caused you fear, and you felt that you should keep a very special respect for this dragon. D-Drag saw him and greeted him normally, and the boy asked D-Drag, "Where are we?" His voice denoted clear confusion, and his partner replied, "We are inside the boosted gear," to which the boy was surprised but did not get more since, fortunately for the author, he no longer screamed when he was surprised. The child, remembering what he saw at the beginning, decided to ask him who those expressionless subjects were, to which D-Drag replied that those were the old carriers of the boosted gear that fell consumed in my power when they activated the Juggernaut drive. Before these words, the child puts a complicated face, implying that he did not understand the last thing said by his partner. Auntie or D-Drag told him, "Listen, Issei, what I'm going to tell you is something very important, and I think you can already handle it, so pay close attention." The dragon told him that the Juggernaut drive is the definitive form of the boosted gear that is even superior to the balance breaker because it is the way that releases all my power. Therefore, greedy people usually activate it when fighting the Albion bearers. They consume the power that they unleashed, and consequently, a fragment of their soul is trapped inside the boosted gear and is like a curse. Since you were in danger of death or fighting against the target, they tempted the current wearer to use the Juggernaut drive, which is a state of frenzy where the power they had before being sealed is released. And those who do not have enough magical power pay the price by consuming and using their lives as fuel and then dying in madness. That's why you should never use it. He said, staring at the dragon, "You promise me that no matter what happens, you will never use it." "I promise." Your companion said this with a hand on his chest, denoting seriousness and compliance. "Well, having said that, I want to introduce you to two people." I waited here and returned and saw that D-Drag walked away to a door, and then after a few minutes he returned, but he was accompanied by two people he did not know at all. One of them was a brown man with black hair and brown eyes, and at the same time was a beautiful blonde with blue eyes. She was very sexy. She was wearing a white dress that was simple but did not detract from her charm. She was barefoot. Her proportions of infarction were 100 in chest, 60 in waist, and 90 in hip. "D-Drag, who are they?" the boy asked, astonished by the presence in front of him. "They are Belzard and Elsha, who greeted him with a friendly hello and are the two previous Sekruyut stronger." The boy bowed, saying, "It was a pleasure meeting them." Belzard-sama, Elsha-sama, the two smiled at this and told them that it was not necessary to be so formal and not to use honorifics with them. Issei smiled and said this, "Well, Belzard and Elsha waving. So you are our new Kuai." "It is so adorable," said Elsha, hugging him and leaving Issei between her breasts. The red of the embarrassment he had when he was not used to this type of treatment by a girl plus the blue that was because he was suffocating between her breasts gave Issei a shade of purple. And by the time Belzard told him to let go, the face of Issei was a soft magenta color. "Elsha, you must restrain yourself, or you will kill him," said when he saw Issei unconscious on the ground, and she made a tender pout, and in his defense, he said he was so handsome and adorable with his honey amber eyes and his black hair with reddish tips. Elsha was 17 years old but had a well-developed body. A few minutes later, Issei woke up and saw around him D-Drag, and this smiling face told him that they were going to be his new mentors. Issei was surprised by this information since he did not know what they were going to instruct him, so D-Drag began to explain. "Belzard is an expert in hand-to-hand fighting, excels in all known fields, and will teach you the handling of many weapons, such as swords, which are his forte, bars, chacos, katanas, and many others, while Elsha will instruct you in the magical arts and in the strategist field. She is an expert in any type of magic but has a greater affinity for water magic." "Wow, it will be a pleasure to learn with you, Belzard-sensei," Elsha-sensei said, bowing another bow. D-Drag had educated him well, but again, he was told that sensei was not necessary, so he did not use it. "But first you will train with me," said Belzard, pointing out himself clearly that if Belzard responded enthusiastically, the young man, "Since I want to become stronger to protect what I consider important to me and not be afraid again," said with seriousness and determination that he knew that he would take revenge one day on the one who had ordered to kill him. Then they started the hand-to-hand fight. Issei was very strong but did not know defense techniques, and at the time of fighting, rather than receiving a beating from Belzard, they began to rest for a while. Belzard was giving him advice to improve both balance and firmness, as well as defense and attack. And after a while, they continued the massacre of Issei, saying that if it were not for the physical training of D-Drag and his 100 by 100 dragon body, he would have already died, not for nothing. He was the best Sekruyute in history. The next morning the same routine was repeated, only that Elsha was not there, and asked Belzard about her, and he answered this behind you and hugged him again. But placing his soft and sensual breasts on his back, the boy blushed to the maximum since he was not used to this treatment and said with a nervous voice, "What are you doing, Elsha?" "What a shy boy. I just showed you a little affection," and he seemed nervous, but it felt good for him that softness and elasticity he felt on his back. Before this Belzard laughed at the luck that Issei already had, and after that, it was all normal. There was a training of what seemed to be 12 hours of fighting continuously. The resistance of Issei was impressive, but the strange thing was that when he returned to the real world, it did not seem that he spent even 2 hours, and after several days he checked it, the time was different inside the boosted gear. An hour in the human world was 12 hours inside the boosted gear. With that in consideration and the fact that the pain of the muscles was removed in the real world since what he suffered was his consciousness within the boosted gear, he began to train not to lose the rhythm of his resistance and make it stronger. Issei, after 2 months, was able to take the rhythm to his teacher, Belzard. That was a kick since he assimilated and understood everything in a very fast way. And now this, Issei already masters basic defense techniques, but now I will teach you the combat style. Before this, Issei was extremely confused and explained that together several elements of various fighting styles and martial arts result in a new style of fighting that I call the combat style. Before this, Issei said, "Sugoi," with stars in the eyes, "Belzard, you are an incredible subject," and in response, he made a friendly smile, scratching the back of his neck, and said, "Well, because you will be the first to learn it." And so they started with karate punches, kung fu crane kicks, and why not a wrestling suplex, but not the part of giving with the chairs. It took Issei about 10 months to learn it, and yes, he had already turned 8 years old and was already fighting in a duel with Belzard, and now they are almost always tired and very exhausted. Of course, the one who won was still Belzard, but he no longer had it easy, and if every day Elsha received him with a hug placing her breasts on her back. Issei was already getting used to this. She did not blush as much as in the first months and had not yet fully assimilated it. After that they began with the handling of weapons. Before this they began with the sword, and Belzard used his own sword that was a double-edged with a golden hilt and white blade like snow, and he did not know that he had to have a sword since he did not have one before this. His partner D-Drake told him to concentrate and imagine a sword, and he imagined a sword with a blade that ended in the shape of a rhombus, had a purple hilt, and engraved on this were 3 triangles joined together so that in the center of these 3 another triangle was formed but inverted, and in his hand the master sword that he had imagined given materialized. When he was a child and wandered in the streets of Japan, he saw in the windows this game so famous in Japan, in which it said The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and already the sword was before him, and he loved it. Issei had never even touched a sword, so it was difficult for him to use it. Belzard taught him what his openings were, how to improve defense, how to dodge and counterattack with the sword, and all that. Even taught him a hidden art that made the sword suddenly lengthen twice as much as it really was, and then taught him to use the katana. Then the Naginata taught him these 2 more easily since it was almost the same as the sword, then the chakos, then the chains, then the spear, and last but not least, a dumbbell with barbed balls like those used by gladiators. All this he learned in 2 years, and if the child, or rather pre-adolescent, had already been training for 3 years with Belzard with pure and hard effort, and if he was already 11 years old, and apparently Elsha became more and more handsome, talking about her, Issei no longer blushed for his morning greeting so pleasant in his opinion. He already developed well and engaged in conversations of interest with Elsha, and we must say that he liked Elsha's hugs more in the mornings than to find food so close to the cave. So Belzard congratulated his kuai because he had already taught him everything he knew, and Issei still did not beat Belzard, who was always a draw. So also Issei continued to train his body all that time, and his body Astana more than marked and had a better resistance than that of a racehorse, and continued training with the boosted gear. At that point he could already increase his power 4 times and every 2 seconds, this until he heard, and already at 41 it was because it was reset. Because he didn't want to unload his power on a dragon chute that destroyed the entire forest. And he was exhausted, extremely exhausted, of consciousness from the training with Belzard and physically from the training with D-Drake and the boosted gear, and he went to sleep like that. The next morning, after Elsha's morning greeting, she said, "Well, from now on, you are under my care, and now I will try to teach you everything I know, my dear Issei," to earn a second hug from her dear sensei, to which Issei replied, somewhat blushing since the first but not the second hug was expected. "Thank you, Elsha sensei, please take care of me by bowing a little bow, and I told you to just call me Elsha, and it is not necessary to be so formal to receive an energetic high from your kuai. To get there now with pure and hard effort to train with magic. Let's start with fire magic because, being a dragon, you have more affinity with that element, and when they started training, it must be said that at first their magic was very mediocre, but over time it was improving. In a few months, Issei could do and create fire from nothing, which could make every object he was using ignite in very hot fire. But without burning the object or him, he could make his fire take the form of an oriental dragon, and 1,000 other things he could do with fire. Then they trained what was called wind magic, since it is the second best affinity option after fire since it was a dragon, and a few months passed and he mastered it perfectly. He could create gusts of wind and powerful tornadoes of category F3. He could do many things, but what was most useful was that he used that magic as a reaper after a bath in the stream. After they trained the magic of light, this was much more difficult than the previous 2 together. The course was already intensifying, but after a few months, it was already mastered to perfection. They were able to create spears of light as if they were a fallen angel, as well as swords and other weapons. But what he liked most was to light up the surroundings of his shelter in case he went out at night to walk. Then they went to the magic of darkness. This was simpler than the previous one, not because it was more complex, but because it was to apply the formulas of inverted light, explaining better by only multiplying the equation by -1, but it took about 2 weeks to learn it completely. The other was still more difficult since they began to train with water magic. This was to fuck one of the most complicated things that he had to learn, since there were more volumetric equations than anything else. And as after a few months he learned it thanks to having a 100 by 100 dragon brain, it was not a problem to learn so many formulas for different types of magic. But at last he was able to make water dragons and various things. He could even get water in droves in exchange for a little magic power, and he could combine it with fire to make steam, and with that, he was happy. After the earth magic continued, this would test Issei's tactical skills, since Elsha would bombard him with her most powerful spells of all kinds, and Issei would try to block him with barriers made of earth. This training lasted for days, and Elsha understood that Issei did not have good tactics or strategy, so he taught him to play chess. After a month, he had a very high strategic knowledge, although it was nothing compared to Elsha's, since he could never beat him. She beat him ridiculously easily. They redeveloped the earth magic, and thanks to the previous training, he had a much higher performance than the previous one. He dodged and predicted easily, and so later he learned to battle with the earth in the style of Avatar, The Legend of Aang. And the last magic to learn was ice magic, and since magic not only uses mathematical equations but also chemical formulas, he only used liquid nitrogen as a catalyst and voila ice, since his mentors and magic training gave him a good knowledge of chemistry. And it occurred to him to use that as a catalyst. They are not original, and that is like conventional ice magic, but with the help of Elsha, he perfected it. In total, all the training was 2.5 years, and Elsha told him that he had taught him everything he knew and that I hope that with time you learn more, and thank you for always having paid attention. To that end, he gave him a hug. She wore a camisole and very sexy black feminine pants, so that the hug with her face between her breasts was more sensual. By now, Elsha had already begun to feel something superior to the affection she initially felt when she was 7 years old. She began to feel love for the first time, and only he had caused that feeling in her. She tried to repress the feeling of love she felt with him, since being a fragment of soul and being locked inside the boosted gear could not even conceive the idea that they were together. But she felt the strange feeling that someday, not too far away, they would be together again. With all this, Elsha hugged her adorable Kuai for at least 20 minutes in the black hair. She loved the feel of Elsha's breasts. Their softness and elasticity seemed to melt her brain. That was her graduation award, so to speak, given that the training for Elsha and Belzerd was over. She tried to repress the feeling of love she felt with him, since being a fragment of soul and being locked inside the boosted gear could not even conceive the idea that they were together. But she felt the strange feeling that someday, not too far away, they would be together again. With all this, Elsha hugged her adorable Kuai for at least 20 minutes in the black hair. She loved the feel of Elsha's breasts. Their softness and elasticity looked like they would melt her brain. That was her graduation award, so to speak, given that the training with Elsha and Belzerd was over. And after the affectionate embrace of his dear and beautiful senpai, he separated from her and went and gave Belzerd a friendly hug and then a fist bump. "We are very proud of you, Issei." It was what his teacher said. "Thank you very much. I couldn't have done all this without you." He said it with a clear lump in his throat and glassy eyes. "Do not cry, my adorable Kuai. This is not as if it were a goodbye. This is a simple see you later, since you can visit us. We will return while we go to rest a little in the depths of the boosted gear." He said this by stroking his cheek to calm him down. "I'm glad to hear that. I have 2 irreplaceable friends." He said it now, with tears but with happiness. "Wow, you're sentimental," Dreg said with a clear tone of mockery in his voice. "Shut up, don't ruin the moment." It was what was said by a furious Elsha as she gave him a blow with magical power concentrated in her fist. Then the dragon was rubbing a bump on his head while Issei made a small nervous smile, and Belzerd laughed as he rolled on the floor, holding his stomach so seriously that he could not compete with an angry woman. And when everyone was laughing and having a good time talking about trivial topics and other things, Issei, a voice well known to Issei was heard, that of his mother, Off-Ice, had returned. "I can't believe it," Issei said with tears in his eyes, but they were not of sadness, they were of happiness, since he had not seen his mother for 6 years, so it is. Issei hasn't seen her mother since the last time they celebrated her 7th birthday. Our Issei was already 13 years old, and if today he was fulfilling them. "Go ahead, Issei, don't make your mother wait." The others said it with a smile. "Yes, I will see you soon," saying that wiped away the tears of joy he had and disappeared into particles of light. Already in the human world, Issei began to wake up and open his eyes slowly to get used to the light. He carved his eyes since the morning light was very strong, and strangely he felt more comfortable, much more comfortable than normal. In fact, when he opened his eyes completely, I could distinguish his mother with her serious face, but it could be a small smile. The boy saw that he had not changed since the last time he looked at her. Then he remembered that she was not old, calmed down, and also gave her a smile. "Until you wake up, Issei," she said. She was stroking her son's hair. "Mama, I missed you very much. I did not see them for the last 6 years. I thought they had abandoned me." The boy said this as he lunged at her to hug her. "Issei, as you think that we would never do such a thing, or Big Red that has sometimes been more irresponsible than the writer would do something like that, please do not say something like that again." He said this with a serious tone that showed some sadness, and it was the last thing he said seriously. Issei noticed truth in his mother's words and noticed that he felt comfortable enough that she was giving him a leg pillow, which he considered uncomfortable to give him comfort. I'm sorry, Mom, that I'm afraid to be alone, but thank you for showing me that I will never be with you. He said this as he hugged her again. It's okay, son, your father and I will never abandon you. It's a promise. He said it with his monotonous face as he stroked her head for a few moments. I see that you have grown a lot, son. I can see that you are stronger. How has your training gone? At that moment, the green gem of the boosted gear made an appearance on Issei's left arm, and Diedrag began to speak. Oh, Hafez, I see that it has been a pleasure to greet you. Issei is much stronger than before since he has trained a lot during these 6 years. I got 2 of the old Securiutes to help me with Issei's training in the fighting and magic parts. I see good work, Diedrag, but were you able to activate the balance breaker? No, he could not, but it is not because he cannot do it. It is more because his body is more than suitable to do it. The only thing he needs is a stimulus, one that makes him activate it. I'm sorry, Mother. I thought I wasn't able to forgive me. This he said with a sad countenance as he lowered his head. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. He told her this while holding her chin so that he could look into her eyes. Your training is still incomplete, that's all, but you will achieve it. This is fine, Mom. I will do my best to make you proud. He said this with great determination. Yes, but look at how your clothes are. This tattered axe is a disaster. He said this while invoking a double magic circle under Issei in which one of the circles was rising while the other was static until he finished climbing the circle. Issei wore jeans with a red polo shirt and dress shoes. He looked elegant with his white bracelet with gold details and his gold 892 chain. I'm sorry, Mother, but you know that with all the training, that cannot be avoided. He was somewhat embarrassed to receive a nod from his mother. Well, son, happy birthday number 13. This is the day we will return to the dimensional gap to begin your training, that of your inherited power. He said to get up with his son and make a downward movement with his hand to make a tear where a large red dragon could be seen flying gently in the dimensional gap. Together, they pierced it and flew to Big Red's back. Stay here. I'm going to talk to your father about the training. After agreeing, we will give you your birthday gift, which was made by your father. Issei was left with great curiosity and intrigue since he knew the creative abilities of his father, and at the same time, it was a great mystery what he could give him. It should be noted that Issei was no longer innocent, since Issei knew of the evil that was in the world since Diedrag, Elsha, and Belzerd were responsible for instructing him about at least the basics. Diedrag, what do you think my parents are talking about? He was a little intrigued, and the green gem appeared on his left arm. Aha, I think the hell they will make you go through so that you activate the balance breaker and learn to manage your inherited power at a decent level. Hukuku Juas Diedrag laughed at the cuteness inside the boosted gear and could be seen clutching his stomach while rolling on the ground. To be a celestial dragon, you are as serious as a fifth clown. The black-haired man said it with some anger in his voice. Excuse me, mate, but you know I had centuries of not laughing like that with some carriers. He said this while taking a deep breath to calm down. I just hope not to die with Mom's training. As you have explained to me, she can be affectionate and everything, but during training she is scarier than an executioner and would cause nightmares for Freddy Krueger. Haha, you would like, but you are immortal, so it will not be contained. Jaha, it will be worse for you, and I will start to pity you. You'll see Godzilla's failed attempt. He said this while hitting the ground, rather Big Red's back with all his strength, specifically where the green jewel was and then. Yeah, it hurts a lot. He said this while rubbing his hand, which was slowly regenerating. I can feel how a tiny crack formed in the big red flake. I saw it only for a second, but it healed immediately. And he knew what the power difference was between these two, since one day he had to be more powerful than him. Haha, spiteful, I always take the lead. Meanwhile with Off-Eyes in red, I see the training and everything, but he was not able to activate the balance breaker. Yes, but it's not because he's not able to do it, Diedrag says. He only needs a stimulus to activate it. I see, with a stimulus, and from what I know and what you told me, he has huge strength and is very smart for being 13 years old. It is because of the training of Diedrag and the previous 2 Securiutes, and he also seems to be very smart for his age. Red said this with a somewhat surprised tone. That's right, Diedrag, Elsha, and Belzerd have done a good job. Yes, because with only his power, which is very high, and Diedrag's power, he manages to learn various fighting styles and weapons in addition to magic. The boy is apparently talented. He's our son after all. I forgot. I already have Issei's gift ready, but I will give it to him after he activates the balance breaker. This one was said with a self-smug smile. And when he comes back from training with you, I will give him a gift that you will not believe, but that will be when he learns to use his inherited power. This he said with a malicious smile on his face, something that Off-Eyes did not overlook. What are you thinking, Rojo? If you dare to hurt Issei with one of your gifts, I swear I'll make sure it's the last thing you do. This he said with narrowed eyes, using a very threatening tone. Dash, but how overprotective the lady is. Yes, if you look at how I tremble, Off-Eyes, and the gift I will give you will not do anything bad, otherwise, it will benefit you greatly. He said it first with a mocking tone and then with a serious one. Okay, you better be like that, and you could know what that gift of yours will be. I'd rather it be a surprise. The dragon said it in a carefree tone. Well, prepare a dimension in an alternate world in which you can train Issei without limitations so that he learns to use the power he inherited, since one of the reasons he did not reach the balance breaker was that his powers were sealed. You're right, we'll go to train in an hour. Are you sure there's no one in the place where we're going to train? About 3,000 years ago, some races lived there, but due to an ancient war, they abandoned all those lands, and now they are a deserted place with the ruins of the ancient city. I think it's perfect for training. I'm going to Issei to let you know that we'll be leaving shortly. Issei saw that Issei was talking to D-Drag, and he did not notice her, so he decided that the talk was entertaining, so he called him to get his attention. Issei, son. Issei, hearing her mother's voice, quickly stood up and said to her, I'm sorry, Mom. I was talking to D-Drag, and I didn't feel you arrive. He said, lowering his head as an apology. I just came to warn you that in exactly 55 minutes we will go to train to develop both your balance breaker and your inherited power. This is fine, Mom. I will give my best. That means that we will return to the human world, right? He said it with a twinkle in his eyes. No, if we used our powers in the human world, we would attract the attention of all factions. And also of humans as an extra bonus, so your father will open a portal to an alternate dimension in which we can train without restrictions. Wow, that's fine, and I guess later. We will go immediately to my torture. Sorry for my training, right? That's right, we will leave in exactly 50 minutes so that you can prepare psychologically to go to where your mortuary will be. Sorry training. He said this with a subtle smile. At this, Issei's face turned blue with anime-style stripes as he imagined what he would have to live to be worthy of even being called a dragon god. After 50 minutes, Big Red, it's time to go to the training place. At what Issei said, Great Red roared, and in front of him, a portal was opened from which you could see a deserted wasteland with buildings in it. And then both mother and son went through the portal. While they crossed it, Big Red opened another interdimensional portal where you could see a forest full of fruit trees of all kinds of shrubs, plants, and flowers that was furrowed by 4 lush and crystalline rivers. This is how Great Red opened a portal to the legendary Garden of Eden. Ahaha, good. You thought that by hiding the Garden of Eden, no one would find it. Aha, because you were wrong, you said with a tone of superiority, and it was not for less. The 2 dragon gods were the only ones who could easily defeat the biblical god. And the marker says, Dragon God 1, Biblical God 0. He said, changing back to his human form, to take some fruits from the tree that was in the center of the garden, eat them, and then throw a dive into the Euphrates River. With Issei and Issei, Mother, how are we going to train? Issei asked excitedly about the training, then saw that Issei joined his hands, and these began to emit a strong dark light that took the form of a snake about 30 meters. So you will train, you will have to defeat my snake, and if you succeed, we will go back home for your gift since Big Red put as a condition that you first have to activate the balance breaker. Although the only way to defeat my snake will be like this, reaching the breaker balance, thought Issei. Ah yes, Issei. One last thing, give me the bracelet. I'll give it to you after you defeat the snake. Issei obeyed what his mother said and gave him the bracelet, and then the snake, without warning, attacked Issei with its tail and went to impact the ground a few meters from the city. This left Issei stunned for a few seconds. Hell, that did hurt. I knew he was strong, but being so big, I thought it would be a little difficult for him to move, but he was completely wrong. So, mate, you should not lower your guard even for a moment since a single mistake can be fatal. You would not die, but it would leave you very sore. I can also feel the power of a celestial dragon in the serpent your mother created, which will be difficult to defeat. The snake was approaching him at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, so he saw that it was almost impossible for something of that size to move at such a speed. Many will say the author is crazy, as Issei, being 13 years old, will be able to create a creature that has the power of a celestial dragon, which is not even a third of its power. Remember that in the light novel, when they took away half of Issei's power, this was at least 3 times stronger than the 2 celestial dragons together at their strongest. So that amount of power is nothing for Issei, and in the future, it will be the same for Issei. This was not with the intention of spoiling anyone, I detest it. There is no way this snake is swift. Having said that, he took flight with his dragon's red wings. In this way, I will lose it since this place will be like a kind of labyrinth. It shows that Elsha's training has served you in the strategic field. You're right, comrade, I owe it to her. He flew for 40 minutes trying to lose the snake since it was very fast and, despite its size, did not even hit the walls of the city when turning in sharp curves. At last, we managed to lose it, he said, taking a breath as he felt somewhat exhausted since it was not his thing to fly at high speed. But the worst thing about this snake is that it does not even make noise when crawling, which makes it difficult to locate. But, suddenly, without warning, the snake crossed the last floor of the roof where Issei was and gave him a strong tail in the face that made him cross like 3 complete buildings, collapsing them in the process. The snake prevented the regeneration of Issei, so he ended up on a roof with blood in his mouth. What did I tell you? That you did not lower your guard, you would lower your guard, that it was going to hurt, but you did not listen to me, now that it hurt, said the dragon, serious but with mockery in the last part. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let my guard down like that again. Well, that doesn't matter, it's time we confronted that snake and stopped running away. It was just a reconnaissance of terrain and skills. That's a coward's excuse, lol. Well, D-Drag, for the moment we have to concentrate on the snake. It shows that Mom does not beat around the bush when it comes to training. The good thing is that you already know her, so she is your mother. Hurry to defeat that snake, or if not your mother, I bet she will do something worse, I'm sure, but thank Big Red that even if it is not her, she is not your opponent. Issei stood up from the place he was in, shook off the dust and debris, and said these words. D-Drag, I have a plan, but I need your help. Okay, I hear you. My plan is to attack her with a powerful dragon shoot using all my. What is my limit currently? You tripled your initial limit. I see now it will be just trying, we'll see how it goes. In that Issei began to fly high to have a better panorama. It did not take long to locate the snake, which she also saw and got about 500 meters away. Instead of going fast, the snake was snaking gently, which almost seemed chilling. Explosion. I'm ready, I'm at my limit. Issei waited until the snake was close enough to make the shot, and Dragon Shoot burst a burst of power that was the size of a yoga ball and hit the snake squarely in the face. Issei was happy, but that lasted a short time since when the smoke cleared, you could see a snake with some scratches on its face, and you could see it somewhat dazed but nothing serious. Issei was panting with exhaustion. With Off Ice, my son, I know that you can, but not with that attack. You need the balance breaker. I said this with a worried gesture. With Issei, he had taken advantage of the fact that the snake was stunned and decided to rethink his strategy, demonstrate what a monster my mother has created. It was already said with a victorious gesture. I will use everything I learned with Elsha, he said with a determined tone. And he went again to confront the snake that had passed the stunning effect of the previous attack. When he found it, he used everything he knew about snake magic. Fire, light, lightning, darkness, earth, ice, water, rune, and sealing magic circles. In the end, it only caused a non-serious wound in his snout, and Issei surrendered, panting heavily since he used almost all his resistance. But what the hell is going on? Why doesn't this animal die? He said he was holding his head in frustration. Did you think your mother would leave it so easy for you? I deduce that she wants to force you to activate the balance breaker. Issei again took advantage of the snake's daze to escape, and in a place a little away, he began to replenish his strength. It had been 12 hours since Issei was fighting with the snake, and after recovering, he saw the snake, and what he saw left him petrified. The snake was splitting into two. Now they were smaller and only slightly stronger than a dragon king, but they were two. But what are you saying? Ostjes, this has become impossible from one moment to another. One of the snakes rushed towards him, and Issei barely dodged it, but what he did not know was that the second snake had already positioned itself behind him, and this gave him a tail that sent him flying when he was halfway through extending his wings and managing to stabilize himself in the air. Hell, it's not just two snakes, they're also very cunning. Companion, be careful that Off Ice created them with the intention of killing you, and they know how to fight as a team. There should be no margin for error. You're right, D-Drag, we have to end this. He said this, but with an anger that he had never felt except with the one he had with the one who ordered him to be murdered 7 years ago. The aura around Issei got out of control, and a huge whirlpool of lightning appeared in the sky of the city, slowly collapsing what was left of the ruins. In the left eye of Issei was placed a symbol of infinity, and in the right eye was the number 0, one in black and the other in red. I will be stronger. I don't want to be weak anymore. I don't want to run away from my problems. I want to have the strength to face them. Issei shouted as his body began to glow brightly. When the light stopped, you could see Issei inside a red armor with a golden helmet, which had thrusters on the back like a jetpack. And he had several pieces of medium-sized emerald jewelry along his body and a large jewel in the center of the armor's chest. Congratulations, mate. You managed to activate the balance breaker in its last form. It's the first time something like that has happened. You're talented, and I'm proud. For some reason, Issei did not listen to him. He was overcome with anger against the snakes. Issei raised his right arm. Frightening, the armor was imposing and demanded respect. Issei made a dragon shoot, but this one was not like the other time. This one was redder, with a more concentrated power with black rays as electricity surrounding it, and with a voice that lacked all quality and feelings. He said, disappears. When sentencing, the burst of power went straight towards the two snakes that were conveniently together since a building had fallen on them and they were about to break free. When the dragon shoot hit the snakes, there was a huge explosion that disintegrated the two snakes. There was not even a trace of them, and below where the snakes were previously, there was a huge crater that made the entire city disappear. There were no ruins, everything was disintegrated except Issei. But Issei had fainted from the overload of power since he not only activated the balance breaker, but had awakened his inherited power suddenly, and it was so much that his body could not stand it and ended up collapsing. Where the snakes were, there was a massive dark power floating in the middle of the crater, and Issei was a few meters away. My little Issei knew you would get it, Off-Ice said, hugging Issei's unconscious body, as a few moments ago she was flying straight into the crater. At that instant, an interdimensional crack appeared, and from it came a great red in his wet human form, which brought some grapes with him. I came because of the immense power I felt here a few moments ago. Were you our Ouroboros? Not what you felt was the power of Issei. He managed to reach the balance breaker, and as an extra bonus, he awakened his inherited power, but his body did not resist so much power, and he fainted. I already saw the balance breaker active and awakened its inherited power. I will say it once again, the boy has talent. If it's time for us to go back to the dimensional gap, when he wakes up, we will talk to him about his responsibilities as the dragon god he is, and in the process, you will give him the 2 gifts you told him you would give him after training. And so they went through the portal that would take them back to the dimensional gap, and there, Issei gave Issei a well-deserved thigh pillow. After about 8 hours of rest, Issei woke up, and it no longer hurt anything since, being a dragon god, this regenerated and healed. In addition to feeling very comfortable, he saw his mother, and he got up. "Mom, thank you, but don't give me a leg pillow. It must be very uncomfortable for you. In fact, it does not bother me or make me get tired even a little." He said it is more because I do not need to sleep, I have infinite energy reserves, and in the future, when you develop your power to 100% and beyond, you will not need to sleep. Do not pay attention to the Big Red, he only sleeps to get out of his responsibilities. At the moment, you can only handle 10% of your inherited power, but I will train you to achieve it myself. Upon hearing those words, a chill ran through Issei's column, and his face turned a blue color with anime-style lines that also denoted terror. "Well, Issei, it's time to talk about your responsibilities as a dragon god, but first this." From one moment to the next, Great Red changed into his human form, and the 3 were static in the dimensional gap until Big Red created a very large platform that had its own gravity so they could move freely through the dimensional gap. "Number 1, he said Big Red, raising a finger from his hand. "We do not ally ourselves with any faction. The dragon gods do not serve anyone but ourselves." "Number 2, Issei said, raising 2 fingers from his hand. "We do what we want, when we want it, and where we want it. We do what we want, and we always pursue our dreams. But that does not mean that you do something reckless like reveal yourself to the human world, destroy a country or planet in the same way, or attack any of the factions. At the moment, nobody knows anything about you, so for the moment, it is best to keep a low profile and put on your bracelet." Issei heeded this, put it on, listened to it very carefully, and nodded from time to time to affirm that he was understanding the message. "Number 3, take your gift. I'm already getting bored talking about responsibilities, that was all, so take it now." "Wait, you're telling me that the dragon gods only have 2 responsibilities? Ahaha, that's a mate. Did you think they were going to give you a whole manual full of rules to comply with?" "Well, to tell you the truth, I imagined something like that. If that were the case, it wouldn't make sense to say that dragons do what they want," his mother told him. "And in the future, you can even have as many females as you want since dragons are beings that practice polygamy. And well, I already had a harem about 12,000 years ago, and since then, I have not been so interested in forming another." "Wow, just 2 responsibilities? That's great." Issei said it very happily. "Oh, by the way, have your gift." Big Red said that while there would be a crack of sea from drawing a sword that was large and very fine in design but was not at all delicate, in fact it was indestructible. "Wow, it's amazing," Issei said upon seeing her. "That's right, it was forged with my power and your mother's, made on the Mountain of Destiny, crafted by monks of the Xin dynasty in China, and designed by a legendary samurai. I had to travel to different places, times, and dimensions to create it, but it is finally finished. It looked like a katana, but thicker and had a golden hilt with a tooth at the end. This was of a lion that is said to be more powerful than the Nemean dragon, but that millennia ago became extinct, and the blade was a black color, and the edge was a red-crimson color. On a silver plate in the center of the blade were some inscriptions that did not explain well its meaning. This is incredible, thank you very much, but what does it do? It can launch waves of power that disintegrate everything in its path and tear the air apart to create portals to parallel universes. Thank you very much indeed, but what do these strange inscriptions mean? That is your name, Dragon God. Is it really wow, and what is it? I think you will discover that shortly you cannot understand it because it is in dragon language. So take here your second gift and take out of the same crack from which he had drawn the sort of fruit that seemed very juicy and sweet. At this, Issei put on a face of complete seriousness and anger since he knew what fruit it was. Red, what are you trying to do? He said it in a frightened voice and with narrowed eyes. Issei, trust me, this will not do anything to Issei, and I will only give him half, and then when he gets used to it, I will give him the other half in about 5 years. It's okay, but if something happens to him because of you, I'll kill you. Yes, if, like you say to Issei, son, eat this. Issei only obeyed and ate. It felt like an oral orgasm because of how sweet and delicious the fruit was, and Issei, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief because, it said, holding her head tight. And Issei was murdering Big Red, but I told him that it was normal that his brain was assimilating all the knowledge. After a few seconds, the headache stopped. It was delicious, but it gave me a headache, and the strange thing is that the silver plate of the sword no longer looked at it as strange inscriptions clearly said Ryujin. Wow, with that, my dragon god name is very cool. Wait, as I understand it, by eating the fruit, you have gained great knowledge about everything, which is like saying that you are now a walking encyclopedia. Well, now we'll explain what your inherited power consists of. Issei said, on my part, you can make rays that disintegrate everything they touch, whether organic or not, and have enormous strength. You can also release your power in the form of snakes that you can consume to recover it, and you can transmit power to others. From me, he began to say, Big Red, you will have a huge force in addition to creating portals to other times, dimensions, and places that cannot be blocked or restricted. You can create any object, city, country, dimension, whatever you want when you reach my level of power, in addition to hyper-destructive attacks. And from there, the real hell began. 10 minutes after that, Issei went to train in an alternate dimension with his mother on a desert planet where, for a year, there were 6 months on Earth, and that was not all. What he had to survive on Earth would be nothing compared to survival in this place. Since gravity was 20 times stronger than on Earth, Issei found it difficult to walk or notice the change in pressure. The temperature during the day was 100 degrees Celsius, and at night it was minus 100 degrees Celsius. These were extreme conditions in which ordinary beings could not survive, and so on. They spent 4 years there in that dimension on Earth, and only 2 years passed. Issei mastered the power inherited by his mother perfectly and had the technique, but not the same power. He barely dominated 45% of his power, while Issei's advanced 35%, since let's remember that he already handled only 10%. And he no longer felt the temperature change, and gravity did not hurt him. In addition, Issei could maintain his breaker balance for a month or a half. He could already disintegrate everything with his black rays and manifest his power in the form of snakes. With Great Red, it was the same, only that when he started his training with him, he put a spell to quintuple all the effects of the planet. Now the gravity was 100 times greater than that of the Earth, and the temperatures also quintupled, being 500 degrees Celsius in the day and minus 500 degrees Celsius at night. He trained for 4 years in that dimension, being the other 2 years on Earth. I could keep the breaker in balance for 3 months. He could create objects, cities, and planets, but he lacked a lot of dimensions, let alone dimensions. But he could go anywhere, time, and space without problems, and his power level had gone from 45% to 80%, but both gods said that was more than acceptable, and his training as a dragon god had ended. Now it depended on him to keep improving. Besides, I no longer felt the extreme conditions of the planet. It was time to return to the dimensional gap, as Issei was 17 years old and had an eternity to live. In addition, Issei had already developed his dragon form, which was dark red and was the size of Great Red, but he did not like that shape very much. Issei was also able to fulfill anyone's dreams as he did Big Red, but he didn't do it since his father told him that he didn't want to be taken away from his position as dragon god of dreams. Well, son, your training is over that you plan to do. Issei said it curiously. I will return to the human world, specifically to my hometown of Kuo, to investigate who is the one who orders to kill people with sacred gear. Comrade, it is true that there is no one who can cope, but do not do anything crazy. I do not plan to do it, and maybe we will meet the English dragon, and so we give him the beating of his life. It is not confirmed, but they say that he woke up and that he is very strong. He laughed at the top of his lungs. It's okay, son. You can go make your house to your liking. Remember that we will visit from time to time. Make it a little bigger. This well, mother, now that I went and disappeared, I created a house, a mansion the size of a whole block. What happened to the houses there? Simple. Issei fulfilled their dreams by giving them a very good job abroad. The mansion had about 14 stories and a beautiful courtyard. The upstairs was a cinema with a 100-inch screen and surround sound throughout the room, with thin sofas and red carpet. Each armchair had its own respective cup holder, etc. The next 2 were libraries, but not conventional ones. There were books about everything supernatural. The next 6 floors were rooms, each with a luxury that rivaled Gremory Castle but not so much as to rival the Phoenix Castle. Each was equipped with orthopedic king beds that had their own roof, a chandelier, 2 pieces of clothing, furniture, velvet carpets, and each had its own bathroom. It was inevitable to deny that the greedy and extravagant were due to his dragon genes and a living dining kitchen worthy of a millionaire on the 10th floor. We must remember that although there are 3 different and very well-equipped rooms on the same floor, each is a block long, which makes them very large. Starting with the 4 underground floors, the first was a huge gym where you could exercise any physical exercise you wanted. Issei did not want to lose the figure of his very worked and tortured body. The second was an Olympic pool with artificial tanning chambers, and everything in that area meant distraction. At the same time, there was an onsen and hot springs to take away stress. The third was the garage. Many will say, how the hell can you have a garage on an underground floor? Easy, with a system of elevators that go up in front of the gate of the mansion. And by the way, when it returns, it detects a special device of Issei with which, if it is detected by the gate, it will open automatically. The device is in the 892 collar. And so it works, and the last underground floor was a training room that would withstand any supernatural war. It can be said that the whole house would endure it, but it was a place specifically to fight and had an incredible anti-theft security system. And the only way to enter the house was by a device that read the fingerprint and the other the retina. The house had a magic that made it not dirty, no matter how much you tried to dirty it. And in the garage, I had state-of-the-art cars until I had a double-decker Tikebus in case I wanted to make a trip in the future with friends or something like that. I had a Lamborghini Bat, a Ferrari, a Mercedes-Benz, a Chevrolet, a Ford, and whatever comes to your imagination. In addition to having a credit card, in fact, several, they had an exorbitant amount of money in dollars, and in their room, which was the most luxurious, there was a hidden safe that had $1,000 in cash. And he did all that in a record time of 20 minutes. And Mother finishes with the house. It is a bit extravagant, but since it seems if we go, by the way, we have to wear formal clothes since it would look strange to some with normal clothes entering a mansion. For me, there is no problem with Issei changing her dress to a very elegant black one. It was a little provocative, but not to the point of being erotic, which brought a neckline that covered but left nothing to the imagination. Come on, Red, you have to wear a tuxedo. Red, seeing Issei's dress, was left with a complicated face for a while, just to say. I'll say it once again, sometimes I baffle Ouroboros, and I'll never wear a penguin costume. I prefer to go with my usual clothes. And if you better hurry to put it on so you can take it off before. Okay, a question, Issei, you remember to alternate their memory. If, according to them, the mansion has always been there, well, for about 3 years, and a new family is going to move there, that will be us. So what are we waiting for? Let's go, said Big Red, opening a dimensional gap to where his new home would be. So what are we waiting for? Let's go, said Big Red, opening a dimensional gap to where his new home would be. They appeared in a forest because they did not want to attract much attention, but it was not possible because once they left the forest without being seen and started walking, they noticed how all eyes fell on them. The young women looked flushed and lusty. The black-haired man was dressed in expensive-looking blue jeans and a white Calvin Klein polo shirt and brown shoes, in addition to his bracelet and necklace, which made him look better. Issei, besides being very handsome, had a great power that overflowed and attracted women. But I do not speak of his inherited power since it was suppressed and hidden by his bracelet. I speak of his own power and that of the celestial dragon. Of course, they tried to leave it as hidden as possible, but still a small part of him escaped, and that fragrance put women in a state of heat. Can you imagine that Issei didn't try to hide his power, nor did D-Drag, and didn't wear his bracelet? I think I would be raped by all the women within a radius of 5 kilometers. Mature women saw in the same way that Great Red did his best to hide his power. He was dressed in a tuxedo, and the tie he wore was red. Issei was equally viewed with lust and desire by the entire male population, since her beauty, her elegance, and her good body were things that made all men drool. Hey, why is it that what we are all left seeing is annoying? It is that, Father, you know that in addition to the 3 of us being handsome and friendly, our enormous power releases a fragrance that stirs the hormones of the opposite sex. It would be worse if we didn't try to hide our power. Wow, you see that it helped you to eat that apple. Red was amused. Well, anyway, it's very annoying. Don't they have anything better to do? Stop complaining, Red. If you hurry, we will arrive faster. I don't think it's nice to be looked at as a piece of meat. Well, we're not that far away anymore. I know this place. After another 10 minutes of walking and, of course, being chased by all eyes, they were passing. It's that they seriously looked like celebrities at the time. They arrived at their destination, the elegant mansion of a block of amplitude, and if you compare it with the Phoenix Castle, because it was only a little smaller than the mega airport of Dubai but had everything necessary to live comfortably. At last we are in front of the house. Seriously, how lazy to walk. It is surprising that the strongest guy on the planet is the laziest. Issei said it with a funny gesture, but his face was not so expressive to say it, although only Issei and Big Red noticed it. Well, before entering, you have to put your finger here and your retina in front of here since I am going to authorize your retinas and fingerprints so that you can freely enter the mansion. I agree. They both said yes, and so they did the whole process. Well, they're already authorized. Mother, do you want to do the honors? Okay, I'll do it. Putting my finger on the reader and the retina in front of the retina analyzer, and the doors of the mansion opened and I entered. Already inside the house, Issei and Big Red began to inspect it, and at the end. Wow, son, you showed off by making this mansion. Lo, I remember that the first houses you made were pure garbage. Smash. Don't you dare make my big idiot son feel bad, he said while he had his hand extended down and a Big Red was on the ground. I must not do it. Make my mother angry. She is terrifying when she gets angry. I agree with you, mate, D-Drag said, so that only the red-tipped, black-haired man would hear him. Big idiot. Sniff sniff. No one respects me anymore. He said this, kneeling with a depressive aura surrounding him. Hey, father, are you okay? Yes, it didn't hurt. Well, now to take off this ape suit. Wasn't it penguins? Issei said it with a funny tone. You shut up. He also said it with a smile as he changed his tuxedo to his typical motorcycle suit. Well, Issei, you know that your father can fulfill any wish and has fulfilled mine. Issei said it with a smile. Is it serious? Well, and what has it been? That from Monday you will start attending the QO Academy. Hey, but why should I go? I don't want to. But if I want you to study, any problems? Issei said this with a face that would give Freddy Krueger nightmares. No, mother, there is no problem, Issei said, giving the Nazi salute. This was heard by all. Ahaha, you're right, D-Drag, he said Big Red, breathing breathlessly with laughter. Issei, you don't need to work or anything like that afterwards. I just want that little dream I have to come true. Issei said this in a loving voice, hugging Issei. Okay, mother would do anything for you. He said this, reciprocating his mother's embrace. Well, Issei, while you were hugging your mother, I took care of everything. Your documentation is on your furniture in your room next to your bed, and I enrolled you in the Kyo Academy. How do you see it? Wow, so fast, but we hugged for less than 20 seconds, and you did it so fast. TSS, I'm amazing. Yes, incredibly idiotic, Issei said seriously as the Big Red fell to his knees with a depressive aura and haha divided by. The other two dragons burst into laughter. Already recovered from the depressive aura of an instant ago, a simultaneous grrr was heard in the stomachs of Issei, Big Red, and Issei. Issei, I heard that the food of the human world is very good. You would mind asking for food? Come on, you must know some number true. Yes, I know 1, I know 2, I know 3, and I continue. Idiot restaurant phone numbers. But I ate half the fruit of knowledge, not half of a phone book. I'm sure I won't be bored with you, Issei. It is okay. Big Red made a phone book appear and handed it to Issei, looking for what looked tastier. After scrutinizing the guide for 1 minute. This looks delicious. Look, Dad, it's called pizza. Let's see, he said, taking the phone book, and when he saw it, he began to drool. Order that right now. Yes, sir. He said to make appear a Samsung Galaxy S7. Do not get angry with me what you are thinking. The writer stole humility from Issei, well, not entirely lie, but in his behavior if he will be modest and humble. Also, I would like to order 3 boxes of pizza, please. Yes, if to that address, yes, well, thanks. What did he say? They will come in about 15 minutes. After 20 minutes. Delicious, they said Issei and Big Red at once. By the way, Issei ate faster than Natsu. Natsu is from an anime called Fairy Tail, which is very good, you should see it. Fairy Tail does not belong to me, all copyrights are reserved. Well, Issei, for the moment, your father and I are going to the dimensional gap to try some paperwork, but first, could you show me my room? When they arrived, the Issei's room was a little bigger than the rest of the house and had several Nintendo consoles, a PlayStation, and an Xbox. Although it did not seem like it, while Issei was being trained by Big Red Issei, he went to Earth and became interested in video games, and his favorite video game was The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Wow, how did you know about my liking video games? Intuition, I guess. I'll play again after going to the dimensional gap. And after that, Issei's left with Big Red, and Issei was left alone in his house. Well, D-Drag, now to rest. For Monday, attend that academy. Having said that, the black hair went into the onsen to relax and clear his mind. Seriously, if he relaxed more, he would stop breathing. Deep down, he thought about what would await him in his new life. When he got to his room, he saw that he had on the bed the normal and sports uniforms of the academy. Is there anything you can't do? Father, lifting the uniforms, there was a note that Issei read and said, no, there is nothing he can't do. With that, the black hair lay on his orthopedic king bed so as not to open his eyes until the next day. Monday morning. Issei had been relaxing all weekend. His parents had returned from the dimensional gap and were at home, at least his mother, since his father went to a motorcycle convention and took advantage of the fact that Issei was distracted by video games to go. Is it me, or are your parents already starting to act like a married couple? Sometimes it seems like that, he said, starting to enlist to attend the academy. He showered, got dressed, had breakfast, and that's it. When I was walking through the front door, the rumors of the women were not long in coming. Who is that new kid? They say he just moved. It's very nice. Will you be a film actor? Is he a porn actor? It was the comment of a brown girl with glasses. They say he's a foreigner. Issei, who had a dragon ear, could hear all the comments of the girls and curses and auras of death loaded with jealousy, and a hint of envy on the part of the male population. At this, he couldn't help but put on a nervous and ironic smile. Wow, just look at you. You haven't even finished entering classes, and you're already making such a fuss. What would your mother say? They are susceptible, but it is not easy to be your body made of the flesh and blood of Big Red. The attraction effect is greater. Sometimes being me is annoying. With that, he began to walk a little disoriented since he did not know where to, though until he saw a modern-looking building that said Student Administration and entered that building. And so Issei went to get his full admission papers out of the student council room. Knock, knock, knock. Go ahead. When I entered block, only 2 people were in the room. One was a girl with white skin, short black hair, violet eyes, who wore the female uniform of Kyo and had semi-mount glasses on her face, which had a serious and strict countenance and an analyzing look. The one next to him was a little taller with black hair, brown eyes, a good body, a serious face, and red half-rimmed glasses. He still wore the female uniform of the Kyo Academy. With permission, my name is Hayadu Issei, and I just moved here a few days ago. I just wanted to have my documentation in order so as not to have problems in the academy. Could you authorize me with these papers? The black-haired man spoke with such politeness and elegance that he made many upper-class demons seem lazy. Partner, these people are demons, perhaps the ones in charge of protecting this territory, said D-Drag. If I also notice the darkness in his auras, that of the person in front of me is very strong, perhaps a high-class demon. Thus, you must keep a low profile for the moment lest they discover that you are the son of Issei and Great Red, in addition to the securite and pandemonium unleashed on all factions. How do you protect this city? You see, every demon in the human world who has an entourage is assigned a territory that they must protect from other factions. There is also territory for angels, fallen angels, yokai, etc. I understand, thanks, D-Drag. To the Order Companion. He is very polite, in addition to being Lin. Hell, Sona, what the hell are you thinking about? He said, clearing his throat. Then let me introduce myself properly. I am Sona Shitori, Student Council President, and she is my Vice President, Shinra Tsubaki. He pointed to the other black-haired girl. I will gladly give you the papers I will seal and authorize for your comfortable attendance at Kyo Academy. This he said in an elegant and professional way, and you could see that he knew how to do his job. Thank you very much, Shitori-senpai. Handing her the documents with a maiden Issei smile made the two girls blush, something that did not go unnoticed by D-Drag. Wow, if you're a Casanova. Shoo, he's going to lie down. You can call herself Sona-san if you like, she said with a slight blush. Thank you very much, Sona-san. We'll see you later. He said he was withdrawing as Sona had signed, stamped, and authorized his papers. Issei had already retreated, and the two girls were left in the room. I see that Hayato-kun has caught your attention, Shinra said in a serious tone. It's not that, it's just that there is something in that boy, perhaps a sacred gear. I will keep an eye on him for the moment, and I hope that Rias does not get ahead of me and recruit him for his nobility. I couldn't feel anything special about him, but he seems to be an interesting person. In response, he nodded. At that point, he agreed with her. The good thing is that there are still 20 minutes to start classes, and he already had his documentation as God commands. The bad thing is that he had a paper in his hand with the number of his class, but he did not know how to orient well yet. In that step, a girl with a demon aura Issei did not pay attention to this since, with his power, he did not represent any threat to him. The girl was short, looked about 15 years old, had yellow eyes, had soft platinum hair, had a Nico brooch on her head, had yellow eyes, and wore the female uniform of Kyo Academy. Hey, excuse me, please, but I'm new here and I'm a little disoriented. Could you tell me where my class is? By the way, my name is Hayato Issei. This he did with his typical smile that, for some reason, captivated women. Yes, Hayato-senpai, please follow me. He said this with a slight blush of the smile that he had dedicated a few moments ago. After this, they walked down the hall, folded, and so on until, after about 5 minutes, the girl stopped and left him in front of a door that had the same class number that the black hair had on the paper. Thank you very much. By the way, you did not tell me your name, could you tell me? Of course, if you want. My name is Taojukan Nico, a pleasure. The pleasure is mine, he said, waving goodbye and giving him a warm smile. The goodbye. Senpai said goodbye and turned around to walk in the direction of his class with a slight blush on his face and a small smile. The teacher told Issei to wait outside to introduce him, and he did so when the teacher finished passing the attendance signal for him to pass. Well, guys, we have a new student. Come forward, please. Issei listened to what the professor said and walked in front of all the students with a friendly face, which made the women blush and made the men look at him with a face of death and looks of hatred, which Issei ignored olympically. Hello everyone, my name is Hayato Issei. I hope we get along. If you have questions, raise your hand, and I will answer those that are in my capacity. A pink-haired girl raised her hand and said, I'm Kades, from the Kendo Club, and I was wondering if you dye your hair. My hair color is not natural, it is black on my mother's side and red on my father's side. At this, the girl nods. Another girl raised her hand and said, Hayato-san, are you a foreigner? The truth is something difficult since I was born in Japan, but I spent these last 11 years abroad. The girl nods in response. I'm Murayama, another member of the Kendo Club. What country were you in? I spent 6 years in the United States and 5 in Europe, in the United Kingdom specifically. Issei, how tall are you? It was the question of a girl with brown hair, green eyes adorned by pigtails, a lens, and a perverted look. I'll answer you with another question. What kind of question is that? I just said, by the way, my name is Kuryueka. My pleasure, Issei said with an incredulous face. How old are you? I'm 17 years old. Any other questions? At this moment, a bald young man stood up and, for some reason, received looks of disgust from the female population. Yes, I have one. What is a damn Bishonen doing in our academy? We already have a lot with Kiba and just another prince is coming. Well, the question session is over. Professor Hayato-kun said to sit at the bottom, right next to the window. The boy only obeyed and received the class in silence, going unnoticed the looks of hatred of the male population but also the looks of passion, adventure, and lust on the part of the female population. The hour of lunch or recess had arrived, but the poor man, before getting up, was surrounded by the women of his class, those who bombarded him with questions. Do you have a girlfriend or are you engaged? I'm not in any kind of relationship for now. And with questions like that, the girls convinced Issei to have lunch with them, but he put in a condition. I will go to eat with you only if you show me the academy. Yes, it was the first of all the females who gladly accepted the offer. They went to a secluded place to have lunch quietly behind the academy. In a tree nearby, there was a building that, despite having an old appearance, was a very resistant structure. Is that building part of the academy? If it is the old building, but it is only occupied by the members of a club. Oh yes, and what club? The Occult Investigation Club, which is basically dedicated to investigating paranormal cases among other supernatural things. I understand. Issei could feel several auras inside that building, mostly demon, one that could also distinguish an aura from a hybrid of demon and fallen angel, and one from another hybrid that, although it was not the strongest aura, was darker and darker. From what he deduced, it was a hybrid of a demon and a vampire. One is more powerful than the one we feel with Sona. There is an upper-class demon there. Wow, your perception has improved a lot over the years. Nearby, at the window of the old building, stood a girl of worthy stature, a figure that every man would dream of catching. Oh, sorry to have, and that girl would envy. She had silky crimson hair that reached her thighs and had turquoise eyes. Aura, I see you've been interested in that boy, right? That's right, it seems to have a kind of sacred gear. Really? I don't feel anything about him, but do you plan to recruit him? I think it would be very useful in the future. Aura, you can tell it's very cute. Maybe so. Do you know who he is? The only thing I know is that he has just moved from Europe and that it is very nice that rumors of him have spread like wildfire in the academy. Oh, it's him, said a small platinum hair that was coming to the window to see better. Kaneko-chan, do you know him? Yes, about you. Now help him find his class because, as he is new, he cannot orient himself well. Tell me what you know about him. His name is Issei, and he's in class 2B. Kaneko, I want you to keep an eye on him, please. I want to know if that guy is a sacred gear user or if he's familiar with the supernatural world. Hi, about you. Then they stayed with the queen, who served some green tea to Riaz and her, and murmured this while having tea. With Issei, while, for some reason, a smile was drawn on his face, he had a faint blush. In the end, everyone entered classes and everything happened normally, but the girls once again surrounded him with black hair, telling him that if they showed them the city, he would reject them, and the girls became somewhat sad about that, but it happened to them when he said that on another occasion since it gave them an opportunity. After separating, Issei noticed that a girl was following him. From her aura, he knew that this was the same one that had helped him find his class. He did not give greater importance to the matter and kept walking while the other girl continued to follow him. When Issei was about to enter his house, he put his fingerprint on one device and his retina on the other so that the doors would open. Kaneko, who had followed him, was left with his mouth open when he saw the imposing house, or rather, mansion, of the boy who at first thought it was a building. And with a stunned and perplexed expression, he went to tell his mistress the information he had obtained. Upon entering, he met his parents and told them what happened to the auras he had felt and that he knew that of all the auras and demons, only 2 could notice that he was a carrier of sacred gear. No wonder that happens. Upper-class demons are more sensitive in perception than middle and lower-class demons. A girl was following me. She helped me in the morning find my class since I was somewhat disoriented. She is a demon and knows where I live. Son, it's not to worry anyway. For the moment, keep a low profile. And also, it's not like they have a chance against you, Issei said with a small smile. God, and I didn't want to have problems. Hey, why don't you say oh? Big Red. No, that's bad. Your mother and I have decided to tell you a secret, but it is of utmost importance that you do not reveal it to anyone. He said Big Red seriously. Seriousness. I promise, and what secret is that? Issei asked curiously. We have always known that you do not profess any religion, nor should you because you are a dragon god. But if believers in the Christian religion knew the secret of the supernatural world, how do you know it would collapse? The secret is that in the war between the biblical factions, not only most of the fallen, but the 4 demon kings, or Maus, died God as they knew him, but a subject they knew by Jehovah also died during the war. But what happened? According to what I've been told, the only thing I feared was Mama. God had a fight with the golden mighty dragon, the beast of the Trihexa apocalypse, which was defeated by Jehovah but used great power and a lot of energy to seal it. 666 seals were placed in Trihexa, some strong, others cursed, and among them were sealing runes. Some of them absorbed the force of the sealed being, making the seals stronger. But because of the amount of power he used, he became weak during the war, and because of that, he died on the battlefield. At the hands of Satan, who, when he defeated him, wanted to absorb his power, but this was holy power, so when he absorbed it, he died. I understand. I promise not to tell anyone. Occult Research Club. Kaneko, what did you find out about Issei-kun? Well, I know where he lives, but when I found out, I couldn't believe it. Hey, why do you say that? Maybe your parents have good business or connections in the human world. You live in a very luxurious mansion that occupies an entire block. Maybe his parents are millionaires or something. Wow, Issei-kun, you are apparently full of surprises. Hayatu residence. Already with this, he went to sleep for the next day to go back to the academy all the same, with girls next to him and one or another demon watching him, but what stood out from that day was, Issei was passing through the corridor calmly, followed by the eyes of several girls, until, someone catch those 2 perverts, said 2 women chasing 2 boys that Issei already knew from the fame that the girls had, Kades and Miriama. who chased them with their wooden swords. Issei instinctively grabbed them by the shirt and lifted them into the air, but to disguise that he had no strength or anything like that, he immediately knocked them on the floor. At this, all the girls saw him with hearts in their eyes and also saw him as their hero. "Take off, you bastard." The bald boy, known as Matsuda. "Let us go, they almost caught up with us," said the boy with glasses, known as Madohama. "I'm afraid I can't do that. I hope it serves as a lesson for the future. No matter how many times we hit them, they never learn." Kades and Murayama said it at the same time. "Well, guys, I hope this time you understand. I'll leave you there." "Thank you, Hayato-san, you are very strong." And so 2 weeks passed, in which the only novelty is that a girl observed him and not as they usually did. She was looking for something in him and analyzing it. It was Ria's Gremory. He had already seen her, and as he had heard, she was one of the idols of the academy, and everyone talked about her. It was impossible not to know her. She was presumed to be Scandinavian, but Issei knew she was from the underworld. Issei was on his way home and was somewhat distracted because he was talking internally with Drake about what this author thinks is most important, food. When suddenly, he bumped into a beautiful girl and made her notice his books. The girl was very beautiful, had long black hair, violet eyes, and a heart attack. She was wearing the female uniform of another academy. "I'm sorry," Issei apologized. "I was a little distracted and didn't look at you." "Don't worry, I was also a little distracted." "Wait a minute, are you Hayato Issei, right?" "Yes, why? It's just that. I see you passing by here, and I wondered if you could go out with me." This took Issei-kun by surprise. He knew that this girl was a fallen angel, and he did not expect that someone would ask him such a thing. He had been caught off guard, but Issei was smart and talked to Drake. "Yes, maybe so, but I feel that I can take advantage of this. Maybe she is one of the ones in charge of killing people with sacred gear, and if I can get information from her, maybe I can get to the one who sent me to kill 11 years ago." "I understand, but what do you plan to do?" "I just plan to return the favor." "Partner, do it. Every day I feel more proud of you." "Hey, excuse me, what did you say?" "Could you go out with me?" "I understand if you don't want to." "I didn't mean that. It's just that it's very sudden. It's that I don't even know your name." "Oh yes, sorry, my name is Amano Yuuma." "And then what do you say?" "I can take you to the city, among other things." Of course, who would not like to be the boyfriend of such a beautiful girl? "Very nice. So let's have an appointment this Sunday at the mall at 12. "Okay with me, have my number just in case something comes up." She received him, and they said goodbye. When he went home, he found his parents in the living room, which was strange since his mother was playing video games in his room and his father was away participating in motorcycle races and other extreme competitions of that type. "Parents, what's going on? Did something happen? We have to temporarily return to the dimensional gap since Grand Bruto has been making a stir in motorcycle competitions. It's not fair that when I was going to start the X Games, you wanted to go back to the dimensional gap." He said it with some annoyance in his voice. "You would be participating if it were not for the fact that you win in as many competitions as you register. If you continue like this, all the factions would suspect us. It's not my fault that humans are weak failures," he said mockingly. "Yes, but first I wanted to tell you something." When I finished telling you his plan, which was listened to in silence by his parents until the end. "I understand. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't use your inherited power. We're fine, so you can kill the one who gave that order 11 years ago so that he is not a greater danger in the long term." "Thank you, Mother. So before we leave, you could order pizza for us, it's so delicious." He said this with a serious face and a solemn tone. "I agree with you that the pizza will be an honor." He said it with the same tone of solemnity and seriousness. And so Issei ordered 30 boxes of pizza, not much for them since Issei eats like Natsu from Fairy Tail, a good anime that Issei once saw. "Father, if those demons would ask me how I have such a mansion, what shall I tell them?" I've already thought about that a little. I know that we, your parents, own a large oil reserve in the Arctic Ocean. I will have to create one and alter many memories, but it is not something I can do." "That's right, I gave the idea to your father." Afai said he was eating a pizza slice. "And if better, it is something less portentous. Take it or leave it, and I plan to call the ex-petrol company." "That's fine with me, then, since there's no other way." Already with this, Afai's and Big Red went through a tear into the dimensional gap and thus left Issei alone. He was eating pizza, but in doing so, he realized that he felt a little depressed without the company of his parents. He went to take a bath, as that has always cleared his mind and given him time to think about everything that has happened lately. "Partner, how long do you plan to follow that little game to that fallen angel girl?" The Welsh dragon said it seriously. "I'll do it until I get what I want." "Wow, you're a capricious child, lol. And you, a very annoying old man. I don't want to think about what would happen if she tried to kill me." "Well, the whole plan would go to the Karabo." "You're right, I better not do something stupid because I'll have to delete it. That would have been a waste of my valuable time." Issei kept thinking about how little, but at the same time, a lot of responsibility he had as the third dragon god of the scandal that would be formed if that news about him were known. The factions are terrified of finding out that there is a third dragon god and that no one knows to science close to which faction is allied, or simply if it is a good one or an evil dragon god like Trihexa. Yes, even if Trihexa is very powerful or falls into the category of a dragon god. It is like being in the middle of a heavenly dragon and a dragon god. The boy went to sleep feeling the house 3 times bigger than normal when his parents were not there, and what he had to do on Sunday at school, in the demons that watched him, in the many problems he had at this time, and after a few minutes he managed to fall asleep. With Yuma, in the underworld, in the territory of the fallen angels, Grigory, in a dark room, with little lighting, 2 silhouettes are seen. One is a woman with good curves, and the other is a figure of a man with red eyes that glow in the dark. Rainer, or as your human name, Yuma. The human is a carrier of sacred gear, and maybe a very powerful one. Remember your mission, you have to eliminate it before it becomes a threat to our race. As I ordered Kakabil-sama, but what if Azazel-sama discovers us? What will we do? Do not worry, that idiot only lives to party and cares little about his work. Everything is done by Shemheza and Barakil. In addition, remember that with me in a few years working for me, you can even reach a position as good as Cotter. I know, on Sunday I'll meet him. Make sure I don't leave him alive. I won't disappoint him. Kakabil-sama. I hope so. A task as simple as that I imagine you will fulfill successfully. Of course, leave it to me. Sunday. On Sunday, he had arrived. Issei was waiting for Yuma as he wanted to know his intentions. For the appointment, he was dressed in black jeans, a red long-sleeve button shirt, and a black sleeveless jacket. He looked very elegant as it combined with his hair and brown shoes that combined with his honey amber eyes. The boy had arrived 10 minutes before the agreed point, and when it was 12:00, I waited and waited, and when he was going to go home again at about 12:30, he arrived. He was dressed in a pink sleeveless one-piece dress and had a pair of gloves of the same color in his hands to the elbows and heels, and a matching bag also looked very elegant. Issei, I'm sorry. Did I make you wait long? She looked at him with a naive girl's face, but Issei well knew that it was a facade. No, not. In fact, I just arrived. Issei lied since he was following the game of boyfriends. I'm glad then. Tell me, where do you want to go? I don't know about you. Where do you want to take me? You are the one who showed me the city. Oh, right, I forgot. What do you think if we go to see the mall first, then to see a movie, and then we could go to the Japanese park? I think it's an excellent idea, shall we? He said this by offering his arm to the girl while smiling. See clear. She said it with a slight blush, somewhat nervous, but ended up intertwining her arm with Issei's. Wow, what a good actor. She deserves an Oscar, Diedrag said with a mocking tone. And you say it, mate, I know this girl is acting, although I can't imagine that she did it very well. After that, they went to the mall to see all the stores, where they did not buy anything except that Issei bought a pink bracelet to match her dress, which, at first, she did not want to accept, but Issei had told her that it was in gratitude for showing her the city, so she accepted it. Then they went to eat some hamburgers at a fast food stand, and then they went to see an action and comedy movie that Issei thought was very good. Now they were in the Japanese park, eating some ice cream that was recently bought. It's almost time to finish the job, then I can go see Kakabil-sama. In the distance, there were 3 figures floating in the sky, 2 women and 1 man. All 3 were fallen angels. Donasik, do you think I do? The first woman in the group said. I'm not sure, Calla Warner, she's always been labeled as weak-natured. I don't know what to expect from her. What do you think? Said the man in the group, who was dressed in a gray trench coat, a small petro hat, black shoes, and a matching neckerchief. I better do it, we are watching to give the details of the mission after all, said the second woman in the group. With Issei and Yuma. You know, I had a wonderful time with you this day, said the fallen angel, leaning on Issei's shoulder while both watched the sunset. Issei noticed the aura of the other 3 fallen angels, so he assumed they were there. He watched the work of Yuma and noticed how little by little, the park was empty of people. Issei knew that it was a type of magic, and he knew that he did it to kill him. Issei was not tense at this. Now that he knew that she was one of those people who kill people possessing sacred gear, she could make the 4 fallen angels speak either by hook or by crook. At this, Issei sat back and made a confident smile, or if that angel sold herself, she had no escape. Before our appointment ends, can I ask you a question? He said this while moving away from the boy, a little away from him. The one you want, my lady. He said it with an enthusiastic smile. Could you die for me? He said this not in the sweet voice he used to have, but in a cold voice. But she didn't know that by asking that question, she had sealed her fate. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you well. Could you repeat it? Issei said clearly, playing dumb, since, as a dragon, his sense of hearing was very, very good. Could you die for me? The moment he said that, he wrapped himself in light. Issei witnessed this with a monotonous face, but inside he had a psychotic smile because, although he did not know it, deep inside his being was a sadistic personality, which he had achieved in the brutal training of Off-Eyes and Big Red. At the moment that the light dissipated, you could see Rainer, without the pink dress, for a few moments. She had a suit of black leather strips that barely covered what was necessary with a style of sadistic dominatrix, and she had a whip, which was not known even because she brought it with her. Now I will kill you. By the way, my name is not Amano Yuma, I am a fallen angel, and I am going to eliminate you. My name is Rainer. I said it was unnecessary, but it does not matter since you are going to die. At the moment of saying that, he had a smile of superiority on his face and invoked a spear of light. Wow, until you finally decided to show yourself. Issei said this with a face like this, and I expected it. I thought you were going to be more surprised, but no way, die at once. He said this still with a tone of superiority, but I did not delay him much since Issei avoided it. Could you answer some questions, please? I want to do this the easy way. You won't like me doing it the hard way. That way is very painful. You're skilled, but you're just a simple human with sacred gear, which at most would be twice critical. Kill her. Kill her. While Rainer formed 10 good-sized light spears, he was using a lot of energy. It's never the easy way, it always has to be the hard way. He said this with a negative tone, shaking his head to both sides in disapproval. Die at a damn time. He said he is throwing these towards Issei, who only put himself in combat position and made a pose with his hands at the moment he did it. In the hands of Issei, a magic circle was created in which the 10 spears of light impacted. What can you use interesting magic with? But what I didn't know was the kind of magic Issei employed. From one moment to another, the shield of light dissipated, and when it did, from him came the 10 spears of light that had impacted on him in the direction of Rainer. This barely managed to dodge 9, and the 10th received it fully in the shoulder. Ugh. It was the cry of pain of the fallen angel because, although they used the light to their advantage, it was a being of darkness and therefore had weakness to this element, not as much as the demons, but the effect was present. This was a powerful counterattack spell that was taught to her by Elsha, and what it did was mirror the enemy attack but loaded with twice the damage. A lower-class demon wouldn't have endured it. I'll ask just once, who sends you? Who is the one who sends to kill users of sacred gear? This he told her, grabbing her by the neck, since yes, Issei had taken advantage of the moment in which Rainer was suffering to approach lower her since she was flying a meter from the ground and then grab her by the neck. Ahaha, do you really think I'll tell you? First dead before revealing information about Kakabil-sama. At this, his face paled. Slap. It was heard in the park. Donasik, Kalawarner, Midalt, and Issei made the facepalm before what Rainer said. Well, that makes things easier for me, but unfortunately, now that I know about you, I can't let you go. So it disappears. I'm sorry. Having said that, I invoked the boosted gear on his arm in the last phase, and will suffice. You are the bearer of the Red Dragon Emperor, the Sekiryute. That's how I am the Sekiryute of this generation. I would like to say a taste, but it is not. One of Grigory's cotters. Ahaha, this is going to be very interesting. Rainer was paralyzed by the impression that Donasik, Kalawarner, and Midalt, although far away, were in the same conditions. Seeing that their partner was sentenced, they did what everyone would have done, they escaped because the bastards are treacherous. It's your end, and by the impression Rainer could not dodge it, and when he could react, it was very late. They hit him fully, and there was a big explosion, in which he died immediately and there were remains scattered on the ground. An arm there, a leg on the other side. The bad thing is that Issei had a little blood left on his shirt, and he stayed for a thoughtful moment. Kakabil, well, I think this ends my problems. He was saying he was singing victory, and the Welsh dragon inside him was celebrating with Issei until in the place appeared 2 magic circles, one red and the other blue. I wonder who is causing Tsubaki's uproar. What will Akino be now? Those voices were heard, and out of the circles came people Issei knew. It was the 4-1 Sama of Kyo Academy. Raz, Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki. Issei, seeing this, remained calm and folded his arms, thinking internally that his problems were just beginning. We looked at an Issei with his eyes closed and his arms crossed, thinking about what he had done to deserve so much trouble. And we see near him, rather in front of him, the 4 Great One Sama of the Kyo Academy. That Issei well knew they were demons. They believed it was a human with some kind of sacred gear. Their nobility was incomplete, so they wanted to recruit Issei to join their ranks. And back to the present. What the hell happened here? They said the 4 at the same time, seeing the destruction caused during the battle, since without wanting the black hair to occupy and peak more power than necessary. But what was done, and there was no turning of the leaf. Issei only left, seeing that they were in shock to see the destruction left in place and the dismembered body of the fallen angel, who was in her own pool of blood. The boy was a little happy, he was already leaving, but when he was going to leave, when he was already singing victory. Hey, I call it Sona with an imperative tone of voice. You're Hayatu Issei, if I remember correctly, right? If it sounds sane, it is. He said with his polite tone, which he always addressed, but I have a question, do you have any business with me? He said the last with a monotonous face since, in itself, all this bothered him. First tell me if you did this. The one I spoke to was the leader of the occult club, Ria's Gremory. If I did, I'm sorry because it seems that it has given them more work than they already do. I'm very sorry, he said, lowering his head and, with a slight bow, apologizing. Wow, not calm, we're not angry or anything like that, just answer me, something, Issei nodded. Did you defeat that fallen angel? He said, pointing to the corpse of ancient Rainer. Yes, I'm sorry. If you want, I can help you clean up, Issei said, imagining that they would clean it up and let it go. Can you please join us? Said the leaders of their respective nobility in unison. Issei did not expect it, he expected it in a way, but it was not that moment. After seeing a few seconds of the sky and making a sigh, Issei said, okay, but be quick, please. From 1 second to the next, Issei was in a large room with many pieces of furniture, a carpet that denoted an expensive appearance, and a chandelier. Issei saw out the window and saw the forest, and in the distance, he recognized the school building, the new building, and the sports gymnasium. And Issei immediately recognized that he was in the old school building, in the occult club. In the armchairs, he saw sitting some beings known to Issei. In an armchair was Kaneko, who was the one who helped him find his class on the first day, Kiba, who was known by the prince, and how not to know him if the girls talked about him every day. He's so cute. He's so kind. I want him to be my boyfriend. Something that also happened to Issei in other armchairs was Momo Hanakai, who was a girl of medium proportions with white hair and blue eyes. Tsubasa, Yura, and Rhea. All of them were in his classroom, and Issei had already perceived all those auras before. Well, I'll start, said Rhea's Gremory with a confident smile, crossing his arms under her breasts, making them stand out more. As you know, I'm Sona Shitori, and we've met before, and they're part of my nobility, he said, pointing to Tsubaki, Momo, Yura, and Rhea. Oh, seriously, I hope we can get along, was what Issei said with a friendly smile that made the women of the place blush. Well, you see, we are not normal humans, said Roz. Rhea's, I'd better tell you, he said seriously. As you want, Sona, said Rhea's, making a gesture for her to continue with her hand. If they're going to tell me they're demons, I know, said Issei, leaning against the wall, folded, giving him the air of a bad guy. The two girls were quite surprised, as they did not know that he was aware of the situation. Well, Sona said, readjusting her glasses, I think that makes things easier for us. In the moment when she, Rhea's, and the members of their respective nobility said that, they pulled from their backs a pair of black wings, each resembling those of a bat. Issei hadn't been surprised or anything. But what surprised him was that Bull asked him this question. Aiz-kun, is it okay for me to call you that? Call me what you want, what's going on? Do you understand how chess works? Sure, but why are you asking? You see, a long time ago, there was a war between the factions, and as a result, each biblical faction suffered many casualties. But in recent years, the demon king Beelzebub invented a system based on chess pieces with which you can reincarnate beings of any race in demons. And the demons of high class, being older, are given a set of evil pieces so that they have a number of up to 15 subjects. Issei already knew where all this was going. He knew that a member of some of the nobility would try to do it. Issei, said Rhea's Gremory, taking 8 pieces of pawn from his pocket. I wondered if you wanted to be part of my nobility. Would you be a great support for us? You flatter me very much with your offer, but I have to refuse your request. I do not want to become a demon. I hope you can understand. Issei knew well that evil pieces could not withstand the power of a god and knew that the pieces would be destroyed if he tried to introduce them to him. That's fine, I understand, but I hope that for the time being, we can be good friends and maybe help each other. This time, not even using her charms, she could convince him. She was somewhat confused. All the men of the underworld would kill for being servants of such beauty, and the fact that Issei refused had dislocated her a little. It is not for less, she has always obtained everything she wanted when she wanted it. There was also the fact that Issei did not observe her as all men did, with desire. Rather, it was a friendly look, a little smiling, something that made her happy but disappointed her in a way. Bipolar, I'm glad you understood, and if I expect us to get along, I'll help you as far as I can, he said politely, bowing slightly. Thank you, Aiz-kun, you don't need to be so formal. So, Yudo, Kaneko, and Akino, from now on, we'll get along with Issei. Issei-kun, Aiz-kun, Issei-senpai, I hope we get along, said the three in unison. Yes, we will get along. Fine, said Issei with a small smile that made the girls of the place blush. Issei, and what do you say if you join my nobility? The one I speak now is Sona. I'm sorry, but I'll have to give you the same answer I gave to Rhea's. I'm not interested in joining any faction at the moment, Issei said in an elegant and solemn tone. What do you say if we decide with a game of chess? If I win, you join my nobility, and if I lose, it has the opposite effect. What do you say? I had said it with a defiant face while raising an eyebrow. The others, those of her entourage, she was thinking, are that skilled, she will never lose, Issei-kun will be ours. While the Gremories were, what a cheater. She knows she won't lose. It was not for less, she has never lost a game of chess in her life. To say that he had gotten rid of an arranged marriage by means of a game of chess she, along with Sikvera Agers, were considered the prodigy strategists of this generation. Issei stayed for a moment, thinking about his next decision. After a moment of analyzing everything, interesting, I will. After 5 minutes, Sona was sitting in front of Issei, including a chessboard. Behind Issei were Rhea's and her entourage, and behind Sona were their respective nobility. And the game began. Not with that before. Issei, with what color of pieces do you want to start? You could tell I was underestimating him. I'll let you start. Choose. Well, I'll choose the white ones. That's fine with me. The two made quick movements, placing their pieces and their defense in the desired position. The two began to play while trying to rigorously analyze their opponent's plans. After 15 minutes, it seemed that Sona was going badly. She had managed to capture a pawn and a knight from Issei, while she had lost a rook, a knight, the queen, and 3 pawns on the right side. The spectators were with their mouths open. Sona is losing, unacceptable, unpublished, aberration, blasphemy. Sona herself did not believe what she saw. Nobody had played with her. She felt like a beginner's joke. At that moment, she thought of a strategy. Sona went on the attack again, but Issei realized what Sona was planning. His face showed it, so that they did not know what he was going to do. He kept a poker face. Expressionless. Issei was a closed book, and, at the moment of realizing, he applied the same strategy but against him, since that is what nobody expects. After the other 15 minutes, Issei had lost a rook, a bishop, and 2 pawns, but it is not that the situation had improved for Sona because he only had pawns. Until that moment, he realized that Issei would have been using his own strategy against him. Issei gave the Thracians long training, or rather chess games, with the strategic prodigy Elsha, which Issei could never beat. After 2 moves, checkmate Sona, black wins. Issei said it with a smile. All the spectators, without exception, were open-mouthed, in shock, horrified. Sona had lost. After recovering, she stood upright, held her glasses, cleaned them, and put them back. I admit my defeat, Issei. I hope we can be friends and play chess with you another time. Thank you, and of course, Issei, you are surprising. Besides, you fought with that fallen angel without disheveling. You are very strong. Things like that were the compliments they were receiving from both nobility, already recovered from the initial shock. You are too strong to be a human. Are you a carrier of sacred gear? Was Sona's question. In fact, I do have a simple, twice critical, said Issei, unimportant. Hey, who do you call twice critical? I'm the legendary red heavenly dragon. It's impossible. No, you're kidding us. A twice critical would never beat a fallen angel. A human can't do that and kill her that way. Okay, I accept that I'm not telling the truth. I'll tell you only if you promise me everyone not to tell anyone else. Issei received a nod from both nobles. Well, first of all, I'm not a human, I'm a dragon. On the news, everyone was incredulous. No, it's not possible, prove it. They said Tsubaki, Sona, Rias, and Akino. Before this, Issei unfolded his wings, imposing red wings a little dark with fine touches in magenta. They demanded respect, they said, with a horn in the upper corner of the wing, which for some reason made it more threatening to the eye. They were, who could not believe it. I looked with some fear at Issei's wings, but after a minute they calmed down. Wow, a dragon. Wow, Issei, you are full of surprises. And what was the second place? They said the 4-1 Samas at the same time. Issei was already about to leave when, Issei, aren't you going to tell us what your real sacred gear is? That's where I'm going, he said somewhat nervously. You were going to leave, was everyone's thought. My sacred gear is the boosted gear, the Longino of the legendary Red Dragon Emperor D-Drag, so I am the current Sekirute. At this revelation, everyone fell silent, panting with surprise. They had the Sekirute in front of them. One of the most powerful Longinos was in that room, one with the power to kill a demon king or a god who was inside a dragon. It was a lot of information at once, and they did not finish digesting it. And having said all that, Issei left everyone, worried but happy, safe and satisfied at the same time, something like a peace that cannot be explained. Hayatu Mansion. What a tired day, what a nuisance, what a tiredness. You may be right, D-Drag. Well, now I'm going to train something to be in shape, and then I'll go to sleep. I have the strange feeling that tomorrow will be a day out of the ordinary. Okay, mate, always trust your instincts. And so they went to sleep to start a new day. It was Friday. Issei was on his way home. He was talking about trivial topics with D-Drag, and the subject that most touched him was food. When suddenly, oh, I'm sorry, don't look at you, I was distracted, I'm very clumsy. Apologized in front of Issei, a beautiful girl, and by her clothes, Issei noticed that she was a nun, specifically from Italy. She was blonde, with emerald eyes, innocent and full of life, but in them, Issei also felt a little pain. Even so, he showed her a beautiful smile. I'm sorry, I was also a little distracted. Let me help you, he said as he bent down to collect the blonde's belongings, which had fallen out of her suitcase, the product of the collision of both. Thank you very much. Hey, can you understand me? Thank heavens. I have spent since yesterday here in Japan. I have not yet found anyone who can speak my language. Until now, and well, I have been through many things, and currently I have nowhere to stay. By the way, my name is Asia Argento. This she said with a smile. I was happy to find someone who understood her. Issei, of course, knew how to speak all the languages as a result of having eaten the apple of knowledge, which was all the languages that were altered at the Tower of Babel. You're welcome. My name is Hayatu Issei. It's a pleasure to help her. By the way, don't you have somewhere to stay? Said Issei, a little worried about the girl. Yes, but don't worry, I'll figure it out. I still have some money left, he said as he picked up a can from the ground and rang it, showing that the money was there. Issei supposed that this was alms that he had asked the people, and he knew how unreligious the Japanese could be, so he felt sorry for her and said, Oh, really? But you can come to my house, you can stay there as much as you want. Thank you very much. I appreciate your charity very much. Seriously, I just don't want to be a nuisance. No, don't worry, you won't be a nuisance. I'll take care of you, do you think? Of course, thank you. Thank you very much, he said in tears of happiness. Now, why are you crying? No, for nothing, it's just that, it's been a long time since someone was this kind to me. Okay, but don't cry anymore, smile. You have a very nice smile. Yes, thanks. Wow, what an innocent girl. You can tell that she knows nothing about the dangers of this world, excepting to go to the house of a boy who is going through his adolescent stage. With his hormonal problems, she may be raped, who knows. You shut up, D-Drag, don't ruin the moment, it was touching. So they both walked near the park where Issei had killed Rainier. Issei didn't even prick his conscience or anything like that when a boy was crying in the park. He had fallen and scraped his knee. He was crying in front of his mother. Issei well knew the kind of aura that Asia emanated. He knew he had sacred gear, but he didn't know, nor did he have a clue what kind it might be. "Oh, Issei-san, I'm back. I don't dilate." Asia went to where the crying child was and slowly approached. Issei was paying close attention to this, and when she was in front of him, she squatted and put her hands close to her knee. Immediately after, a pair of rings appeared on both middle fingers of Asia, and a faint and peaceful green light was present. Little by little, the wound of the child was reduced until there was nothing left of it. It left no scar or sign that he had fallen. "Oh my God, it's a miracle," said the child's astonished mother when she witnessed what had happened. "Hey you must not cry for things like this. You have to be strong to protect girls. You must be a strong man who faces everything that is put in front of him," Asia told him in a kind and affectionate way while ruffling the boy's hair and giggling. In that Asia, happy and with a feeling of usefulness that he felt whenever he cured something, something went to where Issei was, who saw him somewhat surprised. "What's wrong, Issei-san? I look weird," said Asia, seeing him and then seeing her nun's clothes. "It's not just that I didn't think you were a carrier of sacred gear of that type of healing. It's very rare because the energy it emits is capable of healing beings of any race," Issei said without thinking because of the astonishment of the moment. "Issei-san, are you related to the natural world?" I asked with an innocent but intrigued face. Issei noticed a close fear in her voice because, since she found her, she was nervous, and apparently someone was chasing her or had that feeling since. She turned to see if there was someone behind her every so often, and Issei imagined that they were supernatural beings. "Hey, yes, I am. I'm a carrier of sacred gear, in fact, but it's not the support type, it's the attack type or something. It's called boosted gear." "Ah, yes, well, Issei-san," said the innocent blonde. As she suspected, she did not know much about the supernatural world, as demonstrated by the fact that she did not know that it was the boosted gear because she did not put on a surprised face or anything like that. Being that other people or beings who heard it were left with their mouths open, fainted, were in shock, etc., since they knew the destructive power that made the Red Dragon Emperor D-Drag famous. After a while of walking, they finally arrived at Issei's house. Asia, of course, was puzzled. She did not believe that his house was actually a mansion, and after the typical talk about Issei's house, both were eating snacks and chatting quietly about each other or trivial matters, like two normal teenagers, until a specific issue came up. "Tell me, Asia, tell me about your past. How did you join the world of the supernatural?" Issei said, asking it with an innocent sense. Asia, faced with this question, put on a sad face, with a stop of loneliness and nostalgia for what was before in her past. "I'm sorry for asking. How insensitive on my part. I did not imagine that it would be a difficult topic for you to deal with. No, it's not that, it's the least I can do. If you're giving me your hospitality, it doesn't affect me at all. You see, I used to be abandoned by my parents in front of a church in Italy, and since then I was raised by the monks of the place. They taught me to believe faithfully in the word of God and various things, and my time with the other children of the place was happy. Once a child shut up and scraped his knee, I was close and I ran. I did not know yet that I was a carrier of sacred gear. It was as if I did it on impulse, and I set out to help him. I closed my eyes. I remember that the only thing I thought at that moment was to want him to be well. I felt how in my hands 2 rings materialized in my middle fingers, and I saw a green color by the radiance that was noticeable through my eyelids, and when I opened my eyes the child had no wound, nor any sign that he had it. The nuns of the place saw me surprised, and since then I felt that I was of use towards the church that adored with my heart, heal many patients, some with serious injuries, others with terminal illnesses. All were healed by my sacred gear. I received nothing in return, but the satisfaction I felt in saving lives for me was more than enough. I was known as the Holy Maiden ever since. Some time later, wounded in front of the church was a man, no, rather a boy, and I ran to help him and heal him. It was later that he thanked me and showed me black wings that resembled those of a bat. It was a demon. One of the nuns of the place saw this and quickly informed the priest and other authorities of the church. I was 15 years old at the time. All the people saw me in a bad way, some of whom I had cured of serious cases. They dismissed me from my position and took away the title of Holy Maiden to become the witch or heretic Asia Argento. I was expelled from the place that the church loved with my soul, and some time later the fallen angels offered me help. I was summoned here in Japan because there was going to be a kind of meeting. I heard 3 fallen angels talking about wanting to take me away or sacred gear, and that's why I escaped. I've been nervous ever since. Forgive me, he said, crying the last. I did not want to cause him any problems, nor do I want to hinder him. Because of me, now they will kill him if they see him. I did not want to put him in danger, he said, sobbing, so I ask that you forgive me. I am sorry to have occupied your time, but I must go. I do not want him to die because of me. Issei Sendai, he said, retiring. Issei, seeing that she was leaving, grabbed her hand and stared into her eyes. Issei-san, she said, surprised and somewhat confused, still with tears in her eyes. Asia, I don't know how you feel, but I promise you one thing, he said with a cold face and an icy voice. Anyone who even tries to touch a single one of your blonde hairs will see them with me and pay dearly. I will protect you from anything that tries to hurt you, and I will make your dreams come true, and although it may not seem like it, I am very powerful, and one more thing, with an even more icy voice, and devoid of any known emotion, a face that would make a mockery of how emotionless Offeyes was at the time of his birth. Tell me, Issei Oniasan. He said something that took away all the seriousness at the moment, but it's not that he wanted to get so cold as to scare the girl, he got it anyway, a little. Asia stared into his eyes for a while, then smiled adorably, knew he would protect her, felt she could trust him fully, and without a doubt, shed tears, not of sadness but of pure happiness. Hi, Issei Oniasan said, hugging him the way a sister would hug her older brother. It was as if they had known each other all their lives. Issei was fond of this girl, and so ended the emotional moment. Tell me, Asia, what is your biggest dream? I think it would be like having a lot of friends and being able to buy clothes and flowers, read books with them, and so on, not feeling alone anymore. But do you know one thing, Issei Oniasan? Tell me. With you, I don't feel alone, I feel safe, and with your company, even if we barely know each other, I feel that I can trust you blindly. Asia, I loved hearing those words. I propose something. Tomorrow, Issei, we will go to an amusement center to distract you and have fun together. I want to show you Japan. Issei showed her room to Asia and helped her unpack. At first, Asia was somewhat uncomfortable because it was a large and luxurious room, and as she had always grown up in a humble environment, she was not used to being surrounded by such things. It was very strange, but little by little, she got used to it. After that, they went to sleep. With my life, what a heartthrob we have here. Idiot, I don't want her that way, I want her like a younger sister. So, you're incestuous, lol. Shut up. On Saturday, he arrived. Issei woke up at 10 a.m. He used to wake up at that time on weekends since he did not have classes, but he had. There was a guest in his house, and he could not leave her waiting since they would go to a shopping center and the amusement park and get ready as quickly as he could. He bathed and dressed with magic. It was not as good as doing it without her, but time warranted it, and he quickly went down the stairs to find Asia with one of the dresses in the suitcase and an apron. Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready. Sorry for waking up so late, Asia. You will see I usually wake up at this time on weekends, but I forgot you were here. How inconsiderate of me. Do not worry, Issei-san. I like to help. I saw the house to see if something was dirty, but I did not find anything, and I do not know why. That is because, the house comes equipped with a self-cleaner. The floor is a giant vacuum cleaner that gently sucks any dust particles that are nearby, therefore, it does not get dirty. If I didn't know you and didn't know that this house is surrounded by magic, I would have believed it. Great performance. Well, it's a very functional house, Issei Oniasan. Yes, I think so, Asia, but don't bother cleaning. After all, you're my guest, and I feel bad for what you made for breakfast by yourself. Don't worry, if your food won't get cold. Get ready in the meantime. Okay, but Issei Oniasan, what should I bring? The clothes you like the most. 2 hours later, they were in the amusement park, enjoying the entertaining surroundings, participating in all the games in which they passed, and occasionally stopping to eat, rest, or snack on ice cream. Now they were in a crane in which Asia saw a specific stuffed animal. It was a mouse that you must have seen when it came out in a cartoon that sometimes, by Allah, Issei watched. Do you want it? Yes, Issei Oniasan, but it's difficult to get something from one of these things. Wait for me, I will try. Issei introduced a chip naturally, moved the lever with agility and total concentration. It was something he had to do. He did it as if his life depended on it and under the claw of the crane, and he got it. Issei with agility and for trying to make him not fall, and his effort there is not in vain, he concentrated even more. He did not trust the machine since some, the minority, were arranged, and almost by being on where the hole is, involuntarily, the claw opened and the stuffed animal fell. The game was fixed. Issei came up with the idea, if the machine was programmed, to open before being on top of the hole through which the prizes come out, and thought of the following. Then, what he did was introduce a token with concentration. He took the stuffed animal again and took it to the center of the window, only lifting it about 10 centimeters, and began to move the crane from one side to another, swinging to the stuffed animal. The oscillations in the form of the trajectory that follows a pendulum were getting bigger and bigger, and when the time came, Issei approached the claw before arriving. As he had sensed, the claw opened, but the inertia made the doll land right where the prizes fell, and they took out the stuffed animal. They had outwitted the machine designed to steal money and outwit those who used it. Asia was more than happy to have a stuffed animal of her favorite cartoon character, and with this victory, they left and sat in the park that was near Issei's house. How did you spend, Asia? Did you have fun? Thank you, Issei Oniasan. I had never had so much fun in my life in a single day. Thank you for these special memories. I will treasure them forever, and also to Mr. Peppy Peppy. That was how he put the mouse. You're welcome. There's nothing to thank. You're my little sister, aren't you? Issei at that time had not noticed something. People leaving the place were off guard, and nearby were 3 fallen angels, Donasik, Midult, and Calawarner. The same 3 had managed to escape from Issei thanks to the owners of the territory. Asia Argento, said Midult. This is with that boy who killed Rainer the other time, Calawarner said. This distraction is our chance to attack and take her away, Donasik said. Hi, exclaimed Midult and Calawarner. From one moment to another, the three attacked at a speed of sound, and a little more Warner, who was characterized by his great long-range speed, was launched and attached to Asia, raising it to about 15 meters. "Issei!" cried Issei. Issei seeing this and got up, but not before receiving 2 spears of light, one each leg from Donasik and one in the stomach from Middle. Issei, in the aspect of not receiving any kind of effect from any weapon or attack, was equal to his mother, but he had to act as if it hurt, if his identity was not discovered. He could heal his wounds instantly, but he decided to leave the wounds like that for the moment, and no way those wounds where they were seen were lethal, and if he threw himself to rescue Asia they would suspect. Since the appearance of his wounds was noticeable that he was unable, and Issei had to act as such. "That's what those who mess with us fallen angels earn, haha," laughed the 3 of them. "Well, anyway, we had to kill you, avenge Rainier, and kidnap the blonde. It seems that 3 crows have killed 3 birds with 1 stone." And so they went. When they disappeared from Issei's field of vision, he healed their wounds, not quite so they wouldn't suspect, but leaving them looking like they'd been treated with bandages and stuff. He could not act now. Issei was angry and frustrated about the promise that just the day before he had made it to Asia to protect her, he was not fulfilling it. He always kept his promises, and that would not be the exception or not, he would not be. He would rescue her at any cost, and he at that moment said, "No, I'm going to leave none of them alive." But at that moment, Riaz and Sona appeared again, accompanied by their respective entourages. Great, what I was missing. I was going to kill them all for Asia and to be able to heal my wounds instantly without anyone suspecting, but it seems that I will have to stay with these bandages a little longer, damn it. "Issei, are you okay? We feel the energy of fallen angels, but I am surprised to see you here," said the 2 One-Samas, who were talking at the same time. "Yes, I'm fine, don't worry about me, I'll have to leave shortly." "But look at your wounds," exclaimed Akino. "You are seriously injured." "I don't care, I can still fight," he said, always pretending that he's actually hurt. "Issei, is there anything you're not telling us that we should be aware of?" said Sona in an imperative tone. "Let's just say I'm going to rescue a nun from fallen angels who kidnapped her to extract the sacred gear." "Issei, you cannot be fighting with the fallen angels in that state. Besides, you will become the enemy of Grigory," Riaz said with clear concern in her voice. "I do not care. I just want to save her, and moreover, they better not interfere." Before these words, everyone had a strong respingo. Issei, who is usually kind and very polite, but everyone understood that he was really upset because if they interfere, they will be involved, and in the worst case, a new great war will begin. In that part, when they started to think about it calmly, they saw that he was right, so leave it to me, who am not allied to any faction. At that moment, Issei took out of his back those intimidating black wings that did not cease to amaze with their dark red tone, scales, and the horn they had above. "Issei, don't do anything silly. What's more, what are you going to do?" With a monotonous face, which did not denote any feeling, and honey amber eyes with a psychopathic glow and clear bloodlust in her tone of voice, besides being this super icy, she said, "I'm just going to slaughter some crows." What Issei said, but more the way and intensity in which he said it, he hedged the skin of those present. In Akino he had the same effect but also felt a small load of pleasure while our perverted friend thought of Issei in the same way only in her imagination. In her cracked imagination, she was naked, and Issei with the same tone of voice told her, "I will dominate you so many times that you will not be able to walk well in a week. Prepare for your punishment." Jacob does not. At that moment, Issei, with a thirst for blood that shook the audience, flew in the direction of an abandoned church, since he felt sacred presences in that place and was going at a speed that Kiba himself found difficult to follow. "Wow, to be hurt, he flies very fast," Sona said in surprise, making him want to try harder to make Issei his new member. Riaz, seeing that Akino drooled and seemed to be fantasizing, made his fingers thunder while saying, "What the hell are you thinking, Akino?" Ara, not at all," but suddenly Issei seems more handsome and domineering. At this, they all suffered a great blush since they imagined what Akino was thinking with Issei, even the Sona and Shinra safes. With Issei, after about 5 minutes of flying at high speed, he reached the abandoned church and landed Iron Man style in the middle of an army of fallen angels. They saw him with fear because he gave off an incredible thirst for blood, and there was the fact that they had not felt him arrive. At that time, he said, "I will teach you not to mess with the things I appreciate. I will not leave anyone alive." He said that a red aura formed in the form of flames around Issei's body and was launched against the army. During his brutal, not to say inhuman or embryonic, training, Issei developed an addiction to battles and a brutal form of combat. His own parents, because of that, considered him an evil dragon god, but like Krom Kruech, who was the most powerful evil dragon known, they only named him the evil dragon not for what he did against the world or against the factions but for his bloodthirsty way of fighting. Only Issei was 2 times more violent than Krom Kruech and 2 times more addicted to battle than the extinct evil dragon Grendel. So if Issei revealed his identity to the world, he would not be a dragon god, he would rather be an evil dragon god. Issei cut off the limbs of everyone who crossed his path. These nailed them with his own weapons, he cut their throats and did the same with their heads. 2 other enemies grabbed them to one of the first of the 2 arms, pushing them into his body, tearing with these the heart, and the other grabbed him from behind and tore off his spine and setting it on fire with fire magic. some who came in pairs to attack him from behind. Issei turned quickly and clapped, but joining the heads of these, making them explode, and so in less than 30 seconds he had finished with a fleet of 200 soldiers by pure brute force. They were humans, renegade low-level exorcists, because they would suspect if 200 fallen angels had been charged. Issei was with the clothes covered in blood, of course. On his face he had drops, and in his hands he had already coagulated another, but there the massacre did not end. Oh no, they would like to. Issei's thirst for blood was not easily quenched, and he would not end with the slaughter until he was satisfied. At that time near the place appeared 2 magic circles known to Issei, one red and the other blue. They were of the nobility Gremory and Citri, respectively. Issei could not believe it had told them not to interfere, but still decided to come. They must have peanuts in their heads, or they are more stubborn than a mule, were the only thoughts that Issei went through his head, plus new brutal techniques to use against those who made him angry. I hope this good. That boy threw himself into something that escapes his hands. That reckless, said an heiress named Citri, who had barely teleported and still did not realize the panorama because he was talking with his eyes closed, and all his nobility too. Issei, how reckless. I hope he is well. There must be an army where he is. If we do not help him, he could die. What an irresponsible boy. It was what was said by Ria's Gremory, who was worried about the boy and was talking with her eyes closed like her friend and had just finished teleporting with her nobility. Both nobility opened their eyes at the same time, but they did not believe what was seen by their eyes. It was a sea of blood, mutilated bodies, dismembered, others unrecognizable. It was a vast cadaverous field. Those who were novices in this war had different reactions. Most were horrified, Akino ecstatic, others in shock, others with their eyes open. Jura and Momo fainted, Kiba with his mouth open. And everyone saw the same thing. Issei was fighting with another fleet of soldiers who had appeared to give reinforcement and delay the enemy. He was responsible for this massacre, the thirst for blood, and the face of psychopathic happiness that he had given a peak of fear. Issei, shouted Rias, and Sona and Issei kept fighting. Issei was bothered by so much blood on his shirt, and he tore it off, to the delight of the women who could see Issei's toned torso and good work but did not expect him to grab the shirt and with that hang a soldier slowly to death. But they had to admit that he looked good shirtless. Why didn't they listen to me? I told them to stay there so they wouldn't get involved. Get out, I don't want them to get hurt. Issei told them in the most sincere way as he turned to see them and threw a sword that pierced 5 soldiers who were in line. You can stay waiting, but please do not get involved. Soon they nodded their heads and saw how Issei fought with the soldiers who did not stop arriving. They saw how, with mastery, Issei beheaded, cut, and killed anyone who was within his reach. They saw how he dodged with professionalism the swords, spears, and even arrows. From time to time, he made the boosted gear appear, but only to divert or cover himself from attacks. Then he made her appear. He was amazing. Fighting with his strength, not even with his active sacred gear, it was seen that killing, for Issei, was as easy as breathing. And that intrigued them. Kiba with their mouths open, nor could he fight against all that. Akino was ecstatic by the massacre that Issei was causing. Rias and Sona were incredulous, and both were dying to recruit him. Kaneko somehow liked the way Issei fought. Not rather, he liked Issei fighting, and that made his cheeks blush. The others were in shock, all remembering that kind, respectful, cute Issei-kun, but they knew that this was his nature, a vile, cruel, and manipulative murderer. And the worst, they knew all that about him, the before and after, and it seemed strange to all that they did not dislike it at all. Soon after Issei finished fighting more than 500 dead soldiers scattered on the ground, this would be known throughout the supernatural world. Issei felt comfortable killing. Soon he saw one of the fallen angels. Daunasik soon felt the anger increase suddenly and threw himself at him in the blink of an eye. Neither Kiba nor Issei could see it clearly. When everyone saw, Issei was behind the fallen angel and asked him, "Speak, where is Asia?" He said, while making her a key that, in the eyes of all, was very painful. I'll never tell you. Everyone witnessed the suffering that the fallen must have been going through, but no one pitied him since he would be carrying out the murder of a human with his sacred gear. Well, I think there are other ways to make you talk, said Issei as he held him by the wing, of course always keeping that icy voice and without feelings. Faced with this threat, the Gremory and Citri could not believe for a moment what Issei said was going to be, given that it was the worst pain bearable. Then only vast that they saw again the ground with more than 500 corpses to corroborate that he was serious, but in the same way it was very difficult to believe. Idiot, you're not serious. Ahaha, I'll never tell you. -10. The 10 seconds had culminated when Issei forcefully tore off the wing, leaving it with a large hole, and in the process, he took several tendons and began bleeding in spurts. It was a heartbreaking scream, full of pain. They are suffering. The Gremory and Citri just watched them with their eyes open and covering their mouths with their hands for the scene they witnessed. Ahaha was Issei's laughter. Everyone thought how you could laugh like something as painful as that. Well, now that I'm serious, if in 5 seconds you don't tell me where, I'll tear off the other wing. Never. Bad choice. At that moment, Issei set out to tear off the other wing. Tell me, or I'll tear your arms off. Oh, okay, I'll tell you no more, please. Then tell me at once. It's in the background, in the basement, behind a fake wall, covered by some fabrics. Please don't follow. Thank you. This left me with a sigh of relief, but you no longer serve me. Then Issei took him by the head with both hands and gave him a complete turn, stripping him. While everyone saw this, Issei immediately, with a furious step, went to the door, kicking her in a violent manner, leaving everyone with their mouths open. Issei continued on his way. When he entered, there was only one man, this one. He had white hair, red eyes, exorcist's clothes, and a sword, but he was not like the others. His eyes reflected madness, and he was muttering meaningless things. A victim, I'm going to kill you. Seriously, I'm going to kill you. It would be very funny. Will you let me kill you? Demon Kun, I am Uncle Fried Selzen, who has come to eliminate himself. No, I won't let you kill yourself, and besides, I'm not a demon. Now, get out of my way if you don't want me to kill you. Is that so? Then, you are just a disgusting human who relates to demons. Haha, you make me laugh, you deserve to die, I will kill you with my faithful sword and these two girls. Saying that, I raise his tunic in the front, showing that in his pants, rather, in his pockets, he carried a pair of exorcist pistols. Look, don't I have a lot of time? Why don't you go away and let me pass? So I'll spare your life and go kill the other two fallen angels. Aha, of course you don't have much time, pretty boy. Soon, I'm going to kill you, so tell me your name and your last words. Issei, and get out. Having said that, Issei moved quickly and did it even more with a kick, which made him go through the wall and leave him very badly injured. Damn you, you're a bastard. Oh, you just caught me off guard, Fried said with anger in his voice, but on his face was a psychopathic smile. Didn't it hurt you to come and face me? Ah, hell, I can't get up. Well, I'll beat you next time. Well, Issei, you won, now go rescue her. Issei turned and saw that the whole group, Gremory and Citri, were spectators, and he did not even notice. What are they doing here? Do you not understand? I do not want them to be involved and have problems because of me. Besides, this is between the fallen angels and me. How beautiful you are, always thinking about our well-being, said Rias, Sona, and Shinra. Yes, cute looks shirtless, said Akino. At this, Issei blushed a little and for a second left his expression devoid of emotions only to turn around, revealing his tone back in which there were several scars in which he denoted only one thing, torture, but in fact he could cure them, but those scars were valuable to him since they were the product of the training he had to do with his parents for years. Everyone was left with their mouths open and had 20 scars on their backs, but this did not look bad. Moreover, it seemed sexier. It was the back of a rough man. Then Issei, still with his blush and still on his back, began to materialize a shirt around him, to the misfortune of all the women, all of them, if exception, thought, what did you say to Akino? You had to be you, and things like that. Akino-senpai perverted, Kaneko said, saying that she liked to see it that way too. Issei-kun, you'd like us to train together from time to time? Do you think you could? I'm sure, Kiba, will train one day. Thanks for the show. If you could say we liked your fighting style, well, something, the last was said by all. Yes, you're welcome, but I have to take care of some matters that I have pending, he said as he walked down the stairs to the basement. Issei, senpai, can we observe? Needless to say, who said it? Well, if you want, on one condition, I'm curious to see how demons work, so I wondered if I could go to the jobs they do or do jobs myself even though I'm not a demon. Okay, it seems to me to be an exchange in which we both win. In both things, we win, was everyone's thought. Well, then let's go, said Issei as he hurried down the stairs. They went down to a dark room only lit by a faint green light around the walls. In the middle of the room were Middelth and Calla Warner. The floor was dusty, a sign that no one had been there in years. And at the back of the room, there was a kind of cross, which was Asia with a weak appearance crucified in it. Asia, wait quietly, soon I will come to rescue you, shouted Issei. Wow, it seems that the prince has come to rescue his princess. How tender. They disgust me. You will not be able to pass from here. If you have crossed the fleet of soldiers and have even been able to fight Fried Selzen, we will not underestimate you. We will go seriously. Get ready. At the moment, he said that the two took out some large syringes with a violet liquid. At the moment they injected themselves and finished introducing the liquid, their eyes became rectilinear in a reptilian way, and they glowed in an intense violet. The veins became visible more than normal and thickened. His limbs became wide, his nails lengthened to claws, his fangs lengthened as if he were a vampire, and his tongue was blue and grew until his shirt was half torn. What did you do? How did you do this? Issei said, his eyes open and somewhat stunned with surprise. It is a drug, which long ago was developed in Grigory, although it was eliminated almost immediately, since it is extremely unstable and dangerous and its use was banned throughout the underworld. Since it not only leaves serious long-term side effects and that is not everything was banned because it consumes the lifetime in millennia, let's put it this way. If the average life or life expectancy of a fallen angel is approximately 10,000 years, consuming the drug you have at most 2,000 years of life. That's why it is so dangerous. Azazel himself, leader of the fallen angels, made a census of those who consumed the drug and indeed their lifespan was dramatically reduced. If it is for the sake of Grigory and Azazel-sama we would not mind living 2,000 years. And it allows you to have power. Currently we both have the power of a fallen angel with 4 pairs of wings, almost reaching Cotter, something that even a high-class demon would cost him to fight. A human like you cannot beat us. This was listened to attentively by the members of both nobility, and they did not conceive how Issei was going to be able to win this time. Then they remembered that he had an ace up his sleeve. This was that he had not yet used his sacred gear. This could be the triumphal card. Well, if you're not going to underestimate me, I won't underestimate you either. I'll fight hard. I'm just asking you one thing, he said in his icy voice again. Have some fun. At what Issei said, everyone was amazed. They did not believe that he was so confident and looked so relaxed. When he was going to face two monsters that reached almost the level of a cotter, it was crazy, or Issei was so powerful, or he was insane, boosted gear. At the moment, he said that a red gauntlet with golden spikes and an emerald jewel in the center of the hand that reached his forearm was present, leaving perplexed those who were in the room. It was the legendary red gauntlet, which housed the mistress of the Welsh dragon, who destroyed next to the English dragon on the battlefield in the last great war between the biblical factions. It was the gauntlet in its latest version since it reached the elbow, and the golden peaks were 6, but there did not end the surprises. I feel that with this I will not be able to beat them before the revelation. Present worried about Issei. He was not the type of person who lies about something like that, and they were already willing to help him when. So I will have to use the balance breaker before what Issei said. Everyone was surprised again. Issei was an endless box of surprises in which the emotions on him were lived every 2 minutes. The balance breaker is the evolved form of the sacred gear that only responds to the feelings of the wearer, thus giving him an injection of power that unlocks the balance breaker. It was rare to see someone who can activate it. Of 100 sacred gear carriers, maybe there were 5 who could do it, hence his amazement. Are you ready, mate? Said Issei, speaking to the gauntlet. Come on, partner, let's finish these losers once and for all. At the imposing voice of Drake, there were several reactions of astonishment, disbelief, and the feeling of being offended on the part of Midult and Calawarner, and it seemed stranger to them the relationship that Issei had with him. Most of the previous holders of Drake did not speak to him, they only used him as a tool to get more power. It was that and only that, a tool. They did not see him as a being but as a thing, and the one that treated him as a friend seemed good to them, and Drake liked it. It's the Sekiryute, it's incredible, said Momo, Yura, and Shinra. The others thought that Issei was incredible. After seeing his way of being, how he cares about his friends, how powerful he can be, and how serious, domineering, wild, but delicate, and cute he can be, it was difficult not to fall in love with him or not feel something for him. Rias liked everything about Issei, just like Akino, Kaneko, and Sona. The others only liked his way of fighting. Then let's do it, balance breaker, saying that Issei covered himself with an aura, light, and red wake that stole the visibility of those present. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, an imposing red armor, which wherever you saw it demanded respect and looked like a lethal weapon. It had a couple of small cannons that came out of his men, and many were careful in the center of the chest, arms, and legs. The helmet was red with details in gold and emerald eyes, some thrusters on his back, a tail with thorns, and a large dagger at the tip of the back to the sides. Although it did not seem so, he had great mobility. The armor itself felt like his own body. They all thought the same thing, what an incredibly powerful and armor. You had to admit. Aha, he thinks he will win us over with that armor, don't you think? Midult is funny. I find it very funny. This human must have sawdust for the brain if he thinks he can beat us. We are 2 fallen angels who almost reached the level of Cotter. How many chances do you think you have to beat us? Everyone thought the same thing since they did not know the true power of Issei, so if you think carefully, how is a human, a little overpowered, who has a powerful Longino and who is 17 years old and barely active, the balance breaker, going to beat 2 monster fallen angels with a drug that has about 200 years of existence? The odds they won for others were a maximum of 20%. They will only realize if they beat me or not. If they face me, I will be generous and let them give me the first blow. Take the losers and tell them that this boy is crazy, was the collective thought. What a nice boy, you are a good boy, said Midult, and from a second Calawarner, who was the fastest of the girls, from one second to another gave him a good blow, which made him go through a wall, and then Issei entered like a bullet and returned the blow. The powerful impacts generated tremors in the surrounding areas at 200 meters. Calawarner had gone through the wall and had flown out. About 15 meters he managed to stabilize. At that moment Midult gave him with his hand extended in the chest to Issei, piercing his chest a little. Immediately the claw was stuck in the armor of Issei. He noticed this and gave him a strong blow in the jaw that sent it from the basement to pierce the roof of the abandoned church. Issei, you're hurt, let's go, they're going to hurt you. This is nothing, he said as his armor regenerated. The others did not know that he could regenerate it, and with this and knowing how sadistic Issei was, they calmed down and continued to enjoy the bloody battle. The spectators thought, Issei is so powerful, he would not have held even 1 second against them, and he would not have withstood even the first blow without being seriously injured. And they threw themselves back into battle, kneeling, elbowing, punching, kicking, headbutting. Variety was not lacking. Issei was not far behind. He responded to what was thrown at him. He took advantage of any opening, and Issei received some blows just to add excitement to the battle and not be one-sided. That's ready, was the voice that was heard in the back of the room. It was an annoying voice already known to Issei. It was the voice of Fried Selzen. In his hands, he held a pair of rings, and still crucified was the inert body of Asia. And I'm leaving so as not to stay in the crossfire. Aha, maybe come later to rape the body of this vixen. Aha, it seems that I have become necrophilic. Take throwing the rings to Midult and I'll kiss in less than 10 seconds. Alasia, was Issei's cry. As he covered himself with a more powerful, dark red aura, the enemies were laughing at his victory. At that moment, Middlet and Calawarner joined hands while saying, "We are wind and ocean, the yin and the yang, our bodies in harmony are, we will be only one, two is the past, we will not return to it, let our bodies merge, let our being merge." From one moment to another, the two shone brightly while the lights that were black and yellow merged. Aha, we are invincible, now we are more resistant and fast. The bad thing about fusion is that our powers do not get bigger, but now we have the power to heal us, thanks to that stupid nun who fell round in the trap we set. Issei was angry, motionless, trembling with fury, clenching his fists, so much so that that part of the armor was broken. There was a great thirst for blood in the environment. Issei inside the armor gritted his teeth, thinking about everything he had told her about her past and how painful all that must have been for her. He thought of her when he told her with a smile his dreams. He wanted to buy books and flowers with his friends, that he had to protect her, and he did not succeed. He felt terrible. The one who was an evil dragon god could not do anything to prevent it. The impotence, the hatred of the fallen angels, the hatred of freed Selzen, the hatred of Donasek, Middlet, and Calawarner. He remained motionless until it was heard. "I'll beat you in one fell swoop." "Aha, you think you can beat Calatelt? Don't make me laugh." "I don't think I can beat you, I'm going to beat you." Boost. Neither Calatelt nor the rest of those present thought that Issei could make so many increases that the energy he emitted was through the clouds. He directed his arm towards Calatelt. Longinus collision. Longino smasher. In the blink of an eye, all the energy accumulated by Issei was discharged into the fused monster, and little by little, it was disintegrating. "No, it's not possible. I can't lose. Forgive me. Azazel-sama, Shemaiza-sama, I wanted to help Grigory, and although we carried out this operation without his consent, I wanted to be by his side. Please forgive me for failing him. Kakabeel-sama." And before this last cry, the disintegration was total. Issei had won, but they are furious. He had not been able to defend Asia. With force, he tore off the chains that had her attached to the cross and picked up the 2 rings that were left on the ground. He delicately placed his body on the ground and put it in the position of the deceased as the dead go in the coffins. Issei kneeled before her and did what none of the girls and boys present had seen him do. Issei began to cry. With a little sobbing, the others felt sorry for him, and seeing him in that state broke their hearts. "Damn, why didn't he come to me? If I had been stronger, you were not dead. I am very sorry," and after that, I leave the room, with tears in my eyes, no longer armored, not before it. "Issei," was the cry of Riaz and Sona. Issei turned his head down. "You're not going to try to help her. She's dead. Someone like me couldn't do anything. Don't worry about me, I'm used to seeing people die." Issei remembered the oath he took as a child. He was furious because he did not protect what he considered important to him, but for some reason he felt that this was not the end. From what I know of Issei, the others hurt their hearts and felt how they formed a slight lump in their throats. It was sad to see the panorama that a few minutes ago was an action movie. "Issei, you see, Asia can be saved. We did not tell you what could perhaps be the most important quality of the evil pieces, and that is that through them I could receive someone who has just died, as I did at the time with Yuyudo. Why didn't they tell me before? We need your permission. She was a nun. Don't you think it would hurt her beliefs to turn her into a demon? I have no right to change her beliefs. She is faithful to them and will not lose them. I ask you, please, to revive her. Do not deny her a second chance." "Who will revive it?" Riaz asked. "Do it yourself, because tomorrow I'm going to start recruiting personnel for my nobility. Consider it a gift, Riaz." "Well, thank you very much, Sona." They put Asia's 2 rings on her middle fingers, and Riaz prepared a magic circle around her and took out a piece of bishop from her pocket and put it on Asia's chest. "Asia Argento, become my faithful vassal and accompany me in your new life for eternity." With that said, the bishop piece was introduced into Asia's chest, and a reaping light was present. The color turned towards her, bringing a slight blush to her cheeks and life to her eyes and body, and after a minute, she began to awaken. She was opening her eyes, and Issei was next to her, squatting, looking at Asia with a smile. "Hey, Issei Oniasan, I knew you would come to save me. I was so scared." Thank you for saving me," she said with tears of happiness in her eyes. "There is no Asia, you must thank Riaz, who is the one who brought you back to life, because I could not save you in time, and now you are a demon." "Sorry, Pef." Wings were present on his back, and Asia saw them. "I don't mind being a demon as long as I can be with Issei Oniasan." "Thank you, Riaz-san. Not for nothing, now that you are my cute vassal and you have to attend the Occult Research Club after school, I will see that you attend classes." "It's okay, Riaz-san, thanks again." "Issei Oniasan." "There is no reason, I only came to make a fuss," he said, seeing the land and the mountains that he had destroyed with the collision of the Longinus. "Issei-kun, San, Senpai, or Eyes-kun, you are very strong to be a human. You destroyed everything. You ended up with a fleet of soldiers, with the renegade exorcist freed Selzen, with 2 fallen angels who had the power of a Cotter of Grigory, and all that you alone, practically without receiving any wound. Someday, we would like you to train us and let us see how you train." "It will be a pleasure," said Issei, and so everyone went to the Occult Research Club, and then everyone went home without knowing the surprises that tomorrow held. The night before Asia had been resurrected as a demon, it was a moment of relief for Issei. They saw a small part of the power of the chivalrous evil dragon god, and this day he had to give many explanations. He got along well with Riaz and Sona, including their respective entourages. They had not yet managed to choose all their pieces, so soon their noble ranks were going to increase in power. It was a morning like any other. The day was clear and pleasant, with a slight breeze that you could not help but enjoy. Issei woke up with energy and had a lively breakfast with her beautiful sister, with whom she chatted pleasantly on the way to the academy. It was quiet until the screams of the perverts running from the kendo club were heard, since yesterday they had spied on them and managed to escape, only prolonging the inevitable. Everyone shook their heads at her attitude, and the comments of hatred and contempt from the female community were not long in coming. The day went by naturally until, at lunchtime, Issei was called to the Occult Research Club by Kiba. In the company of Asia, all the girls flattered the pair of gentlemen and good-looking characters that, more than one sick, had begun to imagine a yaoi relationship between them. That was how they left and subsequently arrived at their destination. They were being expected by the nobility of Gremory and Citri. They were only high school students. They could be high-class demonaires of their respective clans, but why did Issei have to give explanations to them for his imposing rank and power? Simple, because the diplomatic relations of one faction with the Sekiryutai have weight over the others. Even without being within a faction, the simple fact of getting along with others made them allies, and the feeling of tension increased because the celestial dragons have enough power to change the balance of the world. And women could be intimidating, to say the least. Kiba came knocking on the door, and with a pass, they entered the room. Issei had the feeling of being very observed at that time, and it was not for less after the events just happened. "Good day, Ais. I hope you rested well," said Riaz with a smile and a somewhat singing, but somewhat impatient to hear answers, something that did not go unnoticed by Issei, Akino, and Sona, who one knew body language and others a long time in their company. "Very well, I appreciate the question, but I also want to move quickly to the plate," he said with his arms crossed and a small smile. "So you've noticed. I'm not surprised. After all, it seems that there are many things we still don't know about you. Well, I hope that with what you are going to say, you allow us to know you a little more, if it is not molestia, by making a gesture with the hand that started and crossing your arms under your breasts. That's what I came to after all. My fighting style is a bit cruel, although effective. This is because I had a couple of teachers who were a little sadistic when it came to training and who would not allow their disciple to be weak." "Shut up, Velociraptor. Those don't have wings." This he said, projecting in his mind a velociraptor that flew out towards the sun, moving its short arms in circles. He laughed in his mind. Already in reality, they had the ability to summon hundreds of corpses from all times with a medium range of intelligence of their own, capable of sometimes creating good strategies using only common sense. Being lifeless bodies, I did not measure my strength. I did not have to be careful. Anyway, they were what they were. After developing a great skill polished for years in the wielding of various weapons, I had no mercy even with living beings the first times I shed blood in various places, because my even battle became something natural, even more than something I had to think about. I was aware of everything, but I didn't stop to think anyway. I've only killed those who deserve it and some dangerous beasts, hence my fighting ability and my bloody style. The impressions were big thoughts like who had been your teacher. They understood your points. Others did not imagine fighting and neutralizing an army of corpses, since surely they had not been only men. Perhaps there were women of different ages who, even as adults, could manifest a great trauma. In addition to questioning such a dark ability, it was everyone's thoughts, and every one of them flashed through Sona's mind. During the forced training, not to say sadistic torture, I gained many scars of great meaning for me. And in those conditions, I managed to awaken my sacred gear. When I was 10 years old, I started training since I was 6 years old. My parents had nothing to do with my training, only that they took care of me and let me go out as long as I wanted since they have always been traveling. They own a large oil reserve in the Arctic Ocean, and they own a company called X-Petrol. They had to leave me alone because of their meetings with OPEC, but they did it because they always trusted that I could take care of myself since I gave guidelines so that they saw that I was anything but useless. Although I love them, missing them did not diminish my abilities. I matured from an early age. And as soon as I turned 13, I woke up the balance breaker because fighting and training, if you can say so, I was attacked by 2 very dangerous snakes the size of a small truck with great power. Being in optimal physical condition for my age and seeing me in a situation of life and death, I managed to unlock it at its best and managed to win. D-Drag was laughing in his space, rolling while holding his stomach, thinking what a bad story he told. Maybe it's bad, but it fulfills its objective. I will only give you that information for now and try to have the panorama under my control. He said it with clear solemnity and respect while Issei, following the game, bowed to his senpai. Your teachers must have been very strong. Who are they? Said Sona, interested in the perhaps very soon training of his nobility. They are no longer alive. They died in a battle against a Cotter, and I plan to take revenge. I have reason to speculate that Cockabeel is involved, but I don't want to touch on that subject, at least not for now. I'm sorry, I didn't imagine it would be a sensitive subject. How insensitive on my part. I apologize, Issei-san said, bowing. No, don't do that. It's not your fault. None of you are to blame since you didn't know it. Even so, that is a very delicate issue. Since you are messing with Grigory, we will not allow a confrontation to start a new war. I have not the slightest intention of involving them. This is my fight, and they will not have problems since I am not subject to any faction. So I can act to my liking and do what Quiera told me, wanting to make things very clear. Maybe for now, but before long, all the factions will find out about the Securite, and they will keep an eye on you and not let you move so freely. They would not allow a teenage dragon to do whatever it wants, and if it is a cotter, you will become the target of all Grigory, so you should save yourself from death. He said that to try to dissuade him from doing something crazy, but what he didn't know is that his words were said in vain. It is true that I am a dragon, and that is why, for greater reason, no mythology or faction has power over me. We dragons serve ourselves and pursue our dreams. I will achieve my goal even if all Grigory comes to see me as his enemigo. The tone of determination was unwavering, and with those words, they had given up on continuing to convince him. Apparently, for him, it was something very personal. I understand, however, that you value your life. And, do you plan to get along at least with us demons? Of course, I like them anyway. I clarify that when I get along with the demons, I mean only you two and your nobility. I will not hesitate to kill someone else if he deserves it. Everyone saw Issei with respect. His training to become this strong. They imagined a hell, but what they were imagining was not even a tenth of what his parents made him train. He knew his words were true. What few had noticed was that Rias had not participated in the whole discussion. She was immersed in her thoughts and had a distracted look regarding the events, but in her eyes, you could see a sad look, almost as if her cheerful eyes, which in addition to the attributes that characterized her, had lost a little of their natural brightness. Laughs. Rias, I finished saying Issei to attend. Oh sorry, it's just that I keep thinking about what you said, and it seems to me that Asombroso said it with a nervous smile. Sona already knew what it was. Well, he learned that they advanced their engagement date in the demonic council. In the eyes of the young, they were greedy old men who thought only of riches and increased their power, meddling in the lives of the young to follow the old, not to say severely old customs. Something that the world was time for in the eyes of Issei was totally obsolete. Let's see, what did I say the last 20 minutes? Said Issei, bringing his face closer to hers, almost invading her personal space, making a small mocking smile. Rias had developed an ability that was almost as impossible as the existence of the Great Red. She turned pale at the same time, having heard nothing and blushing at how close Issei was. I'm sorry, I was deep in thought, I didn't pay attention. She said it quickly and nervously, bowing slightly. Do not worry, you are usually not like that. You must have your raisons. Before what had been said, a new tone of blush had appeared in Rias since she also felt understood by what was said by Issei, which she did while placing one of her hands on her head and caressing her hair gently. How soft Big Red only felt his chest inflate with pride from the reaction provoked, while the other girls only thought about how they would like to be in the place of Rias. While an ununderstood feeling of fury manifested itself in most, except in Asia and the nobility of Sona except Tsubaki. Well, I hope I have clarified some of your doubts. Having said that, I will leave since classes will start shortly and I have not eaten yet. Thank you, Ice-kun. My servants will tell me what you said. As you said, you wanted to see our works today. I wait for you here at 11 in the notch. With a bow from the members of the nobility, Issei quickly went to lunch to avoid sleeping in classes. It had passed. The time of classes was 11 in the evening. At that moment, Issei punctually entered the main room of the club. Yuta was cleaning his sword, Kaneko was eating, Asia, who had not left the academy, was talking pleasantly with Akino, and Rias, trying not to affect his problem, was looking for ways to stay as focused as possible in the current situation. Eyes, thank you for coming, we will leave immediately. That said that everyone was in the circle, but not before Rias had authorized Issei to be able to use the magic circle, despite not being part of his family or nobility. When they arrived, Rias proceeded to explain the situation. We have been requested by the Archduke to eliminate a renegade demon that has crept into our territory. He has been here for a few days, but it is dangerous since he is dedicated to killing humans at night to eat them later. They were in one of the many streets of Kuo, in the northern area. They had appeared in an abandoned white warehouse originally, but more than half had Tartar since it was an iron dome. Rias proceeded to enter with great confidence and opened the doors wide in par. As soon as he opened them, a putrid smell of decomposed flesh hit everyone's noses, especially those of Issei and Kaneko, while it was heard as he laughed in an abnormal and psychopathic way. Renegade Demon Vaser, in the name of the Archduke and the honor of Gremory, I will gladly eliminate you. Ha ha ha, with that, a Gremory ha. I'll have a lot of fun with you. I'll tear you apart and leave you the same color as your hair. This demon was not even close to anyone present. This was a kind of monster, it was like a strange centaur. It's a weak demon. Sure, they take care of it without problem, but something is very strange. That Eyes is a renegade demon, demons that have rebelled against their masters, either murdering them or fleeing to satisfy their own greed. The demonic pieces that are inside mutate, turning them into monsters that have lost all trace of humanity. These must be eliminated immediately because they represent a clear danger to the personas. His words were graceful and eloquent, worthy of a high-class demon. That's why that demon is so strange. That's okay, I understand, Roz. Now you will see us in action. Although it did not compare with yesterday's show, something is something. Yudo attacked Kiba at that time with his swords at an incredible speed. It would surprise everyone, but it was nothing that Issei could not match and was overcome by enormous differences. Our pieces are based on the human chess game. The nobility has a maximum of 16 members, and each piece has a specific characteristic. Yudo was reincarnated into a horse, and his characteristic is very high speed. Kiba brandished his swords quickly, but it was clear that he lacked technique and defense, since only with offense could he always win. With an accurate slash, he cut off one of the legs of the demon, making him scream in pain. The monster went to attack the weakest of the group, trying to crush it with its front legs, but Kaneko was reincarnated in a tower. Its characteristic is. The creature put its paw against Kaneko, but the blow never came. It had him held by his limb and with a hook to the liver, then threw him against some furniture, lifting him with complete absolute strength and a high defensa. Asia is a support element, but it is a bishop. I have another, but he is currently traveling. His characteristic is a great magical power, so Akino will proceed. She is my queen, the most powerful after me in the nobility. Her characteristics are all the above, since she absorbs the abilities of the other pieces, and on the other hand, it is. Ara, I see you wanted to hurt my compañero, she said with a very nice smile but in a terrifying tone, while changing her academic costume for a traditional Japanese priestess costume, revealing her beautiful body for a second or less. While some rays appeared in her hands, the demon began to electrocute, who began to scream in pain while she licked her lips and had her palm on her cheek while I smiled at place her more, shout more, do not die yet please, do it for me, yes. Anyway, follow the turn of my mistress, she will leave everything limpio. Issei was complicated by this. A supreme sadist, although I do not know who is more, you are sure to beat her by a little, but she is the maximum expression I have known of sadism feminino. This made Issei clear his doubts. Then, in a fit of desperation, the demon launched himself with a speed he had not shown in all the combat. On the other hand, I am the king's strongest piece, and my special ability and that of my family on my mother's side is the power of destruction, he said, quickly concentrating his power in his right hand, and by the initial inertia, the demon could not stop colliding and fading into the power of the destruction of Rias. How good they are. Guys, Kiba, you are very fast. Akino, you are a box of surprises. Kaneko, you are very strong. Asia, you are so tender. And Rias, you are incredible, he said, smiling and putting his hand on Kaneko's head when I complimented her, which caused a clear blush. Since he wore his characteristic made in Issei smile, everyone appreciated his words. Well, from the day after tomorrow, they will start training very hard. It is true that we are strong, but we must polish our skills. Tomorrow, Sona will authorize us the necessary time, so tomorrow will be the last day of classes for us, and we will meet at the club. We will leave the next day. Will you accompany us, Eyes? He said in a tone of hope and with a face-off say yes. Okay, I don't have any plans since my parents are traveling and classes are already starting to bore me, so count on me. And so the day ended in a good way, almost for everyone, since Ross felt a bittersweet taste in his mouth and something heavy in his stomach, thinking that his commitment was near. Somewhere in the underworld, they were in a deserted wasteland, which gave a view of only magenta rocks as far as one could look and several completely hooded figures talking about important issues about power. We have all trained very hard to have our power actualized, said the speaker who seemed to be the leader. If everything goes according to our plans, we will have total control of the supernatural world in no time. Crazy, Flame, Breastplate, Original, Aliv, report what you have accomplished. But first, have any of you revealed your names, or does anyone else about us here know of our plans, as my spies of the lower and higher world must know something? Lama, I have heard rumors about us. They paint us as a powerful organization, but they are not clear about our purposes. But there is no need to worry. They are so concentrated in the Chaos Brigade as to focus on a 6-member organization that their objective was disconcerted, she said with a lazy and somewhat dark voice. In the Nordic area, things are the same, but they do not get into anything. They are as neutral as the Greeks, not to mention the Shinto culture, which has so little impact that is why its number of believers has decreased considerably. Original, agree with you too, but you should not trust any mythology or belief that each one has a lot of power, and that's why you once put yourself on the map. The original Lucifers were to be feared, now they are just clowns who play Power Rangers. Zeus and Odin are as lazy as Azazel, but their power is more fearsome than this. Since I'm from the underworld, I know the same as Lama and Aleph. Breastplate, and my faction are devoid of any information. Well, I am glad to hear that, but you are right, do not trust the mythologies that lack believers. It has come to my ears that some gods of Popova and Hinduism are to be feared. Now proceed to inform me that you have achieved these 5 years in which the previous meeting was held. Lama, Aliv, and Original have been moving in the shadows of the underworld, recruiting powerful personnel. Our next goal is a specific demonic clan, which is practically under my power. Lust and I have been getting the goods and riches necessary to carry out the rebirth project, which, if everything goes according to plan, will be a success. In addition to having enough power to defeat a Cotter. I, Loco, have connections with the most feared mercenaries of the Nordic area, in addition to the blind service of the Vikings, and I can play 2 powerful cards just in case the situation becomes unstable, which would give us enough time to flee. Leader, I, Breastplate, have a fleet of evil dragons at my service, matching middle-class demons and an elite group of 10 poisonous dragons assimilating the power of a high-class demon, or even a little more. Good job, Original, Aleph. Make sure you have successfully completed the Rebirth project. It is our priority, and with that, we would get a war advantage never seen before. That's it, they can retreat. The next meeting will be at the same time in a month's time. They all nodded and vanished into their respective magic circles, which exploded, leaving no trace of magic behind. The next day, Issei was on the way to the academy talking with Asia, being seen by the girls and boys who passed. In the sight of others, they seemed like a couple and they attracted attention. On the other hand, he was already used to it, but since yesterday, he had a bad feeling, so he wanted to start training as soon as possible. Yesterday, he had taken a bath in hot springs, but even that had not calmed his restlessness. This was something more than stress. He had created for him some forearm bracelets, which were on the biceps and others on the ankles. These were hidden in plain sight, and they were weights that he had to heat, 400 tons distributed in the arms and 600 in the legs. Just for a silly warming, he could withstand that, and much, much more since in the planets that had so much gravity up to 500 times more than normal, reaching being gaseous planets, which created inhuman conditions, since many times they were permanent storms the size of Jupiter. In those types of planets his father wore them, I do not imagine that they existed. The carbon fell with such pressure that it instantly became a diamond storm. His full strength is 36,000 tons. But, on her necklace, 46 of the jewels served as a seal of her strength, leaving it with 2,000 tons of force remaining. Issei had special insoles in his shoes that cancelled all the weight on the surface of the earth, at least only that of the weights, but these were not so effective since after a few months they would lose their usefulness. And yet he walked relatively normally, since his mother would at least kill him if she discovered that his strength had diminished in the time he was not present. The classes had passed, with Issei eager to undertake these vacations even if they were training. Being surrounded by several girls was the dream of every boy of his age, and no matter how much he tried to hide it, he unconsciously fell prey to his instincts. Of course, he was far from being even a tenth as perverted as Matsuda and Madohama. Ajalaquillo, my virgin-urged friend, you want to see those bodies moving during workouts, right? Do you want to see their gasps of tiredness after training and their sweaty figures that will make their clothes hug a little to their skin? Huh, isn't that what you want? Aha, Juas. Who knows, D-Drag, maybe yes or maybe, no time will tell us. Aha, you will pay later. I am no virgin urged. Issei was going with Asia to the Occult Research Club, and when they entered, the atmosphere was a little different from previous days. This was one of high tension where a bad omen was palpable in the environment. In that place was a lady in a maid suit with silver hair, for her graceful movements were denoted to be related to the high nobility, and by its power, it could be said that it was beyond the demons of the upper class, the supreme class, perhaps. Attention, Razor-sama of the Phoenix clan is about to arrive, and only members of their respective nobility should be present. By the way, could you tell me his name, please? By his different aura, I know he is not a demon, but I feel some Gremory power in you. Graphia, he is a good friend. I authorized him so that he can use our teleportation circle, as he will help us because he wants to know the demonic customs. If you want to, then he can stay, but he hasn't told me his name yet, he said politely, standing in front of Issei. I am Hayadu Issei, I am a dragon, and I currently own the boosted gear, which makes me the current Sekiryuite. It can be said that he was a little thoughtful, a human who, by the boosted gear, had dragonized his body, making him a complete dragon. It was not something you saw daily. I understand, excuse me if I have been rude, but soon we still have a very important guest, and I expect a good performance from all those present, especially from you, Razaja-sama. Graphia, I cannot get along with that guy. We are opposites in every sense, and it is a lie to say that opposites are alike. At that time, Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia were talking. Akino was pouring tea, and Riaz was arguing with Graphia, while Issei remained expectant. Suddenly a dark aura was present in place while, on the ground, the magic circle of Phoenix's house was present. But this was not like the others. This was not intense yellow-orange like the other members of his family. This in particular was yellow-bluish, a little greenish, and a distant and cold feeling was present in the bodies of all present except Issei and Graphia. The silhouette appeared of a man who was a minimum of 20 years old, a maximum of 23 with blonde hair and an elegant dress, who stood still while flames that flickered sporadically extinguished from his body and the circle. Hello, my beautiful Raz, time without seeing you. His voice was cold but mostly monotonous. Like his expression, he only moved his eyes and dragged every word he mentioned. He was quite lazy. Perser. You are very beautiful. What do you want, Razor? If you've only come to say hello, you can leave. He said it with a contemptuous and imperious tone. What I want is to take over your clan through our commitment and thus gain more power to satisfy my greed. Plus, too bad it has to be with someone with a character like yours. You see, I do not want to start a detour of excuses why I will marry you. The elders of the council want me to be the incubator of a new generation of powerful demons. Damn, you admit it openly, you disgust me. You know that I will never marry you, right? Anyway, my commitment was stipulated for when I finished college. Not only can they come and change it in their opinion. Sincerity is well seen in a man, and if you can see that the date has already advanced and that is why I have come, it is illogical to say that we cannot do something we have done. Also, if it were not for my ambition, I do not think I would be very interested in being with you, my beautiful Roz. The laziness with which he said every word was increasing. Issei was getting impatient. He wanted to go kill that guy. He wanted to take over the clan of Rias by power and use it as an incubator. The simplicity with which he sentenced those unwise actions made him furious. In addition to noticing that the guy had a very vast power, like that of a Cotter or a little more, he knew deep down that not all the nobility of Rias could face him. That made him worried. Kiba glared at Razor, who had not moved from his starting point. The others except Asia directed that kind of look, but to a lesser degree. Roz saw him with a furious and icy look at the same time since he did not even want to be with her in the first place. Issei dedicated to him the look of an assassin who had killed an indefinite number of times, managing to make Razor a little nervous. His killer instinct hit him hard. It seems that my presence is not very welcome. I know them all except you. Introduce yourself if it is not a problem. I am Hayadu Issei, the current Sekiryu, and I warn you that if you do not change your attitude, I swear that when I finish with you, you will leave that personality of yours to pass to a suppliant since I will make you ask Clementia. His voice was loaded with poison, hatred, and bad intentions. It did not seem that a face that was so serene had said it. Interesting. You really are very interesting. I hope you are the only one who gives me some fun. I have not had a good confrontation. It is not easy to be the strongest of your brothers. They are really pathetic, especially Ruvel, who is an embarrassment for the weight that has the name of our clan, he said, showing for the first time enthusiasm. As one of the parties does not want to move forward, Sirzef said that as a last resort, a rating game will be started, which will be held within a week. I will be the judge of the meeting. I need the presence of both nobility, complete and in this instant. It will be an unofficial meeting since Roz is not of legal age. Another magic circle appeared in the room just like the previous one, and inside you could see 15 people. But what impressed Issei was that all of them, although they were strong individually, had a serious countenance and were somewhat sad and distant. Especially a little blonde who, by her essence, knew immediately that they had a blood relationship. It felt like they didn't want to be around Razor. Fear and resentment were palpable in those members. You will wonder why the long faces of my nobility, Buono and making a smile a little mocking Dijo, are that they hate me with all their souls, and that feels good. All are results of favors that I did to their families that they could not pay, and in exchange for not killing them, they gave me each of those families to their strongest members to join me. Surprisingly, right. They are here half volunteering, but I have won all the rating games in which I have participated. I have a streak of 10 over 10. My pieces do not matter to me, they are only tools to weaken the opponent and get the victory. I hope that when facing you in the rating game, you give me a good fight. Jajaja, a dark laugh, that, more than one hedged his skin. Issei just wanted to kill him. Issei will not fight you, he does not belong to my nobility, so only we will face you and defeat you in the name of Gremory. Even if it's our first meeting. Is that so? Then this will be a mockery, a boring encounter. Only my members can beat them, and how I occupy them is pathetic. You believe the big thing, right, Razor? I will see to it that they beat you, a somewhat stale fried chicken like you cannot maintain its streak forever, your existence will end, and with that, we will do a favor to Rias, your servants, and the rest of the Mundo Issei sentenced. Any of you, Ataquilo said to your nobility, a girl who had a bow was closer than the rest, she was indecisive, but everyone saw how, after screaming apparently in pain and with tears, she was forced to attack him. Moving quickly and elusively, she turned with her bow destined for Issei's face. This with a boring hand gesture deflected it upwards, nailing the bow to the ceiling, and with a slight push with the same hand, sent it to embed itself with a wall. Issei did not want a Haserlo. I missed a little hand were his thoughts, since he knew that by her will he would not have attacked her, but sometimes his emotions rarely overshadowed his cold judgments, and he restrained himself. Having used the other 1,000 tons, he killed her by sending her to another district. All except Razor and Grafia panted from the impression that Issei was strong, agile, in short, someone to fear. You are more interesting than I thought, but do not get so excited, she is my weakest servant, and, since you are not part of any nobility, would you not be interested in joining mine? You will get whatever you want, I will not put the seal of restraint and obedience that my other servants possess, we will be unstoppable. Issei, who had not moved from his position with a mocking smile and something a little haughty, perfect for the situation, said, "What a good joke. Me, join you. Not in a million years, not in madness, not on the verge of death, even if that is the only thing I can do to save me. Besides, are you blind? Your nobility is already complete." "Oh, don't worry, that doesn't represent much trouble," he said in a relaxed way, taking his Queen Ubaluna by the neck. "I can dispose of her, assassinate her, whatever is necessary, and then the vacancy will be free and you can join me. When you are interested, I will welcome you with open arms. The game is scheduled for a week from now, but I want to make it a little more interesting. I will give you one more week of grace so that Rias and his other 4 members become stronger and my beautiful servant recovers. Damn bastard. You will see how they are going to win you. I would like to tear you apart at this moment. I do not lack the ability to do it, but I do not want problems with demons, at least not at this time. You could not beat me, but well, I think my stay here has been extended. See you in 2 weeks. Jajaja. As the conversation progressed, his words were progressively losing their original laziness, to end in a competitive attitude directed mostly at Issei. And he left in a magic circle with his nobility, and the little blonde gave Issei a look that was no more than a second, but what he said was more than 1,000 words, concentrated in one: help us. The circle self-destructed so as not to leave any magic traces. That's all. I also retired. I have some pending issues, and I have to inform the agreement of the current situation. And just as it appeared, it was gone. How dark Sujita was what Asia said. Everyone knew Issei's skill level, but those reflexes were on another level. Kiba already understood that against him he could do little besides ridicule, and the difference between them was abysmal. Everyone appreciated having him as an ally and not the opposite. I did not think I was going to make this decision, but I have to do it as quickly as possible. I need at least 2 members who are moderately strong since we lack power and numbers that easily a complete nobility can venge, said a frustrated Rias. She did not want to marry a guy with the level of mentality that Razor had. Issei was idealizing a training plan, but he remembered 2 people who could easily turn this situation around and made a challenging and confident smile, which puzzled most. Laughs. Give me the coordinates of the place where they are going to train, and wait until tomorrow at sunset. I know 2 very strong guys to be candidates for your new servants. Believe me, do not arrepentiras, she said with a smile that dislocated her, causing everyone a strong blush. Along with Issei, Ross felt protected, stronger, and more confident because he was so complicated and so simple at the same time. So cold and so warm, so known and at the same time so mysterious that he had fallen under his charm, which was his simplicity. And the others were already going the same way. How long would Issei realize? And if he did, how long would those feelings correspond? Sometimes, although he had an idea of how women acted, they were such complicated and wonderful existences that neither with all the practice or theory of the universe, nor with universes, nor with the apple of knowledge, nor in his eternal life was he going to come to understand them fully, and that ignorance itself about them was what made them so interesting. Rias was pleased that someone cared so much about her and accepted her. She knew that if Issei said they were strong, it was because they had to be. He gave her the coordinates, which soon Issei was going to use to travel through his inherited magic circle to arrive in a jiffy. The house was actually a mansion. The demons had no detours when it came to spending, but it was still 1/5 of Issei's mansion, and it was as comfortable as his. He, on the other hand, had to make a special journey to the dimensional rift today. Already in the evening, Issei was thinking, what a fool I am. I took and told them something about their members without thinking, without taking into account the thoughts and feelings of my friends. He wallowed in shame in his bed, but what was promised was debt, and he knew that after they threw the anger and some sure blows, they would finally accept. Will they do it even if I tell them that they have to serve someone else? Will they really want to reincarnate into demons? At the time of the excitement, I had not taken any of these variables into consideration, and the only way to find out was to ask them directly, so he first embarked on his journey inside the boosted gear, rather to the deepest recesses of it. And he found them 2 figures that, although 1,000 years would pass, did not age since they were fragments of the soul. He approached them nervously. He had not visited them since he concluded his training with them, which also made him nervous, not to show himself less powerful, because he had practiced what he learned on a regular basis, and with his memory, it was not that he forgot quickly, but he had completely forgotten even in dreams to pay them a short visit. Guys, I have been reflecting and lamenting. He spoke with closed eyes and could not foresee that they would fit a double kick, a professional one aimed at the liver and another abrupt one aimed at his private parts, and without having to open them at first, he knew to whom each one belonged. Belzard followed him, kicking on the ground, and Elsha launched powerful magical attacks on him, while Issei still lay motionless on the ground, still holding his genitals. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped. Issei felt that Elsha's first kick had been enough anesthesia for the rest, that because of it he did not feel it. He was between grateful and annoyed. He felt the ice age in his pants and that his soul was gone, but it was the least he could get if he did not visit his mentor since he was 13. D. Drake, who had arrived, laughed sarcastically at his bearer. They both muttered things about kuhais that benefited him and then forgot them. They couldn't believe his lack of attention to his friends. After getting up and making a mortal backwards, turning 180 degrees in the process, he fell at the feet of both of them in a comical way, apologizing for having forgotten, which, after making the tsundere difficult, they accepted and resumed the attitude that Issei remembered. But don't think I'm forgiving you just because it's you. I would have done it to anyone if they apologized the way Issei said during that moment, pointing at it accusatorily, with a slightly angry face, and with a noticeable blush. Having been past that, I have news of a good one, and many may not appreciate it, he said with a serious face while receiving a nod from both, which was interpreted as a gesture that Hablara. The first would be the good one. I want to resurrect you with the help of my parents. Before this they were seized by several feelings: confusion, surprise, repressed euphoria, joy and fear of an unknown ritual. Issei not wasting time. For the moment I Persiguio already have an imperious control over the boosted gear, although I could not say the same of the flying lizard Peach that the Habita everyone laughed. While D-Drag gave him a blow that left him bent back and would have left him invalid if not for his instantaneous regeneration. But even then he did not stop Rare HMPHM, he did clearing his throat. It would be good to catalyze their souls and keep them on this plane while my father creates their respective bodies and my mother stabilizes while retaining her memories and abilities. I can't create life, but the 3 dragon gods are unstoppable. Elsha and Belzard, for their part, dulled their fear. Belzard missed the feeling very much, the touch since they lacked this sense. In addition to the taste, Elsha was going to be able to be with her beloved Issei. If possible, she would be able to show her feelings. Since she had long since discarded the idea of doing so, and since he believed that as his different conditions were, it would not be possible. But that filled her with joy, and her mind was about to explode. But I discharged those desires by desperately embracing Issei in her own way. I was giving her a second chance to find happiness. She was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't realize that Issei was turning blue by cutting her breath away with her breasts. The rubbing of these with the manly face of this excited her. She did not feel it, but she saw it and knew that it was one of those so-called erotic situations. Belzard, worried, ended up separating an annoyed Elsha from the act and a fainting but happy Issei, who had a thin thread of blood coming out of his nose and a thread of saliva from his mouth. Belzard, in addition to re-experiencing things like touching and tasting, was going to do the only thing he regretted and grieved about his previous life. Find love, since in his past life he died without achieving it, without being attracted and understood by someone, without being loved by someone, and felt that this time his luck would change. Issei, after waking up, was seen as the hero, so they were soon to be resurrected, but he began to tell the bad part of his 2-phase plan. Now the part disagreeable, Issei said by tensing up and puffing up his chest for what Issei had said without. Because we didn't understand anything you said, and it was just in case it was an insult, and if it wasn't, please speak well, they both said in unison. Issei was incredulous, he had been beaten and insulted just in case. Having calmed down, he said, that I need that after resurrecting them, they are slaves or servants, so to speak of a high-class demon, and for this, they will have to reincarnate as demons. If they decide not to do so, I will not force them, and I will resurrect them because I want, and because I can. I would understand if they do not want to hassle. This he said with a somewhat pleading tone at first, and a hint of sadness was wrapping his sentences as he spoke. In Elsha's eyes, this is a good strategy. The Hermos said in unison, Elsha Comenzo, I would do it in gratitude for this noble action on your part. Besides that, I will be able to spend more time with you. Well, don't think I do it just because you ask me, Issei then, he continued Belzard. The demon society is interesting. If I can duel with powerful demons in duels, I will gladly accept. They have my unconditional apoyo, he said, being seconded by Elsha with a strong nod of head. Issei looked at the scene and moved. Kai chicos, he said, smiling with great joy as he gave a big friendly hug to both of them, who are neither slow nor lazy. Corresponderin is fine. I will come in a moment for you. I must go to my parents to the dimensional rift. The next time we see each other, it will be the last time you will exist as soul fragments. Issei, don't you need a complete soul to resurrect someone? Asked Belzard innocently. You will see that is just a saying. You are complete souls, all the souls of the boosted gear are, only that the others fell into madness, they are fragments. Which means that they are part of the boosted gear and that this is a whole that is composed of most of D-Drag and the souls that it has consumed. Am I wrong, D-Drag? Receiving a proud no from his best friend. Issei was already out of his unconscious and got up determined to finish this as soon as possible. He quickly made a karate cut with his hand, something new in his arsenal, although he did not compare to his parents, who only needed to think about it or roar to look more powerful as Great Red did. But this, like Off-Eyes, could open them at will. He had the dimensions completely at his mercy. His hand seemed to tear the space-time of the place, opening a portal to an almost empty but colorful and infinite place, the reference point of each of the alternate realities. His first home and the one that would always be, where he would always be welcome, was the dimensional rift. There he quickly found his parents, Big Red in the dragon version, without flinching at Off-Eye's attacks, as always happened. If Red sometimes seemed to hurt Off-Eye's blows, it was because he acted them. Someone of his caliber was impossible to harm, but this time he did not, and Issei sensed that it was something serious. Mother, what's wrong? Why do you attack father and father? Why don't you pretend to be hurt by their attacks? Issei shouted, desperate to know what was going on. I told Big Idiot that I wanted more resources and wow, he just changed the indicator to infinity. In the game, I consider that my account had been hacked and they deleted it permanently. Everyone skipped the notification of that. And Big Idiot cannot return it to normal because it is difficult to alter so many memories. And even if I had not deleted it, I would have attacked him for overshadowing everything I achieved with much and real effort. I had already achieved the super eminent demented achievement, and Master Cultural said furiously attacking Big Red. Issei had a big drop in anime style in the scene. So, that's what it was about. Son, you are the third dragon god for something. Who is in favor of Red repairing his mistake. Issei, who would never think of going against his mother, raised his hand, knowing that father's affection was at stake. Who, in retrospect, in Issei's place would do the same. Off-Eyes could sometimes become someone very intimidante. Great Red, resigned by the vote that was taking place in that vast place, raised his hand, his gigantic hand, being clear as the perdador. You better get to work just after knowing what our Hijo said, giving an affectionate look to Issei. I have come here to reincarnate 2 souls and bodies, Dragonicos. Before this, the platform appeared in the gap. Great Red diminished its size, adapting to its human form, while their countenance was one that showed great seriousness regarding the subject, very different from the attitude that was seen only a few moments ago. Ryujin Issei made the gesture of closing her eyes in a fear that penetrated the depths of her being. Only when the subject was very serious or she was angry did she call him by his name, God Dragon. Do you know the magnitude of the request you are making? Although Big Red does it all the time, creating life is taboo, but there is something that goes beyond that category and is trying to bring already dead people back to this plane. We are gods who do not follow any faction, but in my eyes, it is incorrect. That's why I dislike the evil pieces of the demons that do it as the most normal with this method. Besides, I do not consider that there is someone so important as to consider that option. Please, Mother, I already made a promise. Besides that, it is Elsha and Belzert, the 2 strongest Sekyutes before me. Those who trained me and resisted the curse of the boosted gear, Mother, are very important to me. I don't have enough power or experience. I know that with her help I will not be able to achieve it. So for favor, she said in a melancholy tone as she knelt down and put a face on him, a damn face that hid off-eyes in her maternal instincts. Seeing him so vulnerable and weak made her react to how she alone would do. He kicked him in the stomach, leaving him breathless. When he leaned forward, he held him, clasped his hands together, and buried him on the platform, hitting him in the back, specifically in the area between the lungs and kidneys, and finally an axe kick in the head, using only 50% of his strength. It was enough for him to feel the real pain. I will do it, not because I want to, but because it represents something of great value to you. But as you put that pathetic face back on me, wanting to make it fall into your game, even if you are immortal, I will try to kill you anyway, if I have to see you cry that it is of joy, or when you miss me. Otherwise, the feeling is empty since you do it only to convince me to do what you want. If you are going to put yourself like this, I will let you pass if it is in private with us and they are real emotions. Otherwise, let Ryujin not be repeated. Yes, ma, dri, no, the, ll, to do. He said between trying to give several puffs of air to recover oxygen and to recover his coloration in passing. The blue color did not attract much to the girls, you know. After half an hour, he recovered halfway, but he was optimal enough to start with the resurrection. Father, how will you go about creating their bodies if you know nothing of their appearance? Do not underestimate me, son. For my body I will make some bodies mold, he said while he became giant and a part of his skin began to spasm, becoming something like cocoons. It was somewhat disgusting, but it was faster than God, since in real time God did not take 7 days to create the earth, the sun, the moon, and everything. Since the earth and the sun were already from the beginning, because the earth cannot exist without this, and the light was created with the universe, so I do not separate the light from the darkness. It took 7,000 years to create what was on the earth and the moon. And the powder he used to create life was carbon, water, oxygen, iron, calcium, all the ingredients of the human body, molded to his figure, without wings only. And, with almost all his power in 1,000 years, he was able to make the wonderful creation, which was the pinnacle of his success, of creating a creature with reasoning almost on par with that of his angels. This was seen by Big Red, who did not understand how he could be happy about such a thing if he had created whole dimensions. In the same 7,000 years, he created 5 dimensions. Father, what are mold bodies? Said Issei to what his father said. They are bodies that are neutral, like mannequins, but when they receive the soul, they will take on its form and appearance. I don't have to know everything to do it, he said with a superior and somewhat arrogant smile. When the bodies were ready, Issei entered the boosted gear, warning Elsha and Belzard that they will walk towards their new life, with those who smiled becoming particles of light, vanished. At that moment the operation against the clock began. Issei kept their souls in this wasteland with the help of off-eyes who made sure to protect their memories and abilities, and Big Red watched expectantly the skill that his son showed at such a young age. He felt proud. The operation lasted about an hour when Issei showed signs of physical and mental fatigue, but despite this Issei already had a legendary mental strength. He was not going to give up so easily, but, despite that he had to take off the bracelet to make use of his inherited power. At this time the boosted gear could not be used and the power of Issei already began to feel exhausted. Off-eyes would never get tired, and Red was calm. He had already made the bodies that should be enough. More hours had passed, and he began to get tired. He was breathing heavily, but by the end, 20 hours had passed. When the operation was over, Issei was exhausted, his power quite depleted, and his head was in pain due to excessive concentration. But the mold bodies were no longer mannequins. They were the bodies of Elsha and Belzard, even with their respective clothes. Just as he remembered, he was grateful to his parents, and he was happy. Elsha and Belzard woke up right after. They looked a little awkward when walking, but soon they got used to their new bodies. In a few minutes, they got used to it, and they worked properly. After all, they were created by the most powerful god. Belzard cried with joy, shaking hands tightly to Issei. He could feel it again. He had the touch and also the taste. Although at first he found the taste of his own mouth strange, later he got used to it. Happiness overwhelmed him just like Elsha, who threw herself into the arms of Issei. In the jump, she fell with her breasts overlapping her manly face and confirmed her suspicions. The feeling was many times better than she had fantasized, but she felt a chill on her back when looking at the terrifying look of Issei and the imposing look of Big Red. Issei did not like that someone would come to suffocate her son in such an unseemly way that she got up nervous and embarrassed. Although Issei reciprocated the embrace at the time, his skin was soft as an indestructible custard. Elsha and Belzard politely thanked Issei and Big Red, who showed his dragon form, as he still did not trust them. But they received them for being friends with their son. Their bodies were 100% dragon, and being of the flesh and blood of Great Red, they would transcend the limit they reached when alive, with the only exception that they did not have the boosted gear. Their life had become an eternal one because their bodies were the material they were. Immediately after Issei activated a portal with his inherited power at the coordinates of the BGMI mansion, he appeared and quickly put on his bracelet to hide and suppress his inherited power again. In doing so, he looked more tired than he was and basically stood more by will than by force, spotting in the distance some demons that were training and directing a confident look at Elsha and Belzard. They had already been sighted by that familiar nobility for one unknown to the other two, but they knew that they would end up getting along with them. Somewhere in Gregory, it was a rocky area of the underworld, where there was Cockabeel, one of the veterans of wars, who board was on par with two white-haired subjects, one of whom looked quite old and the other was Fried Zelzen, the renegade exorcist. They were planning to provoke a new war between the three factions. In their heads, their race was superior to the other two. He swore that if Azazel had not left the war first because of his sudden disinterest in the war zone and concentrating on studying and investigating sacred gears, they had managed to win. They had not lost their leaders as the angels and demons had done. What he missed was that they lost the most fleets of troops, and their military power was decimated from what was once a fearsome and numerous army. But a figure appeared before them. This one had a hood of a wine-red wool color that covered his face and his whole body. But they knew that he was someone very powerful because of the amount of power that emanated from it. He oppressed even the Cotter. He understood that he would not come out well, none of them three, if they fought. Who are you? By his aura, he knew that he was not an angel, fallen angel, or demon. He was something darker. I am known as a leader. I run an organization whose goal is to dominate the world and every mythology that inhabits it. And the best thing about our organization is that you cannot refuse to union it, he said seriously with a chilling voice, as cold as absolute zero. Why not? Because since I've already told you this, I'll have to kill you if you don't, he said bluntly. Cockabeel meditated so he could continue with his plan, in addition to joining an organization that followed his goal, then let out an evil laugh and said, with a crazy and psychopathic look, I accept, deal done. Okay, good evening, and disappeared without a trace. Cockabeel was meeting with the other members of the faction. They would meet within a month, but due to the union of this member, this last-minute meeting was called. They had an artifact in their hand, hidden from general view, which gave a small electrical pulse of barely 10 volts. When it was activated, they had to put aside any activity to attend instantly. Say hello to the new recruit. We did not have any member of your faction, and you are also a Cotter. You are close to the governor. That does not interest me much, since in Avago and Grigory someone with black hair and blonde locks who was relaxing in a sauna sneezing. A girl must be pining for my hat, but you must also be close to Shemeza and is the one who brings order in Grigory. Your knowledge will help us a lot. It is already well known that we cannot get any information from the angels. These cannot help us without falling after all. Well, they are flame, breastplate, original. Aliv, these two saw it in a bad way, with a deep hatred, which was not known since the hood hid them. And you too, remember the rules. There are no fights between the members. It is absolutely forbidden, unless they want the mate. It was amazing to see through. That was enough for them to relax. Cockabeel didn't understand, but he subtracted importantia. He is mad, and I, leader, you are the 7th member. Your code name will be Karasu. Below, I will explain the rules of this organization. Pay attention, as I will not repeat them. At that moment, everyone folded their arms. That was the organization's way of respecting this unique sect. The leader began. 1. You must keep total devotion and respect for the organization, even if it means enduring torture or giving your life in exchange for our plans not to be discovered. It is valid to resort to suicidal thoughts. Cockabeel remained impassive. All the Cotters had that order. 2. Fights between members are prohibited. 3. If there is a confrontation or two opposing ideas, the problem will be solved by flipping a coin. 4. You are a spy for the organization, and all your efforts and assets from any source are turned to it for investigations. 5. Pity toward the enemy will be considered a betrayal paid for with death. 6. All the subordinates you have and those you get from now on belong to us. You will not tell them anything, but you will summon them when we need them. Having said that, will you follow the rules to the letter? At this point, Cockabeel was doubtful. His goods and his subordinates mattered little to him, and he did not know mercy, but his goods, reflecting to avoid being killed, accepted each of the conditions. That's how I like Karasu. Now to train, we will not allow weak people in the organization. All they do is hinder and die in the process. Your opponent and partner until then will be Loco, and the others can retire. The meeting we agreed on is still standing. On the outskirts of Kyoto, in a mountainous area with a beautiful cabin mansion, Issei and his friends or teachers Elsha and Belzerd approached. Issei denoted a high fatigue, not controlling perfectly his inherited power and seeing null in the process the power of D-Drag. He ended up spending more power than necessary, and only his determination and will kept him conscious. Even with those, he was more than happy for what he had done. Riaz and the others received him with beautiful smiles, which came from beautiful girls. They wondered who they were, but they already had an idea. Aiz-kun, are you okay? You look exhausted, Akino asked, and she and the others looked at it with concern. What had he done to stay in that state? He fought against a fleet a few days ago and did not exhaust himself at all. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Finding them was harder than thought. Issei missed D-Drag's teasing when he invented it, but I wouldn't listen to him for at least a week. Aiz, we cannot help but worry about you since you care a lot about Nisatros. The attitude of all of them was loving towards Issei. This did not go unnoticed by Elsha, who was a woman with much more knowledge than those present and knew where the thing was going. She began to devise something for the occasion. In those moments, the eyes of Asia and Belzerd connected, and they were watching for a long moment. How cute, Belzerd thought as a slight blush filled her sculpted face. It's very handsome, Asia thought, and her cheeks were dyed a very tender pink. The hearts of both began to beat. In those moments, none of them knew what their own reactions meant. Too bad this single moment was very brief but felt eternal. It was overlooked by everyone without exception. By now, Elsha had devised her provocative strategy. Aiz said with a singing voice, the girl with measures 160, 90, blonde, blue eyes, who at that time wore a war dress a little daring that bad Urs caught the boy's arm with his breasts while Belzerd shook his head before the innocent joke of his partner. This infuriated the chicas. Do you intend to introduce us? Issei was blue. This was not going to be a quiet meeting. Excuse me, Issei-senpai, what kind of relationship do you have with that girl? She said it curiously, somewhat angry, but it was almost imperceptible. Issei was about to respond with a reasonable explanation about the events, but he was abruptly interrupted by Elsha, who had covered his mouth. Because of his weakness, he could not resist. It was not as if he wanted to get rid of his embrace, he had a perfect excuse. I am his novia, he said with an affectionate voice while he made his grip stronger and gave him a tender kiss on the cheek. Seeing the fury of the presence, he made effective his double-edged objective, to infuriate them and, incidentally, do something by the will prepare. I am surprised that you have not told them. Elsha stops playing, Belzerd concluded. Elsha, with an annoyed and defeated attitude, let go of her secret love. Yes, they fell into my game. We are friends who have known each other for a long time. Apparently, my action had the effect, Desperado said with a mischievous smile, blushing those present and removing the blush of a blushing Asia, seeing the action of the friend of his own Issei-san. It was already well known by Elsha that Issei, like Belzerd, and she are dragons, and males practice polygamy. Issei was a conqueror wherever you looked at him, and if, to be with him, she had to share it, she would gladly do it because she knew that she would never leave her aside from now on. They are my companions and dear friends. Elsha, a genius strategist and a magnificent user of magic, when they heard that they were relieved, they were hardly friends. By the momento he is Belzerd, a war genius, expert in any type of hand-to-hand combat, and master in any category armamentistica. It is worth mentioning that the surprise was very great among those present. They had experts in their respective categories in front of them. Concentrating Riaz distinguished a very great power in them. Das, I know that you will not admit weak people in your ranks. Why not a friendly confrontation? Akino versus Elsha, Kiba versus Belzerd, are you up for it? Of course, an exploration of capabilities is the best way. To the first to face them were Kiba and Belzerd. He carried a wooden sword on his back, and there was no sign that he was underestimating him, but that thought did not dissipate. Kiba held his demon sword in both hands. Will you attack with everything? Asked Belzerd. Even a lion uses all its strength, even when attacking a hare. I'd like to hear that. Are you sure you can beat me with that sword? Don't underestimate me, I'm not doing it with you. Kiba was the first to attack. In everyone's sight, it was a black and yellow blur. He wanted to end this encounter in one fell swoop, but in the sight of Elsha, Belzerd, and Issei, it was in slow motion. He was blocked by Belzerd very easily for everyone's eye. Belzerd's sword didn't even have a scratch. The same could not be said of Kiba's sword. It had broken, which made them open their eyes in surprise. The most incredulous was Kiba, who quickly formed two others, one of complete carbon fiber and another of tempered aluminum. Kiba attacked very quickly, but Belzerd did not flinch, although he was initially surprised by his strange ability, and he kept counteracting with innate ease. Kiba, on the other hand, began to attack desperately, so Belzerd decided to put an end to this. Kiba attacked from behind his back. He was smiling, and with his next downward slash, he would have his victory. Cuff was the sound Kiba made, falling to the ground unconscious. Belzerd had the tip of his sword in Kiba's abdomen, between the floating ribs. He had moved his sword under to that specific place. It should be said that he did not turn or move at any point in the fight. For nothing, the sword was his specialty. The others were open-mouthed at such a display of individual ability. Kiba woke up still in pain, asking him about his sword, which had not broken from the numerous hits. You have to know that with the proper technique and blocking with the necessary kinetic energy, even a wooden sword can become a deadly weapon. Newton's third law is the answer. If I had faced the swords, my sword would have been broken at the first moment you attacked me. My technique is derived in 3 steps. Gently receive the weapon, deflect a little, equalizing speeds, and finally apply the necessary force to stop it, distributing the impact throughout the weapon evenly. For that reason, and because I stopped with an excess of energy, I managed to break your sword by concentrating all the force on a single point, right at the mid-head. He said, surprising everyone again. There was no trick, just physica. You have no defense. You just concentrate on attacking, trusting your legs. Your technique is low. Polish your ability so that you are able to match me. I do not doubt that you will. I already decided. He definitely has to enter my nobility. Luck, I have another horse, were the thoughts of Rias. Issei was proud of the demonstration presented by his former master. If it were for skill, Belzerd would beat Issei. Power is another story. The next meeting begins, and Elsha is in front of Akino, who, seeing the previous encounter, would not trust her. He attacked, with his best attacks being easily countered by Elsha. There was only one rule: the attacks would be lightning elements, since it was the only magic used by Akino, or rather, the one he controlled the most, giving her a supposed feeling of advantage against her opponent. Elsha defended herself with powerful lightning barriers, and she already knew the strategy to use. She took parts of her armor from her clothes, which were made of an alloy of iron and copper. She quickly untied her shoelaces and tied both parts tightly. Akino created a powerful ray that materialized from the sky. She jumped, dodging narrowly, summoning lightning barriers. The ions of the armor had no charge, which prevented the rays from following her as they normally would. Akino kept pressing while his previous attack was already a kilometer away. Elsha, with a backward somersault, threw with surgical precision what she had created under Akino's feet, who vanished with her own attack. Everyone was surprised since she was not sweating nor had any indication of having exerted herself. When she woke up, she began to explain. As lightning is your favorite element, you should be very clear about its properties. Electricity is very lazy, so to speak. It will always go to the path that opposes less resistance to reach its natural goal. Before launching the parts of my armor, I recharged the ions of the metal, turning it into a conductor. Having nothing closer served as for lightning. The human body, like demons, have high levels of caustic salt in their body and consists mostly of water, becoming the second part of the circuit, which ended in the land that is where Rayo is headed. Indeed, the earth under Akino was black, was burned by the impacto. In conclusion, you yourself became the target of your own attack. It can be said that everyone had their mouths open for the strategy employed, but there was still an unknown. That does not explain the previous mission. The warehouse was completely made of iron. Why did my rays go towards Vaser and not at the walls? Everyone was waiting for the explanation. It was because the paint of the place was insulating. The parts without paint had a lot of rust that disintegrates the metal since it had a lot of oxygen. Iron oxide is as good a conductor as rubber. Its effect is nullo, explained Issei. They did not know that. Fight in a place like that with good quality iron without paint, it would have been more of a disadvantage, and she didn't know it. Rias was very happy. He was going to recruit 2 geniuses. Now he thought about giving a rook to Belzerd and a horse to Elsha. He had new hopes against Razor. If she was a genius strategist, he had to talk to her about the plan in the raiding game and passing feelings. After all, I had to keep trust and discretion because of the girl code. What do you think of my friends, Rias, guys? Said Issei with a smile and crossed arms. His companions shared his pose and were on both sides of him. They are incredible, spectacular, fast, intelligent, and very strong, were the compliments in general. Rias was very clear that I could not do much against the 2 of them. Just like the other members of the nobles, I would like them to be part of my nobility. Do you accept? Said Rias, taking out of his bag a tower and a horse. Well, we have promised Issei, and we never break a promise, even if it were to reincarnate in demons. This opinion was seconded by Elsha, but we do not want the tower piece. I do not want the bishop piece. We will both be pawns. Leave them higher ranks than others. We are already strong individually. Are you sure you want to be pawns? They are the weakest pieces. Yes, even a pawn can leave a king in checkmate. Belzerd nodded, and the ritual began. In a few minutes, they had already been resurrected for the second time in the day. They did not feel different, only that at the time of showing their wings, these were like those of Issei, only black for their now demonic part. The demons could not believe it, telling them that their respective clans, the matriarchs, had relations with dragons once they inherited dragon powers and a mutation by being close to dragons in their genes. They turned them into complete dragons, and miraculously, for their luck, they believed the tale. We are training. In 2 weeks we will have an extremely important confrontation against a nobility so far undefeated, the nobility of Razor Phoenix, said Rias. Razor is extremely powerful. He is currently one of the most powerful of his clan. They estimate that he is more powerful than Lord Phoenix, who followed Akino. His goal is to dominate the Gremory clan through compromise with his heir. This is supported by the Demonic Council, which wants to occupy it as an incubator for a new generation of powerful demons, as Kiba argued. His personality is dark, a cold psychopath, and dominates a fire of color between orange and turquoise. These are almost like the fire of Hades by the temperature they emit. It is estimated that it is 15 degrees Celsius. At the end of the statements, Elsha and Belzard gave them a desire to beat him. No one had to marry out of obligation. Love does not work like that. Don't worry, Butchu. Riaz was surprised. She hadn't told them to call her that yet. She speculated that Issei told them something about demonic society and kept silent about her reasoning. We'll help her break her compromiso, Elsha said energetically. Of course, such nobility as Razor will not know that the Golpio. Belzard said excitedly that he was seen by Asia. He did not realize it, but when he was excited by the fight, he caught his attention. Thank you guys very much. Belzard, would you be so kind as to train Kiba? Elsha, would you train with Akino, Asia, and me? Hi, but you said everyone was present. Issei was going to train in his own way, with his own program, of course, after a day to fill the reserve of his power and a few more for the inherited energy. He was watching in the distance as the girls ran. Damn teenage hormones, I don't want to see that. Well, if I want to see that, stop teasing you, D-Drag. Oh, sure, D-Drag is not currently, like I miss him, but hey, it's not like it's my fault that I feel calm in a place to observe the beautiful scenery, and as soon as they choose the place in front of me to train, now I cannot concentrate on the beautiful landscape, not with a beautiful landscape in front, landscape, which sounds good that palabra he said rambling in his monologue. He no longer found reasons of will not to fall asleep. The place where he was very comfortable. It was a fluffy bush. He walked his gaze on the breasts of Riaz. In Akino's, Elsha's, they must be very soft. He thought, in Kaniko's developing body, none felt that discomfort they felt if a pervert was watching them. It was as if they felt observed, but more than making them uncomfortable, they liked it. Issei thought about their feelings too. They were very pure. He liked their personalities. He thought about the lucky future spouses of all of them, not knowing what the future held for him. Walking now on her legs and hips, reviewing each time on her breasts, she noticed the sweat. As it made more and more her clothes hug her spectacular bodies, her sight became more and more blurred, her pulse was slowly slowing down, and everything began to be meaningless. What beautiful girls, was his last thought before falling into a peaceful sleep, prey to his excessive tiredness. The hours progressed and the girls had finished training. They invited the boys to enter the mansion to rest. They said they would train a little more and let it pass. The girls, with the exception of Asia, felt strangely appreciated, as if they had seen them as real girls and not as a piece of meat. Then his mind clicked, where is Issei? Soon one of the girls saw him at the foot of the tree closest to where they were training. They had not noticed his presence. They called him, but nothing happened. When they approached, they saw him better. He was sleeping without any worries, with a smile on his face while some locks fell on his face. For those present who had never seen him sleep, all but Asia came to mind. How nice he looked sleeping. They took him together to the room where his bed would be. They were having dinner a little late, about 9 o'clock at night. Where am I? Ah, how relieved I feel. It is incredible that the pain of my mother's blows persists. No way. Hey, Issei raised his torso exaltado. Do not tell me that the girls took me to my habitation. I checked under the covers rapidamente. No, they did not see anything. That well, I continued with the clothes with which I fell asleep. The last thing I remember is a powerful blush that came over. Don't tell me how I was able to revel in it. I wasn't thinking clearly, or maybe I was thinking sincerely. No, it can't be. Issei was holding his head with both hands. He was confused. Don't tell me that. I'm becoming a pervert, or maybe it was because of the lack of functioning neurons due to tiredness. Hell, I can't understand it. I can't understand myself. Apple of knowledge at all. Physics and chemistry are much simpler than this. He was immersed in a debate with the same in his thoughts, that he did not see that Asia was entering his room. It was not until he had it a few meters away that he reacted in a startled way. Issei Oni-san, are you okay? Dinner is ready. You worried me a lot. You fell asleep at training time, but before you look tired, do not demand too much, yes. The innocent and worried face of Asia was enough to convince Issei. Okay, thanks for worrying. Asia one-san. Issei smiled, placing one of her hands on Asia's head and ruffling her golden hair while she smiled tenderly, as only an innocent soul knew how. Then we went downstairs to dinner together with everyone else. Issei was patiently waiting with a smile. No one had started eating yet, so Issei smiled back. Did you sleep well? Was Elsha's question. Since I got rid of almost all the fatigue, I have to say yes. Tomorrow I will train all day to make up for what I was going to do, he said, stretching a little. Issei Oni-san, you just told me that you wouldn't demand much from another Vez, Asia said with an anger that, far from achieving her goal, made her look more tender, and slightly inflating her cheeks did not help to convey her seriousness. Belzard was stunned by this scene. Don't worry, Asia one-san. I had previously done the 10-day training in one. This is nothing, plus I need a good workout to get in shape. Everyone was incredulous, except his former friends. It seemed to them that 10 days of training in one was only extremely excessive, but they knew that Issei was not someone of lies, hence their surprise. Everyone was chatting pleasantly, making the schedule of the 2 weeks of training since Kaneko would be trained by Issei. This was the democratic decision, which Issei could not refuse. Now he felt the same as Big Red in the dimensional gap. Kaneko, on the other hand, was a little nervous. She didn't know the full strength of her senpai, who, without much effort, embedded someone in the wall and her gun on the roof and fought a fleet only with brute force. But leaving that aside, she was eager to train with him, as Belzerd would train with Kiba. Elsha, what kinds of magic do you master? Asked Akino with his typical one-sama smile. Let me see. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, light, darkness, different combinations, barriers, counterattacks, prisons, and basic spatio-temporal. But I don't master Elvish, healing, Norse magic, nor Apocalyptica, he said with a sincere smile. Everyone was left with their mouths open. If that was true, she mastered every magic. Ignoring only the extremely rare ones, she was the one who had the most complete magic arsenal of the nobility. Although she was easily perhaps one of the few people with so much mastery in the entire underworld. After several minutes in which they processed the information while Issei, Elsha, and Belzerd were still eating. And then, everyone finished, emptying their plates. It can be said that Issei beat Kaneko by far in speed and an amount of food devoured, which in itself was an achievement. Issei took the palms and devoured 20 dishes against 8 of Kaneko, according to him, to regain strength, and according to her, because it was growing. He praised the food of Roz, Elsha, and Akino because, until tomorrow, it was the turn of Kaneko and Asia to cook. Those who worked on it blushed while thanking him for the pleasant comment. She had said something about her fortunate future husbands. None of those who cooked with Kaneko could avoid getting the idea of a happy marriage with Issei and their respective children. Well, let's go to the outdoor hot springs before sleeping. The men are on the other side, although we would not mind if Issei saw us to snoot us. Issei, Asia, Kaneko, and Issei shared a great blush, although the latter to a lesser extent. The girls who didn't, Sonirin, would Elsha bother you? Not at all. My body belongs to Issei's side after to-do, he said, following the game to Roz. What do you think, Akino? Ufu, of course I would not bother. I will try to seduce him and make him show me the sadism that he said days ago, Vimos, with a perverted expression worthy of it, with anger on the part of some girls and a variable level of discomfort on the part of everyone. Issei's imagination was going 1,000 per hour, his body temperature was rising, and his pulse was beginning to accelerate. If he did not have his ability, he would have been knocked out by a nosebleed, getting lost in more perverted things. Despite everything, Issei was an innocent and inexperienced boy beyond what he knew theoretically. Unknowingly, the girls' game was over, and they all agreed to take a bath with him, even Kaneko and Asia, one because the idea did not displease him. Since the feeling he felt now had awakened a type of placebo that increased his confidence, he would also be his teacher, and had no obligation to be. He wanted to thank him in some way. Asia, on the other hand, accepted innocently. She knew that she was only seen as a younger sister. After all, she saw it the same way. Belzerd was clearly upset. It meant that he would see a certain girl naked. Was it such jealousy? He could not explain it well, but something touched his morals. Sorry girls, I'm in general shock. Relief, Belzerd. That doesn't mean they're not good enough for me. What boy in his right mind would mind being surrounded by such beautiful girls as you are? I have seen your feelings, and I don't consider myself worthy to steal the divine and beautiful purity of your bodies by looking at them in that state before marriage. I want you. For you, it is more special. Nothing is written yet between us, and until that happens, I will continue. Again, though the hearts of the girls suppressed true euphoria, they already had their clearest feelings about Issei. Their pulse was exaggeratedly fast, invisible tears slipped down their thin faces. But there was something they all knew. Issei was the most worthy boy to see their bodies. In all their splendor, Asia could not be more proud of her brother. Currently, there are no men with the level of innocence and chivalry. It was an oasis in the desert of their feelings, a heart in which they could take refuge without worrying about anything else. Time seemed to stand still as they saw Issei with repressed desire, making an imperceptible sigh full of hope. It was incredible how someone they had just met had become someone so essential in their long lives, someone with whom they wanted to wake up at the same time and say an affectionate good morning, someone who, if he left, would leave a hole that not all the souls of this plane, nor the time, would be able to fill. They went to enjoy the warm waters and then to sleep, leaving a good taste in the mouth for all and, for some too, a pleasant sensation of butterflies in the stomach. The next day, everyone went into a kind of training frenzy, which, compared to those that Rias had previously given to his nobility, would be the difference between the softness of silk and a carpenter's sandpaper number 40. Asia, a very clever, tender girl, was making leaps and bounds in learning basic defense spells, as it was her weakest point to be a vital piece of the group. Based on this, it was decided to put her under the tutelage of Akino because her strength was the innate facility she had to transmit knowledge. Elsha and Rias, pawn against king, were in a hectic magical duel. Elsha was restrained since they were currently working on increasing their magical reserve capacity. Destructive magic was typical of the Bale House and could not be learned anyway. Explosive magic, or corrosive, although less effective, were the ones that kept more similarities. These were obtained by combining play and electricity for explosions. The corrosive was formed by water and darkness. This formed poison if the principalities of the elements were exchanged. Kiba was training with Belzerd. He told him that he would be ready when he managed to move from his starting position, so you could see that simple statement. He had taken it to heart and was trying all kinds of things to make him falter and distract him even if he tried a brief moment. A bad opponent really, if he could beat a dragon god. Although Belzerd, before the confrontation, had to look for his original weapon, a weapon with which he had been feared in his moments of glory. Issei had a friendly encounter with Kaneko, who blushed when Issei arranged and touched her to correct her posture, more when it was at the waist. Her hands caused a tingle that she liked, and as much as she wanted to say that she did not enjoy it. Many times the body was more honest than words ever would be, but, for the ignorance of Issei overlooked those moments, for some relief of Kaneko also, by following his instructions. He had more attack speed by shortening the trajectory that his blows followed. Another point that helped him to correct with a clean hand was that he hit instead of pushing. Kaneko was surprised that no matter how much he hit Issei in his palms, he showed no sign of pain. No coloration, nothing out of the ordinary. The skin of the dragons had to be incredible. It was their resolution more logical. Now it had more maneuverability, and it hit better than it had ever done. They spent their days in laughter, in the cheerful and colorful meadows of the mountain with a very beautiful atmosphere and a pleasant climate. During their rest times that were for some the happiest 20 minutes of the day, for the good relationship that little by little everyone began to forge. So he spent a week in which he showed quite remarkable improvements in all. Riaz had increased the control, power, an amount he could use of his power of destruction. Elsha, well, he was already strong. Kiba had just moved just 1 centimeter to Belzerd, something that was to be admired for the short time in which he had achieved it, but not so much knowing that he only defended himself and that he attacked him and won with a single blow if he saw him get upset. I had to learn to think with a cool head, even in the most unfavorable situations. Kaneko could sweep the floor with herself from a week ago. Her reflexes and coordination were much better now. Issei trained at her own pace in the evenings, as she had trained before with her parents, only on her own. Asia could create mid-level barriers. The only point against it was that the more barriers it created, the less it could heal before its reserves were depleted. Their determination, despite their enormous results, did not diminish a bit. Rather, it motivated them to continue training, promising to train regularly and not when the situation warranted it. Belzerd was accompanied with Kiba to the American continent, to Machu Picchu in Peru specifically. Kiba was stunned, since in one of the secret tunnels, Belzerd had shown an ability never seen before to circumvent the different traps of the place. He had done it so that only he could cross such exaggerated security, and apparently Kiba did not know what he was seeing. At the end, there was a thin pedestal with special-looking gloves that each stood alongside a container of what looked like a dense silver mass in a liquid state, a weapon Belzerd had called unlimited possibilities of alloy. What exactly is this? It is my masterpiece, much better than your sacred gear, no offense, my weapon original, he said little by little, approaching the gloves and putting them on dramatically. It was not for less, so much time invested, it made him cry. That thing was like his son. The liquid began to take shape into a spear. It became liquid again, then solid, assimilating a spear, a scythe. The change interval was 1 second. Aha, what I created was not the liquid, it was the gloves that allowed me to control it. As you will see, Kiba is not an ordinary liquid. It is made with a hyper-combined alloy of bromine, mercury, cesium, gallium, and francio. These metals are very light, and at room temperature, their state is liquid. In that state, it is so dense that a cannonball would keep floating. I can control at will its temperature and shape and change them at a distance. You will see these elements are light, and in addition to their excellent properties, such as that of mercury, which can gather the rest if it is in a range of 50 meters, it becomes oval-shaped. At the same time that the toxicity of all the elements together is highly toxic to the organism, they have 2% cyanide. Just in case, it makes it what I want, even modern weapons. With this weapon, it was practically invincible, but I will occupy it for justice, just as before, having saved it for moments like these a few years ago. Kiba could not get out of his stupefaction. He was many times better than his sacred gear, which was limited to swords and impossible to break because if it happened, he would reform it, and already, it was extremely terrifying. And so they came back, and everyone was dumbfounded, just like Kiba, everyone without exception. He had to be a genius to create something like that, but he had his weak point, and Elsha, Belzerd, and Issei knew it. It was very simple after all. At high temperatures, those metals evaporate. At low temperatures, near 200 degrees Celsius, it not only became impossible to mold, but it became extremely weak and brittle, to the point that it would not cut an inch of skin without breaking like cheap glass. Since it was so easy to mold and, with proper knowledge, easier to beat, it was obvious that Belzerd had to make some final modifications in the long run. The practically invincible thing was more than right. The second week of training was over. In a few hours, the confrontation against Razor began. In a few hours, Issei would only see the match. He could ensure his victory. The others felt more than ready. They were proud of what had been achieved in such a short time. Roz had discussed the definitive strategy, which would change or be maintained depending on the circumstances that the terrain offers. Issei had not been very involved with his training, not because he did not want them to improve but to be proud of their own effort. Since he knew how good that experience felt and was extremely satisfying, Issei was very worried. On the other hand, D-Drake had not woken up. A week ago he should have done it. He tried to enter the boosted gear, but in vain. It was as if he did not have it. Concentrating completely relieved a little detected an almost imperceptible signal for hours that gave him back hope. How would he react to losing his best friend? Taking into account the reaction caused by Asia, who had rather not known her, she knew that it did not bring anything good. She only hoped that her reasoning, in time, would be totally refuted. The fight was about to begin. Grafia would make a magic circle appear in the Occult Research Club in exactly 15 minutes. Belzard carried his weapon in an oval backpack that hung as a bag from his waist tied to the belt, with a post-apocalyptic war suit that made him look at least intimidating. With 2 additional X-shaped katanas crossing his back, Kiba, her student uniform like Ria's, and Kaneko, Asia wore a nun's costume. Elsha, her provocative completely neutral battle suit, and Issei, casual clothes, to say goodbye and give words of encouragement. Akino, in her Japanese priestess costume, was the description of the image known as Yamato ne Chiko, all ready to start a hot fight. Grafia appeared in a magic circle. Rias had asked that Issei enjoy being in the front row as his only guest of honor. He had a good view. This was an abandoned city, ruins that, by the sandy texture and certain religious symbols, in addition to the walls punished by bullets, still his mark was seen very easily. Issei concluded it was a city in Iraq, a good scenario that had a sad history behind, was unknown to both nobility, and knew that the strategy to use in this type of place was. A guerrilla war was not only worth the strategy, but the ability to go unnoticed, stalk, and ambush, where even luck and probability played an important role, meant they had to put their state of adaptation to the maximum. Soon Issei saw how 2 magic circles appeared simultaneously as they illuminated the whole place. The masters were blue of the Lucifuge house. Both were on opposite sides far apart from each other. The buildings at ground level were labyrinthine, and both were in the tallest buildings. Both looked like important buildings. Soon a voice was heard. Issei's room was empty until a Gremory butler appeared, wanting to offer him things. Issei only invited him to watch the game with him, which he happily accepted. His name was Dekamu, and they had already liked each other. There were several screens that offered in a panoramic way what both nobility saw, which was one of the service advantages offered by the front row. The Maoists were in the Platinum VIP area. Issei hated the way Razor addressed and slapped his maids. There was no sound in the room. But the coldness of that guy and his boring and simplistic way in which he committed his mistreatment as if it were the most normal thing in the world made him cry. Dekamu was the same. However, the one who was related to him was the one who was better, since she was the only one who did not physically abuse, but her psychological damage must be severe since she was practically a child. This contrasted completely with the love and esteem with which the nobility of Rias handled things. With that determined attitude, completely aware of what he did, his way of treating his own was light, opposing the darkness of Razor. Grafia's voice was heard again over the speakers. The meeting will begin shortly. The nobility of Gremory is located in the western part of the city, in the National Palace. The Phoenix nobility is located in the eastern part of it, in Parlamento. It means that it is the capital of Iraq. They were in Baghdad. Modified from that, they already know their respective locations and have had enough time to see the terrain. They can start. On both screens, it was seen how reconnaissance teams came out. 5 of 3. From Razor, Asia had been at the base with Asia. Belzard went with Kaneko, Elsha with Kiba, and Akino was in charge of aerial reconnaissance. All carried a magic transceiver that communicated with the rest of the team. No time limit had been set either. His movements were stealthy and furtive. As I suspected, both are practicing guerrilla warfare, a fighting style that favors those with fewer members. Rias wins. Belzard-senpai, you are more expert than me in this field. What do we do? Krek. Kaneko had turned to see quickly. Her senses were activated to the maximum by the loud noise. When he saw what was going on, he became a little angry about what he saw. He had kicked a rock, making a very heavy noise. With the tension at its maximum, Kaneko believed in the possibility of an emboscada. What do? Avoiding your nervousness. If there is something that bothers me, it is to play ambush and, worse, still be ambushed. I will clean the ground to a diameter of 20 meters to make us notice. I also want a good meeting without contentions. Kaneko opened his eyes wide. The guerrilla was an effective way to fight in the forest and at labyrinthine sites, but Belzard had another point of view. For an experienced guy like him, he must have regarded it as the method of fighting cowards, attacking and retreating, hiding and ambushing. Belzard took out the liquid that floated between his futuristic-looking gloves, molding it into a large chain connected to a wrecking ball. Because of its appearance and how Belzard carried it, it made him think one thing: I wouldn't put up with that. Issei-senpai and his friends were for her guys, who had nothing normal. Belzard began to swing the gigantic armature. Smash, crack, brum, was the sound of the impact, the cracking of the structure, and the collapse of entire buildings, leaving only pieces of rock, calcite, and debris. In less than 2 minutes, in the distance, when the building fell, they had eye contact with their first enemy. The smile that Belzard offered them and that he turned his metalloid weapon into a bow, where only the rope was a little softer than the rest, did not augur well for them, but it would not prevent them from fighting with all their power, to avoid dying for Razor's seal of obedience. The nobility of Razor was very strong. On about 2 occasions, they fought and won without the intervention of their king. Trusting would be a very foolish mistake, since with the entry of Belzerd and Elsha, they barely matched the war potential. Twins with chainsaws with bright edges that almost seemed made of light threw themselves at Belzerd, while he shot arrows at them before completely shortening the distance. Kaneko went out to fight with an older-looking girl who was in her 20s in Chinese dress and the bow girl, who, because of Belzerd's smile, did not dare to attack. But the twins were half psychopaths. The twins dodged the arrows quite well, which by the property of Mercury, 50 meters away, began to return smoothly, practically crawling on the ground having lost their shape, waiting to be molded once more. The coordination of those two was amazing, their teamwork impeccable, Belzerd only. He played with them, he dodged, the chainsaws only lost their edge when facing the hard alloy. That when it broke, regained its shape, it was frustrating, how could it regenerate? One of the girls cut herself by accident when Belzerd was molding the metal. The girl did not take importance and attacked faster. Belzerd began to dodge. Issei was definitely her best opponent. The other locked her in a cage, tried to cut her, and in doing so the saw pierced her prison like water. But when she tried, it was a hard wall. She did not understand the behavior of that compound, which can cause a lack of knowledge in chemistry. But then she tried fire magic. Without achieving anything more than that the cage melted and that the boiling liquid fell, the other vanished because of the previous cut. The cyanide had acted quickly. With the agitation, his blood circulated faster, increasing the speed of the intoxication process. Belzerd had defeated them unintentionally while they vanished. All this happened while Kaneko had a good and sexy fight against her two opponents. Kaneko was fast, she had an unnatural anticipation of events. She had already become accustomed to Issei's speed, which was no small thing. She fought two opponents at the same time with some difficulty. Teamwork was a quality of Phoenix's nobility. The three jumped at the same time, rising about 3 meters above the surface. Kaneko dodged the bow's slash, turning forward in the direction of the tower. When he was parallel, he extended his foot, turning the evasive movement into an attacking one, transformed into an axe kick, which hit him squarely in the face, to which he shared his range, was shot at high speed towards the ground, raising large debris, who were taken advantage of by this, kicked the debris with great kinetic energy in the direction of the other pawn, who received the now projectile throughout his abdomen, which not even his bow could against the inertia that carried the rock. Falling gracefully, and slowly went towards the two of them and gave them the necessary blow to retreat, ending at the same time as Belzerd, said Grafia, with her neutral tone. Her insipid personality was worrying. They were what those who did not know her well, including Issei, still thought. Are our areas. It seems that they are attacking in groups. Grands, the announcement was heard. How proud I am of my kuais, she said. They all advanced through separate streets. I do not see some. They must be inside the buildings. Can I get rid of some pawns? Thank you, Akino, you can act. Don't even think I'm going to let you diminish my teammates. As much as I don't want to, I'm not going to let you hurt them. You laugh, I have to leave you. I will contact you later. Although I understand your actions, we also cannot afford to lose. We both risk too much, and I will not stop because my best friend's happiness is at stake. I see. We both have people to defend, right? I will not give up either. I do not want us to be punished. Please surrender, even if they manage to beat all my companions. Razor the Darotara, his expression was one of real anguish. Soon his expression was a painful one, an expression that Akino did not enjoy, something unheard of. It was evident that the seal was active. Soon, with tears in his eyes, Ubaluna went on the attack. It was a great magical confrontation that filled the sky with many lights and colors. It seemed that they fought with such synchrony that, in the sight of others, it seemed like a dance, a beautiful lethal dance, where the first one who made a mistake would lose. After about 15 minutes, Akino managed to make a gigantic lightning strike on Ubaluna, who could not defend himself, knowing only the bombastic magic. This happened because he had cornered her in a place where iron abounded, a product of the collapsed beams that Belzerd had previously made. As Rias was already advancing in the company of Rias through the battlefield, Elsha had placed multiple traps, such as magic mines, which seemed ironic considering where they were geographically. Akino was going to accompany Rias, but boom! A gigantic explosion all over her body made her fall and vanish. She had trusted herself and had not finished her, since in her conditions it did not seem that she could get up. Akino didn't quite understand it. Confused. They are Phoenix tears. I know it is not the most honorable way to defeat you, but it is what there is if I want to protect mine, even if it is in this way. In war and in love, everything Vale declared as he moved, and Akino disappeared. Issei, along with Dekamu, saw with anxiety and nerves tense all the fights. The most difficult thing is to try to see two screens at once. Sometimes he was excited, other times he was extremely serious. He laughed when Belzerd had beaten the twins unintentionally. He admired the defensive strategy of Kaneko, who remained serene even in such an unfavorable panorama. Although he understood the feelings of the Queen of Razor, he did not like her victory at all, even if it did not count as illegal in the encounter. In some moments when he was totally immersed in the battle, he would grab his head, get angry, and move his muscles as if wanting to give the blow, as if he were the one who was fighting. Even so, he enjoyed, with inner calm, the encounter since he knew they would win. Tiba hid in a building. He had thought of going ahead to meet Kaneko and Belzerd, but 2 bishops and a horse were strategically located on a main street, without buildings nearby that could hinder his vision. It was a roundabout, and located there his 360-degree vision that formed between the 3 had an advantage to be able to observe 10 streets at the same time. He, for his part, decided to go out and walk slowly towards them. It would seem suicide, but he knew the way of being of the Knight of Razor and knew that he would ask. A battle 1 against 1. He also knew that Ravel was more to watch than to interfere in the fight, so it was difficult to understand the reason for his recruitment into the ranks of his brother. She could only be somewhat perverted. She had no seal, but information had leaked that said that if she left the nobility, all of it would die. "Hello, I am the Knight of Ria's Gremory. I come looking for a duel against you," he said, pointing to the enemy knight. "Do not think that I will give you that option. I want an individual duel, but I cannot trust myself. We will attack you both, and venceremos." He started running at high speed against him. They were almost a second in front. Kiba was in shock because what he planned did not happen. He dodged the attack with difficulty. When blocking in such a clumsy way, the force made the sword fall. It fell with the edge up, pressing against the cobblestones of the street. He could not take it out and create a new sword. "It's fast," he thought as a bead of sweat slid down his temple. "We do not trust any. We read all their information member by member. Your ability, although useful, will not surprise me. Although I admit that I envy sword birth." The other member threw magic wind attacks at Kiba. Dodging while fighting was a barbarity, but it was nothing compared to Belzerd. But how? The bishop, in shock, could not move either. Kiba took advantage of this and gave her a slight kick in the abdomen. It was not sudden, it was a kick of push. What she forgot was the sword that Kiba had dropped earlier. It came out in such a fluid way that anyone had thought he had done it on purpose. She fell, puncturing a lung on the spot. The answer is a sharp wind saber, practical, very sharp, invisible, but if you know about it, it is the weakest. "They forgot that I can handle 2-handed swords, and that was their error," he said while the victims disappeared in particles of light. "Good encounter, I owe it to you, Belzerd. I do not understand why they do it. They are going to lose. He is going to beat them." He beat Ruvel without trying. "I do not sweat a drop. Give up if you do not want to end up as your priestess friend. We have to protect the smile of a certain person together. We cannot do it. Giving up is not an option, even if we all fall. We owe her a lot, and not only does the dead influence our actions, she is also our friend," she said with a smile of pride. Ravel had not taken Issei out of her head. A feeling seized her every time she remembered him that she could not understand. Ravel knew that Kiba would find love very pronto. Ravel was only accompanying Kiba in silence to his brother's base. Everyone had already finished with the members of Razor. They did not spend much strength, except for Akino. All Elsha had charged them with explosive spells that made the buildings collapse, from a city with tall buildings of sandy appearance to a plain full of rubble. There in front was Razor with his expressionless face. No, it was more like a boring face. How could he be so calm if he was in the sight of everyone at a total disadvantage? He was facing Rias, Kaneko, and Asia, who had already healed the scrapes since no one would have suffered serious injuries. Razor's nobility was not weak, they had been stronger during combat. He faced Belzerd and his peculiar weapon, the genius strategist Elsha. Besides being one of the most powerful magicians in existence of all, Kiba, who was already recovered, advanced to finish with his opponent. And as they approached little by little, his expression was changing to a smile like the one he had given Issei in his last moments in the club, only without so much interest. "Wow, how pleased I am. They have become stronger, right? The temperature near him seemed to send her I could have fun. They have matured so much in just 2 weeks, Maravilloso said, as his face became lazy again and the pressure near him increased. "Those 2 who have joined your nobility are very strong, but it is not enough." The ground near him cracked, and the fire began to swirl on him in huge quantities. Neither Belzerd nor Elsha nor anyone else showed tranquility in his face, it was fear. Because of the temperature, Belzerd could not even mold his metal alloy. Elsha's powerful water element attack, which incidentally left the Citri open-mouthed, had evaporated before it even came close. Issei, from a distance, did not believe it. He had more power than a supreme-class demon, and the leaders of each clan, including his family, had never seen his power complete. Jajaja, his laughter was cold, almost muerta. Pain Packer, rising sun, burned by the sun. Yes, this ability belongs to Phaeton, one of the members of Gene Ryodan. From the anime Hunter x Hunter, it does not belong to me. Gravity attracted them. They could not even flee. One by one, they were afflicted by third-degree burns. Without exception, they were devoured by the fire that covered them, hurting in the process their own desperate Hermana. Issei tried to go and break what more than one wanted, but when he was about to reveal the greatest secret, even more important than the death of the biblical god, he felt a powerful energy suddenly entering his left arm and fell unconscious. For 2 reasons. D-Drag had awakened at the worst possible moment, and the bracelet ended up sealing due to his feeling of pure hatred, all his power. They all disappeared into light particles all at once, while Razor was in the same position. After that, even Grafia will overcome the shock that made everyone mute, even the Maoists, who did not believe anything. No one clapped, no one breathed, the dimension was fading, and Razor went straight to an unknown place without a trace. While he called a meeting, Already, all the members were present almost immediately. Very good, I have managed to win smoothly. Our skills after our training are very great. I think everyone here has surpassed the high-class demons and matched the supreme class. The Grimoire clan is already mine, and I can already dispose of its weak heir. Well done, Lama. One of the first objectives of the organization was fulfilled. Original, I need you to watch it for anything. If something happens, do not interfere, just bring it here. I am glad that the weakest member of the group serves us something. Thank you, Medurer. And how they disappeared only when Lama was accompanied by his partner. The rebirth project was almost ready. Elsha, Rias, boys. Woke up Issei excited. He was sweating. It was a nightmare. One who was still in reality, in his bed, or rather sitting next to him was Grafia, who had been taking care of him. The day she met him, she felt a lot of power in that boy, and despite what she saw, she had faint hopes that she could win Razor, even if she had to ask for it in a way that her strict ethics did not approve. Even if, after losing, he would have to apologize for asking him for something so risky in the event that he accepted it in the first place. I'm glad you are so energetic, Issei-sama. Gekimu brought him here when he fainted. The wedding is in process. Everyone is fine. His burns, although serious, were easy to treat. Asia woke up first, which helped with the process although they forbade it, but it was key so that the injury did not leave scars. But I wanted to ask him for a favor, Grafia said with a still serious face. If you're thinking of telling me to break into the Rias ceremony to stop Razor, Peens didn't even say it with a smile, amistosa. I would have done it anyway, although I didn't think Razor was so powerful and you saw such ability, but it's making me tardy. Grafia's face was a little incredulous. He extended to her something that seemed to be a seal with a magic circle. Use this to get there, please. It will appear in the lobby. Everyone will be present. The guys were asking for you when they woke up. You can see that they appreciate you very much. It's true, I'll end this. Hell, even if D-Drag woke up, I couldn't communicate with him. Well, it doesn't matter. I will have to prove all my brute strength to Minos. He said that he took off his necklace and disappeared into the circle, feeling much lighter. Issei walked quickly but imperiously. A guard crossed his path, knocked out. He could not waste time. He was heading towards where the voices of talks became louder and the fine music became clearer, but he was not going to let everything go with such a calm atmosphere. The bride and groom have just gone up to the altar, Rias being taken by her sad father, being seen by her sad family, especially her older brother, and by her sad nobility, that in view of all that, Razor had fun until, boom, the main doors made of marble, about 7 meters by 4 meters wide between the two that easily weighed about 20 tons, had been torn from the hinges and buried, one in the ceiling and one in the wall on the side of Razor, who did not flinch, did not care about the looks, and kept walking. He did not know that when he saw that guy, his face would change for that of a hunter. He saw all his companions, who could not hold his gaze. I am proud of all of you. You gave everything of yourself. Your opponent was stronger, and that's why I came to defeat him in a fight that was in favor of a bet. This is very interesting. Tell me, and what would you ask for? Cancel your engagement to Rias in any of its forms, that you abandon the idea of taking over his clan, free your servants? Only so Elsha, after wanting and knowing that she was going to rescue a damsel in distress, did not think about it anymore. I would express a little of his feelings the next time I saw him. You laugh instead, just seeing him enter that way without caring about what they will say. I was crying with happiness. Okay, but in return, I want your life. It will be a duel to the death. What do you say? Except, you cower. In total silence, they did not want to see a unilateral confrontation to delay the inevitable, but that boy loaded 20 tons as if nothing. They already began to doubt his true strength too. They thought he would deny it. I accept that if it is a duel to the death, it makes things easier for me. I will not have to contain myself to avoid Madart. His smile was challenging and somewhat psychopathic, the one that made Akino shudder. Interesting. It seems that this encounter will not be boring. Now Lucifer-sama would be so kind to create a dimension for the struggle if it is very wide. Razor said it with the challenging attitude of the Othervas. Rias was crying just like the rest of the nobility, except Elsha Belzard. Even Sona's nobility, with no more members yet, even Grimoire's family was with a lump in their throats. Issei gave a beautiful smile to Elsha, when everyone thought that would be the last time they would see her. Issei and Razor vanished into particles to appear in an empty, flat place, with a number of pillars as a barrier. On them was written the weight of 1,000 tons, not lift. But Issei wanted to show all his strength. He took off all his weights, which were 10,000 tons, took them off, easily lifted them to both sides, and dropped them. The impact was overwhelming. All the ground cracked around while the weights left a gigantic crater. Even the pillars fell one by one, in the incredulous sight of everyone. Impossible. How much strength do you have, Surzech-chan? Asked Serafal, incredulous. He could not be someone normal who had not been tortured from birth at least. I don't know, Serafal, but I think you can, Surzech said with his typical smile. It can't be. How much strength do you have? He was a little upset as sweat streamed down his temple. Not much. A confident smile adorned his car. Only about 36,000 tons of strength. Jajaja, his laughter got Razor on edge. What kind of being has that monstrous strength? Scared Razor. I will make you live a hell worse than your technique. In less than a blink, he was in front of him. He hit him in the ribs that went through his whole body. Ah, was Razor's cry of pain. He regenerated very fast, even to be a phoenix. What things will he have done to obtain such a speed of regeneration? No matter how strong you are, I will still beat you with my technique that burns everything. Pain Packer, rising sun, burned by the sun, he shouted, raising his hands. The attraction around his technique was very strong, but Issei would not try to evade it. He ran directly towards his technique. His heat could not be compared to those orbiting blue stars or planets orbiting near holes negros. Everyone thought he was crazy if he could win. Why commit suicide? Even Sareorg was incredulous at his strength. But more because of what I was doing. Issei was walking towards the center, towards the arrogant face of his opponent, who thought he had surrendered a serious mistake. When he saw him advancing without burning, he began to panic. Issei kept moving forward and took him by the collar of his shirt. His attitude was already anything but boring and challenging. It's not possible. How can you not be burned by my technique at 3,600 degrees? I am a special type of dragon that is immune to fire, and I tell you that your pathetic trick will no longer serve the sun burns at a temperature of 6,400 degrees, but that you use acetylene as vergonzoso. Razor paled. If it was still possible that you used that highly flammable material during the encounter, now ask Clementia. Issei was not joking. Razor knelt against his will and would do everything necessary to continue in the organization. Razor was about to say the word, but Issei did not let him. He had pierced his chest, and he had his heart in his hand. Before the terrified sight of everyone, this was beating in Issei's hand, now bathed in blood. During the meeting, at all times, it was 36,000 tons. It played with the environment. It was Peligroso. Issei squeezed his hand and effortlessly popped his beating heart because everything was still in place and no veins, ventricles, or arteries had been damaged. Razor died instantly. Just then, a hooded figure appeared on the spot. They had invaded a barrier. It couldn't be possible. It was a more powerful presence than Razor. It just came close to the body, carried it, and disappeared without a trace, leaving everyone confused, without exception. The dimension fell apart, leaving Issei as the winner. When certain girls, who did not care about the rest of the world at that time, ran to pounce on Issei, who they knocked down as if it were American football. Issei felt a smell of strawberries on his left side and a very nice vanilla on his right, who kissed him on his lips at the same time, covering half each. Issei felt somehow rewarded. He felt tremendously comfortable between the two of them. His theory was true. Elsha's full body was very soft, but Riaz's was a different feeling, while some girls and certain Mao saw this with jealousy, envy, if any of that. But tomorrow would be a busy day anyway. However, tomorrow could wait. Already after the battle of Issei against Razor, which left and shocked the entire audience, who euphorically hailed his victory, Issei was rewarded by Elsha and Riaz. Issei was now walking with the nobility of Riaz and Sona, in addition to the 4 demon kings. The Mao Surzech Lucifer was Riaz's older brother. He had his usual white suit, with features of battle suit and shoulder pads that made him look more imposing than his aura already said he was. In addition to being a super demon much stronger than the original Lucifer, this one is in charge of relations and internal affairs of the underworld. Then there was Adjika Beelzebub, right hand of Surzech, and like him a super demon who was also a genius inventor, creator of the evil pieces in his system. He has also created hundreds of other things. Then there was Seraphal Leviathan. Despite having the appearance of a well-developed 15-year-old girl, this was the strongest woman in the underworld. He even beat Grafia in a battle to decide that title. Issei by his aura could intuit that he had a blood relationship with Sona. That and also that he annoyed the last one incessantly in front of everyone, making her blush and wishing that the earth would swallow her. Is a user of a powerful ice magic and is in charge of relations and external affairs of the underworld. Then we have Falbium Asmodeus, who had the strange ability to sleep as many hours as he wanted. By the way, currently sleepwalks without hitting any wall or other people. Training. Who knows? He is in charge of the war affairs of the underworld. Despite his appearance and attitude, he is a super genius, perhaps superior to Elsha as far as the strategic field is concerned, and he has a very vast power. After continuing to walk for a while, they arrived at their destination, which was a fairly large room in Gremory Castle that Surzech sometimes occupied as an office when he stayed with his parents when he had no work to do. It is worth mentioning that throughout the journey, everyone, especially the Maoists, tried to analyze Issei. There were many questions they wanted to ask him. Besides Elsha and Belzert, this trio was undoubtedly very interesting. The Maoists took their seats at a table for 4, leaving a kind of conference with Issei in the middle in front of them, Riaz and Sona at Issei's sides, and their respective nobility behind them. Faiz-kun, it's okay to call you that, isn't it? Said Surzech, who had an omnipresent friendly smile, and his personality in general was as such. Issei knew that it was not a sign of hypocrisy. No, there is no problem, Surzech, Issei said with an equal smile. Although he knew that maybe he should use a suffix like Sama, Issei had more rank and assumed that he, like the Demon King, hated formalisms. Issei, you should at least be a little more respectful of King Demon, Belzert said in a kind of shout whisper, but this was heard by everyone. Okay, in fact, it's nice that they address you as an equal instead of seeing me as an authority. Plus, I must thank you. I'm so grateful that you saved my cute younger sister from her engagement. Razor could sometimes be. In fact, not even his parents knew the reason for his personality. It was also stronger than I could imagine. Yes, I don't like formalism very much either. Saving Rias from someone like him was a pleasure. I would have beaten him even if they hadn't asked me. I hate the guys who have his personality. Besides that, Razor had used acetylene during their meeting, but let's get straight to the point. I know that's why we were summoned here, and I also know that they want to end this, Issei said with his arms closed, his eyes closed, and a slight smile. Apparently you are someone very insightful. Okay, I'll ask my biggest doubt. During the meeting, I created a pocket dimension of a wide space with columns placed symmetrically by the sand, each of 1,000 tons. However, you took off some weights that you occupied in your body, and when you released them, you destroyed much of the surrounding area, causing the pillars to fall. Right after this, you said you had 36,000 tons of strength. There is no one apart from Off-Ice, Big Red, Albion, D-Dragon his strongest moments, and Trihexa who can have that strength. I discard the last three because they are sealed. Can you explain to me the origin of your strength? I know it didn't come from the boosted gear, there are no traces of her power in the dimension, so you couldn't duplicate her, plus you didn't make her appear for a moment during the encounter. I understand you are a dragon resulting from the dragonification you got from the boosted gear, there is no trace of other augmentation type magics either. In other words, it was 100% brute force, so taking into account my previous question, I could also answer what did you do to get it. At all times, he had his elbows resting on the desk, fingers intertwined at the height of his nose, his voice was neutral and his expression serious, but without traces of hostility. At one point, he asked the questions and said the words that were the doubts of the majority. You could tell he acted with incredible professionalism. The origin of my strength, despite not having occupied it during the meeting, is boosted gear itself. My dragonification process began practically from my birth and concluded when I was 6 years old. With respect to the second question, being my body 100% dragon, my first communication with D-Drag was at 6 years old, when he and two masters who are no longer alive trained me. D-Drag would simply say, I will not accept a weak bearer, do not embarrass the name of the Red Emperor Dragon. Or something Issei. At this everyone made a forced smile with a drop falling down the back of their heads to hear the words of the legendary and respected dragon to a 6 Anos. A dragon grows stronger as more fight and train, and I was trained all these years. One of them had gravity magic, and because of that and the constant torture, training, I developed my current strength, although I have to admit that although at first I did it out of obligation, little by little the dragon genes influenced me more and more. Then I trained on my own to be the strongest of all, although I have to admit that sometimes a lot of greed can be mala, said Issei with a voice that did not change tone but at the same time was adequate to respond appropriately to Mao's questions. The majority of these new data had clarified their doubts about Issei, although there were still questions to be resolved. I have a doubt too, Issei-chan, exclaimed Seraphol childishly, eyes closed, as she raised a hand, like a child in a school. Sona blushed and disowned her older sister's attitude. I'll answer it if it's within my Seraphol. Shock again. Seeing someone talk so casually with the big four mouse was not something you could say you see on a daily basis. You didn't mention it the whole time you were here. But the moment you beat Razor, an unidentified guy wearing a wine-red full-body hooded robe infiltrated the dimension created by Surzech, took his body, and disappeared without a trace. It is not my intention to incriminate you of anything, I am not even sure to ask you this. Do you have any knowledge of who it could be? Astonishment. Seraphol spoke with seriousness and diplomacy. I did not know that someone could have such anticlimactic changes. I didn't in fact think that you used that way to remove Razor from the meeting. I have no knowledge of who it could have been, but I'm sure of something. He was much more powerful than Razor. I see, there were those who tried to track them or get something to link it, and despite being able to break freely into a pocket dimension, it can eliminate all traces of its magic. This may be a problem in the future. We'll investigate this better, but it is the first time that we see a method to perfectly eliminate any trace of magic. Before something like that, we were at a clear disadvantage. The one I speak of was nothing more or nothing less than Falbium, who had awakened. Certainly, even I am not able to eliminate my energy completely, no matter that I am capable of being a dragon, not even my father can completely eliminate his aura. These guys are certainly dangerous. Are they linked to the Chaos Brigade my mother founded? Mao, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki were in the same condition. Not only can they infiltrate anywhere, they are also undetectable and untraceable. I will investigate this with Surzech and Falbium, finally said Adjuka. Besides that, I also have a question, leaving the previous topic aside. During the meeting, Hel said that while watching Belzert, he used a very curious weapon, one that allowed him to mold metal, but I'm wrong, and that has given me an idea. But I would like to discuss some things regarding your weapon on another occasion, so. Belzert-kun, will it be possible? Don't worry about me, there is no problem. Beelzebub-sama, however, first I need the authorization of my Amma. Belzert also had a great talent for formalities. There will be no problem with that. Also, my beautiful servants need freedoms and their privacy after all. Rias is definitely the one who expressed herself best. She was definitely someone worthy of being recognized for her nobility. Now I have a question for Elsha-chan. Seraphol returned to his childish side. Someone kill me, please. Sona thought of her sister's attitude. To try to stop Razor's attack, you used a very powerful water spell. Honestly, I had never seen anyone, nor any Citri, a clan that specializes in water magic, using magic of that level. However, you surpass them by far, so I wanted to ask you. Can you train my Sona-chan, please? She is very intelligent, but she has not trained in a long time and trusts the strength she already possesses, but she will need to continue climbing. I know it is too much to ask because you are part of the nobility of Rias, but as she said with Belzerd, you decide those things. Could you help my little sister? The sincerity in her words and the determination of these shook everyone present, but the one that caused the most impact was Sona herself. Hermana said in a whisper that did not go unnoticed by anyone. His expression was that of someone moved. The words of his sister were true. He only wanted the best for her. Okay, I'll do it gladly. Get ready, Sona, Akino, Rias, and Asia. I'll teach you a lot of things from now on. Let's try hard, he said with a big smile. Issei watched attentively all the dialogue and interaction between them with a slight sonrisa. And to think that until a few months ago I had practically no one important besides my parents and D-Drake, but now I have many smiles which I want to protect. I hope that eventually, when they discover my secret, nothing will change between us. Haha, how sentimental you are today, partner. Oh yes, sorry, Ryujin, son of Off-Eyes and Great Red. D-Drake, son of bitch, you were still alive. Inside Issei, although he did not admit it, he felt a lot of happiness for the awakening of his best friend, brother, you could say, happiness loaded with a mixture of relief. It was his fault in the first place that D-Drake fell into unconsciousness and would apologize, but he knew of the gigantic pride of his partner, and sometimes pride is more than life for a dragon. In addition to D-Drake, he would also start teasing and annoying him if he did. I was going to talk to D-Drake afterwards, but anyway all the talks were over. Well, Aiz-kun, I hope I can continue to count on your support for Rias. Besides, that would be all for today. Thanks for your time. After that, they said goodbye and went to the Occult Research Club. With the Mao, what do you think of those three? Said Surzech, referring to Issei, Elsha, and Belzerd. The three of them are undoubtedly very different from the rest, despite having said that the dragonification of Issei was through the boosted gear, and that of Elsha and Belzerd obtained from ancestors of a clan of dragons. In being close to these, their auras and energies that emitted their bodies were very similar, almost as if they came from the same dragon. It is not that I distrust them, but ultimately they hide something. There will be no need to keep an eye on it, you just have to be precavidos. Ajika observed the other Mao. What do you think of that Falbium? Zzzz. Oh, yes, I agree with the stranger. You know me. Take this seriously. Zzzz. There is certainly something that intrigues me. Issei-kun has 36,000 tons of strength, but although he uses seals, these must be of an absurdly high level to contain him, which leads me to think that he has the support of a god, so to speak, or that everything leads to something bigger. I can't even imagine Elsha, who apparently is the most prodigious mage of the group, using magic beyond that level. If her abilities were of that magnitude, she would have beaten Razor. Zzzz. There are so many things that we do not know about them, especially about Issei-chan. He is so mysterious that, without a doubt, I have to approach him, and in passing, I will try to discover a few secrets. Serafal's eyes were dreamy. Well, we all have to do work, so we will discuss this another time. I end this encounter by saying that even among the 4 demon kings, everyone trusted and obeyed Surzech. Without a doubt, he is a great leader. In the room of the Occult Research Club, the situation is more tense than what Rias began to talk about. The meeting between Issei and Razor was during the night. It was currently dawning, which means that everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. Issei, at least none of those guys are dangerous, but at least we have Aiz who is going to help us, isn't that Aiz-kun? When I wanted Rias to be quite cute. Fuazes, the determination in their eyes, their smile, the gesture they made of raising their arms a little and clenching their fists tightly, somehow captivated them. See Rias, Elsha, Sona, Akino, Kaneko, and Sona. Asia looked even more admiringly at her elder brother. Shinra Tsubaki already had his own blonde love interest, and the other members of the Citri nobility were not particularly interested in him, but he had something that made everyone follow him. He had the ability to convey the strength of his words. Sona began to speak, still with a slight sonrisa. The academy will start classes soon. I recommend that we all go home to change and come back. Even if it is tiring, I will not allow any of you to miss a single more day of classes. With the 2 weeks of training, I will not accept a refusal for an answer. Understood. Oh, and I know I have no power over you, Issei-kun, but you'd better do it too than attend. Otherwise, I will look at your registration papers for your parents' numbers and notify them of your repeat offenders. The authority he gave off was suffocating, and although at first Issei thought to pay attention, with this at stake, yes or no, he had to go to classes without fail. No, wait, Espera said Issei nervously, his forehead blue and waving his arms with exasperation. We don't have to get like this. He thought to go anyway. What was this? Issei, scared, because of a threat that is at the preschool level. This was definitely something unheard of. What personality classes did this boy's parents have to make the Sekyuute? who took care of an army of fallen angels with his bare hands, defeat a combination of fallen angels of level equal to or greater than a Kata, eliminating a mountain in the process, and a supreme class demon like Razor with nothing more and nothing less than 36 Kelvin tons of strength. It was a total mystery. Issei was definitely a box of surprises, little information, and many mysteries, but one day I would have enough confidence to know everything about him. After the general shock, everyone went home, somewhere in the underworld. At least we got something out of Llama. It was not entirely useless. Now that I think about it, although he was the weakest of those present here, he gave us a great repertoire of Phoenix Tears. And since all his goods, lands, and subordinates were at our disposal at the time of joining, he will be a gigantic asset for the organization. When the Renacer project is finished, you will be able to see that your efforts were not in vain. Give me the report. Yes, leader. Flame didn't show his full power during the confrontation. He didn't even bother to use his own power because he was using acetylene. His opponent was fire-resistant, but he still managed to do him a little damage. Razor's true blue-green fire is 10 times higher than acetylene, but now that's no use. His opponent was also insanely strong. 36,000 tons of brute force without any increase was so fast that he could not use his fire and exploded his Corazon. All the members had been summoned once again to that magenta-colored rocky wasteland. Some were very surprised at Razor's defeat, even if he was the weakest member. The conditions of Razor's defeat were to totally cancel Ria's wedding. Therefore, the Gremory clan is no longer at our disposal, and free the servants of their nobility. They are currently in Phoenix Castle. But Ravel, who was also affected by Razor's technique, is still in the castle. Gremory spoke all the time with a nature between calm and anger. A combination that contradicts itself but is not entirely implausible. Wanted to kill subject 36,000. 36,000 tons of force. A direct impact on the Earth would disappear a large country at maximum power. Incredible, but not impressive. We face someone perhaps more powerful than us, and when that happens, the stupidest thing is to attack head-on. Original, go in the name of the Chaos Brigade and launch an all-out attack on Phoenix Castle. Aliv will help you. His goal will be only a vault of the castle. Original, I want no member of Razor's nobility to be left alive. A little more resources are necessary. How is the Rebirth Project progressing, Aliv? It will end in a month thanks to the goods we get from Razor. When that happens, we will have a war potential never seen before and a success rate of 95%. Perfect. How far has Karasu progressed? The grandeur of his words was overwhelming and intimidating. It's incredible. In just 2 weeks, it is twice as strong as when Comenzo respect for Lighter and the organization was surprising. If everyone was respectful and had the classic posture of crossed arms, there was an indication of that. Leader, it is true that I have to do everything by and for the organization, but this is something that I have been planning for a while. Steal the sacred swords to start a new war. Even if it is you, I will not back down to my resolutions. He's challenging the leader. Is he an idiot? The leader seemed, however, unperturbed. Karasu, I don't care what you do as long as you train and follow the rules of the organization. Pressure. The low ground of the leader cracked, and his mere aura made the Damas tremble. If you dare to act in a stupid way without having done anything for the organization, a voice colder than the Kelvin scale would allow, it would freeze the blood. Something Hermoso to myself, I will kill you. Go in the name of the Chaos Brigade. Do not cause a war, let others fight and weaken. We have to be smarter, use the swords to increase our own power, so although not completely, you will fulfill your objectives. We will look for more people to join us because we are 6 again. A very strange-looking magic circle formed beneath them, and they disappeared shortly after the magic circle burst out, thus leaving without leaving any trace of magic. Cockabeel knew somehow deep down that no matter how strong he became, he could never catch up with Leader. Every time he saw him, he was indeed stronger than before. At Issei's house, Elsha and Belzard had nowhere to stay. They did not attend QO Academy. They would do it until tomorrow. Both, despite their age, seemed to be the same age as Issei. They would stay to live with Issei from now on, to the joy of both. Although the two were for different reasons, Belzard could talk about male issues with Issei in addition to training with him. There was Asia. He didn't understand why being around her made him uncomfortable. He didn't hate her, but he was also bothered by the idea of Issei seeing her naked in the hot springs during training camp. What could it be? She was between extremely happy and ecstatic. The idea of living under the same roof that Issei had managed to take away was an enormous dream she already had. She was in a more advantageous position than Ria's and would take advantage of it. Issei, for some reason, felt an imminent danger. He was going to live with his 2 teachers. What more could he ask for? Issei always had what he needed throughout his life, so he knew how to appreciate, despite his dragon nature, all things better than anyone else, even if it cost him nothing to do or get them. Issei, are you going to bathe to go to the academy? You have to. It's important to stay clean. Elsha had entered Issei's room in a morning assault category E for erotic, wearing a whitish towel fitted to the sculptural and shapely body of a 17-year-old girl who had developed very well, too well. The towel barely contained her cleavage, and the length was not much. It ranged from necessarily covering her pink nipples, where some of her halo was a little visible, to her well-formed back. Only that it did not cover it completely, since the lowest part of this was seen, but from the front it covered her privacy. How did he know this? He had taken a sensual turn so that he had shown her the 360 degrees of his sculptural body. The temptation was definitely too much. Issei stiffened and turned 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Elsha, you see, all the rooms in this house have their own bathrooms. I also think it would not be right to do this kind of thing because her voice was no longer controlled and she was not ahead of it as she was so used to. She was nervous, and her eyes desperately saw anything in the room that could give her an idea to make more excuses and get out of this situation. Issei, you're not in your territory anymore, huh? Do not cut yourself. Losing your unnecessary virginity is not a big deal either, so you will stop being an urgent virgin. You behave like a coward, can you believe it? The third dragon god and current Secretary, a coward. D-Drake rolled on the ground before the things that happened to his definitive carrier. He would never bore him, apparently, but his laughter and teasing were already affecting Issei. Help me. Silence. Go. Issei, aren't you looking for excuses not to bathe with me? Because I came expressly for it. Sometimes Elsha's insight was too much, and for him to squirm sensually while speaking in that pleasurable voice was making him nervous more than he already was. It's okay, Elsha, I'll take a bath, Contigo said. Elsha was happy with the resigned tone she used. The bath they had, despite being erotic, was not vulgar at all. Elsha bathed with the towel as she brought it. With the water, it became a little transparent. Both soaped their hair mutually, and the most daring thing Elsha did was wash Issei's back with her breasts, only with the towel on. Even with those, Elsha's softness was insanely stimulating, and of course, staying calm under Elsha's encouragement and resisting D-Drake's taunts at the same time that he had decided to bother again, he used almost his full strength of his legendary mental strength. As a result, a happy Asia and a despondent Issei left home after saying goodbye to a friendly Belzerd and a radiant Elsha. At Kyo Academy, the hardest thing of all was to stay awake. D-Drake took care of bothering him all day and helping him to keep him awake, spending the memory of Elsha bathing with him in the morning, which served three functions: tonoi him, wake him up, and embarrass him, although sometimes he also put other funny scenes that encouraged him. Then Issei went to the student council to play chess with Sona. At that time, they did not talk about anything important because she concentrated more than usual to get her revenge, which in the end she did not have. But this girl's sense of competitiveness was to be admired. It was a healthy sense of struggle after all. It is worth mentioning that his servants still did not believe that anyone could defeat their mistress. After forced attendance at the academy, he noticed that Sona did not show an iota of tiredness. His sense of academic duty overcame his desire to sleep. She is definitely a very interesting girl. He had no time for anything more than sleeping at the time of arriving, until the next morning, when next to him was Elsha, asleep next to him, hugging him naked and with a smile of self-sufficiency and satisfaction that made him wonder how someone can be so carefree. He must be the most carefree person today. In the land of Grigory, a fallen angel with black hair and golden locks sneezed. It seems that I have a rival. He was in a robe, lying on his bed but letting his head fall from the mattress while holding a magazine for over 18. He was torn between feeling ashamed of his pleasant contact or very happy to have such a beautiful friend. Issei had gotten up a little earlier with the others this time, got out of bed, making sure not to wake Elsha by moving gently, and made the breakfast he was best at, which was Western style. Eggs with bacon, toast with cow's milk butter, and orange juice, although he chose to drink coffee and knew more or less Belzerd's tastes from listening to his experiences, which he also liked. Then they went to the academy. Issei loaded Elsha's bag, and Belzerd offered to carry Asia's, which he accepted, and they talked pleasantly until halfway they met Ria's, preceded by Akino. As a result, Issei had to carry 3 bags. That, however, was not a bad thing. The bad thing was when Riaz asked the reason why Elsha and Belzerd went with him to the academy, learning that they lived under the same roof, starting a 3-sided discussion where one called them both jealous or envious, another denied it in its tsundere way and made plans to move in with them, and the last but not least annoyed with his comments to the second and blushing a little at Issei. After classes, they went to the Occult Research Club, where Issei gave Kaneko chocolates, or Yaukin, and trained modernly behind the old building. They did demon removal work if there were any. In short, that was the pleasant routine that had taken his life. He alternated between visiting the club and the council, training with them with Elsha and Belzerd in their 2 cases. Little by little, everyone became stronger that way. It had been exactly 2 weeks since the confrontation with Razor and his death. Somewhere in the underworld, it's been exactly 2 weeks since we lost Razor. Original, Aliv, you can now comply with the order, despite their relaxed tone. Between the lines, you could understand that it was not giving their authorization, it was an order in question. I know we have been meeting more often, but I have summoned them because I have gotten a new recluta. A magic circle appeared a few inches from him and revealed what appeared to be a kind of pile of bones burning with blue fire. In what looked like a skull were 2 flames also blue, only that they flickered with weakness and wore a rather shattered tunic, and at the same time had a side half destroyed with the stick quite chipped. Cockabeel, Original, Mad, and Aliv immediately recognized him as the god of death, Hades. Breastplate was the only one who did not know him. I had never seen him before, but when he saw his appearance, he realized who he was of all forms. In the end, I convinced him to join us. I offered him the same dose that he usually applies if he does not join. It is painful to see a god of death beg for his life. I just dared her. Although the words of the leader carried a relaxed tone, he changed his tone to a little burlesque when referring to Hades. Did he just defeat him? Leader looked completely unscathed and showed no signs of fatigue either. It was well known that Hades was higher in power than the original Maus, so how could he end up like this? I made sure not to affect anything in the underworld. Not on a large scale, at least. It will not reach the ears of any of the existing factions. General shock. They knew that the leader was powerful, but now they no longer had a reference point on how vast his power really was. If I'm not mistaken, you'll cooperate, won't Hades? By the way, from now on, your code name will be Death. You were very foolish to believe that you could refuse to join the organization just because all your subordinates were nearby. But to be someone very powerful, your servants are mediocre, but it doesn't matter, they will serve the organization in the long run. I just had to raise my aura to make everyone faint. Hades' servants were definitely not weaklings, and in spite of everything, he only had to raise his power to make them faint. Everyone saw Leader in a new light that, more than being respectful, was fear. Leader, I know I have no reason to doubt you or your methods, but don't you think it's dangerous? I mean, if he decides to escape later, he will also train to become stronger, but that is now more of a risk than an advantage. I propose a pitch to decide his temporary confinement. Well, in the organization, when two ideas collide, it is decided with a roll of dice or coins. Well, we'll roll this die, mine are the odd numbers, and yours will be the ones pairs. Loco just nodded to this, and Leader took out a die and threw it, spinning for a while until the tenor seems to have lost. It's a pair, I'll lock it up immediately. Now do what I ordered, dispersed. At these words, they all disappeared into a magic circle that exploded afterwards without a trace. Phoenix Castle. At this time, it was about dawn in the human world. Preparations took longer than expected, not because they could not attack immediately, they had a bigger target in their sights, and they also obeyed all other orders in the process. Everyone in the castle was asleep, most of the members were asleep, and only the servants were barely stretching. It was a pleasant morning, although it was not noticeable because in the underworld the sky is the same both day and night. Nobody expected what was about to happen. Original, I will infiltrate the castle. Will you do the honors? Her voice was smiling. She almost spoke with tenderness and delicacy. Her fine voice revealed that she was a woman. The red-hooded robe that made it look like darkness where her face was and that it was not even a little tight to the body did not reveal her gender in sight. Well, let's give a good result to Leader. A strong pressure was felt suddenly, and the ground under it cracked bastante. 20% will be sufficient. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have felt such an amount of power, but they did not count on them using the magic that is typical of Leader to make any trace of energy indetectable. Concentrated energy beam. Around it were created 5 magic circles. They overlapped each other, making a single one that grew in size and was placed above the castle horizontally, but the circle was not perfect, it had square holes in it. The circle will shoot at everything but warehouses. It has no magic in those areas, nor in some parts of the castle, such as that of Razor's parents and his sister, which are conveniently located above the warehouses. There are those who are lucky, and then there are Elos. He made the gesture of stretching his arm in front with his fingers outstretched and slammed it down. Ziwam, a sound of laser light suddenly came. From the outside, it looked like a magic circle, from which came a powerful curtain of light as large as the circle itself. That is, it covered the entire Phoenix Castle, a castle that in itself has titanic proportions. Suddenly, all the servants of the castle, butlers and maids included, some with families and great dreams and hopes, as well as the former nobility of Razor and each of its members whom Issei helped to free themselves and were beginning to live a life without abuse or manipulation, they perished. The castle was mostly in ruins, but it was still sustained, thus showing its strong structure. Only the areas where the paintings were above were left intact. As Alev, it's your turn. His voice, although it was not like Razor's, he spoke with emotion, as if he had finished doing something funny, as if he had not ended the lives of at least 500 people. Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix, Ravel Phoenix, the butlers and maids who had been left alive. The most important at least and most trusted that thanks to that they lived in the same towers as their masters and the guardians who guarded the warehouses and the protectors of the outer grounds of the castle, felt a danger, a power, a feeling they could only describe as terror and utter despair, but they still had to defend what little was left of their castle and loved ones. They felt that if they were paralyzed, they would die irretrievably. Alev at that time had descended to ground level gently, without emitting sound, and at a blinding speed, ran towards the first of the warehouses. Toward it ran the first guards, who were going to do everything possible to gain the necessary time for their masters to flee and protect the reserves that would be very important for the reconstruction of the castle. Some of them had grimaces of pain or hatred. This is because some of those who had died were their relatives. At the same time inside the castle, Lord and Lady Phoenix were flying through the corridors heading to the room of their daughter, who was paralyzed. That power felt somewhat similar to that of her brother, only that it intensified several times. Her fear was through the roof. She had her hands holding her head tightly on top of her bed with her knees bent and stuck to her body while tears poured down her face. All her life she had been pampered. Despite belonging to her brother's nobility, she never had to face a real life or death situation. She was not psychologically prepared for any of this. In her 15 years, she had always been safe. Vest, Ravel, "You have to run away with your mother, I'll stay to buy time." Her father agitated her to overcome the shock, only he himself knew he was asking too much. Not for nothing, he was also trembling. His wife was not better. The only thing that kept her conscious was the strong desire to protect her. "Damn, we don't have time." He took his daughter as best he could. In the rush, he had touched a little in improper places, but this right now did not matter in the least. He handed her to his wife, gave her a kiss, and gave them both a smile. "Please, Vivian," and threw himself to help the remaining guards. While the two of them were escorted by the servants who had not died, the guards were already approaching the castle to give support. The original was watching from above and was satisfied with the work he was doing so far. When he ran towards the first guards, they tried to resist as best they could, more in defensive position than in trying to attack. They knew that they would not last in direct combat. With the heavy shields, the 5 guards gained a total time of 10 seconds, but the border guards, perhaps more specialized than some of the inmates, where Olive definitely does not need Ayuda. In the distance, he saw Lady Phoenix and Ravel flee. They were with around 50 Servians. Ahaha, well, they are not relevant. He dodged a blow. It wasn't that fast, but he managed to catch him off guard. "Damn, who are they and who sends them?" Lord Phoenix had arrived. "Ahaha, you almost got me. That was dangerous. I would tell you what he told us who sent us to say, but I won't do it if I'm going to kill you anyway." "No, wait, we have to leave someone alive from." "But you're not going to be too zoom." Burst. In less than 5 seconds, he was already positioned behind Lord Phoenix. Crack. His fist had pierced his back and exited the center of his chest. But it didn't end there. "I will protect my family, even if I have to die over flare." After saying that, he covered himself in an intense golden fire with orange touches. "Damn it. Ahaha, I admire your determination, Asen." Even though it had pierced his body, it had managed to hurt him by causing him to withdraw his arm. After that, his whole started to regenerate. "I see. Ahaha, you usually couldn't do anything to me with your power, even if you are the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Are you using your clan's forbidden flames, aren't you? They are extremely harmful to the one who uses them and considerably reduce the time of life. Ahaha, I like you. Yes, you are insane, otherwise you would have died with that blow." At the time, he said that Lord Phoenix was still attacking him with a scorching fire that would affect even the skin of a dragon. But Original was still doing well professionally. At that point, some guards had already contacted the Maoist building at emergency level. "I'm tired of dodging you, old age. I think I'll use 20% again, because I must not underestimate those llamas," despite the fact that on several occasions he had torn off one or another part of his body, even the heart. Those flames, those damn flames, regenerated him at the instant. Directly, the magic circle from before was formed above and below Lord Phoenix. Zewum. Time seemed to stop. Lord Phoenix watched as, at a great distance, his wife and daughter were out of danger. He gave a last smile, one that showed protective love in droves, and then everything turned white. His last words were, "Goodbye, my big amores." Everything went blank. "Ahaha, but what fun, Olive. How are you doing?" He turned his eyes to his companion, who had a large number of corpses scattered everywhere. "I'm almost done. Only the tier factory of Phoenix is missing. That was the one that was most protected. To Davia. But I already took away enough stress fighting hand to hand. Although they were quite weak, I will finish it now. We do not have much time." Ties. A series of tentacles came out of her through different parts of her body, which thickened along the way and ended up crossing everyone in her camino. "Ready, let's use the teleportation magic of Leader." Olive rose again and joined his hand with Original. They both said at the same time, "Great teleport." 4 warehouses and a factory had a magic circle underneath, which advanced upwards, swallowing all the facilities, then exploded at the top to leave no magic trace, destroying in the process anything that was traceable inside the building. At the same time, when everything exploded and left a scene of death, like a large-scale terrorist attack, 4 magic circles became present. They were the Big Four. Upon arrival, everyone was shocked to see the state of what was once the most portentous castle in the entire underworld. When they heard the call of one of the guards, now dead, they received information that the castle was under attack by 2 people. But the devastation was incredible. Maldito Surzech's words contained pent-up fury. He spoke slowly, pressing his fist so hard that his nails threatened to break the skin tissue of his palms to retain as much professionalism as possible. After all, the leader of the demons was not to act in a way impulsive. If you value your Vita, begin to say to see once again the panorama. No, if they want to die a quick death, they must tell me who they are and who they envy. The other 3 Maoists were in battle positions and with serious faces, but you are very funny. You are definitely the current 4 Maoists. I am disgusted, but I can answer your question. It would be too stupid of us to face 4 against us. His words were loaded with a large amount of hatred, very different from his usual attitude. A magic circle quickly formed under them. At a dizzying speed, the 4 Maoists took off from their positions. In less than a blink, they were surrounded by the 4 cardinal points, Surzech in his mantle of destruction that imposed great pressure on the environment. Ajuka was not far behind, nor did his power rival that of Surzech's. As expected of those who were called super demons, Serafal began to cast his ice magic, and Falbium, who was more awake than ever and had a dangerous look, attacked at the same time. But they noticed something that was definitely wrong. They had followed their movements but had not flinched absoluto. We are from a group known as Chaos Brigade. The attacks connected against. They themselves went through them as if it were a hologram. These guys. They are dangerous. The Maoists were pushed several meters each by the impact wave, and as fast as it happened, they disappeared, and the magic circle of leader exploded, making it not only impossible to track them, but they also carried explosion damage. They all quickly covered themselves with their best defenses, but their surprise was that the Demon King level barriers summoned were almost destroyed. Chaos Brigade, they are more powerful than we believed in a principle. Seraphol spoke this time. They had immediately recognized by their clothes that they probably belonged to a faction of this, the same one that the other time had broken into the confrontation of Razor's members, to be so strong being only 2 people. It's about monstruos. They ended up with Seraphol Adjika Beelzebub. We couldn't even touch them. What kind of magic is that? It is not demonic, sacred, elvish, or any other known race. And even though they were now 2 individuals, I can't detect the energy of Ninguno. Falbia made the comment that anyone would have gone through Alto. Its power is overflowing. Taking care of this will become a big headache. I will have to sleep less, but the faster I solve it, the faster I can sleep. I count on you, Sirzech, Seraphol, and Adjika. Sirzech was hoping to find any key witnesses who witnessed the entire attack. Not counting Lady Phoenix, Ravel Chan, and the servants who escorted them, nobody, Lord Phoenix, all the guards, all the watchmen, the old nobility of Razor, everything was aniquilado. It was rare to see Seraphol with such a serious expression. However, his words dragged sadness. At the same time that the attack on Phoenix Castle began, while Original and Aleph barely made an appearance, Karasu and Loco were mobilizing to do the task that Karasu had worked on and thought about all this time. Cockabeel was with some of his subordinates he had left behind when he joined the organization, Balba Galilei and Fried Selzen. They were responsible for stealing 3 of the 6 sacred swords in the possession of the Church, 2 from the Catholic Church and 1 from the Protestant Church, these being Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency, and Excalibur Rapidly, killing many members of the Church on the spot and leaving a single survivor in each. As an additional bonus, they left the Church completely destroyed, always under the name of Chaos Brigade. The High Command of Heaven realized this at the first moment it happened. By the time they reached the first place, those responsible had a few minutes left. Discussing the strength of these in addition to the possibility that the Chaos Brigade declared war on Heaven, it was not until they received the second notification of the second place that they were put on alert. Once again, when they arrived, everything was destroyed. However, when the last attack came, they managed to see them a few moments before their teleportation. Hello, leaders of the sky, definitely not a pleasure, Verlos. Even Balba and Fried had a hood covering their entire bodies, only this one was brown. The one who had spoken was Karasu, but they did not distinguish him by his voice, distorted by the magic of the Trage. He spoke with the sword resting on his shoulder, although it was still sheathed. The leaders realized that because they did not steal the swords without more, they caused a great noise in each of their visits and always let someone ask for help. This was to divert the attention of the factions towards the Chaos Brigade, so that the plans of the organization advanced without any problem because they knew that they were starting to talk about them. Deja vu, what happened after that was exactly the same as what happened in Phoenix Castle, and by the time they finished their work, they teleported. Somewhere in the underworld, 3 magic circles appeared in a deserted wasteland of magenta. The other members of the organization were present. Lighter, the 3 of them spoke at the same time with a smile that was not visible by their hoods. Their voices contained satisfaction. Contented, we fulfilled the mission. Lighter started. Original, I think we have exceeded your expectations. We broke into the Phoenix Castle area, raised my magic power to break the barrier, and destroyed the castle without damaging the warehouses. I also killed the Patriarch Phoenix, and everyone except Lady Phoenix and her daughter, along with about 50 servants, managed to escape. I fought against the remaining guards, those who were guarding the warehouses, and with their power and the help of Original, we managed to transport not only the 4 stores of Tears of Phoenix, but also the factory of those tears, which is under our domain, so we will be able to know the formula and produce it en masse so we can afford to plan large-scale attacks. They certainly exceeded my orders. Well done. Did they have trouble escaping? Did they say what I told them? Everything was smooth, leader. Your teleportation system is the best I know. We meet the imbeciles of the new Maoists, but they are no match for their magic circles. We also told them that we belong to the Chaos Brigade. What the Original said was positively seconded by Aleph. The leader nodded at this. After Loco and Karasu gave their report, they told them about their meeting, and Sokosa's leader, I had never felt so calm with a disgusting Seraphim friend. At first, I only joined the organization because I had no alternative, but I promise faithful series from now on, I would like to learn your system of transportation. Those words were from Karasu. Thank you for your loyalty. I hope you keep your words. You can use my teleportation magic freely. Anyway, even if you use it, it is my magic power that is spent. Those portals that can't be tracked, capable of carrying entire buildings and doing enough explosive damage to almost break through Demon King level barriers, must expend an insane amount of energy and magic. Still, leader doesn't show tiredness, but it's not something you can appreciate. Karasu frowned a little. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I gain anything by hiding it. I was born with that ability. It's my own magia. Everyone looked at him expectantly, as if they wanted me to tell them how his TV works. My circles cannot be tracked. They eliminate everything that can be tracked. Once they are in operation, they make the user intangible if I want. They can have explosive damage in proportion to the magical power that I allocate to them. I can also decide who uses this magic and remove anyone from its use, and when Quera. In essence, everyone knew that, with practice, its operation is not complicated at all. But the truth is that that was just the tip of the iceberg of his technique. Either way, the next time we see each other, we will be in an emergency situation or after the rebirth project is complete. Definitely, leader knew how to speak. His dark charisma was unquestionable. The pillar of the organization is in question. Withdraw. Everyone followed the same protocol. In the human world, the Protestant and Catholic churches joined in a conference just after the heist of the Chaos Brigade, determining that early tomorrow, 2 of their best users of sacred swords would be sent to Japan. These in turn would carry 2 of the remaining sacred swords, Excalibur Mimic and Excalibur Destruction. What is the reason for this? There is a lot of movement of fallen angels and demons in that area, in addition to other strong sources of energy not registered, which makes QO2 tempting a place to start investigating compared to the rest of the world that has been quieter lately. Also, the religious leaders were not aware of how powerful the enemy could be. They had not had any communication with the leaders of heaven recently, but even if the mission was a suicide by sending a couple of inexperienced women to get 3 sacred swords from the claws of the Chaos Brigade, if there was a 1% chance of getting it, they would do it, because it is still very easy to make those kinds of decisions when it is not your life that is at risk. In some convents, 2 very beautiful young girls were completely naked. Apparently they had decided to have a bathroom together. Both have an athletic and developed body. One has long brown hair, the other has short blue hair with a green lock. They were currently drying the remaining wet with a towel. Zenobia, aren't you excited to go to Japan? Can we fulfill God's will and recover the sacred swords that were stolen by the disgusting Chaos Brigade? Began the brown-haired girl. The last part she said was closing her eyes while making the gesture of prayer with her hands in an amount of faith that was dangerous. That's Irina. It is likely that the fallen angels and demons of that area have to do with the Chaos Brigade. The second had a more serious personality and was calmer. Currently, both are placed in black suits too tight to the skin for any place and thought minimally religioso. We may find clues, but for some reason, although I do not intend to complain about it because it is God's will, I feel that we are only cannon fodder to weaken the enemy. No, Zenobia, do not think that. Surely it is a plan that God has for us. I know that a miracle will happen, and in the end we will be able to win, and if in any case that does not happen, giving your life for the will of God is not a waste. In any case, Zenobia watched her friend with amazement and then gave him a small smile. At this point, the costumes that highlighted every square centimeter of his body had already been placed, leaving nothing to the imagination. They began to place some layers of white. You are right. If they knew that they would not give their lives for the will of God but that they would not do for a ball of old men with power in the church, ignorant of the danger that was coming. Both took their respective sacred swords. Irina placed hers in the form of a bracelet, and Zenobia carried what appeared to be a huge, completely bandaged object. Ready to leave for Japan and arrive first thing tomorrow. At QO Academy, rest time. The members of the student council went to the occult research club, as Sona wanted to show off her most recent acquisition. They had all had a pleasant and now routine morning, followed by 2 pleasant weeks. Issei was also present. Issei, who was suffering from D-drag, kept projecting in his mind images not suitable for children under 18 of Elsha, who continued to sleep with him every day without fail, naked and hugging him, bathing together by the unwavering insistence of this and a D-drag, who at that time only added fuel to the fire. The truth is, I have only come to show you that my new servant, Junshiro Saji, was a teenager of about 17 years of simple appearance. He has short, soft brown hair, coming to see a little orange, and when he was introduced, he had a smug face. They all introduced themselves to each other, but something that bothered Issei and Belzard was the face with a bit of perversion with which he saw Rias, Elsha, Aquino, and Asia. In fact, he approached Asia and took her by the hand with the intention of saying hello. Hello Asia, a pleasure to meet you. I am Junshiro Saji at your service, ready to protect you from anything that wants to do to you, Dano, he said, waving his hands between his, with his eyes closed and a smile that was far from reassuring. Hey, I'm ready to, said Belzard, who had begun to greet Saji in the same way, causing him to remove his hands from Ella. I introduce myself again, my name is Belzard. Let's take by hand Saji, then undid the greeting. Hey, you're one of Ria's pawns, right? I'm more appropriate to protect her. When I was reincarnated, I consumed 4 pawns. You won't be able to beat me, Perdador. Her naive arrogance almost made her feel sorry for Saji's immediate future. Shock. The usually friendly Belzard had a chilling smile, a vein appeared on his forehead and his eyes wanted to teach the guy in front of him a lesson. At high speed he materialized his special gloves that had undergone an improvement. Even though they were bigger, the same gloves stored liquid, only now these reached his elbows. The liquid quickly came out of the gloves and in less than 2 seconds. The metalloid liquid had surrounded Saji and had formed spikes pointing at Saji. It looked like a kind of Iron Maiden perfectly visible to everyone. They knew what that material was made made of. They knew that any movement of Saji would cause a deadly cut, not because of the severity of the cut, but cyanide is not exactly something you want to have inside your body. Sona shook her head and made a tired sigh. It was obvious that she would have to discipline her servant as soon as possible. Saji, Ria's pawns are not something you should underestimate. After all, in strength, speed, combat potential, and strategy, they are in a very different league than yours. Plus, they also consumed 4 pawns each. Uno Suspiro. I regret the behavior of my servant. He just reincarnated just a few days ago, apparently. Sona made a face that made Saji pale. It lacked some discipline. His eyes took on a cooler color than normal, in addition to being slightly shaded. At that time, everyone could simply feel sorry for him. See 4 pawns, so the same amount as me, and I regret it. I rushed and spoke without thinking. At that moment, I was between scared and embarrassed. After all, he suffered that scene in front of a lot of pretty girls. Curiously, the only one he did not see with bad eyes was Kaneko. It makes you think that he likes more mature girls. Belzard withdrew his weapon and reincorporated it into his gloves. Everyone then went through a relatively normal process. Elsha chatted about senior topics with Akino. Kaneko ate Yaukin happily while Issei stroked her head and had a friendly strategy chat with Rias and Sona. Asia chatted with Belzard about her tastes. Kiba and Tsubaki were chatting with members of Sona's nobility, and Saji became better known to his members. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere that was a little tense was replaced by a quiet while. Kaneko was even starting to fall asleep and purr over Issei's treatment, but a magic circle abruptly appeared in the living room with only 2 minutes left before the end of the break. He had the Gremory emblem on it, and sure enough, a member of that clan appeared. It was Graphia Lucifuge. There is no time for explanations. There was an emergency situation. It is fortunate that he decided to go for Rias first. After all, he was going to summon Sona's nobility too. Issei can also accompany. They all nodded and went in a large magic circle in the direction of Gremory Castle. From the words and tone used by Graphia, they knew that this was a very sensitive subject. Even she did not abandon her stoic attitude when Rias was going to get married, but now she had a mortified face. The atmosphere received fairly high tension, and when they arrived at their destination, which was the same one in which 2 weeks ago they had been, there were the 4 great Maoists, all with a serious attitude. There was also a blonde woman with blue eyes, a good figure, hair to the lower part of the back, and dressed with great elegance on a par with a girl that most of the newcomers recognized as Ravel Phoenix. They quickly realized that the woman was his mother. Issei, Elsha, and Belzard could tell by their similar aura. I will go to the grano. Sirzech began to speak with a tone that did not give rise to arguments, and that it was well known that everyone should keep absolute silence and not interrumpir. Close to the hour of dawn today in the human world, there was a terrorist attack perpetrated in Phoenix Castle, carried out only by 2 people who said they belonged to the Chaos Brigade. Most opened their eyes in disbelief. Now that they took a better look at Ravel, he was with a mortified face, as if all his dreams and hopes had been snatched away at once. He was trembling a little too, and his eyes were somewhat red and swollen. He has been crying, was the collective thought when seeing in that state the girl with hair in the form of drills. Seeing its status, Issei wanted to put an end to the perpetrators of the girl he had promised to save before, and Procher, I would like you to listen very carefully to the account of one of the few witnesses present. Charles made the gesture to Lady Phoenix to speak. I'll start with what happened 2 weeks ago, after the death of my 3rd son. Razor Phoenix Issei felt a slight tension when he heard that, even if it had not been with bad intent and there was no hatred in his words. He could not deny that he was blinded by anger during his encounter, and at this point it was no longer worth to disculparse everything, although a little silent. It had been normal. Yesterday even, we had laughed. Poco said with a smile something melancholica. The Phoenix family had no enemies, so I can not even give a name of any sospechoso today. My husband, Lord Phoenix, and I woke up abruptly to feel a lot of power destroying the castle. I do not remember well because of the shock. In fact, at that time the only thing I thought about was rescuing my daughter, who was terrified. The SAT is totally destroyed. No, it is more accurate to say that it is currently unusable since the structure is intact. My husband, all the guards, the old nobility of Razor, most of the servants, all have muerto. By this point in the explanation his voice had broken a little and treacherous tears had begun to stream down his face. Ravel. I was sobbing. No one, even if they knew that this was not a joke, could believe what he was saying. Some of the listeners had friendships with members of that castle, but the one who felt the most guilt was Issei himself. What good was it for him to be a dragon god? What good was it for him to be the son of the 2 strongest existences on the planet? What good was it to have eaten the apple of knowledge? What good was it for him to be all he was if he couldn't keep a simple promise? Razor's handmaidens, he had also promised to set them free so that they could begin to live. He had promised, even if it was not an expressed promise, to protect them. Just now, he felt as insignificant and just as powerless as any human. Did they do the resurrection ritual they used with Elsha and Belzard? Impossible. First, it was only possible because their souls were tied to something. He just did it because they already knew his true identity. His parents told him categorically that it was the only time they were going to do it. To think that the attack was made and that all the pain caused was the work of 2 people. It was just inverosimile, my husband. He died defending us. He gave us precious seconds to make sure, even if we weren't objective, that we could escape. I'm just glad my daughter is safe and the sacrifice made by all those people. It was not entirely in vain. I don't even have an idea of what they looked like or how they dressed. I fled as fast as I could beat my wings, and I was so afraid of the presence of the attackers that I didn't have the courage to look back. My husband was afraid, but still, even so, it was the first time that someone of her caste like Lady Phoenix cried in public. Still, he felt no shame. He was just venting and hugging his daughter, who no longer did anything to contain her sobs. That's enough, Lady Phoenix. Thank you for Contarnaslo, Serafal said softly. While offering him a kind smile and a glass of water, he took it easy and then took another one to Ravel, so that he could calm down even a little. A couple of minutes later, and the board rianudo. Right now we will tell you our testimony. They are the joint words of all the Maoists. Most of it was contributed by Falbium and Adjuka, but they will be given to you because, Sirzech, there was something strange. She was so sad that although she hardly showed it, when she does not use the honorific Chan, it is because she was not in the mood for many things. The truth is that we had fairly close contact with those responsible. Indeed, everything was done by only 2 personas. The nobility of Riaz and Sona could not believe it. They seriously doubted that following their nobility together could cause something like that. They had a full-body hood of red color, like the subject who broke in during the enfrentamiento, and their faces were hidden. Their voices were somewhat distorted. They seemed to have a certain aversion to us, and the only thing they told us was that they belonged to the Chaos Brigade. Issei was more than furious, even if he did not show it. Chaos Brigade thought with a highly explosive fury. Partner D-Drag, if you are going to talk to me about another piece of your nonsense, let me tell you that I am not in the mood for jokes. Those bastards will regret it. Thank you, D-Drag. I will be counting on your support. They are extremely strong, even if I only used a part of power of my mantle of destruction, and we surrounded them at high speed. They could easily follow our movements. At that time they were already retreating, and in the end they managed to escapade. They were not ordinary subjects if they could follow the speed of 4 Maoists, and even with those escapes, the magic circles were not so rapidos. They did not flinch, and we thought that something was definitely wrong. However, we did not stop our attacks. They just went through them as if they were a hologram. It was the same type of magic circle that is completely untraceable. It is a red magic circle, but that was not all. It was loaded with explosive damage, which almost manages to break the strongest barriers we could create in the momento. These guys are too strong, and apparently there is a whole group of them. Anyway, as a result, 4 warehouses or vaults of tiers of Phoenix and gold, in addition to other goods that seem to be the main target, in addition to the tier factory of Phoenix, were teleported to an unknown address with a magic that is the same they occupy. But I've never seen someone teleport something so big, especially when it's so many things of such a titanico size. Now the one who was in shock was Issei, because the only ones he knew capable of doing something like that were Great Red and his mother. He also, of course, said, no, there was no way. This information was already a locura. It is estimated that each of these beings has the level of a demon king, and both nobility have the order to flee if they see any of them. We are not even sure if that is all your power. We call you for that. In case the confrontation is inevitable, endure as much as you can and quickly call for reinforcements. Issei, the one who, until a moment ago, had not had any participation in the talk and was lost in his thoughts, answered the call a little surprised. Yes, I'm listening to everything. I just still find it hard to believe some cosas. Honestly, at that moment, Issei believed that Sirzech was going to tell him something, believing that he was not paying attention. With things as they are, we cannot leave the new generation unprotected, so I will have to ask you for a favor. I do not even expect confirmation. Let Riaz, Sona, and their complete nobility live in your casa. This he said with a slight reverence. I saw your strength, and I must say that I am still very surprised, but you are the strongest physically present besides being a carrier of the boosted gear. At that moment, Saji's eyes widened. He thought he was someone of little relevance since he was not even a demon. Wow, sorpresa, in other words, you are the only one who can defend them in a situation of Peligro Lady and Ravel Phoenix. They would also do it. Do you accept? All costs will be covered by us. In the future, if the house needs extensions, we will respond. Come on, Sirzech, raise your head. I agree with everything, and I am determined to protect you with all my fuses, but in that, Issei noticed something. Ravel's gaze was a look of hatred directed at him. Issei felt tremendously bad. No matter how you saw him, he had broken his promise. Despite everything he knew, although he inevitably had some guilt, he had put the flame of hope in his heart after all and had not defended that feeling. By forcibly pretending that she had not seen him and trying to act normal, he returned to Habler and could move immediately. My house currently has the necessary capacity to accommodate them all. Thank you, Aiz-kun. I appreciate your willingness. You are a good Chico, he told Issei with a radiant and sincere smile. Grafia had again fallen in love with her, so I entrusted you to Riaz. Sometimes she is selfish, stubborn, complicated, and annoying. Oni-sama, said Riaz with a little anger, a big blush that almost matched her hair color, and a small tear of indignation peeking out. Okay, but she's a good girl. Protect her for me in my favor. Then Serafal asked Issei the same for her sister. Of course, I will protect them with my life. In these moments, the great charisma and pure determination of Issei captivated the hearts of the girls, even Sarah Fall. But not only in a loving way, he also captivated everyone present, whether men or women. Issei had that purity that makes you trust him and want to follow him and support him. Well, we will let you go so that you can start moving. We are sorry to interfere with your classes. This meeting took longer than expected, but it was a success. Having said everything, now they had to think about what they had just heard and analyze everything part by part. It was something they would not discuss, and they would not do it right now. They had a very stressful week, and they had to move in with Issei as soon as possible, although some already thought to go with ulterior motives, even though it was bad to take advantage of a situation like this. Just now, they disappeared into the great Gremory magic circle in the center of the room. Even Lady and Ravel Phoenix were already accompanying them. In the Occult Research Club, inside the perfectly clean and elegantly furnished space, on the maroon carpet, a crimson-red magic circle appeared. After discussing the luggage issue a little, it was decided that it would also be transported via magic circle. Just after they headed to Issei's house in a tense silence, Issei did not have the indifference to act as usual in front of Ravel and Lady Phoenix, who now, although they were not dressed in black, were mourning all their losses. The others, noticing this, decided to follow their example. When they arrived at his house, those who did not know him were speechless, except the nobles, who were accustomed to views like that and of much greater scope. Then they did the process by giving them a card with identification, scanning fingerprints and retinas, so that they were officially registered and entered as normal people without the need for magic, although so much security definitely attracted attention. By the way, during the journey, both sexes received lustful looks, but most were already accustomed to this, and by the environment, they chose to ignore them. Everyone can have their room available, so they can decorate the room they choose to their convenience, Issei began to say as he passed through the front door. But when his companions crossed the door, they could not help but feel a little tense because they felt that they were crossing a powerful barrier, which would undoubtedly cost them a lot of work. Oh, it's true. I had forgotten that with the help of Elsha, we created a barrier in which it is impossible to teleport. Besides being very powerful, it took us a whole day. Issei lied because that barrier had been erected by the first dragon gods themselves. Although teleporting was not literally impossible, you had to be at least 3 times stronger than the 2 celestial dragons together in their strongest moments to achieve that level of power. Without the proper authorization that they just passed, it would be possible for them to enter. The others were surprised, although not so much. The increase provided by the boosted gear, the transfer power, and the own of both were enough to create something like that, or at least that's how their logic worked. That's it. Surprising. Issei-sama, the one who had spoken this time, was Lady Phoenix. She had nothing against her and thought that a system like that would have worked in her castle. She only knew the solution right after the disaster. It is similar to when, no matter how much you study, you cannot understand an exam and you only do it after failing. Or something similar. I hope our presence does not disturb you, although currently we must be a burden for you. That's not true, exclaimed Issei forcefully, interrupting her in the process. Everyone had stopped her passage through the sorpresa. You are not a burden. You are anything, but you are victims of an attack. You are not a nuisance at all, Lady Phoenix. Please do not say something like, she was a little surprised. Then he smiled softly. Thank you. Sorry, I won't say for some reason right now. Issei felt like the bad guy. However, the others saw this with a smile. Ravel, on the other hand, thought that what he had said was out of commitment, as an obligatory pity towards some homeless. I'm sorry for having exalted me, Precipite. Now that they had authorization and everyone had chosen a room, they could bring their luggage with magic. Everyone was now in the main hall, intensively furnished, as if a very greedy rich man lived there, a luxury that, although not at the level of Phoenix Castle, rivaled Gremory Castle. But there was already the facade of the oil business that his parents ran. But Off-Eyes and Big Red were already at home. Just today, they had decided to come. Of course, they had not left their respective rooms so far, but sooner or later, even if they decided to return from the dimensional gap until within a year, they would end up knowing them anyway. Oh, Issei, did you have visitors? Everyone immediately set their eyes on the new voice, that melodious yet monotonous voice that had flooded the room, and saw them. An incredibly beautiful woman with long thigh-length black hair and gray eyes of a body that surpassed every one of those present, and an incredibly handsome man with crimson red hair and honey amber eyes. Issei had black hair, and their ends were similar, and she had inherited the eyes of that man. They definitely had to be Issei's parents. The tension increased more in women. Would they be meeting their future in-laws? Their aura of elegance and grace made them have the presence of the highest noble, and since they could not hide part of their draconic power, their grandeur was very high, and their beauty was also a factor. Despite being the parents of Issei, their appearance was very 20. Now there was an explanation of how Issei had inherited their appearance. Son, do you bring girls to this house again? Said his father in a deep, reproachador heaven. In truth, you do not have remedio. His exclamation was soft, and then he made a gesture with his hand, placing it on his forehead and shaking his head as if to say, why do I have a son like this? Off-Eyes was looking at him abruptly, but Big Red did not notice anything. The girls, on the other hand, even without being anything, were already angry at his expression. After all, a very serious tone was used so that it could be a joke. all except Elsa and Asia, who more or less knew it was a little joke. Father. Issei felt a comic chill. The strange thing is that not even the fighting made him nervous, but the women are terrifying. Do not say it that way, that can very well be misinterpreted. Asia and Elsa had nowhere to stay, but manners come first. Leaving aside the matter of Issei momentarily, everyone greeted and introduced themselves as new friends of Issei. The information they had was that Issei's parents are humans, and their grandeur was attributed to their status, which in the human world was very important. I see. Thank you very much for taking care of my son. My name is Hayato Sophia, and my esposo, Big Red, already felt indignant. It was so hard to say their relationship even if this is a lie. On the other hand, a smug smile was drawn on his face, which cost him some money and also made him feel like someone superior. Well, who among you is Issei's girlfriend? A general blush spread like a highly contagious disease. Among those who did not suffer from the endemic Our Lady and Rabel Phoenix and Sona's nobility, not including this Ultima. Are you a New Yorker? Stop saying strange things. They are visiting, but Big Red had other plans. Is that so? Hurry up, do you want to? I'm already starting to doubt your orientation. Smack. A thud was heard throughout the room. Issei had hit her husband on the head, or at least that was the collective thought. His palm was smoking and his arm was diagonally down without losing a hint of grace. Alexander was on the ground, a little bewildered. He could have avoided it if only he had seen how previously Sophia raised his hand slowly and dangerously above his head. Husband Estepito, his monotony was replaced by an incredibly cold tone and as if his gaze did not see his partner but rather a pile of garbage. Bijo, you will be left without dinner today, and you will have to see us comer. She is Issei's mother. Now they understood the fear he had of her, and it was more than understandable. Although they had greatly liked the personality of Issei's father. Parents, there is really something I need to tell you. All of them will begin to live with Nosotros, he said with a little insecurity. The house was completely his, but the facade had to be protected. However, well, there is no problem, said a spare Big Red in a new monotonous off-ice. How fast? It was his reaction to seeing Alexander recover. How permissive. It was the other reaction. They would have thought for a moment, at least, was what Issei thought. Aha, Issei, something tells me that this will lead to a series of events where your control over the situation will be terribly affected. Just look at that fresh meat, it's waiting to be desecrated by you. For Sirdo, everyone observed Off-Ice, who apparently was the one who had the highest rank in this house. Well, long live the matriarchy. Indecent acts are strictly prohibited. Of course, most of the time we will not be present for our respective jobs, but do not realize, Issei, that if you make me a grandmother so soon, I will castrate you. His warnings were blunt. Everyone was cold for some reason. Yes, I promise not to try anything I don't attriver. Issei was the one who knew the most that his mother's statements had a large percentage of probability of being fulfilled. After finishing the homework of the few classes they saw, Lady Phoenix was talking to Issei's parents. It should be said that Alexander was already getting fed up with the tuxedo he was wearing. Everything was quiet until Off-Ice decided to take out of a nearby closet a book of thick covers and a photo album. You are very intelligent, so you will already be thinking, Issei is originally an orphan child who knew Off-Ice until he was 6 years old. They are supposed to be his biological parents, so they must have photos even of Issei at age 3, but at that time they had not met and Issei looked different. Well, I can tell you that Big Red decided to create this album, taking as reference his current aspects to build family photos. Even in the oldest photos, Off-Ice and Big Red would come out with him in the photo, and Issei would have his current hair color. Shaming your children was also a tradition of parents, and something created by Big Red was not something to be trusted. Even with those, what could go wrong? What are you wondering? It wouldn't have been so bad if I hadn't brought 2 more albums afterwards. Minutes later. Issei as a child. Issei as a child. Nino. Several among those who were the most extroverted were that way when they saw an Issei, who at his age of 5 according to the photo was already very handsome. However, apparently he had finished eating an ice cream because his face was completely stained with chocolate. Father, is it serious? The best photo so far is one in which, at 5 years old, I do not know how to eat ice cream correctly. What kind of retard am I? Aha, I think I already found my favorite album. Big Red is a genius. D-Drake suffered from stomach pain. Most in the room had been laughing at Issei for half an hour. Photos of him with little clothes where he's still childish but was looked. Images of him crying because he had supposedly just fallen. Photos of him with cat ears. Him walking a dog. No, rather the dog walking him. And his later image was him crying again. And with his clothes all muddy, even Saji and Kiba looked at this with a smile. One looked a little teasing and the other a little nervous. They were shameful things created by a malevolent being. Until a photo recreated from his memory of him with a boy who had given him food before on a couple of occasions and had come to call him a friend. They were sitting with a smile, as was Issei's memory. It was the only image that had not been disturbed by Big Red. What caught Kiba's attention and that Issei immediately noticed was the sacred sword behind his back. Issei, Kiba spoke. Do you know anything about this sword? I'm sorry, I don't remember much from that time. Is it something important to you? You could say yes, just now I just remembered the reason for my fight. What is my proposito? Although his typical smile was present, Issei could not help but notice for a moment a very intense hatred directed towards the sword. No, it was revenge. He of course would not try to stop him. He himself had killed Middle and Calawarner in revenge for having killed Asia. He was the least placed to tell her anything on that subject. It was clear that Issei was a natural genius, and at the time of fighting, he did it more guided by instinct than reason. His nature was impulsive, as was demonstrated when he went to rescue Asia. Issues of this kind were outside its jurisdiction. After that, Kiba retired to his room. After another tortuous half-hour, they had finished seeing all the photos, each one embarrassing in some way. It was time for dinner, and as was customary when Off-Ice and Big Red made Issei order pizza to try once that delicious delicacy made by the Italian gods, or rather the Italian chefs. Issei, seeing the large number of people in the house, made the count of how many boxes would be needed. "Buono," he said, observing, "I think 30 will be enough, and what food will the guests want?" He said it with a smile and eyes closed in a friendly way, if referring to them. "Are you saying that the 30 boxes of pizza are only for the 3 of you?" said Sona with a blue hue on her forehead. She had never seen Issei eat. Issei saw her in a confused way. "Yes, what did you expect? We eat a lot, and they came just today from a long journey, so. Are you also going to order pizza? You estimate the number of boxes needed." "For me, it's 3, was the sudden intervention of Kaneko. Saji was looking at her in a complicated way. How did she reach so much food in that small body? After the calculations and choosing the ingredients for each, Issei made the call that made the company hang him, thinking it was a joke. "I want to order 60 boxes of pizza," said Issei with a big smile and eyes closed. He was very happy when he made the pedido. They had cut the line. "No way, if we call insistently, they will call the police. I will go out to bring them with your mother. Wait, in the meantime, we will bring soft drinks. Also, do not worry, if you do not want to, you can still do it from the window." They saw later how Issei's parents left in a Lamborghini Murcielago from the underground parking lot and the large gates of the house that opened when they were closed automatically. Many had their jaws up to the ground. "I'm so poor that for me, free is expensive, how come they have so much money?" And things like that, or maybe I'm exaggerating. Asia was the one who asked the question with some concern. Issei knew more or less what was going on but decided to keep quiet. "No, he said he wasn't hungry when I went to his room. The one who went looking for him was none other than Shinra Tsubaki. He said that, but I know it's about something else. Let's not bother him, believe me, he currently needs his espacio." Issei knew nothing about Kiba's history or his reasons. He had no right to interfere. After 45 minutes, everyone's stomachs began to roar, awakening a wave of blushes in the girls and moans from the boys, such as "How long do you plan to take?" Yes, even Belzard. "Come on guys, the order was very big, I would not be surprised if it took another 45 minutes, Ria said this time, but the truth was that she was also hungry. But almost 5 minutes later, they heard how the gates opened and the same vehicle entered. After 10 minutes, everyone was eating their respective portions. Seeing Kaneko eat the 3 was a spectacle, but they were so good that most ate more than they would usually eat. But it was nothing compared to seeing how Issei devoured 10 boxes with his father. His mother also did, and such an amount did not eclipse his elegance. Well, of such a stick, such a splinter, as they say. Unfortunately, there was going to be just in 2 days a meeting of the members of OPEC, and their influence in the human world made them present. That is the bad thing about lies. So Off-Ice and Big Red had to attend and leave the residence tomorrow. The meeting was going to take place in Saudi Arabia. In order not to give rise to confusion and strange rumors on the part of the students about why all the members of the student council and the occult research club were at Issei's house, it was decided that tomorrow they could be transported near the academy. This was also why the members of the student council had to be earlier than anyone else and at different departure times, although they still struggled to have breakfast all together. Breakfast had been Almirus. It should be noted that the one who cooked was Issei, alleging that the first breakfast could not be prepared by their own guests, and they were amazed at its taste. Issei, who had recently read a couple of cookbooks while still alive, was just really proud. The girls, in love with Issei or not, agreed that the boy was a good match, others were more dreamy. Issei was now walking on his way to the academy with Elsha, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Asirius, Kiba, Asia, and Belzard. But they saw a couple of what appeared to be church members address them, with Rias specifically asking for an after-school audience, which she accepted. But now they had another thing to worry about: Kiba's attitude, the Chaos Brigade, the exorcists, and their own stuff. Everything has been happening in a very compressed span of time. Without knowing that soon, all these problem events would continue to come together and complicate irremediably. Of course, they went to talk to Sona first. In the student council room, there was Sona and her nobility behind her, except for her queen, who was standing on her right side. This was literally Sona's shield or mirror. Well, members of the Iglesia, Sona's cold gaze was more severe than usual. She didn't have much tolerance like Rias for this kind of thing. The church represented problems for demons. That was the only thing she could be sure of. How can demons like us help them? I doubt very much that they came to exterminate us in our own territory. The truth is that he began to say Zenovia's 3 holy swords were stolen by an organization called the Chaos Brigade. Everyone gives absolute attention, but we do not rule out the possibility that demons and fallen angels are collaborating with them. Both sides would benefit from it. Heaven is your main enemy. Sona's brow was slightly frowning, not at a very large level, but it was visible that they put her in the same boat, that those killers capable of such things made her want to vomit. Of course, we don't blame you directly, we just want you not to interfere. Okay, if it's just that they can retire. Sona knew she could just go with the flow and get out of them as quickly as possible. Move out from his companion Irina. We don't even know if they will really keep their word by evading us in that way. Oh, don't worry, by the way, if they tell us again that we have relations with the fallen angels or especially the Chaos Brigade, he told them with his most serious expression, until the momento they will pay dearly. Goodbye, Vatican exorcists. Later, the same situation would occur in the Occult Research Club. It was afternoon hours, so the student council had withdrawn to leave the academy free for the nobility of Rias. After checking that there were no more renegade demons in the day in the city of Kuo, there was one, but this had already been reserved for Rias by the Duke of the House of Gremory. On one of the sofas of the club were Zenobia and Irina. In front of these, Rias and her nobility, Aquino, were serving tea for newcomers. Issei was leaning against the wall on one side of the room. Tiba was looking at the rolled-up object that Zenobia had with quite a bit of hatred and suppressed hostility. At that moment, Issei's mind clicked. He knew Irina before, apparently because of her changed appearance as well as her different hair, but now Issei was a little embarrassed for having believed that his childhood friend was a boy all this time. I still felt two very powerful sacred auras coming from the two objects they were carrying. Well, we want to be brief and explain the circumstances for which we have Veneto. It seems that for diplomatic matters, it was Zenobia who had the floor. That would be wonderful. You can proceed with your explanation, said Rias, extending an arm in a gesture that she could continue. The church yesterday morning was attacked at 3 points. As a result, 3 of the 6 sacred swords in the church's possession have been stolen, and the church and all its respective personnel are muertos. Everyone was dismayed by this information. It happened on exactly the same day, and at the same time as the attack on Phoenix Castle. You also had to be either very brave or very idiotic to steal from the church, but you also had to have a lot of strength. This had to be only coincidental. We were attacked by an organization called Chaos Brigade. Now both the members of the club and Issei, who was the most skeptical, could not fit with his asombro. I had not revealed this information with Leviathan's younger sister, but I guess you guys are less irritating. We were notified that the attack was carried out by people dressed in full-body hoods of wine-red color, and at one point, the Seraphim were present to stop them, but they could not. Of course, if God had gone in person, it would have been a different story. Right now, heaven is in a state of alertness. At the end, everyone wondered if they were really a group that someone could even stop, and in any way, where did their strength come from? Issei was very interested in this. He was going to make them pay for all those innocent lives that were lost. We are only here to warn you not to interfere with our mission to retrieve the swords. Wait a minute, this is my territory and also Sona's. What makes you think in the first place that you will find those swords here? There is no indication or information that the Chaos Brigade even performed in Japan, much less in Kuo-Rias this time. If he asked good questions, it seems that his greater tolerance was an advantage this time. Angels Katos was what Irina said in a playful tone, but when they saw that she was seconded with a nod from the serious Zenobia, they were left with even more doubts. Fallen angels, said Aquino, confused, as he handed the last cup of tea to Issei, who flattered its taste, thus arousing one of his typical laughs. Yes, fallen angels. Japan has been the busiest site of the fallen angels and demons in recent months and has been more concentrated in recent weeks. So we believe that the Chaos Brigade can be allies of one of the latter. Hey, wait a minute, Issei said seriously after reflecting on what they say. I cannot deny that it is logic and is the most attractive scenario to start investigating. But if what they say is true and they confront these members of the Chaos Brigade, a tone of ultimatum directed at the exorcists, they will die without a doubt, and their chances of survival are not even 1%. Everyone later thought the same thing. If they could avoid Seraphim and Maois, there were only 2 people in each case. Bibuno said nervously, Irina. That's why they have sent us, who are bearers of sacred swords. Besides, we can always count on the help of Dios. Issei, who knew the truth thanks to her parents, could not help but feel a little sorry for these devout girls. I'm sorry for you, but I made that calculation considering their sacred swords. Anyway, it doesn't look like they're going to give up, so I won't try to stop them. I appreciate your understanding. Anyway, this is just a matter of the church that must be dealt with by itself, so I ask you not to get into this hell. To be the ones who come to ask for a favor, they're pretty arrogant. Sure, it's not the conventional kind of arrogance, but it's still annoying, Issei thought. I completely agree with you, partner. Hey, this tense situation is better than the anime I was watching. I want to see what happens, partner. Oh, D-Drag, you were awake with me. I sometimes envy your amount of free time. If you know I can't get out of here for all eternity, do you? Oops, sorry, mate. I swear by the honor of the House of Gremory that we will not interfere with your mission. You can leave quietly. After all, I do not want to have problems with the church. Thank you, I am a little glad to have that support for the Minos. At that moment, he stopped his sight once again in Asia. He had been watching her sideways for some time, but the views were so fleeting that no one had percatado a pregunta, he said in the direction of Asia, who had a spine by the unexpected situation. Are you by chance the witch Asia Argento? The ex-nun felt nervous, and he shrugged, confirming his suspicions. So you became a demon, and tell me, a demon like you still believes in God. Although from Issei he had also learned the truth, he remained faithful to the beliefs that were instilled in him from his earliest childhood. Although I have become a demon, I still maintain my beliefs. They are my pillar and my reason for fighting for those I love. I am still trying to pray for them, he said with a softness and sincerity that overwhelmed all demons. I see, if you feel at least a minimum degree of respect for your own beliefs, you will accompany me to purify you. Even God can forgive a demon of that manner. That is all. Issei was going to move to put in her place the stupid girl who was offering to finish her younger sister, but it seems that someone else ran out of tolerance faster. With a blinding move by Belzerd, who, if Rias didn't know her piece, could swear it was a bishop instead of a rook, Belzerd positioned himself in front of her. You are not even told with the voice that years ago was scary. Issei, if they want to touch at least one of their thin hair, they will have to go through me. So I have to defeat you, huh? Let's have a duel, then. I also, Apunto said, this time the hitherto silent Kiba. I want to see how I can cope with a fight against an Excalibur user sent by the Vatican. Belzerd senpai, Kiba senpai, please be careful. No matter how skilled you are still demons. A single touch of one of those swords can result in death, Kaneko said with a tone of concern for her companions. Neglect Kaneko, I have faith in my servants, and I authorize mourning. Huo Academy, behind the old building. Issei thought this was the best. If he were sure, he could not hold back. Belzerd was going to fight against Zenovia, and Kiba was in front of Irina. It should be said that the battle suits of the church, although undoubtedly comfortable to move freely, were designed by some kind of pervert. Kiba, although not at all bothered by the comments directed at Asia at the time, saw Irina as if she had taken something important away from her. You know, I was very angry about what you said about Asia. I'll make it clear here, and now that your mission is a stupid suicide defeating you in the first gulp, Belzerd said, it was hard to understand how someone so kind and friendly most of the time could act that way. Girls are not slow for this kind of thing, except for the objective. Why not? They realized their feelings for Asia. They could not deny that Belzerd had his appeal. I have trained with the church since I was a child, and I have eliminated a large number of fallen angels and demons. Someone like you is impossible to defeat me, less than a blow. We'll see. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Asked Irina, confused because her opponent, out of nowhere, started laughing. No, it's nothing, it's just that. I spent so many years searching for the sacred swords, and in the end, I have two near me. I couldn't be happier. Start. The sixth referee in this match was Aquino. Belzerd's confrontation against Zenovia begins. Even if Belzerd had a body of the flesh and blood of Great Red, he could die. Not only that, he has the same resistance as when he died. Plus, like the one Issei won at age 6, it means a slightly more resistant body, but he did not receive the energy of the dragon gods. That was the great difference of forces between the two. Belzerd also did not have the boosted gear anymore. Zenovia at first was not confident and quickly put a little distance behind him. Jumping back, Belzerd began to remove the metalloid liquid from his gloves, forming a sword exactly like the Excalibur destruction of Zenovia. That strange weapon seems to form other weapons. It doesn't matter, there's nothing this sword can't destroy. He quickly rushed towards Belzerd, jumped quite high, and was going to make a lethal diagonal cut. That attack does not work against my weapon. I will teach you one of the tricks of the properties of Mercury. He only made the necessary movement with his body to dodge the slash of Zenovia, but he was at the same time with the intention of clashing swords. You are mine. My Excalibur will destroy your weapon, and you will be defenseless. Belzerd's sword, however, followed a direct path towards Zenovia. Missing a second before the swords intercepted, Belzerd smiled. The swords that were supposed to collide did not, and the holy sword pierced the silver sword of Belzerd as if displaced by a liquid, as if the blade were not there. By the attributes of the sword, a small part exploded, splashing metalloid liquid in all directions. But then it was introduced like a needle falling vertically into the water. Zenovia widened her eyes. Her sword had pierced Belzerd's and was still straight towards her. She, however, was still not worried. The part of the edge had exploded, and even if she touched it, it was not going to be lethal. But the property of Mercury is to gather if they are close. Before reaching Zenovia, as if it were an explosion scene in retreat, the drops returned to form the edge of Belzerd's sword and cut Zenovia's neck a little. Seeing that she had stopped her attack, she jumped back. I seem to have won, Belzerd said with a confident smile. Don't be so sure. Just because you've stopped your attack doesn't mean the encounter has ended, he said in a slightly annoyed tone of voice, but suddenly he knelt on his suolo. What's wrong with me? It is cyanide. A small amount can disable and kill a person. How your heart is racing spreads it faster through your organism. Zenovia's face showed a lot of anger and especially frustration. Now you understand it, right? I lost crushingly, with one that I now understand belonged to the Chaos Brigade Razor Phoenix. My strength has no point of comparison with yours. In other words, your chances of dying are 100%. The fight between Kiba and Irina was quick and embarrassing. Kiba had been trained by Belzerd but attacked desperately, looking to win. Irina concentrated on dodging and hitting until Kiba was tired, then received a slight cut on the arm that caused great damage to the latter. Belzerd was disappointed. Here, take an antidoto. Belzerd said to Zenovia, you will die soon if you don't use it, so Septilo put the injection in his arm. Why? If we die here, they will not have any danger. We are enemies of demons, why do they still help us? The one who spoke this time was Issei. Because even if we don't get along, we have an enemy in common. I also have it sworn to the Chaos Brigade, he said in a carrying voice. If it seems good to you, I can offer myself to help. Even if Issei showed no signs of surprise, he had to admit that Belzer's weapon amazed him more and more. And, faced with this offer, the members of the club were surprised. Eyes, you have to think better before making those kinds of offers. Remember that the demons and heaven are in a situation complicata, Rias said worriedly, forgetting something. Rias, thank you for your good intentions, but I am not tied to that. I am a dragon, I am not allied to any faction. I can act and do whatever I want without affecting them directly or indirectly, and I am the only one currently who can help them. With that, we will kill 2 birds in one tyro. The top brass sent them into a battle they can't win, and I want to do something about it. Besides, I can't abandon my childhood magic by any means. Every day makes me a more proud member. Will you also tell your parents about this as you did with the attack on Phoenix Castle yesterday? That's right, they said they would do everything possible to investigate the culprits. So far, I do not know of a challenge that they have not overcome or have not been able to overcome. I hope so. I know that for them, nothing is impossible. If what I know is true and they can even escape from Seraphim, I can't imagine how someone like you would be able to help us. You contradict yourself. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hayatu Issei, a 100% pure dragon, a current Sekiryute capable of doing 25 increases, and I possess 36 Kelvin tons of strength. Aha, you only lack to say that you have the disintegration power of Offeyes, the unrestrainable portals of Big Red, and his creation ability. And you can handle up to 80% of your power. You can become a 100-meter dragon, and when you master it completely, you will not need sleep or anything. Jewess, white Jewess, I want to tear you apart. Well, partner, in that, I think maybe you're right, but it doesn't change the fact that we're going to beat up Albion and his bearer for eternity. I'm going to plunge him into despair. Wow, you take it seriously. Having overcome this and the surprise that these huge amounts of power still generated, the exorcists, without better options and seeking their survival under the circumstances, accepted the help of Issei. In addition to that, under the argument that it was the help of a dragon and not a demon, they agreed to live in Issei's house temporarily. As Issei suspected, they were cannon fodder who had not received the necessary support to even stay somewhere. Although it was not his problem, he wanted to go and say a couple of things to those damn old men of the church, who must currently be very comfortable in their velvety seats. In a warehouse, location unknown. As was the custom or taste of renegade demons, the Duke of Gremory's mission had to be carried out tonight. Issei went to make a matter of the dimensional gap, so he did not accompany them, only they did not know his whereabouts. Church members had gone out to patrol the streets, and Kiba, for his recent defeat, was a little distracted. The demons who hadn't stopped training regularly had obviously grown stronger. Learning their previous lesson, Rias had improved her stamina, control, and amount of the power of destruction she could use. But this didn't even come close to her brother's power. It was still a worthy power level for someone like Rias, who was a demon who hadn't come of age. Akino had improved his lightning magic with the help of Elsha, who was only limited to training her physique since she already had mastery in all magic, although not healing and other more specific ones. Kaneko had greatly increased his strength, reflexes, and endurance. Belzard always polished his style with each weapon, and in addition to this, he sought ways to make his body more resistant in all aspects. He would take to his limit the new body that was given to him. Yes, Asia follows. She has practiced barrier defensive magic, and I could heal a little faster. Everyone did their job diligently. Elsha and Belzard didn't have to intervene in almost anything, but it all ended in Kiba being slapped by Rias. Due to his carelessness, the enemy acid almost damaged Kaneko after Kiba withdrew and did not return to Issei's house. The exorcists found nothing suspicious and returned around midnight. In the dimensional gap, they were in this well-known infinite but dangerous zone for those who did not know how to travel it, except for those who had the necessary power not to be devoured by it. Was there oxygen? The answer is curiously yes. Did Issei need it, or Offeyes, or Big Red? No, even if they needed it, they are immortal. But if they lost their infinity, in the case of Offeyes or whatever protected Big Red, they are living beings like any other that can die. Big Red and Offeyes had finished their meeting with Opik hours ago and had dedicated themselves to searching for the Wine Red Cape members of this Chaos Brigade. This has me puzzled. No matter how hard I try by any means, I never find anything, and I cannot investigate them for any method. Are they serious? They are guys who hover around a level a little higher than the Demon Kings or Seraphim. In theory, Great Red would have to know who they are instantly. How is this possible? They searched by appearance, power levels, and portals in various places, but when they searched for Chaos Brigade, they found that it was formed by a series of amateurs who barely had the level of a lower middle-class demon who were obsessed with watching the world burn. And the strongest members of most of their areas did not have the potential to face even a Demon King. What is going on here? That was the general thought. None of this coincided. Even Issei realized that this supposed Chaos Brigade had nothing to do with the Chaos Brigade. It was more when he saw this that he felt a little embarrassed about how pathetic they were. They had even more reason to worry about these guys who could change the order of things and not interfere in things of little caliber like that. After all, a dragon god does not act for every trifle that occurs unless he cares. With more questions than answers and a little decayed Issei just like D-Drag, because for the first time, his all-powerful parents could not do anything. This was also a blow to their pride. Defeat was a dish they had never tasted, except Offai's against the Big Red himself. On some streets in the city of Kuo, Kiba was injured, almost seriously, only his legs were in a condition to escape with great effort. The reason? He had met renegade exorcist Freed Selzen. For Kiba, it was the first time they had faced each other, but that in no way had anything to do with his defeat. So what was it? Cockabeel, who trained together with Loco, had decided that Freed was also going to get stronger. If Freed carries the Excalibur Holy Swords, wouldn't they be immediately discovered? Yes, Karasu was still very aware of the warning threat of Leader to commit an act as telltale as that. Balba Galilei was currently studying the structure of sacred swords. Freed had average sacred swords and exorcist bullets. Even if they weren't Excalibur, Kiba's renewed hatred was stronger than ever, but Freed, a born battle-loving genius, had grown rapidly stronger, so much so that a Kiba blinded by his anger was no match for him. Underworld, somewhere in Grigory, Cockabeel had planned his attack for the day after tomorrow at sunset. He would go as Karasu, not like Cockabeel. He would go under the false name of Kao's Brigade. What interested him now was clear to him. It was not the supremacy of the fallen angels but a world of war, and Leader offered him an opportunity to make that dream come true, with his magic and backing on his side. What could go wrong? He had become 3 times stronger than when he entered. He owed a lot to the organization, despite not being convinced at first. It wouldn't fail, it wasn't an option. After the attack on Phoenix's castle, the Leader had put their magic on them so that they could not be tracked. Just as a security measure, no one had investigated them. Well, a little protection never hurts, but he began to notice that when this magic was active, his presence would literally fade away. The low-level fallen angels completely ignored him, and those who were of a medium power were sure that if Cockabeel-sama didn't address them, they had never noticed. The high-level ones, this same but to a lesser degree, these attributed that to their tiredness and distraction. The other Cotters could suspect this. He assumed that after this, even if he was the faction least involved in this matter, the 3 factions would unite, and if they explained the magic of Leader and associate it with his missing presence, they were going to thwart his plans. He was not going to risk stupid experiments with a magic that did not belong to him. Now he was more cautious. Every time he dared to even think something daring or risky, the threat of Leader was present as an inhibitor. It was the first time Cockabeel felt that way towards something or someone. At Kuo Academy, Issei, who still needed the sleep of a normal human, felt a little tired, so he ended up saying goodbye to his parents in the early hours of the morning. But sometimes little sleep feels more restful. In some cases, what Issei had was a tiredness that, after a cup of coffee, was going to be converted into energy. In other words, today would be at maximum power. What Issei didn't expect was that he couldn't go to class today. One simple reason is that Kaneko needed it. He had summoned him in a secret meeting along with Asia, Junshiro Saji, Irina, Zenovia, and Kiba. I didn't know how it had been at night, and even if they had an idea of what they were going to do or their intentions, they didn't expect Kiba to collaborate on this. The worried expression on Kaneko's face at that time made her look more tender and protectable than usual. They were very high levels of feminine charm. Issei-senpai, we have decided to help the members of the church with their search. I know it may sound selfish, and maybe you have many things to do and many others to think about, but please help us for the sake of Yuudo-senpai. Kaneko's voice was soft and hesitant until the end, which was when all her determination for the sake of a companion came to the surface. Kaneko knew that Issei was absolutely right to refuse. It was none of her business, and she was not obliged to do so either. Her body was bowing. With her nerves maxed out and under the expectation of being rejected, she was shocked when she felt a hand on her head that made her look up. Kaneko's determination had caught up with Issei. Of course I will help you with that, even if Kiba is not acting correctly. We are friends, I have to support him at least. I will not let anything happen to him or to you, it is a promesa. Issei smiled at him as only he knew what to do to Kaneko, in an act to reassure her, but it caused her heart to skip a beat. Issei was definitely to Kaneko's taste. Issei-senpai, by the way, I also invited Elsha and Belzerd. I know they are your friends, and I'm sorry to cause them trouble too. Don't worry, they want to help you in any case. Then, they are the ones who decide whether to do it or not, so you can thank them after. Esto received a small nod from Kaneko. Saji by now saw Issei in a new light of respect. They were definitely in very different leagues in all aspects. But it wasn't like he wasn't going to get better. On Kuo Academy, after waiting for the remaining members, Elsha, Zenovia, Irina, and Belzerd, to make an appearance, Saji, well, although he was moved by the unity of this group, on the other hand, he was the most terrified. Disobeying Sona was not something he would do without being forced. Proof of this is Kaneko, who prevented him from escaping when he told him his plan and held him. He couldn't bear to be called a girl like coward by a girl. He still had his pride. Thank you all for coming here, Kaneko began to say with a slight bow before continuing. I know we are not in a position to act this way, but please, even if it's just a little, let us help you. The only member they doubted was Saji, but if he was here, it was because he could be someone reliable. Now they knew that Elsha was very powerful, and Belzerd, although they did not know what her limits were, her combat mode was far superior to theirs. Issei was like their trump card. After that, in these conditions, any kind of help that would raise the success rate of this mission a little more was welcome. Kaneko is very strong, and Kiba, even if they did not let him go anyway. Asia instead was there for a reason. Kaneko, who had worried about Kiba and went to look for him, found him seriously injured in an alley. I have a bit of information, said Kiba, who had already been completely healed by the twilight healing of Asia, although I do not know if it is related to the mission of recovering the swords Sagradas. He began to tell his confrontation with I found an exorcist with an ordinary sacred sword named Fried Selzen. Although it was the first time we fought, he knew he was one of those who were in the abandoned church the day he reincarnated Asia. His movements were fast, even faster than mine. I was the one who attacked him out of nowhere. I lost completely, and in the end, I could only defend myself and flee. How pathetic, but still, I cannot give up. I have to overcome first of all to fulfill an ancient promise. But during the battle, he mentioned that something was going to happen in Kyo soon, but he didn't reveal what. That's what intrigues me. Issei-san, if what you say is true, we have to mobilize today. I already have a plan for that. He said, Irina, we can all go out today dressed as priests. Fried has a fondness for hunting them. I heard that when I was in church, we can use that as bait. That it may function, but although it was an obvious plan, it was the most effective they had so far. I am not opposed. We must divide ourselves to cover more ground. I will go north and east of Kyo, and I will be accompanied by Kaneko and Zenobia. Then, Irina, go with Kiba and Saji to the south, and Asia will team up with Elsha and Belzard to the west. They discussed the final details while ordering food so as not to receive complaints from the establishment they were occupying, which was precisely a family restaurant. Underworld, somewhere in Grigory. Kakabeel-sama, I still don't understand. You said that we wouldn't do anything to highlight and not cause trouble to the organization, but you will still merge the sacred swords into Kyo. Can't we do it in the underworld? Was Balba Galilee's question, and the question did not surprise Kakabeel. I do it for something that leader told me. If there is something I must do, I must focus his attention away from us to finish everything without problems. I have that mission. The only thing they should not do is discover our identities. I will also do the operation together with Loco. He is more powerful than me. We cannot fail. We just have to say, like last time, we are the Chaos Brigade or something. We have to keep them busy until then. If we attack an important headquarters, I don't know, like Kyo Academy, which is where the younger sisters of two of the Maoists attend, all the attention of the three factions will be focused on a non-existent group of another organization, and if in the process we kill someone much better, it will be one less obstacle. Not only was that due to Fried hadn't asked or anything, but he understood the nervousness in the old priest. Kakabeel had become stronger, which means one thing, the pressure he exerted was higher. We will transport ourselves first where there is someone to warn, and we will focus all the attention on that building. It will not help if nobody enter, preferably notify any of the sisters of the Mao. This would notify the other and they would try to retain it not without first asking for help. They must already have an idea of our descriptions. When the Maoists find out, they will have no choice to notify the fallen angels and angels when a common enemy appears, but the white dragon will be near the area and will definitely go to investigate if there is a confrontation. By this means Azazel will find out and members of the church will also be present, so heaven will know this plan. It cannot be more perfect. Well, that was it. You can retire, do what you want, but do not forget to show up to the party tomorrow at sunset in Kyo. Aha, that's why I love him so much, Kakabeel-sama. I'm already getting excited. I'll go hunting some demons or priests in the meantime. Hey, old man, accompany me from time to time. After all, your dream will come true tomorrow, won't it? Okay, some action from time to time won't hurt me. Which part of Kyo will we go to? Well, in previous months, I have frequented the north, east, and west zones. I think we will go to the south zone, and the best of all is that killing has never been so easy. With the energy of leader, nobody will be able to see us unless they are looking for us. The priests who do not expect anything or realize when I swipe my sword slowly in front of them before killing them. It's the best. Hahaha, but almost no fun. It's better when they are aware of all the pain until the end. With a psychopathic laugh, the unbalanced church group will show up at the place where Irina, Kiba, and Saji meet. South area of Kyo. It's getting too late. I think we should Volver. Saji, with every second that passed, became more nervous about the possibility of being found by his mistress, but at the same time, he became more and more anxious at the idea of his possible first real meeting. But between that event that sooner or later would occur and disobeying Kaichu, the priorities were established. I think I can go on a little longer, but I still think this is a bad idea. Of course, Saji's repeated moans were again ignored. Irina had an overly serious face that looked more like a funny, angry face, and Kiba was so seriously focused on his own thoughts that he did not believe anything that had nothing to do with his goal. Everything was fine. The moment magical energy was felt nearby, 2 normal portals were the ones that alerted of the arrival of the ex-members of the church. Kiba was surprised. He had reflected on his recent defeats, and this time he decided not to get carried away by hatred and to reason his actions better. Irina was also preparing. After all, these guys could have relevant information and were the source of information for the alleged attack that was going to be carried out tomorrow. Saji, although he was not as sure as these last two, put himself in a defensive pose similar to that of boxers. It was not much, but at least he had an ace up his sleeve. His sacred gear was one of the 4 fragments of the evil dragon soul of the Vritra dungeon, absorption line. Damn it. Aha, how lucky to find me right here with some shitty exorcists. I didn't have to look for them much. At that moment, they took off the white robes that hid their appearance, revealing Fried to be the lingering shit pretty boy, a bitch who doesn't know, but feeling the sacral aura, they immediately understood that she was a bearer of a sacred sword. Before this, he made the gesture of passing his tongue over his lips while looking at the bracelet madly, and another evil was born that was more by obligation. I see, haha. Even if it's 3 against me, I've trained a lot recently, and some of it looks like you won't be able to touch me. Hey, you mentioned something about a terrorist attack tomorrow. What does that mean? Kiba asked, while Irina called Zenobia to contact the rest. I don't have to tell you anything, shitty demon. Even if I don't have an Excalibur sword and the ones I have are standard holy swords, if I don't let you escape, I will kill you. I seriously will. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and make you scream with pain. Zoom. A burst of speed. Right now he had launched himself towards Kiba, but Kiba had blocked him. Even if his target was not Kiba and it was the girl's sword, he knew that he could be someone molesto. But, it's time to show the fruits of my training. Fried had disappeared in a black blur because of his high speed and did not take advantage of it in Kiba. He took advantage of it in Irina, who was approaching, and attacked her numerous times at a speed that she could not counteract. As a result, Fried's sword collided violently and abruptly with Irina's Excalibur, which caused 2 things. Fried's sword cracked and Irina's Excalibur flew to the side. Fried rushed to her and said, "Fuck. If I go after his sacred sword as if it were a target, we will be related to the organization that recently stole them." Think Fried. Ha ha ha. Now that it seems that I have a better weapon, that little bit I had would not have lasted long against you. Phew, well thought out, handsome Fried. No, give it back to me. A renegade exorcist like you has no right to touch something like that. You are not worthy of it. But then she realized something. Not everyone can use a sacred sword. Had it been the result of crystals like her, it would be a natural carrier. I had heard that Fried had had an exceptional talent since childhood. It wasn't crazy, I suppose. At that moment, a swift burst of black was ramming towards Fried, and a blue line rolled up on his right leg. Ugh, what is this shit? I can't let go. I can use high speeds for a short period of time, about 10 seconds. If I keep up like this, I won't be able to keep up with the 3 of them. The sound of metal echoed in the area where they fought and repeated constantly in short intervals. Fried felt his strength drain little by little. Is it because of the ability of that brat? He doesn't seem to realize. Is he using it unconsciously? At that moment, a selfless voice invades his battlefield. Fried, you need to know how to best handle an Excalibur. You must project your intentions directly on the blade of the sword, and thus you will definitely get a better response. His voice was also talkative, as if he were a master who diligently imparts a lesson. What a coincidence to find Fried here. The renegade exorcist did what the old man, with a beard of medium size and short stature dressed as a clergyman, guided him and broke the 2 swords of Kiba with which he was battling, and in the same cut, he got rid of the line created by the absorption line. That appearance, that voice, damn Balba Galilei. He went, Zenobia told me early now. He is ultimately responsible for the deaths of my friends. He rushed to the source of the voice, but before he could notice it, he was kicked to the side directly in the liver. Do not forget that your opponent is me. Pretty boy Jajaja made Excalibur mimic longer than usual and almost managed to cut Kiba. Well, old man, accompany me if you want. It didn't seem like the 2 had arrived at the same time. Right now I'm completely useless. Zenobia is going to kill me for having lost my sword. I'm so powerless. I always need to depend on others. No, why, curse. That's not how it was supposed to end. Those were the group's feelings of helplessness before both exorcists retreated into a normal magic circle. 30 seconds later, the others arrived. The battle in total had lasted about a minute. It was much shorter than it really seemed. Guys, are you okay? Was Zenovia's question. When he saw Irina, her head was tilted, and some of her locks covered her face. After analyzing that she had no injuries and comparing the image of her today with that of the Pasado, Espada said as if in a susurro, what happened? Seeing her without that bracelet at this point was something supernatural. Everyone followed the same procedures and gave their report to the rest. Those subjects are getting stronger, I don't know why. This is not normal behavior in subjects like this. There is someone behind this, they may even be from that fake Chaos Brigade. Everyone swallowed when they referred to these, at least those who were aware of the extent of their power and what they were capable of doing. The fake Chaos Brigade. He asked Irina. I don't think he seemed to steal it just to get a better weapon. If they attack tomorrow, I may get my sword back. He brought a slight smile to everyone present. Irina, Saji, and Kiba, I regret not arriving earlier, but they attacked the opposite side of the one they were in, and to explore better, we were in the border area with the other prefecture or city. No, Issei-kun, what do you say? It was just an unforeseen event. These things happen, and I could never blame my friend for the infancy, he said, winking as he made the symbol of peace and love close to his face. A gesture that Issei found very cute and blushed slightly, which did not go unnoticed by Kaneko and Elsha, who saw him with jealousy. Belzard raised his eyebrows with a mischievous gesture to annoy him, which worked. The others did not say anything, but Saji was jealous of Issei. Zenobia, Irina, I won't give up. Maybe they didn't go far. I'm going to Persig. Then Kiba ran towards the city center. I will also follow. It will not last. Only seconded Zenobia. Irina, come on, he will make you one more sword tard, then we're lost in the dark. Almost instantly, 2 magic circles appeared on the spot, one red and one blue, with the crests of the Gremory and Citri clans, respectively. Demons. Asia Vamanos. Issei was quickly transported with Asia to the mansion, a gesture seconded by Elsha and Belzard, who fled amused from the place. Briefly, all these escapists were seen by Riaz and Sona, who could not believe that they behaved like children. Those who could not flee were Kaneko and Saji, who were already wanting to cry when he saw his mistress in front of him. This was possible since they already had a teleportation circle ready near their home. Once this happened, they interrogated the remaining members. The result of this was 1,000 lashes of magical power from Sona towards Saji. Now her butt was sore and numb, and Kaneko was receiving a slight scolding from Riaz. Obviously, there were complaints about the treatment of her servants in their respective nobility. They have their ways of dealing with their affairs, and we have ours, were Sona's cold words. With Issei and the others, Belzard laughed like a child without any worries, and Asia couldn't help but smile at the sight. You're right, it was very funny, but we will prepare for later. We have to talk to Riaz about the new information today about a possible terrorist attack. No, that's already confirmed, where it will be and when. Those are the 2 unknowns now. If I had to guess, it would be in a central area, probably at Kyo Academy, and after half a day, I will be attentive to receive them and give them a goodbye infinita, Issei said seriously, bumping his fist with his palm at the end. Eyes-kun, I think it will be at sunset. If they want to draw the attention of the supernatural, it has to be definitely at sunset or at night. It is a fact that they will attack the academy since the sisters of 2 of the Mao will be present. We will have to discuss it with the rest when they arrive, and we will also have to talk to the student council. The fact that we all live in the same house was a good idea after all. Communication will not be a problem, but we will have problems regarding Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina. You're right, we have to prepare for battle. I'll have my gloves ready and a lot of metalloid liquid for tomorrow. Thank you, I can always count on you, Belzard Issei, and Belzard bumped fists. Then, half an hour later, Sona Citri, Riaz Gremory, Kaneko, and Saji entered the Hayadu mansion, almost without rest, and initiated the exchange of information. Then, my nobility will take care of the attack on any threat that appears, and we will have your support as well. Still, Yuito continues to worry me. I hope he is well. Issei nodded to this. Don't worry, your knight is strong, he will be well. For some reason, those words of assurance reached the hearts of those who most wanted to hear that, Riaz, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia, and in general. All those who appreciated him who undoubtedly did it and wanted it the most was the vice president of the student council, Shinra Tsubaki. My nobility, you will take care of erecting a barrier around where the attack is carried out to keep the damage as low as possible. Although it is not 100% guaranteed that there will be no collateral damage, we do not know the magnitude of your strength, but we will make a defense as resistant as Potamos. Everyone nodded. Saji the aforementioned gave a respingo tomorrow. Your limits do not matter. You will keep the barrier until you pass out. Her eyes were intimidating to Saji, who didn't know that a girl like her had the level of authority of a general in an army. Hai Kaichu, he said, standing straight behind his shoulders and giving a military salute. Everyone has their roles, the assault team, the defense team, and the healing team, which is understood by Asia and Elsha. Elsha was the only one who had 2 roles to play, and her healing magic was only slightly more efficient than the sacred gear of Asia. But having already reached her learning limit, the twilight healing of Asia was not very developed, and the limits of this were unknown. But a healing device that works without discrimination based on race had to have a gigantic potential for improvement. After the meeting that lasted a little more than an hour, in which as time progressed, the night was getting deeper and deeper, everyone was tired by all the events that occurred in a fairly short period of time. These events seemed almost to be simultaneous. But that didn't matter, they had to keep their morale high. Do you know that my power is divided into 3 truths? Yes, I know, there's your individual power, there's mine, and then there's the power you inherited from your parents, but what do you want to come up with that? My individual power is a little above that of a supreme class demon, except for my physical strength, which after my parents is the greatest. Your power only allows me to enhance my individual power. My parents' power I can use with a maximum of 80%. But of that I can only use 20% of my father's creation power, and I did not inherit his attack nullification and 80% of the disintegration power from my mother, but I did inherit her infinity, which means that my mother's power has more presence in me, but I will never be able to exceed those limits even if I control 100%. This is more than something by will, it is a matter of inheritance. It should be obvious that I can never master a field to perfection, even if I possess infinite power. I do not have infinite power, but still, when I finish everything I must learn, I will be a little stronger than both, at least individually. They would beat me in a 2 versus 1 with them using their fields to the maximum. The only thing that saves me is my immortality, which has led me to realize something. I'm weak. You say all that, and do you think you're weak? Ahaha, don't make me laugh, you are the 3rd strongest existence, although if Trihexa were not sealed, you would be the 4th. And what if you only inherited 20% of the power from your father and 80% from your mother? You can create and disintegrate at very high levels still, none of that matters. Those kinds of thoughts will only cloud your mind. Your goal is not to beat your parents. Your goal should be to lead a full life with the beings you love. Oh yes, and win each bearer of Albion, but you do not have to call yourself weak. That will affect you and make you underestimate yourself, and your mother will not approve of a dragon acting in such a pathetic way. Lift those spirits. Thank you, D-Drag, but I also have the worry of what to say when the time comes to make everything about me known. The members of that fake Chaos Brigade are excessively powerful, and I know that my individual power and even yours will not be enough to win. The Juggernaut Drive releases all your power, but during that time it only makes us a little more powerful. In fact, with my increases, I have almost reached your level, so using it is practically useless unless we have better defense, but for an immortal being, the damage is irrelevant. You are practically saying that you have become so strong that I am now useless and you will need to resort to your inherited power to vengeance. D-Drag enlarged his smile to one full of competitiveness. Don't get too cool, Mikoso. D-Drag released a huge amount of aura. Even I am able to overcome my own limits. Do you think I was always this strong? Power calls to power. Albion and I became strong fighting, always pushing our limits. Someday I will even be able to surpass anyone just by doubling my power. Issei could only smile. D-Drag was undoubtedly an incredible existence. Elsha walked gently into Issei's room. No, you don't interrupt anything. Do you need anything? Elsha ran to Issei, lying him on the bed with her face hidden in his chest, an act that left Issei perplexed. Eyes, we will face great threats in the future. I am really worried. What could happen to you? Tears began to come out. Riaz and Elsha used to sleep most nights with Issei. This was one of the nights that everyone would rest in their room. What are you saying? Don't worry about me, Issei said softly, looking for ways to caress his head, but... Idiot. Elsha saw him with a face full of tears and something in Ajata. Don't ask me not to worry about who I care about. He knew he was immortal. He knew that his wounds, if his inherited power was activated, would heal in the blink of an eye. He knew that if his inherited power was with him, the attacks would have the same effect on him as off eyes. That is, no. Still, she couldn't bear to see him hurt himself in any way. I had known him since he was a child, and now he has become his most important person. Don't tell me not to worry about the person I love. Issei's mind almost short-circuited those palabras. It didn't help that she suddenly stole a loving kiss on his lips and then gave him a slight, almost imperceptible slap, and now a radiant smile. That's your punishment for being an idiot. Elsha temporarily takes the lead. Elsha took a moment in silence, but Issei was now the one who kissed her passionately until the two of them lost their breath. Give me a minute. Elsha put anti-sound magic seals in the room. You never taught me, he said in a soft voice, almost like caressing Elsha's ears. That is a spell that is not suitable for children to learn, he said in a seductive, almost feline voice. Oh, so I'm a boy, huh? In my eyes, you still are, but that will soon change, Elsha said, beginning to despair. I want to give everything of myself to the person I love. That night, they loved each other as two young lovers could only do, a sex full of love, tenderness, caresses, and kisses, all calmly, and in due time, Elsha received a little of the aura of Issei, and only the night witnessed the love of both. Somewhere in the underworld. Leader, are you sure? I don't think Subject 36,000 has only that strength. He will be there. Send Karasu and Loco. Wouldn't it be sending them as cannon fodder? I'm not questioning it at all. Yes, Solo said breastplate. Okay, Karasu, I don't care, but he has obeyed me. He has followed my orders to the letter. He has become strong and can improve more. It would be a waste to let him go. Loco can escape even from such a subject. Inside a barrier, they will not be able to transport themselves unless they break it. I have already given them free use of my magic. But if their lives are in danger, I will not hesitate to intervene. I will teach everyone a genuine demonstration of a power invincible. The tone of voice he used was blunt, without any hint of falsehood, and assurance in Mensa. Retire now, breastplate. If later after that he disappeared using the magic of leader, is there an invincible power? Did he say he has an invincible power? Certainly all members of the organization have insane power, but none of them can stand up to leader, nor do I know the extent of his power. He is a monster, even to monsters. So, nobody can beat me, no one, and Subject 36,000. What stupidity. I have already matched your strength. I only temporarily worried, although it is difficult for me to become more powerful. I know everything about you, third dragon god Ryujin. I can't wait to defeat you. In the eternal night or day of the underworld, an imposing sinister silhouette knows the true identity of Issei and his parents, preparing a most complicated situation. In the Hayatu mansion, Issei and Elsha were waking up. Elsha occupied Issei like an arm pillow, but she had a radiant smile on her face, something they couldn't hide from anyone. It was that Issei's aura was permeating inside Elsha, and they had practiced the sexual act enough to be completely sure that Elsha would have Issei's first offspring. His mood was 1,001 times better than last night, and if they did not suspect that, it was to be very innocent. In those moments in dreams, a blonde nun with sneezing emerald eyes. Still, they had woken up earlier than the rest of the mansion, and Elsha went down to prepare breakfast. After showering, Issei stayed a while longer in bed and then went to shower too and went downstairs to help Elsha. Riaz and the others who shared interests in Issei were a little jealous and angry that it was not their first time receiving a mocking and victorious look from Elsha. Belzard, who did not seem to notice the heavy atmosphere, annoyed Issei, asking him all kinds of embarrassing things as if they were bondage. This information is from Wikipedia, lingerie, and the number of times they did it if they did it with affection or as wild animals. Elsha, who at that point was expected to have knocked him out, covered her face with shame and with both hands, which made the girls furious. Not greatly to Akino and Kaneko, who, although they had shown interest or feelings for him, had not deepened their relationship much. The most embarrassed and against whom the atmosphere was worst was with Issei himself. His actions and way of being made them know that he was not someone who was going to sleep with anyone. Theirs was a bond built for many years. Still, the atmosphere was quite tense, even though they had a delicious meal in front of them. However, everyone was psychologically preparing for tonight's battle. Elsha still didn't take off from Issei all day while he wasn't in class, and accompanied him on the way out. At the departure time, everyone was walking to the Hayadu mansion when a standard magic circle appeared in front of the two nobility, soon after Fried Selzen's figure was revealed. In less than a second, he had all the nobility in attack position, and Issei held him by the neck, an act that left Fried blue since he did not even notice his speed until he was practically immobilized. "You better not do anything stupid if you don't want to die," said Issei with a kind smile and closed eyes that completely contradicted his rudeness. Hey, stop, pretty boy. I don't care if you want to kill me, but I assure you don't want to hassle." Fried's eyes and his manic smile didn't predict anything good for Issei, so he let go a little and glared at him, looking for Rasputus. "Oh, interested? The truth is that I have only come to give a message, but those who sent me really appreciate this handsome chocolate that they have as a messenger, so if it takes me a maximum of 10 minutes to arrive, they will kill 10 minutes. Everyone's eyes will widen. Damn, how dare they even play with lives like that?" Issei said as she held him tighter, to the point of lifting him up and almost hanging him with the collar of his shirt. Fried held Issei by the arms to support himself a little and not hang himself so much. Haha, what is this? Hurting a mensajero. Everyone had already left their defensive postures and looked worriedly at Issei. "Do you think you can make me your hostage? Do you think you can kill me? Don't you care about the lives of hostages? If Amir and Fried saw it with eyes full of madness, well, it will Sujitaba be your fault. What will those present here think if you do that?" "Oh, I understand what that is, huh? You feel superior to his video." Issei became angrier, but he put him down and stopped hanging. He had never felt so powerless against such a weak opponent. But he still trembled with anger. In a low voice and with clear fury, "Dijo scum, give your damn message and get out. I was wrong about you. You don't feel so superior as to take an innocent life or make innocent lives go extinct," Good Chico said mockingly as he playfully put his hands behind his back and leaned forward near Issei's face, looking at him with burla. "You have been disciplined well. Mommy and Daddy taught you good values." Issei's eyes were darkened by his hair. Everyone felt bad watching that scene. If he even broke his arm, they could kill 1 or 2 hostages. They even didn't know if even leaving him unharmed would kill them, but he didn't want to risk Camperbarlo. "Well, the terrorist attack will be carried out at 6 p.m. in Kuo City. When the sun begins to descend, get ready." That's when Mensage turned around, and everyone saw it starting to leave. "Aye," said Elsha and Riaz at the same time. The others were silent, but they knew how Issei felt because they all felt the same way. "I'm well," he said, happily starting to walk, but everyone knew that his smile was for Zada. "Nothing happens. We have to prepare and be ready at the agreed time." They did not say the exact location, but I am almost sure that it is in the academy. "Let's go back. Cheer up, mate. You'll teach them. Somewhere in the underworld. Leader Sama, Kakabeel-sama, Loco-sama, I have already delivered my message, but be careful guys, I think I have made Aiz-kun angry." His mocking tone towards his enemies was really omnipresent. "That's right, that's the name of Subject 36,000. I heard it when I was transported here, but leader, I used a standard normal circle, and the trail was left. Would I do the honors?" "Well done, Fried. Even if you are Kakabeel's subordinate, you will be useful to the organization," he said as he raised his arm and burst the magic trail. Fried whistled at this. "You must be the only one who can completely remove traces of a magic that has already been activated, leader," Kakabeel said. "I'm the only one. I've had this ability since Nasai said, looking at the silo, I really hate it." "Leader, any being would like to have his ability. I am jealous to see its instrument," were the words of Kakabeel's companion, Crazy. Leader just kept silent. A little far away from them, there were 10 people that Loco had captured early. Most were young women. There were also 3 middle-aged men and a child. All chained, gagged, and blindfolded. Leader Sama, can I catch the whores that Loco-sama got?" "Those hostages were only a guarantee for your safety. You have come unharmed. There is no reason to continue harming them in any way." If you want to rape someone, violate anyone who is not under the jurisdiction of my word. I hate those who break agreements, even if we negotiate in an unseemly way. If I say something, I will respect it. Loco, freeze the hostages where you found them. As leader wishes, he then transported the hostages with the magic of leader, and the hostages did not stop shaking for any moment. Heavens, leader seems to be a real man. In half an hour, the attack begins. We will give him a great show. I will cut many demons with the sword that Balba will give me. I will have a new sword. I will have a new sword. Freed left, humming a song that leader could no longer hear, neither could Cockabeel. Then he also disappeared. Well, I guess I will be a spectator. No one will be able to detect me anyway. If Karasu wants to use hostages to escape, I will not intervene. Different members have their own ways of doing things. As long as they fulfill their objectives, the end justifies their means. My word justifies mine. Leader, I think I'll retire too. Aspera Karasu de Tuvo, you will be the host tonight. You became very powerful in a short time, but you still won't last long, so I'll give you something. Leader began to create something scaly of an elongated shape. It was a snake, a red snake, with black details like camouflage spots and rectilinear golden eyes. After that, he made a second snake exactly like the previous one. All before the surprised look of Cockabeel. Use it to resist and give one to Loco. Leader, what is this? I can transfer power in the form of snakes. This is only a small part, but it will greatly enhance them. Isn't this how Issei, the dragon god of infinity, transfers power? Maybe, but my energy is very malleable. I just thought, if she can, why can't I? The leader spoke in a relaxed way, almost casually. He seemed to have a friendly side. What they did not know was that this was a lie, and he has always been able to do it naturally. Loco returned from doing his duty and saw what Cockabeel had in his hands. It seems that now if we go with weapons, Pasado, he said in a funny voice. Their ever-present hoods distorted their voices and prevented their faces from being seen no matter how close you were, but the intentions of what they said did not go unnoticed. Did you already know them? Said Cockabeel. Yes, once he gave me one, I was able to fight for a whole day hand-to-hand before I started to get tired, and my strength and speed also increased drastically. In addition to that, we will go with Phoenix Tears because now we produce them en masse after the attack made by Original and Olive on the Phoenix Castle. Even go retreating, time is almost up. Yes, leader. They once again withdrew from the place. At Kyo Academy, Issei was discussing the strategy once again with Elsha and now with Sona and Rias, as they were the 4 best strategists out there. Now that Elsha would also power the barrier, heal, and attack, Issei would also transfer power to the others and the barrier through his and his gift transfer ability. Belzard, if I transfer power to you, will you be able to manipulate more metals with your gloves? Said Issei, who was trying to use the abilities of all the members to the fullest. Unfortunately, it will not be possible. I created it with technology. It has a capacity that, unless I improve, will not increase, but I will be faster and stronger individually. I can still handle 100 liters at the same time. I have already prepared them. Although I will not be so useful against enemies with fire or ice abilities, the light of fallen angels burns. I do not know how it will interact with my alloy, but a cut is necessary to be lethal. I understand. I will make sure to finish off the strongest. I will also help those I see in danger. Everyone knows about my strength, but not my dragon god skills. I will try to fight only melee, magic, and with a balance breaker to the maximum. I can't instantly regenerate my wounds in front of them, so I will depend on Elsha and Asia. I will not take off my parents' bracelet. Isria said as if realizing something. We have been waiting all this time for your strength, but you almost destroyed the pocket dimension that my brother made. Even the 1,000-ton pillars fell off, as if nothing seemed to give Quint. If you use all your strength, you will destroy what you want, Defender, he said seriously. Is truth. But I have seals to suppress my strength and special weights, even if only 1,000 tons. I think I will be able to Vencerlos, Issei said, quickly thinking of a solution. Few have reached that level of strength, but my cousin Sariorg Bale also has 1,000 tons of strength and is considered the strongest young demon. Still, do you think that 1,000 tons will be enough if the members of that fake Chaos Brigade show up? Then we will have to forget about the academy. At least then I will have to use 2,000 tons, and even if I restrain myself, they will not do it. The academy will be destroyed anyway. The barrier will be to exhaust them. On top of that, the plan remains the same. We haven't heard from Kiba, Irina, or Zenobia either. Ravel said they all stayed looking at the address where Issei was looking at the address where Issei was doing it to see the blonde-haired girl who had a pigtail-shaped hairstyle. I really appreciate you wanting to help us, but I object to your participation. I don't want to expose you to danger. I will participate. I can help. I have Esto, she said, looking behind her and lifting a wooden box that she had brought. It was a very luxurious one, and when she opened it, there were 5 individual compartments with wine-red silk pillows where a container of Phoenix Tears rested in each one. I know that I am not very strong and that it could be a hindrance for you, but those who killed my father and the other inhabitants of the mansion could attack this place. I want to help in anything against them, even if it is only a little. I want to help them. Now I know that I must protect myself. Now I know that I must not abide by or rely on any promises. Issei felt pain for his words. Under those circumstances, he had no one to say anything to her. He could not deny his conviction. Okay, I don't care if you don't believe me, but this time I promise to protect you as much as possible, Issei said, looking into her eyes with a serious and sincere expression. After that, he accepted a green tea prepared by Akino in a large metal container for everyone present. Ravel did not feel anything for the words that Issei said, but he knew deep down that what happened was inevitable. It would not be a nuisance with Issei. His interaction with him was one of respect only. Without a hint of closeness, not even Amistad Akino, your lightning magic will be quite useful against large groups. Remember the properties of electricity to use it with maximum profit. Of course, Issei, I still remember my confrontation with Elsha. I will know how to take care of Sola, he said dangerously close to Issei using his flirtatious voice of one Sama, or are you worried about me? Aren't you thinking of taking care of me as well as you did with Elsha, or are you? Issei just closed his eyes and gave a confident smile. I cannot deny that I am worried about everyone here. I will take care of you all as best I can. Yesterday had its explanation, but now is not the time to do so, he said eloquently and elegantly. Everyone knew what to do, everyone was prepared, and everyone was in the academy, in the student council room, since it was a building that was in the center, from which they had less response time. But they were not the only ones, only the demons were notified of this attack, but if the false Chaos Brigade was involved, the Demon Kings would also be warned. The plan of the organization was for Heaven and Grigory to find out about the attack and focus on fighting the real Chaos Brigade while they fulfill in harmony all their projects for world dominance by starting a war between the organization, every existing faction to be the only ones in power. That's why the Demon Kings were appearing in front of them. A large red magic circle with the Gremory clan symbol appeared, and from them appeared 7 people: Surzech Lucifer, Seraphol Leviathan, Adjuka Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus, a man who seemed to be in his 30s with black hair and blonde locks with violet eyes and an immense sacred and dark aura, a teenager who seemed to be 18 years old with silver hair and blue eyes and a demonic aura, and another that Ddraig knew very well. The last was Graphia Lucifuge, queen of the nobility of Surzech, as well as his wife and chief servant of Gremory Castle. I'm sorry for the delay, I think we still got to timpo, Surzech said with a friendly smile and eyes cerrados. Then he saw the 2 new individuals who Kenoshian. First of all, if it doesn't bother you, I'd like to introduce you to the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel. A pleasure, Kenosarlos said the aforementioned with a deep and relaxed voice, one eye closed. For any woman or human girl he would really be someone of the most attractive. The fallen angels had the bodily ability to captivate people of the opposite sex. It is worth mentioning that everyone was surprised to know who they had in front of them. Although there were also your exceptions, all of you young people look at each other full of energy. I hope that an old veteran like me does not hinder you. You seem a little confused too. You see, I have been in a relationship of friendship with Surzech for a while now. He approached me because he knew he had no interest in wars, and here he told me as if then it were the most normal thing in the world, shrugging his shoulders with his hands inside his pockets. He wore a black suit that seemed to be very fine leather. That's right, as he said, Azazel. Later, he saw in the direction of the adolescent that he is Vali, he is on the side of the fallen angels. More accurate would be to say that he is the adopted son of Azazel. He is also the current Hakuryuku, bearer of the White Emperor Dragon, Vanishing Dragon, English Dragon, Albion. It's a pleasure, Sapongo said, as if he wasn't very interested in having to be there. After that, he didn't say anything else. Ddraig said normally, but now everyone was listening. Everyone was watching as Issei's appeared on his arm and how the central gem on the back of his hand flashed green intermittently whenever his voice was heard. I must say the same Ddraig first, the wings of the appeared to glow blue whenever the sealed dragon spoke. Everyone was surprised. It was not for less. This opportunity was few times in life. They had the rare sight of 2 celestial dragons talking. Said Ddraig, who, even speaking normally, was getting excited. Maybe we also now fight a common enemy, but I couldn't say the same about you, Red. For some reason, I feel that your level of hostility is the same as when we used to fight in our real bodies. So you noticed. My wearer is not someone conventional, that's all, he said seriously, but inside he could barely hold back a laugh. Well, my bearer isn't either, but apparently you found someone really strong. Albion deduced it from knowing Ddraig for millennia. He knew that only a bearer with great power would make him feel so presumptuous. Presumptuous would be the right thing to describe him. We are all prepared to face any threat against the pass, Seraphol said, taking on the role of King Demonio. I will not allow anyone to attack a demonic operations center, especially if it is where my sister Astudia is now demonstrating her love in a dangerous way. I just hope all this ends so I can go to Dormir, said the Demon King, considered one of the best strategists in existence. He had also created a contingency plan in case the barrier failed. He would use an extra barrier that would cover the first. He would not leave the whole plan to the young demons. You never change, right? He said, a little amused. Adjuka, I guess that's good. I will help Falbium create the external barrier. We cannot underestimate those subjects. If this is excessive, it is better than over and not missing. All of us are ready, Issei said, and everyone else nodded to confirm what was said. And so, the preparations began. They went out to the schoolyard and made a circle around the entire campus, placed at equal distances. They did not know the scope of what was coming. Then, Ajuka and Falbium made a gigantic yellow barrier with what seemed to be green northern lights crossing it. This consumed about 20% of the power of both kings. After the first layer was ready, the student council, Elsha, and Issei created the star barrier or main barrier, which was blue with black tones mostly and red in few quantities. There was a minute left for the battle, and everyone was waiting. Issei, with one, transferred his power to the main barrier, and with another, distributed the power equally among everyone present. Before that, Issei touched them all with his, and everyone felt ready to fight. Somewhere in the underworld. It's a minute to go. It will be interesting to see how two of my subordinates handle this situation. Crazy is probably making Karasu consume the snake. I've been watching them for a while. I think I did not consider that Azazel and the White Dragon participated, but this is compensated by the lack of the other members of the nobility of the respective Maoists. They are also more powerful than I considered. I wonder if Karasu has something crazy in mind. He does not seem to reason things very well. Time is up. Huo Academy. 10 seconds are left. There was no being that could be transported to a restricted area by a powerful barrier. Issei, just like Big Red, was the exception. His magic circles that he uses with his inherited power cannot be blocked or restricted, so everyone was waiting for some sign in the sky or on the ground away from the barrier. Anyway, who would be foolish enough to appear in such a heavily guarded place? But something happened that made them realize that this was not just any enemy. After 10 seconds, everyone was more attentive than ever, but it was not until 10 seconds later that they realized that they were already there. When did they appear? Said Issei in a low tone and with a little shock. Then everyone opened their eyes in amazement. There was one individual in front, one behind him, and further back a fleet of 1,000 silhouettes with the same wine-red hoods, 1,002 full-body hoods that did not show their faces, all wearing black gloves. The one in front spoke. I have no doubt that they are nothing special. We have been here for 20 seconds using a single magic circle of great magnitude to transport them all to the same time. That could not be possible. There were no magic circles that transported large groups at the same time. It was something huge. Besides, they could not believe that they were in front of them so long without Notarlos. They have only noticed us because I wanted to. In spite of everything, I want a fair battle while the main act is completed. What are your intentions? Asked Surzech sharply and roughly, quite the opposite of the relaxed and friendly attitude he always showed. The objective of Chaos Brigade is simple, to cause terrorism and gradually weaken the factions, until giving a final blow to the three in ruling, especially in Mundo, where everyone was silent about what was said by the distorted voice. I see that they mounted a powerful defense there. I'm not sure I can go through both. But the first layer, it looks very debilitating. When the magic circles broke out last time and the Mao had to cover themselves, they cracked, but one made of great combined magic power and not made in a hurry should not be weak at all compared to the others. So it doesn't matter, if we can't get in, it means they won't be able to survive. Wasn't this an attack on the headquarters of the Sisters of Mao? The houses and buildings look very unprotected. Everyone opened their eyes wide. I take the whole city of Rihen, he said, as a spear of light larger than anyone present had ever seen form in front of them. Something that made Rainer's largest spear look like a splinter that broke off a tree was about 30 meters, and could easily shrink a building. No, a city like Kuo, something that made everyone quickly despair. But before they got rid of the barrier to stop them while thinking, these guys are ruthless monsters, Jajaja joked. Sinistra, I would never hide my life cowardly behind miserable humanos. If there is one thing they knew, it was that the enemy in front of them was a fallen angel and an excessively powerful one. The only thing that fit that profile was a cotter, or someone unidentified. No, that was impossible. The only place a fallen angel came from was from heaven. Was it Seraphim who has fallen? No, Azazel had the level of a Seraphim at the time of falling, and even so, he was not that strong. The other cotters were not as powerful as him. It was a mystery. Still, everyone was deeply relieved to know that for the time being they were safe, but they had no guarantee to trust their word. But they knew they made a mistake. They could take the entire city hostage whenever they wanted while they were inside the barrier. We will be attacking without restraint. We will not impose restrictions on you with hostages. That's my palabra. The most surprised of all was Loco, since the influence of Lighter had had a very strong impact on him. He no longer seemed the same person. But he was a separate entity. He would always go after the best option, no matter how dirty, unless the decision of Leader was different. Leader protected humanity, but he had not told him not to kill humans. He did not like to affect the individual actions of his subordinates. Nobody understood why a terrorist limited himself and did not take advantage of that tremendous mistake they had made. In strategy games, whatever it is, the opponent's mistakes are punished. Did they think they did not need that to win? And if they held back for the sake of the opponent, were they really all bad? That didn't matter now. If they could take advantage of that, they would. 30 seconds have passed since they noticed their presence, and now they have cold sweat running down their foreheads, at least the less experienced ones. Why not use that advantage? Shouted Issei. Before his eyes, someone like him or those guys could not perform such a noble action as that. He has not forgotten what happened to Ravel. They killed more than 500 innocent people in Phoenix Castle and then preached justice. Don't make me laugh. What they do is unforgivable. Don't confuse the brat stuff. I have no qualms about killing demons, humans, angels, fallen angels, or any being of any raza. Only this time, humans are not my target. We didn't go Nosotros, he said, referring to him and his accompagnante who attacked the castle. And I don't care who died and who didn't, but everyone has their own way of doing things. He lowered his arm, and the gigantic spear began to descend at a slow level, but no less frightening. They had been wrong about him. If the mission was the extermination of the city, he would have done it without hesitation. The spear collided with the first barrier, but there was something weird. The spear of light, now that they observed it closely, was not completely golden. It had red rays with black touches, so it was not just because of the energy of a fallen angel. The impact made such a loud roar that it made many plug their ears. The sound was the struggle of the spear to break through that barrier, while the latter tried to repel it. Everyone relied on the defense they had, but they could not help but wait. Even if, in some miraculous way, they crossed the two installed barriers, they would use too much energy to fight them afterwards. But, clink like a sound of glass breaking, the spear was beginning to gain ground. The other member of the organization who was his companion finally spoke. No, but since this is going to take a long time, I will finish it now, making a spear of the same size as the anterior. Even Azazel was amazed at how he could form such a spear with incredible ease. Vali and Issei, as well as the Maoists, were impatient in a different way. They wanted them to break the barriers to make them disappear. Many will say they can easily undo it, but weakening them as much as possible before that was a step they could not skip because it depended on the safety of most of the presenters. They launched it right where the first one was, to the same place where the dome began to crack. Finally, the barrier gave way with a broken ceramic sound. It's been a minute since they noticed their presence. They couldn't believe that a barrier of that caliber dilated so little, almost nothing. Impossible. This cannot be, Ria said in the face of the situation. A single subject had broken the powerful barrier. The members of the student council used even more energy on the only barrier there was. Issei gave another increase to the barrier, and these were now joined by Leviathan and Surzech. Graphia and Ravel also strengthened it. Issei knew that the energy he put into the barrier, which was the same as at home, could not be breached. She had the same energy as her parents anyway, but now she was much more powerful. In the dimensional gap, Red, do you think Issei will be okay? Asked Off-Eyes, a little worried about the gigantic dragon on which she was standing. Yes, that's fine. Those guys are nothing till I'm more worried about him resorting to our power. A scandal will be made, and we can't intervene for the same reasons. I don't care. I am his mother, and I will help him if he is in danger. He'll be fine, don't worry. How can you know? Aren't you very relaxed? No need to worry. He is our son after all. Off-Eyes opened his eyes a little at this and couldn't help but have a small smile appear on his almost always expressionless Kara. You're right, Red, it's our son. QO Academy. Damn, we need to win this. My parents watch me. I can feel them. They can't easily hide their presence. But I must stick to the plan. I must wait just a little longer. I hope that my individual power combined with D-Drags will be enough to defeat them. If I don't have to appeal, no, they will force me to use my inherited power. Karasu, shall I help you break that? He said, pointing to the blue dome with black tones and shades that looks much more difficult. Everyone was waiting for the next move of the opponent, who knew they would not focus on anything but attacking them, having to go through the barrier. But Karasu had all heard that name. He definitely had to be a fallen angel. Then I want to test if something motivates them to undo the barrier. A normal magic circle appeared and revealed, freed by the renegade exorcist and Balba Galilei, they brought with them 4 holy swords. There was still no sign of Kiba or the 2 Vatican exorcists anywhere. With a few magic words from Balba, golden engravings began to appear on the ground. These began to bombard. Will they prevent the fusion of the swords, or will they stand there doing nothing? The swords were in the background when it came to them. Nobody was fazed by Esto Go, so we will have to add a car. Kakabil said to his Indifferentia, help me, crazy another name, only this one said nothing about the opponent. That's inevitable, he said, raising his arms and shrugging his shoulders. These guys are strong, more than we expected. He thought that barrier would fall with the first spear. It is surprising that we needed a segunda. While everyone watched with fear, these guys talked so calmly despite what they said and what they were facing. Then I'll entrust it to you. Yes, leave it to me. Do you want me to use hostages or not? He said in a very malintentioned way that a drop of sweat descended on everyone. His volatility and how quickly he could change the situation depending on the member were things that would confuse anyone. Do what you want, but preferably don't do it. Remember that the attack was entrusted to me. I am the coordinator. Okay, I won't take hostages either, but if the situation gets tough, don't count on me. We could save ourselves something unnecessary in my own way. Yes, okay, it starts then. I know, you don't have to. Desermilo create a total of 100 magic circles in parallel, making a kind of worm with it since one was behind the other and so on with the 100, in order to form what would be a gigantic magic cannon of 50 meters. Each circle was half a meter away from the other. This was Norse magic. In Elsha, Issei, Rias, Sona, the 4 Maoists, Graphia, Off-Eyes, Big Red, and Azazel knew it. The more circles, the more powerful the magic was, and one magic circle would empower the next. 100 online was not good news. This before the astonished gaze of all, even that of the Maoist, Azazel, Issei himself, Great Red, and Off-Ice, did not believe that beings so powerful that they did not know existed. The worst thing is that they surpassed in power the celestial dragons together in their strongest moments, at least that certain Loco, Big Red, and Off-Ice could feel it. They were about 3 times stronger than them, and that worried them. Karasu approached the power of both heavenly dragons together in their strongest moments. So those 2 gigantic spears were nothing to him. He also had a great power alien to his. First Despero said, who authorizes a test of the cannon smasher. The 100 light blue and white magic circles began to glow and rotate in different directions and speeds, and the first sent a slow spark to the second, then came out a little bigger and faster to the third. When it reached the middle, it was going at the speed of a bullet and the size of a small car. When it reached the end, nobody knew, only that it was the size of a 5-story building. At the speed it was going, only some could notice when it had collided, but the shot only lasted 5 seconds. The result, a powerful rumble that shook everything as if it were an earthquake, also destroyed about 50 meters of the area surrounding the barrier. But the barrier hadn't suffered any damage, it was intact. "TCH, not even tickling, eh?" said Loco in disappointment, as if he were not impressed by the magnitude of such an attack. He tried to make the damage only go towards the barrier, but it seems that collateral damage is inevitable. "Hey, Loco-sama, be a little more careful. We are doing the fusion here. It will destroy the circle, and not even after a minute. This will last 10 minutes. They're not interested in you anyway. Hey, create a barrier around that circle." Some of the other hooded men got close, about 5, and created a barrier with Norse magic. It was not so strong, but at least it would withstand shocks. Each one had the level of a middle-class demon, some becoming tall. "Is it serious? Are we supposed to fight them? Are they much more powerful than me?" thought Belzard nervously, who now thought that his abilities were useless against those guys, but there were others who shared his thoughts. And there are too many to list. They only knew that if they could not make the barrier resist before they ran out of energy, they were in a bind. But they were confident that both Issei, the governor, Volley, and the demon kings would stop them. The difficult thing is that they would have to fight against those other 1,000. But no one would admit their fear of that energy so strong that it made them feel fear. Issei placed a hand on Belzard and gave him a reassuring look and a confident smile that gave them Seguridad. "I will protect them, they need not fear. Let's show them our power once they overcome that barrier." Issei said that, even if it was a lie, he knew that they would run out of energy before going through it. "Crazy," Cockabille said in a doubtful voice. I know, I will give it more power. Well, I will try with 10%. But Primo created a barrier around the main barrier. I do not want to extend the damage too much, so this barrier will help my attack stay inside. Now that they were fixed well, barely 5 centimeters separated the 2 barriers and had a hole that connected with the muzzle of the cannon. Ready entonces, the circles became bigger and thicker. In addition to that, another 100 magic circles were increased. Now the cannon averages 100 meters of largo. Second shot, cannon smasher. A huge rumble, everyone's ears hurt, and others struggled not to faint. "This must be a joke. You said 10%, isn't it?" Saji was terrified to think that was nothing. That attack, no, the previous attack, would have been enough to annihilate his nobility and that of Rias together. In fact, only that attack would destroy Phoenix Castle and its surroundings. No one could have imagined the terror that the survivors must have suffered. But they reportedly destroyed it with 20%, which meant that this guy was much stronger. "I can't believe it. Not a scratch again. HMPH, something tells me that that previous barrier was only play. Were they too lazy to do it?" For some reason, everyone saw Falbium, who felt ofendido. "Hey, Karasu, if this thing doesn't crack with 50%, I'll take it for Vencido." Then it was heard. "Hey brat, don't keep boosting it, it's not fair." "Well, you're an idiot if you think I'll run against a terrorist who wants to start a war." The brat has a punto and ended up saying crazy after putting himself in their places, but everyone was baffled by these curious beings. "Loco keeps shooting with 10% power, he's going to give in after Arado," Cockabille said as a suggestion. "As you say, Mr. Coordinator, 3rd shot, cannon smasher. Not a 4th shot, cannon smasher. Not a 7th shot, cannon smasher. Not a, Mr. Coordinator, this is not working. You guys, how are you going? There are 5 minutes left for the fusion to be complete." Loco was getting impatient. "Okay, use it 50%. Almost everyone was overwhelmed and almost without fighting spirit, but also this barrier made them feel safe and confident. If they knew it's something you can't break. "Karasu, I just came up with an idea," he said with excited eyes again. This stalemate was not quite interesting. "Let's combine attacks. It is the most childish of all. Anyone would have thought of a joint attack. It is the most basic, only that someone broke it was my intention. I'm not talking about an attack at the same point. I'm talking about merging attacks. My energy that is enhanced with each circle will not enter it. Your spear of light will pass through Elos," he said maliciously, "and Lokira also uses 50%, and that will rise to noobs." Even the leaders were sweating and began to fear these individuals. "Damn it, I like that idea. It compacts the circles. I don't want to get too far away." According to Karasu, he now created 800 magic circles that pointed directly at the entrance of the barrier that covered the main barrier to prevent damage from escaping. He compacted them until those 1,000 magic circles reached 100 meters. These had very numerous red rays and a few black rays from time to time. Cockabeel, at the beginning of all these, created a 50-meter spear of light with the same characteristics as the magic circles of Loco. The latter made the circles large enough for the spear to pass easily. What was the result of that sight? A horror show. Ready, 8th Despero, Cockabeel said, preparing the spear. His hoods and black gloves made professional movements, as if they had practiced that attack forever. Everyone now had magic circles that protected their ears from excessive noise and flew so as not to be shaken by earthquakes. School buildings had collapsed with the fourth shot, and the ground was beginning to split. Although everyone saw how the light spread over the entire barrier with blinding intensity and catastrophic damage, the barrier that contained its energy was held by 500 of the hooded men who could barely contain it. In fact, after that attack, it was useless, but they were fine, they did not fall, and the barrier was still intact. Somewhere in the underworld, Issei, the leader, knew why they couldn't get through it. He knew it from the beginning but hoped that they would give Qunta so they can't see it. Nor did he blame them if they felt the aura of Dragon God in the barrier. It would be obvious, but there were so many energies mixed that it made it almost impossible to detect. I will have to go personally. I must not intervene in their struggle unless it is strictly necessary, but I will not let this continue. I will easily get rid of that barrier. There was no need to get there being undetectable. It would come to everyone's sight. At Kyo Academy, I can't believe that our combined attack didn't result, Loco said with some frustration. It had cracked everything to the point that it had now been reduced to dust. The 5 centimeters of soil that were exposed to damage were turned into magma at unknown depths. Yes, although it was devastating, we didn't manage to make a single rescuno. At that time, even Karasu and Loco couldn't help but be surprised. Leader has just been transported in a magic circle. In the sight of the others, he was just one more hooded man, but his presence was clearly feared by the other two. More than terror, he was respect. Leader said, crazy, how unexpected to see him here. He didn't have to bother coming. Seriously, I saw it as very necessary. He said it in a relaxed way, but at the same time, do I tell you the reason why you cannot destroy that barrier? Those inside the barrier were staring at the sinister silhouette in front of them. They looked the same, but they perceived themselves completely differently. He was responsible for everything, the bombing of Phoenix Castle, the current attack, everything, and everyone felt great anger against him. Ravel was the most furious and the one who felt the most helpless of all. Is there a reason why it costs us to destroy it? Thought, crazy, but not demasiado. The barrier is very powerful, and that brat is empowering it every time, Pude said, pointing his finger at Issei in an angry manner. It's not Issei for some reason got nervous seeing him. Off-Eyes and Big Red Tambion, that guy you point to, added Dragon God energy to the barrier, but there are so many energies together that it's very hard to detect. That guy. It's a Dragon God, and is the son of Off-Eyes and Great Rojo. Everyone was in shock. Everyone turned to see Issei, who had a look unbecoming of him, one of complete amazement, but not of witnessing something surprising, but that of someone who has been atrapado. Isn't it, Ais-kun, said Leader at the end with mockery and malice to unsuspected levels. Elsha and Belzard had the same expression and looked at Issei with utmost concern. Also, something was telling the two dragon gods that they would inevitably have to intervene at some point given the circumstances. Ais-kun, what are you talking about? Asked Surzich with an incredulous expression. Ais-kun, asked Riaz with a worried, sad face. Oh, I understand, you haven't told them. That means that he does not trust you, that he has kept you ridiculous at every moment by making himself known as his friend, but because of his dragon nature, he actually sees you as weak beings and inferior to him. That's a lie, said Issei with extreme hatred directed at the one who was now walking towards the barrier that covered the main one and destroyed it just by being close. This was not surprising. The first barrier had been in the last and they walked until they were 1 meter from the star barrier. Something told them that it was much stronger than those they had encountered. The ground cracked dangerously underneath him, but they still couldn't feel his energy, and somehow that terrified them more than if the Sintis and I didn't approach you because of that. I consider them my friends. I knew that after the battle, I would owe everyone a long explanation. Yes. So why, if you consider them your friends, didn't you tell them about you being a dragon god? Do you know what the first thing that friends have is? Confianza. This made Issei open his eyes. You no longer need to keep wearing that stupid bracelet. Maldito. Issei was angry. I will not let you insult a gift my parents gave me. You should not have done it. Now, I am going to kill you. Although I do not know if I can, we are maintaining a barrier that even you will not be able to overcome, Issei said with a furious calm, difficult to achieve. Kill me, don't make me laugh. Will you still maintain that stupid barrier? You are a dragon god who has inherited the power of his parents and you can use them up to 80%. I'm sure you could have defeated my subordinates from the beginning, but you see how you have everyone as fools for your dishonesty. If you really wanted to avenge that girl's parents, you would have done something, which shows that you are only an egoist who only cares about his own interests. Everyone somehow looked at Issei suspiciously, the Maoist who had trusted him and lied. His friends couldn't believe it, Riaz was hurt, and Azazel wanted to run away from the awkward situation. Elsha and Belzard looked at him with concern. Volley didn't care. You have no right to talk about selfishness, that I only care about myself, you don't know anything about me. Issei said that, but I didn't really know how he knew so much about me. Someone who kills innocents has no right to reproach me for something that I would eventually reveal to them. Please don't compare me to you. You disgust me. I do this for peace. You only use humans for your benefit. You subdue the weak. We will eliminate that by eliminating them. A dragon does not have to meddle in the affairs of any faction. Issei was getting angry. He could barely contain himself. He took off his bracelet. The pressure he exerted overwhelmed even the leaders. To achieve your peace, you have to kill so many innocents. If that is your peace, I will seek you to the end of the world and kill you. You say that, but you gladly kill the crowd in the church for the sake of one persona. Issei couldn't believe it. You have no right to question my actions. You do not know the value of life. I don't know either, but I'm not questioning anyone's actions for that very reason. That's hypocrisy. Issei, you are a hypocrite, he said, leader pointing to Issei. He had his palm pointing to the sky, and his thumb met his forefinger. I will break this pathetic dragon god barrier to prove to you that they are not the great Kosa. Was there a being capable of doing that? Leader, who was 1 meter away, calmly saw the barrier. Leader, nor could we hurt him. If he has dragon god energy, it is foolish to try anything, Cockabeel said with respeto. It would be better to take hostages, even if I have to break my word. It will not be necessary. I will respect your word to the end. I will only break it if you are in danger. Your words move me, but no matter how much I try to damage them, it will not happen. As you said this time, Loco did not want Lighter to be ridiculed in front of them. Funny leader stepping into the front. Who said he would do that? Before the incredulous gaze of everyone, he crossed the barrier as if it did not exist. Now he was in front of everyone, including those of the student council, and in spite of everything, he diligently continued to maintain the barrier. How could you enter? Asked Issei, incredulous. According to him, not a single being could cross the barriers that were inherited from his father. The barrier can't stop me if it can't detect me, he said as if it were the most normal thing in the world. I'm the only one who is completely undetectable. It's not enough just that they use my magic to do this, both my energy, my body, everything I am. It cannot be detected. Even stones, however small and ignored they may be, have a presence, but I do not count on that. It doesn't matter. You're going to wish you hadn't been undetectable, Issei said, approaching him. Your magic does not allow you to be undetectable again for those who have already seen you. Am I wrong? But I imagine that if you leave and transport yourself here again, the effect restarts. You're not wrong, you're absolutely right, but I'm at a disadvantage. Besides, I'm only going to help my subordinates enter any action against me, and Loco said the new presence, seeing his subordinato if he attacks me. Destroys Japan. Issei was tired of them, they were all really heartless. As ordered by leader. Damn coward. I have no intention of fighting you, they are your opponents, it's just so you don't go too far. You won't be able to destroy the barrier, do you know? Issei said, looking at him with pity and some mockery. I'm not that predictable, he said, extending his 2 hands and putting himself in the same position as the members of the Council Estudiantal. Instead, I will make it more formidable. An energy of red color and black touches began to spread through the barrier. Nobody understood why he would enhance the barrier, but although now his energy covered it completely, he couldn't feel it. I just knew it was there because of the change in coloration. Leader, what are you doing? Wasn't he going to get rid of the barrier? Asked Karasu, clearly bewildered. I see. It's true. You can do that, thought Loco with a smile that no one could see. You do things we could never do. You are amazing. Hey, what are you doing? Barriers do not have a limit. Everyone thought the same thing, that he was putting energy into the barrier to make it reach a limit and make it useless. You will see, Issei leader said Rilajada. No, I will call you by your name of Dragon God. Ryujin. Everyone was paying attention to this, and those who were close to him were ready to faint from fear. These were Sona and Tsubaki, who were on the sides of leader, trying to fully immerse themselves in what they were doing. But the truth was that they wanted to cry. Even several were trying not to hyperventilate, just knowing that he was inside the barrier. I have the ability to pop my magic and eliminate the one that has already been activated. The explosion will be equivalent to the power it carries. Only I am immune to my own explosions. Get away from there quickly. In a burst of speed, Issei tried to save everyone but could only save Saji and Momo, who were the closest before the imminent Estelito. The others only managed to move away a few meters, creating personal barriers. Issei empowered each of them with Tsubaki's mirror. Alice was not activated in time, yet they all had lethal wounds. Tsubasa Yura, Ruruko Namura, and Tamo Meguri were dead. The armor of Issei's balance breaker that had materialized in a flicker was left with some damaged parts. Somehow it affected everyone inside. The leaders helped reduce the overall impact, but the damage was undeniable. Though without them, everyone would have died. Sona and Tsubaki were no better than the rest. Their lives were not assured, they were in danger. The members of the Occult Research Club had tears in their eyes. Issei carefully brought them all to safety. Ria's Gremory couldn't help but shout her childhood friend's name, but she wasn't the only one. Seraphal had also shouted it and looked at her with tears in her eyes. Seraphal couldn't hold back when it came to her younger sister, and her always kind face was irascible. With tears of anger streaming through them, Seraphal said, Issei, I don't care if you lied to us, please save my sister and the Damas. What filled her most with anger was the helplessness she felt. If she tried to attack Leader, the lives of millions of people would be compromised. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I can't use healing magic, Revel. The girl, who was now trembling with fear, looked at Issei and used the tears on them because, in favor, they had survived only because of the high defense granted by their respective pieces. High, he said to quickly go to the place where they were and take out with the greatest speed that his trembling hands allowed 5 phoenix tears and poured them on Sona, who was quickly recovering from all her injuries but still was unconscious. The same was true of Shinra Tsubaki. She was going to pour the third on Yura, but it was when for the first time they realized that she had died. It can't be, it is not breathing. He doesn't have a pulse either, he said with tears running down his face, while his trembling hand touched the little by little colder body of the girl with blue hair in front of him. They had not talked much, but he knew that he was a very nice person. Then he cried when he realized, for the same reason, the deaths of the other 2 members. Uruko Namira was a pawn and didn't know much about her either. She had a small body, somewhat dark brown hair, and green eyes. Tamo Meguri was a gentleman of Sona, animated with reddish hair and brown eyes. She knew that her family specialized in dealing with evil spirits and had also chatted a little with her in the Hayadu mansion. Momo and Saji, who were next to their mistress, couldn't help but go into shock at the news. Leader saw this with funny eyes. Helsha and Asia treated minor injuries to them and the leaders, who, although they were far away, the damage affected them, although not in a great way. An area of about 200 meters outside the barrier was devastated, but the 2 members and their subordinates were covered with the Norse magic of Loco who had foreseen this. Ready, now you can take care of it. My role is Hecho. Leader addressed the Damas. Congratulate them. I expected all those who were close to the barrier to die, but their response time and decision-making were incredible. Do not feel bad, the losses were inevitable, and no healing magic would have saved those 2. Referring to Sona and Tsubaki, who are lucky to have her in her tears, but already I will not interfere in the battle. Ryujin, I know you are aware that we are not part of the Chaos Brigade, but only with that will you be able to be with us. We declare war on all factions from now on. We will kill everyone who is not with us. Just like that, all factions. He had declared war on them. Saji and Momo had fainted from the shock of seeing their dead friends with tears in their eyes. They were the most ruthless enemies they had encountered to date, and that they were the most rational of the members. Bayan Karasu stood idly by Confiado 50%. A spear of light as big as the previous one was prepared. The attack was directed at the leaders, Volley and Issei Loco. You no longer have to interfere, retreat. I heard loud and clear. I charge you to enter a magic circle made with the magic of leader formed under him and began to ascend. Volley, who had time, his active balance breaker, threw himself at him along with Issei, but they could not touch him. He had become intangible, and if that were not enough, he exploded, leaving his armors a little destroyed. Leader was standing on a luminary watching. If you didn't see it directly, you didn't feel like it was there. You're ready, Fried said with Lokura. The 4 swords are now a lull, he said, brandishing the weapon in the direction of the demons. Hey guys, attack. 10 minutes have passed since Fried and Balba arrived, 11 minutes since they met the members. The 1,000 subordinates also began to quickly approach the weak of the group, i.e., the Gremory and Grafia nobility. What they didn't know was that Grafia had powerful ice-based magic and that her power could be compared to that of a demon king. Your opponent is you, said Cockabeel, throwing the spear towards Issei. After his training under the tutelage of one of the strongest of the organization, his 50% was like the maximum power attack of a celestial dragon. TCH, how did they get that strength? I spent years training. Maybe they too. I will have to use the power of disintegration in the attack. It is already loaded. A lot of red power was directed towards the spear, but there was a black color, as black as the notch. Somehow that energy made Karasu sweat nervously. The powers were colliding, controlling them in such a way that it did not affect the surroundings. Cockabeel's spear was quickly unraveling. The lightning did not stop, and it had not stopped coming out of the glove either. The clashing energies began to mix. If I don't do something, that small amount of black energy is going to kill me. Wait, if I remember what he did, leader, he burst the barrier when his energy combined with the others. As if leader heard his thoughts, he exploded his energy that was in Cockabeel's attack. You weren't the big ko, boom. Issei saw that even his own attack had broken out, and his attack was still connected to his glove. The arm of the armor was shattered, and his hand now had minor injuries. That damn magic was the first thing besides his parents to damage his balance breaker. But Volley was approaching Cockabeel, and the leaders were following him. Volley, he will manage to touch him, there is no doubt about that. D-Drake explained to me how the power of Albion works, that he takes away half of his strength will be of great help. Come on, Volley. Volley was concentrated, he didn't think or hear anything else. His goal to stop him was to steal half of his strength. He was going at top speed and excited to fight someone so strong that he extended his arm to touch him. Cockabeel, who had just gotten rid of a death situation, could not react in time. The punch was sonorous, however, he didn't even move him from his position. The Maoist and Azazel were behind him. He couldn't make a circle to make himself intangible in time. He took out his 120 wings and waved them like blades to defend himself. He had so many, and they were so long that at first glance, they only seemed to have too many wings to count. The number of wings of a fallen angel depends on his strength. He was almost as strong as the 2 celestial dragons together in their strongest moments. However, having reached that number, they stopped coming out more for some reason. Many wings were lost in the process. He had about half now, and the remaining ones were disheveled. Then a hand-to-hand fight began that few could keep up with, but Cockabeel, in a battle against 6 at the same time, could not feel more fulfilled. He felt in his element, on the battlefield. In the place I had waited so long for, I could go on like this for days. Albion's voice echoed in the field of battle, taking away Cockabeel's strength, but immediately his blue wings broke. It seems that he had an overheating. Volley's balance breaker armor was now unusable. In one of the 6 retreats, Issei did not attack him because he did not want to hurt the others, but quickly caught Volley, who was spitting blood, and his armor broke, leaving him with wounds all over his body. Damn, I can't believe I'm the first to retire. I couldn't even take half of it. It was like 5%. I'm weak, he said with a frustrated expression in his kara. I can't compare with them or the Red Dragon Bearer. This sucks. Medical attention. Issei saw a large metal figure approaching. Belzerd arrived with a war tank. He had molded the metal in such a way that the tracks became liquid and solidified quickly to advance, and the top was a wide room with a hardness that could stop even bullets of the highest caliber. It was very precise to reach the par of Volley. He opened the left part of the tank and quickly carried it to the interior, where a stretcher was, and at the same time, Asia, ready to provide medical attention. Along the way, Belzerd had crushed several enemies, and the cannon or cannons, which could form them anywhere, kept the enemies at bay, but these had only killed the first who were not prepared. No one handles cyanide well in his body. The occupied ammunition gradually returned to where there was more quantity because of the property of mercury to gather. The gloves maximized that effect. Then he took it where the others were. Belzerd's gloves were an enviable weapon. He also carried normal swords, blades, and a katana in case the rest failed. Fight quietly. We will fight while we are aware of the welfare of others, said Belzerd, whose face was serious, determined, and quite valiant. Issei, for some reason, saw him as his older brother, and despite everything said by Leader, he knew he would support him no matter what dilemma he was in. Grafia easily finished against the hooded ones who were of the bunch, but they were not so foolish to throw themselves all to die. In each group, there are stronger than others, more without our hundreds. There were 5 in particular that had a little more strength than a high-class demon. This would not be a problem for her if it were not because they combined perfectly. If he attacked one that was discovered, 2 formed a barrier that gave the other time to recover, and so with everyone, it was not that it was not easy to beat them, but that it was difficult to defeat them. I see that they combined quite well. The 5 were in defensive positions. In Silencio, I will have to get serious. The attacks of Grafia were blocked in the same way by the 5, but it was not long before the Silver Queen of Annihilation, as she was known in the underworld, made 5 ice peaks simultaneously, whose individual barriers did not support. Jejej, one of those who were now with lethal wounds in the pecho. Grafia became nervous, not because they were stronger than her. When it came to these guys, you didn't know what to expect. May I ask what you're laughing at? Said Grafia politely as she removed the ice spikes from her opponents that were now bleeding in spurts because there was no such thing as the vital liquid there. No, Nisatro said to another of them with difficulty, but equally with amusement in his voice. We were only the distraction. Grafia saw behind her and saw that about 50 members were shooting at her. They had gathered enough magic to stop her with ice or barrier protection. The lightning went through the liver area. It was not lethal. He had moved so that he was not. They were weak, but like everyone else. And that's such a leader. If you don't see them, you don't know they're there. You can't track them like everyone else, but he had a guess. He charged a big attack of ice spears, and with them he tried to break the robes of some and killed others of the 50 present. At the time that their costumes, which were quite resistant, were broken, their auras and appearances were revealed. They did not reveal much as they turned out to be all magicians, and they also wore full-body robes, but now he had made an important discovery. Only now would I be able to fight with my liver shattered and blood pouring out of it. But in her direction, a silver tank was approaching quickly. We also have Phoenix Tears. The 5 who fought against it took out one of their clothes, drank it, and healed quickly. But the tank arrived before they were in a position to use magic. The side hatch opened, and Belzerd helped Grafia up. Now Asia was going to take care of her, but his wound was serious. But now Ravel Phoenix had also joined the tank ambulance made with metal, even putting a cross design on the front and back of the tank. Ravel gave her the 3rd bottle of the Phoenix Tears. Now that she didn't need treatment, she could fight again. That was the difference Ravel made for the team. Belzerd decided to help Grafia fight the mages and used part of the cannons and tracks of the tank to use the necessary amount of metal. If there is something that all wizards had in common, it was Belzerd's weakness to melee attacks. Issei is amazing. Even fighting Karasu with the leaders continues to provide energy to the rest. I must also get serious and try. This power of the running through my body, what nostalgia. Come on, Grafia-san, let's teach them a lesson. Thank you for your help. Belzerd-sama, with a new opportunity and full of determination, both head to the battlefield. 12 minutes have passed. Now they faced 45 wizards. 10 had been killed by ice spears. Another 10 no longer had robes, and Belzerd started running at a speed that even a supreme-class demon would struggle to follow. Issei is not the only one who trains. If Issei trains regularly, he does it daily. It is one of his hobbies. You could say it's one of his vices. With a body made of the flesh and blood of Great Red, the limit is not set. But he still had a long way to go. He arrived, and it was a bloodbath. He was not going to contain himself as he did with Kiba, the exorcists, or Issei when he was little. Even now, he beats him in technique and unconsciously restrains himself because of the affection he has for him. In the blink of an eye, he stood in the center of 15 unlucky wizards. His blade was not normal, it was about 20 meters long. Specially designed for what he would do. With all his strength, he moved the blade, contorting his body to the maximum to achieve the highest speed of rotation and force possible. Some tried to stop him with their staffs, but these were pierced by the blade, which became watery for a moment to solidify again and only cut the flesh. Some made barriers, but on contact with magic, the metal exploded in the form of needles that were introduced somewhere by those who created them, being affected by the cyanide contained in the mixture. The 15 wizards on his radar were dead in less than 10 seconds. Grafia wiped out 25 mages with a large attack of spears and ice-missiles, finishing her task at the same time as Belzerd, and both agreed on something: his combat skills are impressive. They were still the 5 most troublesome wizards. Belzerd whispered something in Grafia's ear, and she nodded. They went on the attack, but this time they had more problems. Within 20 seconds of the encounter, Belzerd managed to see through all the ice of Grafia and the defenses of the wizards and formed a circle. It seemed that he was carrying giant pans, but the ridiculousness was completely overshadowed by the effectiveness. He jumped until he was above the 5 wizards and occupied the weapons as if he wanted to crush them. The discovered magicians closed their eyes, waiting for the impact, which, seeing their strength, would surely not survive. But again, with that strange sensation typical of the colloid state, the weapons were transformed into ropes, immobilizing them. They will be useful to later get information, Belzerd said, forming a large sword and placing it on the Hombro Grafia-san. I order them. I have to take care of the healing team. Helsha is fighting alongside Rias. Goodbye. It was an honor to fight Contigo while walking. Only his back was visible when, without turning, he said goodbye with the hand he had available, worthy of being the second strongest Sekiryu in history. Grafia could only think that with this youth, the future would be in good hands. 13 minutes have passed. With the nobility of Rias Gremory. Current time, 11 minutes have passed. Rias, Aquino, and Elsha led the magic attack, power of destruction, power of lightning, and magic of all kinds by Elsha, only that Elsha would leave her position to dedicate herself to healing if necessary. The enemies arrived in large numbers, but if something characterized the Gremory clan was the great power of each of its members, that was reduced by the temporary loss of his knight Kibayudo. They were also at a clear numerical disadvantage. Belzerd helped with the wounded by transporting them. Asia was with him for first aid. If a wound is treated during the first hour, the chances of survival were increased by 50%. That's the golden rule of medicine. Even without Kiba's speed and sword creation, they had the enormous strength and improved reflexes of Kaneko, who, with training by Issei, has been able to improve a lot in a short time. Wizards are weak to close combat. He was official, all minor attackers were wizards. Rias had improved her magical ability. He wouldn't run out of magic so easily, but the battle was just beginning. Aquino, flying with his kimono, created rays aimed at the magicians who possessed staffs. He left 10 out of combat. Seeing this, other magicians left their weapons, which were defensive aggregates rather than catalysts of magic, because magic required pre-established formulas and not instruments. Now Aquino had to aim his rays manually, and someone had to finish off the newly fallen. His rays were only enough to make them faint. Rias was in charge of cleaning the ground at ground level using her power of destruction, so she had eliminated about 10. In view of the magicians, it was a good surprise attack, but they seemed to learn from the actions of their enemy because they remained and made attacks at medium distance, not so close as not to be able to dodge. Not so far away that the magic effect loses strength. These wizards had also received training, but their attacks were mostly light. They faced demons after all. But Rias did not intend to lose. She used her destructive orbs both to attack and to defend herself. The magic that entered them was also destroyed. If the attack was very powerful, the orb would fall apart. Maintaining it and making a new one required a lot of energy, but Issei's support allowed him to continue. He had to resist for her, for his pride, for his servants, for Sona, and for those who could not continue fighting. This was not a terrorist attack, it was a war zone, and the person responsible, looking at everything without moving a muscle, was worrying, but not so much as if he were acting. Kaneko was in her element, with the ground cracked to the point of sinking and turning to dust in some areas, and the rubble of the buildings gave her good material to occupy as projectiles, only she used stones 3 times the size of her small body, even larger. She had thrown a beam that had been left intact to a group of wizards. 5 died before creating a barrier. She fought with everything she had learned, firm but relaxed, without unnecessary movements. When she had the opportunity and saw magicians in distant directions that were not seeing her, she threw another big boulder at them. This time it was 100 square meters of the old floor of the second floor of the new building. 2 others had died. Their stamina had improved. With that new charge of power reduced the mages to brute force. He had already 10. Elsha continues to maintain a barrier in the place where the wounded were. She launched large amounts of attacks, fire, water, earth, air, light, and darkness, in order to have a balance of 50 enemies eliminated in the first 30 seconds of the combat. So they continued fighting until 2 minutes passed. Now they had a total balance of 200 enemy casualties, and after the first attack, where there were more casualties, the enemies always adapted to everything that was thrown at them, so it was increasingly difficult to deal with them. 13 minutes have passed. Everyone was tired of fighting with everything. Even if only 2 minutes passed, they would not endure if they did not go to the maximum. But within all, Riaz and Elsha were the ones who were the best. Aquino continued to keep everyone with his race and reduced one or another distraction, but now a sight made them happy. Belzard came with the tank towards them. He was on top, firing a 6-cylinder machine gun that rotated, a minigun, at everything that moved, reducing enemies quickly as he approached. In that brief journey, he finished with 12 mages. But it was not easy to reduce to 1,000. Grafia must be taking care of it on its site as well. I see they need help. No one is hurt at the moment, he said, getting out of the tank and making a big sword again. Earlier, he returned to the tank straight to Aka. Am I late? He asked with half a smile. You arrived just in time, Belzard. Another charge of energy. You have also fought, but you are not sweating a gota, he said with a sonrisa. What a more resistant servant. I will have to thank you again. Issei also, because Recommendart mentioning his name was now very strange, realized that they didn't really know anything about him. It's nothing, I like to be helpful. With his gloves, he created in the other hand a large chain attached to a gigantic wrecking ball with spikes in it, a sword, and a warhammer. What a rare combination. It was only possible thanks to the enormous strength and skill that Belzard possessed with any weapon. This is not something that is achieved only by training. Belzard from birth had a great orientation towards combat. There is something I must tell you, and it would be good if you would let the resto, he said. What is Belzard? If they tear their robes or unmask them by removing their hood, not only can you discover their identity, they also cease to be indetectable. That was quite important information. I'll cover you while you give the message to the Damas. Belzard went to support Kaneko, but covering a large territory, he undid the tank. I charge you to Asia, and Ravel Riaz nodded and left. Asia began treating Riaz's minor wounds. After Belzard fought Kaneko in combination, he had trained only with Issei, but since he was Issei's teacher anyway, it was not so difficult to couple. 14 minutes have passed, 450 out of combat enemies are balanced. At this time, Grafia continued to fight, and the only ones who posed a problem for her had been reduced. It's been a few minutes, but they have almost half in casualties. The others cannot get so close. An attack with area damage would be more devastating that way. They do well to go little by little. Karasu is in a stalemate with the leaders, but at this rate he will lose. He told me to bring his Cerberos as support. I think it's time. The leader raised his right arm to the front, as if it were not undetectable. That action caused everyone to look nervously at his direction, and the battle stopped less than that of Cockabeel, who, being the most intense, was also the one that required more concentration. Issei, who gave support to the leaders, saw it. He did not take this seriously. A magic circle appeared in the center of the academy, and 3 Cerberi appeared. These were not normal. Each one was 10 meters tall, and his appearance was different: red eyes, foam at the mouth, and red rays with sporadic blacks covering his cupo. So this is what happens when I give some of my power to these little dogs. The snake he gave them was 1/100th of what he had given to Loco and Karasu. The leader watched with boredom in front. He was not noticed by the robe. Issei was in front of Suyo Ryujin. Only my parents have the right to call me by that name. That doesn't matter now. I thought you said no interference. Now that leader understands, his previous action may have been misunderstood with helping. I have not interfered directly. I am sorry to have given that impression. It is something prepared by Karasu. I only activated it when he told me. I see. I don't understand why I don't kill you here, Miss Mo. Issei said seriously that the one who was going to destroy Japan is gone, and you are within my reach. Don't worry, I'll take care of destroying it. Ryujin, you are one of the existences that can destroy this world, with individual strength capable of destroying countries and an inherited power that would wipe out everything. The leader showed no mockery or other emotion in saying this. That's why Issei watched him atento, but you know, I'm also one of those existentias. Issei was surprised to hear this. He was dumbfounded, but somehow none of this seemed too far away to him. Maybe he was prepared to hear that from the beginning. Why don't we sit down and watch the battles? You can't do much. You can only help eliminate the weak. I can't interfere in the battle. I would never sit with you in any place, Issei said as he walked away. I know, neither do I. That's why Pregant Issei was unfazed by his words and decided to keep giving apoyo. If you want to play with me, it will be only when all the battles are over. 15 minutes have passed. With the group of Riaz, 14 minutes have passed. Grafia had joined the main group, but there was a problem. A magic circle appeared, and from it came 3 Cerberus. As if the renegade exorcist freed was not enough, he was approaching with the Excalibur fused in hand, rapidly, Mimic, Transparency, and Nightmare in a single sheet, Balba behind him. Even more wizards. This was a tough battle. If they didn't manage to survive it, they wouldn't survive the future ones. Riaz had already notified the leaders of the information obtained from Belzard. Wow, look at what's here, a tasty virgin dog in a Servienta suit. Fried said, sword in shoulder, looking at Grafia lustfully. I am married to the current Mao Lucifer, and I have a son, the vulgar sacerdote said, creating ice spears in the direction of him, the Magi, and the Cerberos. But now the wizards used fire magic. Fried broke the ice with Excalibur, and the skin of the Cerberi was extremely resistant, so much so that they did not cross a millimeter of their skin. All enemies were getting harder and harder to defeat. I'm also willing to do it with a married woman. You know what they say, in times of war, any hole is a trench. The girls looked with disgust at the former exorcist, even more than usual, but it was not time to worry about it. They had problems to take care of, and Fried was one of them. Belzerd, who had now been in charge of fighting 20 magicians with swords and warhammers, fought alongside Kaneko, who had 10 more, but among all that continuous and restless movement, of lifting heavy rocks and throwing them at the distracted magicians, of trying to keep up with Belzerd, who did the same and more than her without sweating, they were leaving her exhausted. These minutes, she was exposing her weaknesses as nobility. The others who could continue fighting for much longer were the leaders, Elsha and Issei, but they could maintain their power for the user of the but not their stamina. Belzerd now faced the Cerberi but could not cut them. He tried to make his weapon liquid and introduced the mixture into his body, but they spat great flames of fire that melted the metalloid to the point of not being able to mold. A sword like the ones he carried would not serve against them. He limited himself to attacking the priest, who showed off his skill with the sword, but Fried had injured Elsha. Now she had a cut on her shoulder that traveled halfway up her left forearm. Wizards are weak to melee attacks, it's a reality for either side. She now couldn't use magic. The cut was so deep that Asia's healing magic wouldn't do. And the wizards guarded Fried by throwing fire magic in Belzerd's direction so that he wouldn't mold his weapon as an idea of his inefficiency against the Cerberi. Ravel gave him the last of the Phoenix Tears, the other already occupied in Volley, who was now also eliminating scattered wizards. The heat and movement slowed everyone down little by little. In an oversight, Belzerd let the attack of a Cerberus go in the direction of Rias. Everything seemed to slow down at that moment. Playing, but a metallic sound resumed the flow of time. Kiba had stopped the attack with the help of Zenobia. 15 minutes have passed. It was amazing how many things could happen simultaneously in a short period of time. I'm sorry I'm late, Bouchu, Kiba said with a small, confident smile but very focused eyes. Well, at least we got to Timpo, Zenobia said, holding her Excalibur Destruction. Quickly, both also launched against Fried, who had to back down to his disadvantage. I see that you arrived, Kiba, thanks to you, at last I was able to achieve it. I have not thanked you appropriately if the person who spoke was Balba Galilei. Damn, you were able to merge the Espadas. It had taken 15 minutes to arrive, and I couldn't believe all the destruction there was. It seemed unreal. That's right, this is what triggered it, he said, taking out a necklace containing a blue crystal. This is the power of your friends. They are of no use to me anymore. Kiba now saw that crystal with great tristeza. Now much more refined crystals can be mass-produced than this. Take it if Queers throws the glass at his feet as if it were garbage. Kiba picked it up slowly, with extreme delicacy, as if it were a fragile rosa. Those damned of the church accused my project of uselessness and branded me as a heretic, yet they continued with my investigations. I'm sorry, chicos, Kiba said in a susurro. I should not be the only one who could live. Many had more desire to live than me. Many had dreams and hopes much nobler than yo. During his words, which seemed like an audible whisper, something unreal happened. The glass that he now embraced tenderly, figures of energy were present. Many boys and girls of almost all ages smiled at Kiba, who could not speak. He was stunned. We never wanted to be Vengados, said one child with a sad smile. We don't want to be your Cadenas, a girl said this time. We're glad you survived. Even if you're a demon, you still have that heart, another girl said. We are still with you in your Corazon. Kiba had tears, but from a pain that he had been keeping for years, he is being released. Don't you remember our words? Said a boy with a little arrogance and a big smile. Now everyone says, our power will surpass that of Excalibur. Everyone had big smiles on their faces. He made Kiba understand something. Those were not the faces of someone who wants to be avenged. They were the faces of children who died without any regret. But that doesn't mean those who do evil shouldn't be punished. Now the pure energy of the crystals entered Kiba's body, and now his tears were of happiness, which he felt once again with his companions. No, I was noticing them until now, they had never abandoned me. Until next time, Kiba felt an energy that he had never felt run through his whole body. Now, with a new approach, he smiled sincerely for the first time in a long time. Sort of betrayal. Everyone who saw this shed tears of happiness. At last, you were able to overcome your past, Kiba Rias said, happy for the achievement of her caballero. You reached the balance breaker. In Kiba's hand, he formed a sword with two halves, one with white and gold letters and the other with black and red letters that said the name of his balance breaker. It also had a golden hilt. This is my balance breaker, a sword that is sacred and demonic at the same time. Everyone opened their eyes with surprise at this revelation, except the leaders, those of the organization, Issei and Offais, who were watching everything with great rojo. They knew the reason why. I will also have to get serious. St. Peter, St. Basil, St. Dionysus, Virgin Maria. An opening in the dimension of it came a blue sword, golden hilt and golden edges. It was covered with chains, but those chains desire and lend me their strength to finish off my enemy's Durandal. Impossible. Never create a crystal capable of making someone a carrier of Durandal. There isn't. Unlike Arena, I'm a natural carrier. Aha, even if you got a different sword, you wouldn't be able to beat my Excalibur-chan. Get ready, pretty boy, bitch. I'll finish off Usted's. Zenobia and Kiba went against the former priest in a great speed show. Zenobia struck the first blow, destabilizing Freed, which allowed Kiba to collide his sword with his clang-clank metal sound crashing. With the sound of metal breaking, Kiba's sacro-demonic sword had defeated Freed's. Are you guys seeing it? Our power was able to overcome Excalibur, Kiba said, looking at the sky. Freed, who no longer felt confident, walked away from the place quickly and teleported. A sword that is sacred and demonic at the same time. This cannot be. Opposite energies cannot come together, but if the balance between the two is broken, these things can happen, which means that, not only did the 4 demon kings perish in the previous war, God also did. In silence, Issei had beheaded Balba before he finished saying something that would deeply affect Asia, Zenobia, and Irina, who had just arrived. 16 minutes have passed. God is dead, that's one reality. Everyone heard the words of Leader. Will you still keep secrets, Ryujin? Would you rather others be protected in their ignorance for their own sake? He said, that's right. In the previous war, God also died. Maldito didn't even bother to attack him anymore. It wouldn't make much difference. I just watched him tiredly. I have not interfered directly. Unlike you, I am being honest. Am I doing wrong? I hated his reasoning, in which he thought he always did the right thing. Irina was elated by everything she believed in and the serious reactions of the leaders, even in her battle. Confirm her and don't blaspheme that way. I'll kill you. Out of herself, Irina ran towards Leader. It didn't take long to arrive, but she was stopped by Issei. Somehow she knew that he had killed her before she knew it and knocked her out. She knew that she was useless in that state. Issei had not been mistaken. Leader had an air of danger around him. Zenobia was on her knees, and Asia fainted from the impression. Kiba saved Zenobia from fire magic from one of the sorcerers who were now reduced to 200. But Zenobia recomposed herself. She knew that the struggle continued. No one could believe their revelation. Even the demons knew the importance of God in history. He was someone very strong. They did not understand that he could have killed him. But everyone was still in the fight. Between the White Emperor Dragon and the others had defeated all the wizards. 17 minutes have passed. Everyone was exhausted, breathing heavily, but they had survived. They were alive, and that was the most important thing. Vali had taken care of the Cerberi with the help of Graphia at maximum power. But now she was also exhausted. Kaneko resting on the ground lying down. She could no longer move from tiredness. She had struggled with everything. Even Elsha was breathing heavily. Belzard was the one who was better. The second in better condition was Vali. In the fight against Cockabeel, I have already lost almost all my wings. They are surpassing me. They attack harder and harder. Seraphol is taking it out on me what Leader did to his sister. Even my wings have ice. Surzech has been for some time with an aura of power of liquid destruction around his body. Falbium Asmodeus, his attacks are the strongest among all. The only thing that keeps me from feeling pain is adrenaline. Ajuka has charged energy in each stroke and slowly damages me internally. Azazel is as strong as I thought he would be. I must dodge each of his light spears so as not to take great damage. I was lucky that the Sekirute did not interfere. Only the magic of Leader would work against him, and I have no way to defend myself against 36,000 tons of force. I can't lose. Leader is seeing. I think it's time for me to go. Sirium and Surzech began to be completely covered by his power of destruction. His whole body was power of destruction. His power was immense. Cockabeel broke out in a cold sweat. Was he 10 times stronger than the original Lucifer? The others walked away and watched the battle. Silos Rias, your brother is a monster. I wouldn't want to go against him. And Sirio, Azazel said, amused. I didn't know Oni Isama had that Fusa, he said, looking at an unknown part of his hermano. I'm too far away yet. What intrigues me is how they are still able to face it. There are not many beings with that level of strength, less fallen angels, but these guys are undoubtedly the most dangerous entity so far, a being as us practically exhausted. That without the need for much intervention of his lighter, everyone saw his direction. He was holding his shoulder while rotating the corresponding arm, as if making movements of Calentamiento does not intend to let his subordinate die. Soon he will act, but how good that we have a dragon god of our Lotto, Azazel said, amused with one eye closed and another watching Issei. Shut up, Azazel, Issei said coldly to the fallen angel. Everyone saw it at her. I plan to explain myself once everything is over. I will tell you to do. Azazel was unfazed by his words. Issei raised an arm, and when he lowered it, everyone saw with disbelief how it was tearing space-time with astonishing ease. From that opening came a katana of fine design that was also indestructible. He had a golden hilt with a dandelion at the end. It was black blade and the edge was a crimson red. On a metal plate was written his name of Dragon God, written in a language they could not understand. This was the sword that his parents had given him. His aura could not be hidden. It was crazy, the power it contained. It made a fool of any sword before Vistai will fight against that leader. He told me, I am one of the existences that can end the world. This contest will be on a high scale. I do not want them to get hurt. I'm sorry not to say it before, but I have a faster way for them to recover energy. Issei created snakes with their energy. These were a black color with some details in red as camouflage pattern and slanted eyes of gray. At the moment they will not fight, so it is only for them to recover energy. No, I think you'll need all the energy you putas, Azazel said, trying to decline the offer. I have infinite power. Spending energy is no problem for me, except that fatigue psychological, Issei said, with many snakes with an equivalent number of people present. To say that they did not fit in their amazement at that revelation was to stay corto. Besides, we are still under attack. Please. I know that you have no reason to trust me, but except unless everyone saw each other before consuming the power of the snake, the reaction was instantaneous. No one had fighting fatigue and they had regained their initial power, but somehow they felt that they would resist more than before. The fight of Cockabeel and Surzech was coming to an end, but there was an event that nobody expected. The attacks created by the gigantic power of the destruction of Surzech was gradually damaging the robe of Cockabeel. Apparently the robes of the stronger members were much more resistant. From one moment to another, the effect of the suit disappeared, revealing its user. The most surprised was Azazel, who, seeing his subordinate, couldn't help but say, Cockabeel said with incredulous eyes, but the most affected was Issei. Issei now saw the person responsible for his murder order when he was 6 years old. In front of his beloved Elsha, and his older brother had vowed never to be afraid again, not to back down and kill the person responsible for his traumatic childhood event. A child who, although orphaned, had taken care of him. There was a family that gave him food, and now that he remembered a child who looked a lot like Irina, I should ask him if he knew him. He had lived in peace. He was not prepared for that. This had become personal. Cockabeel, shouted Issei. Irascible Surzech had stopped his fight, Cockabeel the same. Surzech, despite this winning the fight, was also getting tired. The resistance of these guys is undoubtedly to be admired, was not for less. Before him was the one who, when he used to be weak, he held a fight to God. Now you have to get an idea of his power. The leader watched expectantly. He knew what had happened between these two, that they saw his identity did not change things, but he would have to leave Grigory forever. You, 12 years ago, sent me to kill with a fallen angel, didn't you? He spoke with a slow, rather cold anger. I'm sorry, I don't remember that, or an event like that in concreto. Guys like him didn't remember their victims, usually because they never had direct contact with them. On the carrier of the boosted gear you had removed back then. I see. So one of my men could not carry out his work successfully. I remembered, you were that orphaned rat, right? I can't explain how you came to be a dragon god, but you were very lucky. I see you don't regret it in the slightest. I'm someone who, together with his leader, is going to start a war against all factions. Do you really think he would feel remorse for killing a pathetic human? He said with an evil smile that showed his pointed teeth. His elongated eyes and reddish glare did not help him too much to look like a good subject. 19 minutes have pasado co. Issei, driven by his anger, moved at a blinding speed and hit him with 2,000 tons of force. The force of the shock at high speeds was comparable to the entire strength of Falbium. He knew that it was not all his speed, let alone all his strength. He could wipe out Japan with his physical strength alone. Only with that impact, buildings that were 300 meters from them collapsed and Cockabeel shot to the ground, creating a crater that generated a small tremor and that the floor under it cracked. He lifted it into the sky with a kick. With those two blows, with obvious containment on the part of Issei, had broken 60% of the bones of his body. Issei appeared on top of him, ready to finish him off with the sword. It's sufficient, said leader who. He had Elsha clamped from the culo. Issei couldn't help but stop. His eyes were very abirdos. I won't let you kill him. He's a good subordinate. This is the girl you love the most currently, right? Even the leaders, they didn't notice his presence, and now he was far away from them, the grip so strong that Elsha couldn't speak. With cost I could breathe when I relaxed my hand a little so that it would not be asphyxiated. This will be an exchange of hostages. It can't be. I have to choose between one of the people important to me and my murderer I swore revenge on. Both have a great weight in my life, but... Acepto said with a low look, with great frustration. Elsha gave him a look as if saying that he would be fine, but the truth is that leader would kill her without hesitation. Cockabeel still with so much damage. He directed a mocking smile and self-sufficiency to Issei. Leader was exchanging a hostage for him, but said he would do it if it is to save him. Leader knew that his subordinates have no chance against Issei. Everyone saw how Issei was manipulated in such a cowardly way that it was disgusting. He had no way to refuse, not when Elsha probably has Issei's son. Elsha felt helpless and blamed herself for her weakness. Belzerd, like the others, were powerless before one of the existences that can destroy the planet. Someone perhaps at the level of Issei. Leader walked steadily towards Issei. Issei threw Cockabeel to the ground in front of him, as if it were a sack of potatoes. Leader rather found it funny because Cockabeel was laughing despite the pain and put Elsha on the ground gently. Elsha suddenly fell to the ground. His legs failed him and his body was shaking uncontrollably. He had tears in his eyes. Being around Leader was quite scary. He was surrounded by a huge phantom pressure, which was there, but he couldn't feel it. Issei the Conforto, everything will be fine since Paso. Leader was slowly walking away with Cockabeel. If there is something that was not going to forgive anyone is that they made Elsha cry. I will use my inherited power at 80% with the power of destruction of my mother and the hyper-destructive energy of my father. At this angle, being shot in a straight line will be lost in space. The attack began to charge and was fired. Everyone felt as if they were going to faint, but Issei's energy was good by nature, so it had no negative effects on them. In less than a second, a part of the shoulder of Leader and Cockabeel that was carried on that shoulder were eliminated. But Elsha began to fade as well, in the same way as what had now been disintegrated. The joy did not last long for the factions to see great damage to the leader of that mysterious organization and one member less. Hey, Elsha. Issei did not believe what his eyes saw. He wanted to think that this was a pesadilla. Hey bastard, what did you do to Elsha? Silencio, answer me, now. Raising his power of blow cracked and made everything tremble. The only thing that did not affect were his companions. Link and Patiko, said leader in an angry voice. Issei didn't understand. What? Said Issei with tears in her eyes. She didn't understand what was happening. Empathic bond, I knew that. You would try something like that. I freed the 10 hostages when Freed returned to Salvo. His shoulder was miraculously like new and his hood tamby, and I always keep my word, always. That's why I detest those who break an honest agreement between two hombres. The voice of leader was one of fury controlada, so I took countermeasures about it. I used empathic bond on Elsha and Cockabeel. If you hurt Cockabeel, he would see himself reflected in that girl. You killed her for your stupid revenge, Ryujin. Hero, his voice became evil, but it was a soft voice distorted by Tunica. Now that they are dead, empathic bond was nullified. Without embargo, Cockabeel was formed to disbelief. To do your attacks are useless against me. Ryujin. Cockabeel was complete, and to everyone's surprise he was breathing. He was just inconscient. You sacrificed that woman in vain. But you don't have to worry much. I can't use empathic bond on my person. Issei could not believe that his actions driven by his emotions were the fault of the death of Elsha, who had been his first love. Something inside Issei was getting out of control. He could not accept that his death was in vain. He could not accept that he saved Cockabeel so easily, without anyone having the possibility to do it from his allies, minus the same one who couldn't use healing magic. How did he possess these abilities? Her eyes expressed no emotion. Alguna, tell me how to bring her back, please. It is not possible for me to offer you my help. You disintegrated it, remember. No one in the world has the ability to integrate what was disintegrated. Everyone was surprised. That Issei had the power of off-eyes was a fact, and they saw the scene with a broken heart. Ria's Grimory's group was in shock by the death of one of its members. 4 pieces of pawn had fallen at his feet. Everyone couldn't help crying for the loss of their friend. They knew that Issei was not to blame herself. That kind of skills no one has after to do. Oh, it's true. The only one who can do it is me. 20 minutes have passed. Divyovela said in a dead voice. No, and another who cared little about the death of such a beautiful girl. In the dimensional gap. This is bad. If he gets out of control and uses 100% of his power, no one will be able to stop him unless Off-Eyes said. Preoccupada, Issei is devastated, and right now he is little aware of his actions. Nor does he have his bracelet that retains his power. If he gets out of control, we will have to kill him ourselves or seal him for eternity. The second will be much worse for him. Off-Eyes, even if he knew, those words fell like a bucket of water. Freya, that's why we will have to go take care of ourselves. We will have to personally defeat that certain leader who is a world threat. I did not think there was someone capable of crossing my barriers, that he can hide from me and that he can stand up to your Off-Eyes power. Also, something tells me that it has a kind of infinity. I did not believe that my power had weaknesses either. Big Red had his dragon shape, a towering 100-meter red dragon. The bottom was white, and he had a giant horn on his nose that pointed to the heavens. He opened a dimensional crack just by thinking about it. And soon they appeared on the battlefield. At Kyo Academy, everyone was speechless to see the most powerful existence appear, with a beautiful and elegant woman above him who quickly identified as the mother of Issei, Sophia. Both descended. Big Red began to shine and become smaller, until it took human form. They recognized him also as that handsome and elegant lord with red hair and golden eyes. Alexander Hayatu, even leader, watched expectantly. He was not sure of surviving. He became defensive. Issei continued without moving, but each time he let out more dragon god power, clenched teeth and clenched fists so tightly that if he did not have his infinity active he would be self-harming. Off-Eyes gave a death look at leader before walking towards Issei. Big Red gave him a disinterested look, but one that promised pain. They were parents who knew that their son loved Elsha and had full knowledge that she loved him. But time cannot be changed. Ryujin, calms down. Your mother is Akui, Off-Eyes said with a motherly tone, soft and comforting, full of love despite her inexperience in the sentimental field. Mothers had to support their children in difficult times. Cheer up, champion. It was not your fault. You can get up from this. You are my son after to do. Big Red hugged him from the other side. Issei, who until now was about to become a time bomb that would threaten to destroy the world by his own hand, was reassured because of the action of his parents' love. Although Big Red was not good with these issues and did not want to have Issei as a son in the first place, he couldn't help but become fond of the boy. Everyone saw how the words of leader about the situation of Issei were confirmed. There was no doubt, Issei was the son of 2 dragon gods. And they saw their interaction. No one was indifferent. They felt as if their comfort was transmitted to them too. It's a beautiful vista, Kaneko said, still with tears in her eyes. Everyone nodded to his words with tears in their eyes. The leaders except Seraph watched the interaction with a smile. Grafia too. Belzard cried male tears as Elsha was the only one who kept him company for a long time besides D-Drag. Seraphol was still upset to Leader, who had almost killed his sister. This had not been forgotten in the tragedy in Phoenix Castle and the other deaths either. Leader was also affected by that scene. Seeing Big Red and Offeyes hugging Issei with so much love caused him a pain in his chest, a pain that did not come from some enemy technique. He watched with great envy their interaction and couldn't help but direct his hand to his robe and squeeze right in the place where his heart was. See this scene. It hurt for some reason. Thank you, mother. Thank you, father. I feel much better, Ahura, Issei said, wiping away the tears of sadness and fury that were streaming through her. Kara, now, I will face you accordingly. Leader, however, was still affected by the scene's sentimental eye. I'm sorry. I don't think I can fight Memento. He bowed slightly. He kept holding his pecho. I have to clear my mind. Return Elsha and Tonsas, Issei said in hopes of getting her back. I'm sorry too. At this point I can no longer Hasserlo. His voice sounded sincere, which made Todo sad that it is too scattered to be able to integrate it again, since it has been a long time since it was disintegrated. But if there is someone in the future with a better ability than mine, you will certainly be able to see it again. When something is disintegrated, it is only found in animation suspended. This gave it a little hope, but it did not last long, because disintegration was something that initially only Offeyes had and nobody in history had integration, and the next thing Confirmo, however, only I have the ability to integrate and I cannot do it. 21 minutes have passed. In that case we will make you disappear, Chico said Big Red, forming a barrier around Leader Ryujin. Offeyes immediately surrounded him completely just as he was making a circle to leave, but the circle, not being previously formed, fell apart with the barrier, without the possibility of being able to be transported. The only ones who could not be restricted were Issei and Big Red. I am easily restricted. I cannot create a circle of transportation even if it is a barrier created by a Novato. This surprised the listeners. Anyone knew that if the circle was created with more power than the barrier, this could not. Fernarlo, still a barrier that does not detect me cannot contain me. A seal does not work if there is nothing to seal. The first to attack was Great Rojo. 18,000 tons will be enough. Hell, I can't dodge. I also don't know how much force he's going to use, so I'll use all the strength I currently have. I'll use enough to stop 36,000. What they don't know is that my strength also keeps a secret and my body the same. He just stretched out his hand. Everyone held their breath. The speeds were amazing, and inside the barrier of Big Red and the spectators outside, neither they nor Japan were in danger. However, wasn't he being very arrogant? Big Red was going to hit him with momentum and he just stretched out his hand. Their bodies connected. Big Red shot out towards her barrier, colliding with her. No one believed her eyes, least of all Great Red, neither Leader. What the hell is this? It's the first time in all my millennia of life that I feel this. Could it hurt me? Big Red's arm had a bit of entumecimiento. I know how to measure strength. That was 18,000 tons without momentum. Did my own attack turn against me? Who would say? For my strange condition I can make you Dono. This drew a smile on his face and an expression of fear in those present. Even if that happened, I didn't hurt him at all. His body, he is insanely resistant. He used exactly half of my strength. I don't know if it was coincidence, but he must believe that my ability is to return attacks. I have to use that to my advantage and escape with a lie. I have not stopped releasing my energy and almost filled the entire barrier. The good thing is that it has not been detected. A little more and I will be able to blow it up. I have to win tempo. They will not be able to venture many attack. I can return it. That they fight against me has no sentido, he said, moving his head sideways and with his hands in front, as if explaining something. Cockabeel was previously transported to an unknown place. Everyone understood that they were in front of someone invincible. You're mentioned, oh, everyone saw the source. It was Issei. You can't return the attacks, enemigos, Issei said in his unusual calculating voice. Now, he had his cool mind and the consciousness of a strategist. I know you realized what happened. I just hoped you didn't pay attention to it. Damn, I'm trapped. I can escape the barrier since it doesn't detect me, but its top speeds are higher than mine. Ryujin, what are you talking about? I returned the attack and was the first to Danarm, said Big Red seriously. Yes, he did, and I was also surprised. But someone who can return any attack is invincible. But when you arrived he became defensive. Someone without weaknesses is not afraid of anything. Very curious, isn't it? Also, my previous attack affected your shoulder, and you said I cannot use empathic bond in my person. If you were invincible, you would not need it in your body. I do not know how much your strength is, but I estimate that it is the same as mine. An attack stronger than that will undoubtedly hurt you. Am I wrong? Issei spoke now with confidence. He is me. I have to buy more time. Father, mother, we must go with everything. I will double my strength. And my sword launched with all its speed and hit him. Leader covered himself as best he could. An arm and a leg flew out and prevented him from leaving the barrier. The force was such that the ground was sinking as if compacting by the enormous force, but the barrier was circular. If the impact had not been covered underground, a tsunami would have occurred. Big Red held him by the neck. Still, his robe was intact and attached. Now you're not so dangerous, not brat. Spit was not seen from inside the hood, but Leader had spat in the face to Big Red. You are a very funny son of a bitch, isn't you? Increased the strength of his grip. Immediately a new arm and a new leg appeared from the nada, so you have a kind of infinity. I won't be able to kill you or seal you. What to do with you? Already see Issei. Offeyes, disintegrate him. He does not have my nullification, so he will not come out alive. I will not suffer damage to my arm. 22 minutes have passed. I have a new Rehen, said Leader in a victorioso voice and made Big Red stop. Oh yes, and who could it be? He said, making sure it wasn't true. He had no contact with anyone outside the barrier and none of his allies were present. Unless of course they were transported again being undetectable, or have another country hostage, but it couldn't be, since he was speaking in the singular. My energy is very malleable and tends to mix with everything very facilmente. Leader squeezed with extreme force the grip of Great Red. But he did not flinch in the force he applied. Disminuyo, I have not been filtering my energy and I have managed to fill the barrier. Offeyes does not have a physical body, it is pure energy and has already mixed with mine, but it is not the type of energy that powers, so it has not felt changes. He asked me what would happen if I did it, Esteller. Big Red cut off his head. But this made no difference. He went back to normal. It did well. We are not going to get anywhere this way. The negotiations are over. Detonate off. Leader stopped his words. Big Red had released him. Offeyes did not fire the disintegrator beam. In the past, Big Red wouldn't have cared about Offeyes' death, nor does he really know the reason why he let go. He did it unconsciously, and for the first time, he felt weak. You are a pathetic being. You don't mind sacrificing everyone to Salvert, said Big Red with ear length here. We already know your skills, all formas. What I didn't know is that this was just the tip of the iceberg of what Leader could become. What a disgrace are the self-proclaimed dragon gods. I am only one and they are powerless against me, but still they call me pathetic. Pathetic, you who only meddle in other people's affairs and are only protecting your cute baby. Do not let him fight his battles. What a disgust of existences you are. If your son had not been in trouble, I can assure you that you would not have interfered even if half the world is destroyed. They are all hypocrites. But a deal is a deal and I always keep them. I have already withdrawn my energy from Offeyes, now had a magic circle ready under its pies. It seems that our confrontation will have to be postponed. Hurry to find me, since I will kill a person for every day that passes from today. That more survive will depend on you, and by people I do not mean humans. They will be angels, demons, fallen angels, any race, anyone who is not my ally as long as they are not human. But if any die, it will be from collateral damage. 3 dragon gods, against a monster that compares to us, one full of evil. I will not let you hurt my son's feelings. That's what it means to be a mother. Goodbye. Adios, and disappeared, leaving behind a huge trail of destruction and death, like everything that the members of that organization caused. In a time of 22 minutes and 30 seconds, as many events as emotions had happened. Somewhere in the underworld, Leader was alone, yet from different places his subordinates had seen the assault, which in an unexpected turn went from being cockabeel to being Leader, the protagonist of this. Even if I am disintegrated, my integration magic works in me. Even after I die, I also need Offeyes alive. It will be part of one of my plans to achieve invincibility, since Ryujin is my main weakness right now. If he had fought me, he would have realized that he is the key to counteract me, my Achilles heel. But that also means I can counter you. I will become stronger than you. For my own future. Tears could not help but come out of the eyes of Leader on a face sonorient. If they had noticed me, everything. It would have been very different. At Kyo Academy. Mother, father, train with me please. I need to become stronger. We have to defeat you before you plunge the 3 factions into chaos and despair. They threaten many times to destroy cities against their ideals of defending humanity. That it should only be a facade, because when he says something about his goals, I have no doubts in him. By Japan he perhaps meant a city of equal size in the underworld. Or somewhere other than the human world. I don't know, Issei. Something tells me that each of them has their own ways of doing things. There may be members who would not hesitate to kill many humans, and those types of formations in which only the end justifies the means are the most dangerous. We will make you stronger, Issei. You have to develop an ability that allows you to defeat him, having our energies. Your energy, if it is not more powerful than 100% ours in our categories, I would say that yours is much more malleable. You must learn to use your infinity in all the ways you can. I will. Next time I will not lose. I will avenge all those who have died. Their deaths will not be in vain. The end. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.